Chapter 141. Ikala's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head and glared at her. Hey, don't hurt me so much, okay? This sentence just hit his soft spot. Yes, he couldn't protect Lizan either. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, if it was an equal PK, he couldn't beat Wang Ziyu. As a person who couldn't even beat Wang Ziyu, how could he protect Lizan once he had a conflict with Wang Ziyu? Of course, he felt that the reason he couldn't beat Wang Ziyu was not because of his ability or his poor talent, but because Ikala had too little time for himself, and most of his time was spent by Ikala learning social skills and etiquette. Moreover, his mentality is not necessarily healthier than Wang Ziyu's. Lizan smiled, crunched the skewers, and after eating, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, Classmate Ikalu, I'm sorry, although you have a dual personality, you still haven't changed your male chauvinism. I don't need anyone to protect me. I can handle it myself. You can't handle it. Ikala sighed, bought 2 cups of magic shrimp blood, and handed one to her. Don't you think about what kind of people are around him. Even they may not be able to bear it. Can you? The only way is to stay away from him. Lizan pursed her lips, looking at the light green blood of the magic shrimp, and no longer had the appetite to drink it. She knew that what Ikala said was true. Why does this blood look so disgusting? She stared at the blood with disgust, smelling the pungent fishy smell. Let's drink something else. I'm so thirsty. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about that topic anymore, Ikala tacitly never brought it up again. After eating and drinking, the two began to walk back. Lizan packed a portion for the old lady, who was the shopkeeper, as dinner. Because it was not late and the two were full, they just took a leisurely walk in the snow. Lizan stepped on the snow silently. Ikala knew that she was a little tired, so she didn't say anything. On the surface, both of them were gentle and elegant, but Lizan felt that there was one advantage of being with Ikalu. That is, he never had to worry about being rude, because Ikala could always do something more rude than her. For 2 Dan coins, you can bargain with the vendor for a long time. You buy spicy skewers not for eating them, but for licking the spicy sauce on them. Without the constraints of aristocratic etiquette, it seems very natural. You can laugh and joke when you want to, and make noise when you want to. You don't need to pay attention to your image and occasion. Lizan knows that everyone has their own difficulties. Looking back carefully on the time she spent with Wang Ziyu, she is just a little dissatisfied with Wang Ziyu, with a little sympathy, a little touched, and of course, a little fond of him. She thinks that as long as nature takes its course, it will be fine, and you don't need to care about what the future will be like or what others think. Everyone's life is not easy, and there are not many days to be together like this, but Ikala said this to her. Wang Ziyu's background will implicate her, and her low magic ability will in turn implicate Wang Ziyu. I must stop and can't think about it anymore. Lizan shook his head, and suddenly, Ikala grabbed him and pulled her behind him. Lizan came back to his senses, and saw that there was a row of icicles on the snow where she had just stood. This is not natural icicles, but the work of a water magician. In this kind of snowy day, it is very easy to hide from others and leave no trace. Lizan's eyes immediately became clear, and he touched the feather pen with one hand and the card paper with the other. She had been staring at her feet, and didn't pay attention to where she was. Now she noticed that they had walked into a remote alley. At this moment, the prosperous streets of the imperial capital were deserted, and everyone was rushing to buy things. There were almost no people walking in the remote places, which made it look cold and desolate. Ikala's face darkened. Lizan, it seems that you are here with bad intentions. Lizan didn't understand, so she asked in a low voice, What's going on? Ikala pursed her lips and glanced at her. It's either an inter-school competition or the prince's mortal enemy. In other words, it's coming for her. Before, she often felt a murderous aura at school, but before she could find out anything, the murderous aura disappeared. Now, are they going to kill them because they are less in number? She focused her attention on the back, which was a vast snowfield with almost no murderous aura, but in front of her, there were several waves of magic that could not be hidden, so she asked, should we run back, or fight? Before she finished her words, several figures jumped out, wearing snow-white clothes, covering from head to toe, more densely than the Middle Eastern people. If you don't look carefully, you can't find them on the snow. Lizan secretly stored the magic wave in her pen, looked up, and saw these snowmen. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide and asked, Ikalu, can black magicians also wear white clothes? She felt that the magic waves of this group of people were very similar to the magic waves of the black magicians she met in the Sunshine Flower Room before. They were all very thick and oppressive magic waves, making people feel uncomfortable. Ikala stared at them closely and replied, This is not a black magician. It was just an ordinary magician, who learned evil magic and deliberately used the name of a black magician to do shameful things. As he was talking, one of the men in white suddenly rushed towards Liz Han, revealing his black hands under his white sleeves, and his hands were covered with mist and covered Liz Han. Liz Han had experienced many battles, and was not afraid of him. He lowered his body, and flew a few meters close to the ground, taking the upper wind, and threw out the silver light stick. The man in white dodged to the side, and Akalu, who was nearby, suddenly rushed forward. When he started, his hands were still clean, but when he reached behind the man in white, he suddenly put on gloves and grabbed the man's throat at an extremely strange angle. The man in white suddenly stopped moving, and almost instantly, the black air rebounded back to him, covering his exposed hands and the skin on his forehead. Only a creaking sound was heard, his hands and feet twitched, and he made a few noises and fell to the ground. A strange smell came. Akala looked over the corpse, and looked up at the other people in white who were still present. In just a few minutes, the corpse on the ground turned into a pile of bones. Liz Han had never seen such a scene before, and he retreated several steps with a pale face. What a vicious and evil magic! Akala sneered, "Are you black magic masters? Black magic is too vicious, and is forbidden to be learned in the magic world. Black magic masters are people who have learned this kind of magic. Because there are few people who can be black magic masters, and the magic guild is incompatible with black magic, so black magic masters are all swindling outside under the banner of black magic." This sentence really stunned the white-clothed men. When Akala looked over, several white-clothed men took a step back at the same time, with a look of surprise in their eyes. Akala looked at Baigu nonchalantly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes under the black frame. "I don't know what a black spiritual master is. But everyone, even if you go back alive today, there will be no good result." As he said, he took out the communicator and showed it in front of him. "As early as when you arrived, I passed the news to the intelligence department. If I'm not mistaken, after killing me, you will become the villain who killed the knight, and will be killed by your master to gain the trust of the magic guild." The white-clothed men took another step back. Akala pushed the frame. "Don't understand why, I tell you. How many people know that I came out with Liz Han today, except for the few people who guarded the roof opposite Liaison every day? It's a pity that I didn't kill you all at that time." Several white-clothed men looked at each other and rushed up at the same time, but unexpectedly, their feet were suddenly trapped and they couldn't move. Looking down, they found that their feet were covered with fine and dense magic lines. It was Liz Han who condensed the magic waves into thin lines, which went through the snow and entangled their feet. It turned out that Akala's words were just to create confusion, so that Liz Han would have time to draw the array. When they found out this fact, they were already trapped. Lijian's magic has improved a lot now. He can do it without anyone noticing. Once he makes a move, the winner will be immediately known. While the man in white was stunned, Liz Han and Akala used all of Kara's magic defense, especially the silver light binding, and inserted it into the center of the magic array, leaving them no chance to breathe. Then, Akala began to use the pupil technique, controlling their minds with his mind, and commanded them, "Tell me, who ordered you to come?" "Yes, yes." The man in white was about to say it, but suddenly his face turned pale, and his face was distorted with fear. "No, you can't say it." In this case, it seems that someone had given them a spell before him. Could it be that their master had long expected that they would encounter a magician of the mind system, so he gave them a more severe impression, such as, if they told who the master was, they would die, or a similar spell? Akala frowned slightly, and made his voice even more stern, like a king standing high above, making everyone submit to his voice. "Don't worry, as long as you tell me, I can save you from harm." The man in white began to waver. "Yes. Yes, die." Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded without warning, like a bomb. Red and black flesh and blood splattered everywhere, mixed with the white clothes fragments, like plum blossoms dyeing the snow red. Lijian's face turned pale, his knees weakened, and he almost fell to his knees on the snow. What a tragic way to die. Who is so vicious? Akala didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. It turned out that their master not only wanted to leave a more ruthless impression, but also forced them to swear a curse, like if you tell others, your body will explode. The curse is more effective than the spell. Once you betray, you will suffer the backlash of the curse and die immediately. Akala was used to big scenes. When he encountered this situation, he couldn't help but change his face and grabbed Lijian's hand. "Let's go." Liz Han was pulled by him and staggered out 2 steps. Suddenly, his eyes went black and he felt dizzy and fell to the ground in the snow. Chapter 142. Liz Han was in endless darkness. Her body was so heavy that she couldn't move. She couldn't even move a finger or open her mouth. What happened to her? Where was this? Lijian's ability to think was completely taken away, and her mind was blank. The only feeling she had was that someone was carrying her body roughly. The darkness she felt on her skin was so thick that it seemed like a bottomless abyss. Lijian felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. Her body was thrown casually on the ground, and a rough hand covered with calluses pinched her chin and stuffed something like a cloth ball into it. She could still smell the smell of silicone oil on the cloth. It seemed that someone was talking, but she couldn't hear it clearly. After a while, no sound could be heard. It was quiet all around, so quiet that it was scary. Lijian opened her eyelids drowsily. There were bursts of stabbing pain in her head, and her vision was still blocked in the darkness, without a trace of light. She wanted to touch the surroundings with her hands, but her hands were tied. She pulled her wrist hard, only to feel a sharp pain in her wrist, and hurriedly stopped. What bound her was not a rope, but a thin line condensed from magic waves, which just passed around the edge of the artery at her wrist. As long as she used a lot of force, the thin line would cut her artery. How cruel! Lijian's anxious mood was immediately poured with a basin of cold water. She lay on the ground silently, feeling the cold ground. The ground was a stone ground, dry and smooth, like a carefully polished floor tile. Where is this? Where is Ikalu? Where did he go? I remember that when the white-clothed man's body exploded, Ikalu dragged her forward, and at that moment, she saw a pair of emotionless and turbid eyes. Could it be? Lijian had a bad feeling. Could it be that she was kidnapped in some strange way? She tried to use magic waves to feel the surrounding environment, but as soon as she concentrated, she felt like being pricked by needles all over her body, and it hurt her to death. It seems that the other party is well prepared, even for her body and mind, and it seems that he is deliberately not letting her escape. Lijian sat up with her elbows propped up on the ground. As soon as she started thinking, her mind was spinning. She moved around to find a place to lean on, but unfortunately she came up empty-handed and couldn't touch the wall at all. In front of her was a pitch-black darkness, as if a hand would emerge from the side at any time to drag her into the abyss of darkness. A chill quickly ran through Lijian's back. In short, she had to remove the magic lines on her hands and feet first. Lijian gritted her teeth, chanted the spell silently, and manipulated the feather pen. She didn't know where the quill was, but no matter where it was, she could control it. Because the quill obeyed her magic wave, as she chanted, the quill flashed out from the darkness and accurately cut the magic line on her wrist. The neat strokes were as beautiful as a meteor. After her wrist was loosened, she took out the cloth stuffed in her mouth, picked up the quill, and cut the magic line that trapped her feet. Then she held the pen in her palm and crawled forward carefully. The fear of going into the darkness made her break out in cold sweats, and her heartbeat was so loud that it was piercing. The darkness was like an abyss, so scary. She had never felt that darkness was so scary before, but now she was terrified, as if she would be smashed to pieces by the darkness and the unknown objects in the darkness. No wonder Wang Ziyu was so afraid of darkness. It turned out that darkness could really arouse the deepest fear in people's hearts. Lijian tried her best to suppress her instinctive fear and began to pay attention to her surroundings. As soon as she saw it, she felt that something was wrong with this place. The slow forward movement stopped. At this moment, a ray of light flashed into the corner of the site. Looking around, the light vertically cut through the darkness in the lower right corner of the site, and a figure entered the light. Lijian opened his mouth and was about to call for help, but suddenly thought, if it was the enemy, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? However, now that he was sure that there were other people in the darkness, Lijian relaxed a little and thought calmly. There is a door in that place. The light coming in was gray, not like the light reflected by the snow, and certainly not the light emitted by the burning spirit stone. So, the light was not coming from outside or indoors. Does that mean it was the light on a snowy, gray day? It is very likely that it was on the second floor or above. So, there must be a staircase. It was pitch black in front of her eyes. She couldn't see the stairs, let alone the corners of the table or the legs of the stool. The fear was slowly wiped out of her heart. Lijian continued to crawl towards the light with his hands and feet, but the light that suddenly broke through the darkness was buried in the darkness again. Maybe the door was closed. Lijian reached out and grabbed something in the darkness, round and seemed to be a pillar. She touched it tentatively, and was about to stand up when she suddenly felt a wave of magic coming out from her side. She was shocked and used all her strength to poke the direction of the magic wave with the feather pen. In the darkness, the magic wave quickly flashed past her attack, and clamped her arms from behind, and stuffed the cloth into her mouth again. Time went back to an earlier time. Wang Ziyu was doing daily training in the desert. The desert was also covered with snow, white and endless. Les looked at him carefully, frowned and said, "You are absent-minded, what's wrong?" "Practice tomorrow." Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead, and turned to walk out of the barrier. He was restless all day, always in a position to be beaten, which was too hard for the arrogant Wang Ziyu to accept. After walking about 10 steps, he suddenly turned his head, as if he heard something, and listened carefully. Yes, he heard it right. It was the sound of a clear bell, just like the bell that the owner hangs on a kitten or puppy. But this sound is clearer and purer than any other bell. He knew that there were no pets in the castle with bells hanging around their necks, so there was only one possibility. As soon as the thought came to Prince Yu, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. For him, there was almost nothing in the world that could make him look surprised, but this time, it was really weird. A snow-white unicorn gracefully passed through the barrier and stood in front of him. A snow-white silver bell hung on its neck, which swayed gently with its movements, making pleasant sounds. The desert was originally a cold and ruthless place, but after it came in, the whole desert was filled with a spring breeze of melting ice and snow, and it was as elegant as a lady in spring. The unicorn had a high neck, a slender body, strong limbs, and a high horn on its forehead, silently announcing its identity. It came without warning and silently. No one in the crowd noticed how it came. Not to mention that all the people present were magic masters. Even if they were not inside, the magic beast would still not be able to break into the barrier carefully arranged by Abu. Prince Yu calmed down and walked towards the unicorn. The unicorn is the highest ranking and rarest magic beast in the magic world. Not to mention that ordinary people cannot control it. Even extremely powerful magicians may not be able to own it. Magicians like unicorns, but unicorns are too picky and generally do not choose magicians. In addition, its scarcity makes it even more rare. At present, there are no more than 5 magicians in the world who own unicorns. The unicorn standing in front of them is not a real unicorn, but a manifestation of magic waves. This level is more amazing than the appearance of a real unicorn, because the manifestation is formed by the magic ability of the unicorn. Such unicorns are generally domesticated. There are real unicorns behind the scenes of the manifested unicorns, and the unicorns are often behind the scenes of magicians. Which magician sent the unicorn? Which magician's unicorn could penetrate their barrier? Wang Ziyu was thinking. The names of the magicians who owned the unicorn flashed through his mind like a passing glance. At this time, the unicorn was slowly approaching him, and its body began to shrink. The closer it got, the smaller it got. Wang Ziyu stared at it thoughtfully, and suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand to it, and just as he touched its horn, its body suddenly disappeared. Only a warmth was left on his palm. After a while, a piece of note paper appeared in his palm. He opened the paper, and purple words appeared one by one, and then disappeared one by one. Wang Ziyu frowned. "Liz Han, something happened." Lizzie, who had not walked far, leaned over with a smile and joked, "Is it some girl who wants to date you?" Wang Ziyu crumpled the paper in his hand and said calmly, "It's okay, I go out for a while." After that, he strode forward and quickly stepped out of the barrier. Lizzie followed behind him, and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, Prince, what happened? Tell me." Wang Ziyu ignored her. She didn't give up and asked again, "Did something happen to the donut?" Wang Ziyu's face changed suddenly, and he turned back and grabbed her arm. "How did you know?" "Really?" Although Lizzie said it in an unexpected tone, his expression was not surprised at all. "You can guess it with your fingertips. Besides donuts, who else can make you so confused?" Wang Ziyu glanced at her and said, thoughtfully, "The prophet sent me a letter." "I thought so." Luai suddenly realized, who else has this ability besides her? Luai didn't specify who this she was, but they both knew that it was the shopkeeper of Li Zhang, Bai Shi, a prophet. Li Zhang lived with her, and if it was related to Li Zhang, she would definitely take action. TSK, Luai's TSK twice, his eyes full of admiration. Bai Shi is Bai Shi, and she is different when she takes action. Luai has an arrogant personality, and really admires Bai Shi thoroughly. Bai Shi is the idol of all women. It's a pity that Bai Shi is a prophet, otherwise she would definitely cling to him. In the eyes of others, she needs to cling to the prophet the most, but she doesn't want to know the trajectory of her future destiny. She lives in today. Chapter 143. Wang Ziyu turned around and continued to walk forward. Luai hurriedly followed him. "By the way, you are not going to take action alone, are you?" Wang Ziyu answered without turning his head. "Exactly." "Calm down." Luai pondered. "Be careful, it's a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain." It was the time of the Saint of Law festival, and the end of the year. The movements of the people from all sides were chaotic. If the other party wanted to fish in troubled waters, it was possible. Wang Ziyu smiled slightly. Even if there are no tigers in the mountains, don't we still have lions and leopards? Les paused, shook her hair, and said in high spirits, "For this sentence, I will help you block it for a while." It's easy to say this, but it's actually very difficult. As the Magic Saint Festival approaches, in addition to the Palace of Falaire, there are also magic guilds and magic associations. It's really hard to resist. At night, there are all kinds of spies, undercovers, and assassins. There is almost no peace all night, which is even more troublesome. Prince, you nodded, and at this moment, an object shot out from behind the dense evergreen trees in the garden, breaking through the air, with a loud sound, which was actually intentional. Lizzie reflexively protected Wang Ziyu, and when the thing stuck on the tree trunk, she immediately used magic waves to jump up and check in the sky. Seeing that the snow was clean and there was no trace, she smacked her lips and jumped down again. "You escaped really fast. Next time I catch you, I break your dog legs." Wang Ziyu had taken the thing on the tree trunk and attacked. It was an arrow with black feathers. Seeing this, Lizzie quickly put on gloves, reached out to grab the arrow, and untied the paper tied to the short arrow that was thinner than usual. Wang Ziyu was not satisfied with her actions, so he snatched the book back and finished browsing it. His eyes were sharp. Les guessed something in his heart. "Your brothers?" Wang Ziyu shook his head. "No, it's Dyke School of Magic." Dyke School of Magic is the second-ranked magic school in the magic world, second only to Kara. If the other party did this to win the championship of the inter-school competition next year, it would not be surprising. But, would Dyke really spend so much energy to deal with a girl? Lizzie pondered for a moment. No. It can't be that simple. Let me think, who is the interest group behind Dyke? Wang Ziyu immediately thought of the recent change of ownership. The owner of Dyke Magic School was originally a noble of Xiling. Recently, he could not resist the coercion and inducement of Lonely Magic Association, and had to hand over Dyke Magic School. This happened at the dinner party. At that time, his heart was on Liz Han, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thinks about it, he feels that every thread has a direction. Last month, the Lonely Magic Association passed the presidency to AIC by a majority vote. AIC is his sister-in-law, the princess of Prince Shuowen. Thinking of this, the corners of Prince Yu's lips curled up in an arc that was difficult to measure with nanometers. "Shuowen," a hint of coldness appeared on his face, and he said to Les, "Don't worry. If it was really Shuowen who did it, and sent the letter to him, it was not to hide it from him on purpose, but to tacitly compete with him in the name of the school." Originally, Wang Ziyu didn't want to cause trouble at the end of the year, and he didn't plan to confront Shuowen for the time being, but facing Li Zhan's kidnapping, he had to take action. From this point of view, confronting Shuowen, who was well prepared, would hardly end well. Although Shuowen was usually proud and arbitrary, he was older than the other brothers, and was the first to establish his own power. Therefore, his position was particularly solid and his power was also there. If they confronted each other head-on, he would definitely die. He understood these principles very rationally, but he was not cowardly. As a man, oh no, as a boy, he absolutely would not allow himself to fail to protect the girl he likes. He crumpled the paper into a ball and walked towards the main hall of the castle. "I go and save them there." "Billy, Les, you too, watch this place carefully. If there are flies or mosquitoes coming in, kill one if you see one, and kill a pair if you see two." "Are you really going alone?" Les asked again. There was no worry in her tone, but everyone who knew her knew that she would only repeat the same sentence when she was worried. Wang Ziyu turned around suddenly, holding a fish-shaped dagger in his hand at some point, and the shiny tip was against Lizzie's throat. The speed was so fast that Lizzie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. Sure enough, he had improved again. She didn't move, staring at the tip of the dagger with interest. Wang Ziyu quietly retracted the dagger, and his movements were as smooth as when he drew the sword. "I can go alone, you don't have to follow me. Be careful that the monkey will dominate." "It seems so." Lizzie smiled. "After everything is over, I want to fight you seriously once." Wang Ziyu finally smiled. Shuowen's letter indicated that Li was invited to tea by the Dyke School of Magic. He happened to run into them, and felt that the flood had washed away the Dragon King Temple. It was really a misunderstanding, so he wanted to invite him out for a gathering and to strengthen their brotherly relationship. Wang Ziyu sneered at his letter. He didn't need to go to the Dyke School of Magic, nor did he need to consider where they hid Li Zhan and what their purpose was. For him, there was only one goal: to rescue Li Zhan. From this aspect, Wang Ziyu is a very direct person, and his way of doing things is almost one-size-fits-all. However, this method is unexpectedly effective. Wang Ziyu summoned his vehicle and flew towards the direction where Lizhan was. Lizhan's direction showed that it was in Xiandong. Shuowen's holiday villa is also in Xiandong. Xiandong is not a cave, but an area, 1,000 miles outside the imperial capital, where there is Xiandong Mountain and Xiandong Spring, with beautiful scenery all year round, suitable for recuperation. Wang Ziyu had studied the terrain of Xiandong long ago, and successfully came to Xiandong Mountain and stopped in front of the gate of the holiday villa. In the 12th lunar month, the holiday villa was covered in silver. In the white snow, the elegant high-rise building was exposed. In front of the building was a light yellow winter plum blossom, which was in full bloom and could be smelled from afar. Shuowen was a rough man, rough in appearance, rough in character, and irritable, but he liked to be pretentious and even built the holiday villa like a woman's boudoir. There was a playboy nearby who thought that the holiday villa was a golden house for hiding his mistresses, and wanted to go in to see clearly, but he couldn't get in. There were also thieves nearby who thought that there were rare treasures hidden inside, and tried to sneak in to steal, but they all failed, and they were found dead outside the gate of the holiday villa the next day. Its strangeness aroused Yin Fo's vigilance. He came to investigate, but could not get in, because the door was not locked, but it could not be opened. There must be a master inside who set up a barrier, Yin Fo's conclusion at that time, and he believed that the man's ability to set up a barrier was no less than Abu. At this moment, the gate of the holiday villa was open. Standing at the door, you can see the super tall hexagonal 13-story building standing in the center of the holiday villa, called Xianong Building. There is only that building in the entire holiday villa. The building is very old, at least hundreds of years old, very mysterious, and no one has ever been able to enter. However, today's Xianong Building is different from usual. Its long closed door slightly opened a crack, as if waiting for his arrival. He closed his eyes slightly, and immediately felt Li Zhan's magic wave. It was not because he was powerful, nor was it because Li Zhan's magic wave was very strong, but because his magic book contained Li Zhan's blood. No matter where Li Zhan went, his magic book could sense it, so Zhuowen lied to him that Li Zhan was in the Dike Magic School, but he didn't care at all. He just sent an ice magician to freeze all those who ambushed him in the Dike Magic School into ice cubes. Back to the present, if the instructions in the magic book are correct, the person in Li Zhan is inside. Wang Ziyu pursed his lips, calmly pushed open the half-closed door, and stepped in. It was pitch black inside, silent. Wang Ziyu didn't know why his heart couldn't be restrained from beating wildly, and veins on his hands popped out. For him, who couldn't sleep without turning on the light, being alone in the dark was an unbearable horror, and he would be forced to recall many unpleasant and unbearable memories. Wang Ziyu couldn't help but pause. He took a deep breath, snapped his right fingers, and used one of the Kara magic defenses, Light Ball. However, after he snapped his fingers, the light did not appear. Did the magic fail? Wang Ziyu calmed down and used Red Flame, which is also a fire element magic, but it failed again. Wang Ziyu's expression changed. Darkness equals fear. Wang Ziyu used the magic wave, and tried his best to suppress the urge to turn around and run away. He asked himself in his mind, what is the purpose of coming here? For what? Glass lamp. Glass lamp is somewhere in this building. She was waiting for him. He had to go over there. Wang Ziyu raised his hand, and drew out his long sword. He rarely used the long sword. Even if he did, it was only used to kill corrosive monsters, and prevent the opponent's juice from splashing on him. But today, he drew his sword immediately. The sword is a sharp weapon that can protect oneself. In the magic world, there are also sword-shaped magic wands, because it is the sharpest, and it gives people the most direct and profound threat. The sword can protect oneself. Swords are also a must for knights, used to protect the people they want to protect. The sword is cold and hard, which can give him a sense of security. He walked step by step in the dark, without looking sideways. Even his sword was coated with matte elements, so that it would not reflect light in the dark night. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of light from the corner of his eye, and he drew his sword reflexively, only to hear the sound of metal collision, and sparks burst in the dark. The opponent seemed to have never expected that his sword would be blocked. The inner turmoil was transmitted through the sword, and was immediately noticed by Wang Ziyu, who took the opportunity to swing a sword. This is simply a melee. Wang Ziyu spent most of his time learning magic, but his melee was actually learned by Shi Zilong. As a fierce general, Shi Zilong warned him that when using a sword, he must hit the enemy's vital point with one blow, killing the opponent on the spot, otherwise he would die. Chapter 144. Wang Ziyu has always kept this in mind. The first one fell in the invisible darkness. One could feel the wavering emotions spreading in the darkness. Wang Ziyu strengthened his confidence and quickly confirmed the enemy's movements. 1, 2, 4 at close range, and a few more on high ground. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the second floor. Wang Ziyu took the initiative to attack and chose the closest enemy. The enemy did not expect him to be so fast. When he saw the black sword, he was shocked and barely blocked the sword, but died in the next sword. Didn't he say he was afraid of the dark? How could this happen? A faint voice came to his ears, suppressing fear and anger. Once heard, the army was in chaos. Wang Ziyu didn't even look, and swung his sword again. He didn't need to look, just by listening to the sound, he could accurately grasp the position of the opponent's head. Another person fell. Someone in the dark gasped. Maybe it was because he killed so cleanly, or maybe it was because he found that his close combat ability was much stronger than he thought. Wang Ziyu immediately threw the fish-shaped dagger in the direction of the sound, and heard a sound of puff piercing the flesh, and a shrill scream echoed in the empty darkness. The central lobby directly reaches the dome. According to the echo and dispersion of the sound, he made several precise calculations in his mind and immediately had a 50% grasp of the building. As expected, the internal structure should have corners and be hollow. At this time, he faced the full-scale attack of all enemies. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong target this time. Wang Ziyu killed several people in the blink of an eye, leaving only the last one. Wang Ziyu raised the tip of his sword, pointed it precisely at the neck of the last enemy, and said coldly, "Where is your master?" The chilling cold tone made even the assassin, who had seen countless bloody scenes, feel terrified. "Speak." Wang Ziyu turned the hilt of the sword with an expressionless face, and gouged a piece of flesh from the enemy's shoulder. The enemy was in unbearable pain, and stabbed at the tip of the sword. Wang Ziyu drew out his sword, and a drop of blood slid from the tip of the sword. At this moment, someone laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, my dear brother's swordsmanship is getting better and better. It only takes 3 minutes to kill 8 people. The laughter was loud and full of superiority, a bit deafening. Wang Ziyu didn't need to look to know that his elder brother, Shuowen Feral, had appeared. Whether it was Shuowen or Zhuani, they liked to call him my dear brother because they knew that he hated this name the most. He hated that he had a blood relationship with them. At the same time, lights lit up everywhere. Hundreds of lights focused on Wang Ziyu at the same time, and the darkness was swept away. The whole lobby was like daylight. This yellow-red light even gave people a feeling of being in a blazing fire, inspiring people to rush forward and fight at any time. The light irritated Wang Ziyu's eyes a little, but he refused to close his eyes. Instead, he calmly and indifferently turned to the direction where the laughter came from. However, the moment he turned his head, he saw the corpses lying at his feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each corpse was killed with one move, and his moves were clean and neat. There was almost no blood flowing from the only wound, which was enough to show how fast he moved and how thin the tip of the sword was. However, Wang Ziyu stared at the corpses, his face turned pale, and his whole body was shaky, as if he had suffered great damage. All the corpses had only one face. It was the face of an old man, with deep wrinkles on his face that were the marks left by the years, and a few gray beards that were almost all gone because he often plucked them. There were a few broken teeth in his mouth, and his cheeks were sunken. Wang Ziyu was very familiar with this face, because he had plucked the beard on his chin. This face was his only comfort in his childhood, but also his greatest pain. It was the face of the old man in the library. Wang Ziyu felt that his body and mind were trembling. Although he knew that this couldn't be true, and that this was just a prop for Zhuowen to conduct psychological warfare, he still couldn't help but roar like a wounded beast. His voice was full of sorrow. Zhuowen actually treated him like this? Zhuowen dared to be so arrogant. Zhuowen. This face once again reminded him of the bad things in the past. He couldn't even protect the only person who loved him. It was a vast octagonal palace. Looking at Wang Ziyu standing there roaring, the man sitting on the huge throne in the front of the palace showed a satisfied smile. It was true. We couldn't use a head-on confrontation with Wang Ziyu, but a psychological tactic. In the entire Fuller royal family, only he knew best where Wang Ziyu's weakness was. At this moment, Wang Ziyu's eyes fell on Zhuowen. He slowly inserted the tip of the sword into the ground. As he moved, the wind and clouds surged, the sun and the moon lost their light, and in an instant, lightning and thunder struck, all directed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's smile suddenly froze. Wang Ziyu's magic was not trapped at all. His magic ability was so strong that it could cover the sky and the earth. The two sides tore their faces apart, and no longer had to pretend. The scene suddenly became clear, but also full of murderous aura, like a battlefield. When the lightning struck him, he hid behind the throne in a panic, dodging left and right in the overwhelming silver light, and said uncontrollably, "Do you still want her life?" It was a mirror-like silver light, which was Wang Ziyu's magic classic. In the flash of the flint light, two dull landing sounds were heard unexpectedly, and a low voice came from the left corner. "Put down your weapons, or I will kill Lizhan Bossman." The other party's voice was very harsh, coming from the left corner of the first floor, and there was more than one person. Wang Ziyu's nerves were immediately tense. He almost destroyed the entire palace just now. If the palace was destroyed, Lizhan would have no hope of survival. He slowly withdrew his hand. Under the strong light, he could not see where Lizhan was hiding. Is it really her? Yes, but unfortunately she can't speak now, so you can't hear her voice. So would you please put down your weapon now? A man took a few steps forward, holding a person hostage in the semi-darkness. No, no. In the opposite corner of the second floor, Lizhan was held hostage by two people and stood in the shadow of a pillar. Because a piece of cloth was stuffed in her mouth, she couldn't speak and could only scream in her heart, "Don't listen to them, idiot." And within her sight, someone on the second floor opposite was pointing a magic bow at Wang Ziyu's back. Shuwen also got rid of his fear and gestured to the ambushers to prepare for action. The more Lizhan watched, the more frightened she became. Her struggling face turned livid. Those who died just now were just testing the waters. Those who were ready to attack now were the strong ones. She knew it without even looking. Their magic waves could be hidden without a trace. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. "Shuiyu, put down your weapons," Shuwen shouted. Wang Ziyu gritted his teeth and threw the sword to the ground with a clang. With this sound, Lizhan's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She shouted in her heart, "Wang Ziyu, you idiot, that's not me at all. Ah, I really want to smash this piece of cloth in my mouth on his head." "Ouch, dear brother." Shuwen laughed. His tone became more and more cheerful. He stretched out his hand, and the two enemies quickly approached Wang Ziyu and entered the attack range. Lizhan desperately pulled her hands that were caught, and even wanted to use magic waves to control the feather pen to attack the two people holding her hostage. These two people stretched out their hands very well, and she suspected that she would be subdued by them as soon as her magic waves were revealed. What to do? Lizhan looked at Wang Ziyu, who was walking forward with his back to her and empty-handed. She gritted her teeth and rushed out, controlling the butterfly with a very fast and light magic wave, shooting it towards the back of Wang Ziyu's head. No one could have expected that Lizhan would suddenly attack Wang Ziyu. Of course, Lizhan's original intention was not to attack Wang Ziyu, but to make him alert. At the same time, all the enemies were also alert. The enemy who caught Lizhan immediately grabbed Lizhan's neck. The butterfly controlled by Lizhan suddenly broke, and the butterfly lost its support and fell straight to the ground, making a hiss. There was a slight sound. Everyone's eyes were focused on Butterfly. Lizhan made a quick decision and stabbed the feather pen into the hand of the person who was pinching her. At the same time, she spit out the cloth ball in her mouth and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Wang Ziyu, that's not me, idiot." Wang Ziyu didn't look back, but smiled slightly. "I know." The next moment, Wang Ziyu's finger moved forward, and silver-white light shot out from his fingertips, piercing into the enemy's body one by one at the speed of light. The enemy didn't understand what was going on, and fell to the ground, spitting blood. An enemy fell in front of him, looking at him with lifeless eyes. "Didn't you put down your weapon?" "Ah, this one." Wang Ziyu shrugged. "Even if that is my magic wand, I am not your black spirit master. Without the black spirit, nothing can be done." The enemy opened his eyes, and died with his eyes open. Shuwen came back to his senses from the shock. His angry eyes slowly calmed down, and finally looked at him with some admiration. "Your qualifications can make you an excellent killer, if you are not my brother." "Shut up. I've never had a brother like you." Wang Ziyu walked forward, picked up the sword on the ground, and stabbed it to the second floor. On the second floor, Lizhan was fighting against the two people who held her hostage. Because it was a close combat, Lizhan's magic could not be used. If it was a free fight, she couldn't win, so she had to rely on the free fight skills taught by Maggie, occasionally attacking and dodging the rest of the time. The enemy didn't notice Wang Ziyu's movements and accidentally got stabbed from the back to the chest and was killed by a sword. Lizhan kicked another enemy away, turned her back to him, and didn't know how he was doing, and shouted, "Wang Ziyu, you won't die, right? Squeak if you're alive." Squeak. Chapter 145. At this time, the two were still hugging each other. Lizhan sat in his arms, leaning against his warm chest. That? Lizan moved her body, blushing and leaving his arms, lowering her head, not knowing what to say. After a while, she finally stammered, I'm hungry. The prince's eyes became deeper and deeper, and he complained dangerously, I'm hungry too. Lizan didn't understand what he meant. Since they were all hungry, she immediately said, then let's go find something to eat. As she said that, she jumped off the throne in a hurry without waiting for Wang Ziyu's reaction. She didn't notice that the fiery red fox fur cloak was wrapped around her feet, and she fell headfirst. There was only 3 feet of space in front of the throne, and the stairs were ahead. Lizan watched herself coming into close contact with the stairs, and grabbed Wang Ziyu's hand in fear. Wang Ziyu pulled her back with his backhand, put her in his arms, stretched out his hand to pinch her face, and rubbed it hard, until she was grinning and looked miserable, and then he felt a little better. Aren't you hungry? Still have so much strength. Lizan flattened her mouth and covered her face, and said, you are so bad. Wang Ziyu smiled slightly, picked up the fox fur cloak, and put it on her. Let's go. Let's see if we can find a way out. Although he still wanted to continue to hold her in his arms, kiss her, and develop further with her, he had strong self-control, and was not too greedy for beauty. He quickly suppressed his charming thoughts. Lizan looked at the fox fur cloak in astonishment, and wrapped it around herself. The body temperature of both of them was still on it, warm, and close to her body. She poked her little face out of the cloak, and looked at the road ahead, like a caterpillar. Wang Ziyu stood beside her. Although other places were still dark, she believed that the two of them would definitely find light. However, this was just her beautiful idea. The door could not be opened. Wang Ziyu was straightforward and chopped down with his sword. The door did not move at all, and his sword seemed to have hit a thin film, which was neither soft nor hard, but could not be cut. Is it a barrier? Wang Ziyu frowned slightly, put away his sword, and walked along the wall. Under the illumination of the light ball, you can see the snow-white wall, which is very finely carved with complex carvings. The carvings echo each other, just like the feeling in the desert. The two walked along the wall and the murals, but they didn't find a window. On the contrary, the murals that rose and fell endlessly, although they couldn't tell what they were from, the more they looked at them, the more mysterious they felt, and the more they looked at them, the more fascinated they became. Lizan reached out and touched the murals. This was definitely a work of thousands of years, but the entire wall was made of plaster that was extremely easy to damage. It would break if touched, but until now, it still remained as if it was newly carved. What a weird place. Lizan carefully recalled that hazy memory, and he didn't even know how he got in. Wang Ziyu didn't think as much as she did. He tried to attack the wall with magic, but was blocked. He guessed that it was the work of a master. He couldn't break through it by force, so he pulled Lizan up to the 2nd floor. Since Shuwen and his group could get in, they could definitely get out. On the 2nd floor, the two found the light switch. The switch was behind a huge pillar. Probably because it was made temporarily, the technique was very crude, and all the lights had the same switch, so they could only be turned on and off at the same time. Although Wang Ziyu hated darkness, he also hated poor lighting technicians, so he finally gave up turning on the lights. Lizan didn't want him to waste too many magic waves, so she used magic to condense a few light balls. Because the atmosphere was a bit dull, she deliberately made the light balls look like blooming flowers, and said proudly, "Look, how beautiful." Wang Ziyu said perfunctorily, Yes. He turned his head to look at her, and put his hand on her shoulder. Lizan pouted, and for the sake of the two people sharing of hardships, she would not bother with him for the time being. The two walked from the 2nd floor to the 12th floor, but did not see any exit or furniture. Each floor was empty, and the higher it went, the smaller it became. When you walked to the railing, you could see the throne in the center of the hall on the 1st floor. The 13th floor was the top floor, and it was actually closed. With no escape route and no exit, Wang Ziyu walked to the railing, leaned over and looked at the hall on the 1st floor thoughtfully. There was only one door, which was where he came in. In this case, the only way out was also there. Lizan walked to his side, lying on the railing with weak legs, supporting her face with her hands, looking at him pitifully, without saying a word. She was really hungry. She had never been so hungry since she came to this world. During Maggie's training, she often didn't eat for a day, nor did she drink nutritional supplements, but she was not very hungry. Magicians can tolerate hunger better than ordinary people, and not eating for a day will not be a big problem. She was so hungry. Has it been 2 days or 3 days? Wang Ziyu saw that she was very tired, walked over, hugged her in his arms, and patted her on the back. It has nothing to do with lust, but just wanting to give her warmth and faith. Lizan rubbed Wang Ziyu's chest with her soft and tender cheek. I'm really hungry. What should I do? Wang Ziyu felt that his heart was filled with happiness. Was it the taste of happiness? Someone could act coquettishly to him. Someone needed him. And he was also happy to be relied on by her. This feeling strengthened his faith. For many years of loneliness, he was like a lonely ghost, unable to find his own sense of belonging. But at this moment, he understood. He needs her, and he also hopes that she needs him. And now, she also needs him. This is the most basic condition for mutual dependence and care. However, the question is, what can he find for her to eat at this time, unless he roasts his own meat? Hold on a little longer. Wang Ziyu hugged her head and said softly, we will get out. Lizan rubbed his chest tiredly, and suddenly thought of something, and raised his head in surprise. Prince, don't you have a very powerful magic book? Can't you make anything out of it? Can you make a piece of meat out of it? Or a bottle of nutrition will do. When she called the prince, it felt like she was calling the little lion at home. Wang Ziyu laughed dumbly and rubbed his forehead helplessly. I only know magic, not magic tricks. Then how did you make other things out of it? Li Zhan said unwillingly. As long as we know the root cause, we will know how to make something to eat. How great! Wang Ziyu saw that her pale face became very lively, and he really didn't have the heart to hit her, but after thinking about it, he still took out the magic book from his pocket. When it was taken out, it was still the size of a pocket Chinese dictionary. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a big stone like the Tsihai. The pages were ancient and clean, with only Wang Ziyu's autograph on them. Lizan had long been curious about what was in the magic book. She took it, put it on the railing, and turned the pages. The content of the page surprised her. There was almost everything in it. All the basic skills of Kara Magic School, the 99 moves of magic defense and magic binding, were in it. In addition, there were some other skills that looked scary. The page had the name of the skill written on it, with the chant and usage method. In addition to the skills, there were also various weapons, swords, fish-shaped daggers, magic wands, etc., as well as daily necessities, such as fox fur cloaks, magic cars, magic lamps. What made her most uneasy and puzzled was that she actually found her own photo on it. She touched the page with her hand, and the photo was not printed on it, but seemed to have popped out of the page. What's going on? Lizan stared at him in disbelief. He actually collected her photos, and she didn't know. Could he also make her appear from the magic book in the future? That's too scary. Oh, this. Wang Ziyu's ears turned red. When someone discovered the photos hidden in the book, it was like someone discovered his feelings. Even his face began to turn slightly red. He had fair skin and couldn't hide his face. He coughed dryly and said, I dropped your blood on it before, and the picture appeared. Wang Ziyu touched his nose innocently. It records your blood in magic waves. So no matter where you go, it can find you. Just like this time. Lizan looked at him half doubtfully. Although she still said she didn't believe it, she believed it in her heart. To find this place alone, you need not only courage, but also wisdom and strength. No matter what purpose he had in collecting her blood, she didn't care about it since she could save her today. But why did he use the magic book to collect her blood? Lizan thought to himself and asked it out. This is a secret. Wang Ziyu touched her head. Children should not know too much. Hateful. Li Zhan stamped her feet, glanced at him, and continued to flip through the magic book. The last page of the magic book is a calendar. The date displayed on it is December 29th. It's already the 29th. Tomorrow is the last day of the Magic Saint Festival. The day she and Akalu went shopping was the 26th. It turned out that 3 days had passed. Thinking of this, Li Zhan suddenly found a problem. Where did Akalu go? She turned around suddenly and asked, Did you see Claire when you came here? As if he had thought of something, His Royal Highness's voice became cold. Did you come out with Claire? Yes. That day Claire came to me to go shopping. I hadn't been there for a long time, so I went with him. I ate a lot that day, otherwise I wouldn't have made it to today. Classmate Lizan immediately started to talk about it in detail. Oh, really, Claire? The sound waves of His Royal Highness instantly flattened the peaks and troughs of the waves. Lizan slowly realized that something seemed to be wrong, but he didn't know what it was. He scratched his head and said, Later we were attacked. It seemed that it was some black spirit master. When I woke up, I found it here, and then you came. But Claire seemed to be gone. Chapter 146. Wang Ziyu held her tightly in his arms, and threatened her coldly from a condescending angle. If you mention him again, I will throw you down from here. Wang Ziyu started to be moody again. This is the 13th floor. The floors here are much higher than those in the Celestial Empire. Each floor is 4 or 5 meters high, especially the first floor, which is 10 meters high. The 13th floor is 70 or 80 meters high. If you fall down, even your bones will be rubble. Lizan grabbed his clothes tightly and dared not speak again. At the same time, Senior Akalu, whose name was mentioned, suddenly sneezed and woke up from the snow. He looked around blankly, and in the vast silver-white world, he had no idea where he was. The communicator fell out of his clothes and beeped beside him, one after another. He reached out to pick up the communicator, but found that his limbs were so cold that they were stiff and buried in the snow, and he couldn't pull it out at all. He exhaled hard, and even the air was cold. His heart was about to freeze. If he didn't take any measures, he would probably freeze to death in the snow. After the communicator rang a few times, a feminine male voice said, "My dear, I know you don't want to go home for the magic saint, but there is no need to disappear. If you don't reply, your mother will conduct a carpet search." The person who spoke was the leader of the knights, Papasinabi, his uncle, and was forcing him to communicate. Forced communication is a function that every communicator in the Magic Guild has. However, the only one who could force him to communicate was Pap. Clairol used to hate this function, but now he was somewhat grateful for it. He moved his body and said hoarsely to the communicator, "Uncle, I don't know how to go back." His throat was frostbitten, and his speech was as unpleasant as a duck, and he couldn't speak loudly, but Pap still heard it with his sharp ears. He forced communication countless times, and finally heard Clairol's voice. He almost cried with joy, "Where are you? Speak quickly." Pap spoke like a child. Akalu imagined him dancing, and couldn't help but smile slightly, but her face covered with snow couldn't even do this. "I don't know where I am. I was attacked." "What? Which little bastard bullied my little darling? This is too much." Pap's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. "I will search for your coordinates immediately. Don't leave. Also, keep the communication going." Akalu smiled bitterly. It was difficult for him to even move, let alone walk. The snow was still falling, and a thick layer of snow covered his body. The snow water penetrated the innermost layer of his clothes, freezing him completely, and even his eyebrows and eyes could not be seen. He only felt that his face was numb from the cold, and he had no feeling. He had to take action immediately. Akalu closed his eyes, and used magic waves to flow through his body to promote blood circulation and keep the heart supplied with blood. As the magic waves flowed, he realized another very important problem. He was so hungry to the point of weakness in his limbs, numbness in his limbs. In this kind of weather, hunger is another great enemy. However, he could think of some ways to deal with the cold, but he had no way to deal with hunger. When the magic wave melted the snow, he sat up with difficulty, thought for a while, and awakened another consciousness in his body. Lu, wake up. What happened?" "Yes, he is Akalu." It was Akalu who was using the body before. After Akalu's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, his consciousness slowly overtook Akalu's consciousness and woke up. He was very thankful for this. If he didn't have 2 souls, he would probably have never woken up. Akalu didn't respond. Akaru had no choice but to close his eyes again and use magic waves to drive away the cold. Thinking that everyone at home was waiting for him to go back for the Mage Festival, Akaru was a little anxious. Akalu was a bastard, but he was a typical good son. If he made his mother sad, he would never forgive himself. Time passed by minute. Snow covered him layer by layer, turning him into a snowman. But his body temperature gradually recovered. The snow in his clothes melted by his body temperature, and the snow dripped down. Akalu in his body also woke up after his body temperature rose. "Lu, are you cold?" he asked in his mind. Akalu finally breathed a sigh of relief and also replied in his mind, "What's wrong with you? Why were you thrown here?" Akalu was silent for a while and replied, "I'm sorry, I take care of this matter." After saying that, he suppressed Akaru's consciousness and occupied his body. Akaru was not usually strong, and he came out much less than Akaru, but this time, he felt that Akaru should not suffer. In his eyes, Akaru was like a younger brother. For him, Akaru should be in a beautiful house, hugging a pet to keep warm in front of a blazing fireplace, or dancing gracefully with a lady at a noble dinner, instead of sitting in the snow and enduring the cold. He used magic more domineeringly than Akaru, and his body temperature rose faster. Water kept flowing out, and once it flowed into the ice and snow, it immediately condensed into ice and snow. Akalu's lips turned blue, and his face turned pale from the cold, and he just hoped that Pap could find him as soon as possible. At this moment, the communicator started forced communication again. "Little darling, can you use magic waves? The snow is too heavy, and the magic dog can't distinguish your breath. Pap's voice came from the communicator, mixed with the sound of the whistling wind, as if in the wild. Even the magic dog was brought out. The magic dog is a magic beast raised by Pap himself, and is particularly good at tracking magic waves, followed by blood and breath. Pap treated the demon dog very dearly. Normally, he would not even touch it, but now he brought it out to find him. Ekala sighed, thinking that he would definitely blackmail her when she returned. However, Pap's decision was right. In this endless snow, although there was a coordinate locator, it was difficult to find a specific small target. Especially now that the visual distance was less than 10 meters, it was far less useful than the demon dog's sense of smell and hearing. "Little darling, please reply to me," Pap's voice shouted again and again in the communicator. Using it, Ekala gritted his teeth and blurted out a sentence, spreading the magic waves all over his body. The more the magic waves spread in the air, the easier it would be for the demon dog to feel it. However, this method was very dangerous. If he dispersed all the magic waves and Pap still couldn't find him, he would have been dead. Pap didn't say anything else in the communicator. Ekala began to get anxious. It wasn't that he was afraid that Pap wouldn't be able to find him, but he was worried that Pap would get into trouble if he came out in this weather. Although Papu is the leader of the Knights, he has had poor health since childhood and has been taking medicine for most of the year. He is the #1 protected person in the family. Whenever the Knights have any missions, the deputy leader almost always takes action, and he is in charge. After Icarus joined the Knights, Icarus simply took over for him. Because of this, although he doesn't like the Knights, he doesn't stop Icarus from entering. "Papa, where are you?" Icarus became more and more anxious as he thought about it, and he wanted to stand up and find him immediately. "Papa?" "Dear," smiled back. Pap's voice suddenly came out, and Ikaro turned his head with his frozen neck twisted, and the demon dog in a furry red coat rushed over from a distance, and plopped him down on the snow. He sat in the same position for a long time, and became stiff. He fell down, still holding the cross-legged position, which made Pap, who followed behind him, almost laugh. Pap was still in his classic outfit, a night suit embroidered with delicate lace, and the outermost layer was a fire phoenix cloak. From the hem to the collar gradually lightened, and the dark pattern stretched from the hem to the top, like a jumping tongue of fire. His skin was abnormally pale and lifeless, and his thin lips were sickly red, as if covered with blood. After a long journey, his face was exhausted. He walked in front of Claire, patted the snow on his head with his fiery red gloves, and said in a coquettish tone, "Oh, this snowman is so beautiful." Claire looked at him, and almost burst into tears. Pap smiled and sent another forced communication to the communicator. "IK is found. Kids, pack up." Ekala used to be particularly annoyed by his constant calling them children and good boys, but now he feels very close to them. So, when Pap hugged him warmly, he did not move away for the first time. "Papa, can you ask them to help me find someone?" Ekala begged. He was embarrassed to ask Pap to go out again, fearing that he would not be able to bear it, and would set his sights on the people he brought with him. Pap was startled. "Who?" "Lizanne." Ekala just thought that if he was in this place, Lizanne might be there too. But he had no ability to find her. Lizanne was a girl, and she might not be able to survive in this weather. Papu turned his head away. He was too lazy to bother with Wang Zi's people. "No. Uncle, I beg you," Ekala said anxiously. He would never beg for help even if he was beaten to death. Seeing that his eyes were red, Papu sighed and said, "It's useless. I just searched this mountain and only found you." Ekala fell to the ground in despair. Pap signaled the search team to take the people with them, and go down the mountain together. Ekala then realized that he was thrown on a mountain, and this mountain was 500 miles away from the imperial capital. What on earth was going on? Ekala was more and more puzzled. He drank the green milk brought by Pap while thinking. After his body gradually warmed up, he fell asleep tiredly. Back to the family, Pap did not alarm everyone. He quietly sent the people back to their residence, and threw them into the hot spring to drive away the cold. Ekala woke up again, and while still in the hot spring, he couldn't wait to ask the old lady with a stick for communication. "Hello, shopkeeper, I am Ekala who went shopping with Lizanne a few days ago. May I ask if she has returned?" The old lady, who was warming herself by the fire, froze, looked back at the little lion, who was waiting for Lizanne to return by the door, and sighed, "No." After the communication was cut off, the old lady stood up tremblingly, and walked to the crystal ball base on the left. She was about to pick up the heavy crystal ball, but as soon as her hand touched it, the crystal ball cracked with a snap. Chapter 147. Several cracks spanned the entire sphere, and it broke into several pieces in an instant. The old lady watched it shatter in her hands, with the fragments scattered all over the base, and murmured, "Dishyung, it turns out that even if you change places, you can't change this fate? How can this be solved?" Hearing that Liz Han hadn't returned yet, Akala didn't even feel like taking a bath. He just took a bath, and hurriedly ran out in a bathrobe. Seeing that he was so anxious, Pap didn't say anything, but just asked, "Which little bastard threw you into the wilderness to be used as an ice stick?" When he asked this question, his tone was not as playful as usual. Claire knew that he was angry, and did not intend to hide it from him. She said, "I don't know either. A group of Black Spirit Masters attacked us, and were there when we woke up." "Black Spirit Masters?" Pap caught the 3 words accurately, and complained with a puffy face, "Oh, it must be your girlfriend who caused the trouble. She has a lot of things to do." "It has nothing to do with her," Claire retorted. Pap shook his head, poked his forehead with his index finger, and sighed. "You, think about it carefully. The Black Spirit Masters are the dead men trained by Zhuowen. At present, they have no obvious hatred with the Magic Guild and our Asinobi family. And your girlfriend has a close relationship with His Highness Zhuoyu, so it is obvious that they arrested her for His Highness Zhuoyu." Akala actually knew this fact, but he just didn't want to admit it. He clenched his fists. "Even so, I will never allow myself to watch my friend get hurt and do nothing. I will go to save him myself." "Be good, don't get excited." Pap pushed him down and said in a gentle voice, "His Highness Zhuowen is a prince after all. As a member of the Knights, you cannot stand on the opposite side of the nobles. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not a member of the Knights." Akala was furious. Not only did he not want to help, but he also used these as an excuse. Pap's face turned pale, and he sighed and said nothing. Akala knew that he had gone too far. No matter what, the Knights were the pillars of the Asinobi family, and the pride of the Asinobi family. He shouldn't have said these things. But he was thin-skinned, and refused to bow his head to apologize. He blurted out, "I thought you would support me, but who knew you were just a puppet bound by the rules?" After saying that, he was about to slam the door and leave. "Stop." Pap turned around and looked at him. His voice was light, not domineering, nor majestic, but with a convincing power. "Everyone in the Asinobi family has this ability, and Pap is the strongest." Akala paused, and when he was about to leave regardless of everything, his body suddenly shook, and his consciousness was eroded by Akaro. Not good. Akaro rarely competes with him for consciousness. However, Akaro will never allow anyone to disrespect Pap. He turned back guiltily, and Papu stood there looking at him with a pale face. He looked so weak that he might fall down at any time. Akala was struggling in his heart. He knew that Papu was in poor health, and he shouldn't have offended him, but he couldn't stand that he couldn't do anything for Liz Han. At the same time, Akaro was also trying to take over the body. He had just returned and was very tired. He shook his mind, and was taken over by Akaro. "Luo, wait, give me a few more minutes, just a few minutes." Akala screamed in his heart, but Akala was angry that he treated Pap like this, and he suppressed his consciousness. Soon, his consciousness fell into darkness. "I'm sorry, uncle." Akala stepped forward and bowed. "Lu's behavior was too much. I apologize to you on his behalf." Pap smiled frivolously, and said in a teasing tone, "Little darling, you are too serious." Akala frowned slightly. He was always not used to Pap being too frivolous. He lowered his eyelids slightly, and said, "Thank you for saving me. You have a good rest. I will visit you later." Papu pouted in dissatisfaction. This child is really not cute at all. After thinking for a while, he picked up the glasses that Akalu had placed on the table and handed them to him. "Little darling, you forgot to take your glasses." Akala was stunned, took the glasses, and put them on involuntarily. The two consciousnesses switched again, and Akala lost the right to speak before he could say anything. The two of them rarely competed for consciousness with each other, and the opportunity for consciousness exchange was glasses. As long as he put on the glasses, Akala's consciousness would actively fall asleep, and Akala would use his body instead of him. Klairu understood that Pap was helping him, and couldn't help laughing. "Pap, thank you." Pap walked up to him, casually put his hand on his shoulder, and complained dissatisfiedly, "At least let him finish his words. The Knights cannot be enemies with the nobles, but the Asinobi family has no such family rules. Let's go pick Zhuowen." Klairu was surprised and happy. "Really?" Pap threw him a wink. "Do you think I'm joking? No matter who it is, they will pay the price for hurting our little darling." Akala hurriedly pulled him into the house. "Let's go, and make a battle plan." Pap blinked. "The message has been received, and the plan has been made, dear." We attacked the castle of His Highness Shuwen by attacking Wei to save Zhao. His Highness Shui will naturally have time to rescue your girlfriend. That's right. At present, there is news that Shuwen is not in the castle, and Shui Yu is also missing. If they send people to attack Shuwen's castle, Shuwen will definitely have to turn around to save himself, which is equivalent to relieving Prince Yu. Papu didn't want Ekalu to be too involved with Liz Han, so he made this plan. When the plan is completed, he can also take the opportunity to blackmail Wang Ziyu. Ekalu is very unhappy that Wang Ziyu is a hero, but now he has to collect information again to find Liz Han, which is even more difficult. Seeing that he was moved, Papu smiled and said, "Little darling, since we are going to take action, we can't let His Highness Yu snatch her away. You have to snatch your girlfriend back someday. If you don't, I won't be able to explain to the old lady." Pap is a military talent. He can command the secret soldiers of the Asinabi family to launch various effective attacks on Zhuwen's castle just by sitting at home. Ekalu, because he has not fully recovered, is forced by the old lady to stay by her side and cannot go out. When the attack on Zhuwen's castle began, Zhuwen was rushing back to the castle with his men. The matter in the fairy cave had been dealt with, and he began to command the attack on Zhuiyu's castle halfway. The fairy cave is a magical place. The fairy cave building can only be opened once a year, and it only lasts for 1 day. Prince Yu and Liz Han missed the time and had no chance to come out. There is only one outcome in there, starving to death. Speaking of which, Xianong Mountain and Xianong Tower are both property of the feral royal family, inherited by the clan. But that place is not very useful, and although Xianong Tower is mysterious, there is nothing inside. It is a useless place. He is the eldest son, older than other princes, and has known this place for a long time. In order to bury Wang Ziyu, he deliberately found out the opening time of Xianong Tower and led Wang Ziyu in. The Law Saint Festival is a joyous festival for the common people. But in the hands of the royal family, it is the best time to fight for power. Missing the Law Saint Festival once is equivalent to missing a year. This year, he will not miss it again. But at this time, the castle was attacked. Shuwen's smile has not yet reached the corner of his mouth, and he cursed again and rushed to the castle. And Liz Han and Wang Ziyu are still walking in the castle, looking for a way out. Liz Han looked around and said, "Prince, have you noticed that these murals are very strange? So many layers, so many murals, can be perfectly connected together to form a magic circuit without any flaws. Logically speaking, even if there is a door, the barrier will not open. But you were able to come in just now. Don't you think it's strange?" Prince Yu pondered. "You mean, the control is also here?" The two of them looked at the throne in the hall on the first floor at the same time. Except for this seat, they searched everywhere else. The two ran to the throne quickly. The throne was exactly the same as the throne in the Falaire Palace. Prince Yu stood quietly in front of the throne, as if he saw the emperors of the Falaire royal family sitting on the throne one by one, and then getting down. The shadow flashed by like a horse. Looking at the throne, Wang Ziyu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was surprised by this unreasonable reaction. He felt as if he had forgotten something unprecedented, and as if he had understood something. Thinking carefully, his mind was empty, nothing. He turned around, turned his back to the throne, and looked at the gate. In an instant, he seemed to understand why so many people wanted to be king. Because standing in this place, there was a feeling of being the king of the world. Under the stairs, it seemed that countless people who admired him were kneeling, and the world was controlled by him. But even so, he couldn't see a familiar figure or a sincere smile among the floating figures below. Where are his subordinates? Where did they go? Where is Donut? Where is Les? Where is Maggie? He panicked and wanted to go downstairs. Seeing Wang Ziyu's stunned expression, Liz Han quietly pulled his sleeve. "What's wrong with you?" When Wang Ziyu came to his senses, he found that the person he was looking for was standing beside him. He held her in his arms as if waking up from a dream, and murmured, "Donut, Donut, so you are here." Liz Han patted his back and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I accompany you." Wang Ziyu stood up and stared at her. Seeing that her cheek was a little dirty, he gently wiped it for her and said softly, "I don't want the world, I don't want it." Liz Han was stunned, and saw Wang Ziyu suddenly draw his sword and chop at the throne in the middle. The throne cracked and split into two. Liz Han stared blankly and said anxiously, "What are you going to do?" Wang Ziyu put away his sword, his eyes filled with a cold light. The king should not exist in the first place. Chapter 148. If you don't take it away, but let your brother have it, it might be more disadvantageous to you. However, the man is innocent, but the one who holds the treasure is guilty. I am a little worried. For some reason, She always felt that everything in the book was true. It is the beginning of prosperity, and the end of destruction. The prosperity of the feral royal family has passed, and the internal decline is very obvious. Now that they have come here, whether it is destined by heaven or accident, this magic wand will not last long in this place, and it will soon be known to others. So, either the two of them should move the magic wand to another place for storage, or let Wang Ziyu have it. Everything depends on Wang Ziyu's decision. Wang Ziyu has no intention of competing for the throne. She is sure of this. I absolutely don't want to have it. Wang Ziyu rubbed her head, put his head on top of hers, and said in a light but firm voice, I have not even seen it, but I have such a fear. If I see it every day, I am afraid I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Since it has been lost, let it be lost forever. Lizan couldn't help but admire his courage again. He was willing to destroy such a divine weapon, which was something that ordinary people could not do. Thinking of this, she reached out to hug his neck and rubbed her head against his neck. Okay. I support you. Wang Ziyu shook her hand, stood up, and stepped onto the white stone steps again. At the same time, he felt the air was filled with an unstable atmosphere, the air currents were rising, and the clouds were surging, as if the thunderclouds were about to pass over his head. This place is clearly underground, but it seems to be another space. Above his head is not a roof, but a vast sky. However, since the most terrifying original image is so close to him, everything else has become unworthy of care. Prince Yu walked up the steps, and the wind swept out of the open hall, ruffling his hair and clothes. He saw the dark clouds pressing down from above his head, which was so gloomy and terrifying. Prince Yu stared at the door of the hall thinking, whether it is Shuowen, Shuini, or himself, they all have the blood of the feral royal family, and can control this magic wand. If he didn't destroy him, they would definitely destroy the world if they caught him. For them, it didn't matter what the world was like, the only thing that mattered was that they could control the world. It didn't matter what the world was like to him. But he had to protect everything that belonged to him. He closed his eyes, and walked step by step into the depths of the hall, into the center of the sea of stars. The strong wind blew his hair back until he felt that he was standing in front of the original image of fear, the giant python. Wang Ziyu chanted, let me look directly at the things that I fear the most. Opening his eyes, the giant python was close at hand, with red eyes, like a roulette wheel, huge jaws, and a vicious and poisonous snake head. Wang Ziyu almost stumbled, so he opened his feet and stood firmly, thinking, it is the artifact of the Falaire royal family. I am a member of the Falaire royal family. In fact, what scares me the most, and makes me feel the most uncomfortable is actually myself. The giant python opened its huge jaws and attacked Wang Ziyu, with its crescent-shaped hooked teeth extending above his head, and its curled tongue wrapping around his feet. He did not escape, so he let the giant python swallow him in one bite. Lizhan stood in front of the palace gate, watching Wang Ziyu walk in, and suddenly lost his figure. He was shocked and ran in quickly, shouting, Prince? Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu curled up like a fetus, feeling like he was being swallowed by a python. After entering the python's belly, he kept falling down, falling endlessly. The snake's belly was dark and hot, burning his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. He clenched his teeth, tucked his head into his knees, and hugged his knees with his hands to minimize the damage to himself. After an unknown amount of time, he came to his senses and stood at the bottom with his feet first. The air inside was scarce, and he felt breathless. It swallowed him? Wang Ziyu frowned and drew his sword, but saw a faintly glowing magic wand inserted on the pedestal at his feet. The magic wand was 2 meters high, with a tongue at the end. The snake's mouth was closed, and its eyes were wide open, as if staring at the front. The wand was intricately carved, exactly the same as the carvings on the wall. Ah, here. Wang Ziyu put away his sword without hesitation, walked to the pedestal, grasped the magic wand, and pulled it up with force, but the magic wand did not move at all. He frowned, gathered all the magic waves in his body into his hands, and exerted force again. The magic wand still did not move. Just when he felt embarrassed, Lizhan suddenly screamed. He suddenly jumped up, and saw another person falling from above. In the dim light, he could barely make out the fiery red cloak on the person. Donut? He rushed forward without hesitation and reached out to catch her. Lizhan was panicking just now, but after being caught by him, she immediately realized that it was him. She was surprised and happy. She subconsciously hugged his thin waist, and refused to let go. She patted her chest and said, it was so scary just now, as if something rolled me up, and I couldn't even see it. Wang Ziyu guessed that it was probably done by the giant python, but she was not from the feral royal family, and could not see its existence. He did not expect Liz Han to come in, but he was still very happy to have her around. So he pulled the corner of his lips and said, "Get the magic wand, and we will go out." "Where is it?" Liz Han turned her head, and because the magic wand was shining slightly, she saw it at a glance. The magic wand was exactly the same as the picture she saw on the magic wand ranking list. The only difference was its eyes. The eyes in the picture were tightly closed, but the eyes of this one were red and bright, which made people feel creepy. She didn't like snakes very much. Every time she saw a snake, she would think of the scene when Maggie threw her into the snake den and tortured her. Thinking of that miserable history, Liz Han couldn't help but make a face at the snake eyes of the magic wand, jumped down from Wang Ziyu's arms, jumped onto the base, and stretched out his hand to pull. The magic wand was pulled out. The magic wand was pulled out. Wang Ziyu was stunned, and Liz Han was also stunned. The magic wand was surprisingly light. After it was pulled out, it was not as tall as when it was inserted into the base. It was only about 1 meter high. So easy? Liz Han threw the wand to Wang Ziyu in disbelief, as if she had encountered a monster. Wang Ziyu was afraid that she would break it, so he hurriedly took it. He didn't know whether it was funny or something else, but he didn't have time to pay more attention. The most important thing at this time was to get out. He was swallowed by the giant python, and Liz Han was also swallowed by the giant python. At this moment, they must still be in the giant python's stomach. If this staff is used to cut the python's belly, they will also die. He was a little hesitant about this magic staff, but felt that the power seemed worth a try. Now that he had the staff, the only way out was to break out of the cocoon. Wang Ziyu waved the top of the magic staff snake head towards the hot and dark places around him, and chanted a spell. The mouth of the magic staff snake suddenly opened and sprayed out a lightning laser. The laser exploded in the darkness, with a rumble, and at the same time the laser turned into a sky full of flames, burning fiercely, and soon devoured the python body wrapped around them completely. Wang Ziyu saw that the situation was not right, so he jumped out of the place where the light of the glass lamp came in, and ran away. At the same time, the thunder that pierced the eardrums rushed down with a violent lightning, enough to shake the earth. The thrilling sound shook the ground under their feet, and the raindrops as big as beans fell in the darkness. The two ran all the way to the place where they fell and rushed out of the cave. In the 13th floor of the fairy cave building, there was also a rumbling sound, and the murals around were damaged one after another, turning into plaster and falling like raindrops. Without thinking, the two rushed to the gate. The murals on the door were also damaged. Wang Ziyu kicked the door open and rushed out of the Xianong building with Liz Han. Outside the Xianong building, there were also lightning and thunder, wind, rain and snow. While running away, Wang Ziyu did not forget to look back at this once most mysterious place. The pillars of the temple continued to collapse, and the raging fire under the ground came out, burning it, and collapsed on the snowy land. After a while, the 100-meter-high Xianong building turned into a plaster ruin. The entire Xianong mountain was shaking, and Wang Ziyu had a fear of nature for the first time. He hurriedly summoned the pterosaur vehicle, and flew away quickly with Liz Han. Along the way, he looked back from time to time. Liz Han followed his gaze to the snowy sky. Raindrops hit her cheeks wildly and dripped from her hair. Then, she looked down at the red eyes of the python on the magic wand in Wang Ziyu's hand, and suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Regardless of whether the beginning of prosperity mentioned in the book is true or false, it came out again and destroyed a 1,000-year-old foundation and caused an earthquake. Does it mean that it is the Terminator? If so, Wang Ziyu took it in his hand. Wouldn't Wang Ziyu become the Terminator of the Falaire royal family? Li Zhan's body suddenly stiffened. If this was the case, Wang Ziyu would bear the eternal infamy. Even though Wang Ziyu hated the palace of Falaire, this responsibility was too heavy for him. She sat behind Wang Ziyu, hugged Wang Ziyu's waist tightly, and said in a resolute voice, "Wang Ziyu, this magic wand cannot be kept." Wang Ziyu nodded, and drove the pterosaur to fly towards the sea in the east. About half an hour later, the two came to the vast ocean. Wang Ziyu held the magic wand in both hands, closed his eyes, and said devoutly, "I don't know who your former master was, and I don't know where you will go in the future. But I hope that you can sleep forever at the bottom of the sea, and not bring any killing." Wang Ziyu said, raising the magic wand high and throwing it into the distance. The magic wand, emitting a slight light, drew a perfect parabola in the air and fell into the ocean, stirring up a splash of water. Wang Ziyu drove the pterosaur to turn around and fly towards the imperial capital. He turned around and hugged her wet body, as if seeking warmth, and leaned his head on her shoulder, saying softly, "I hope the sea can suppress it." Chapter 149. Speaking of magic, His magic is definitely not as strong as the one who carved the murals in Xianong Tower. Besides letting it sink into the sea, Wang Ziyu couldn't think of a better way. Liz Han nodded and snuggled into his arms. Send me back with a stick. She hadn't rested since she was kidnapped. She was exhausted and hungry. After this incident, she was exhausted. In addition, the heavy rain in Xianong Mountain soaked her like a drowned chicken. She almost fainted, but she was struggling to hold on, with a belief. Wang Ziyu wanted to take her back to the castle, but after hearing what she said, he was disappointed, but he still turned around and flew towards Lai Yizhang. It was afternoon when he returned to Lai Yizhang. The sky was clear, the snow had stopped, and the snow grass on the roadside was blooming one by one, which was friendly and unique. Since she heard the news about Akalu, the old lady who managed the shop had been sitting in front of the fireplace, motionless, until she heard the knock on the door. She became a little energetic and asked the little lion to open the door. The little lion had already smelled Li Zhan's scent, and raised its front paws anxiously, but failed to open the door several times. It was so anxious that it whined, but at this time the door opened, and two people standing in front of the door were dripping wet. The little lion saw Liz Han inside, and couldn't help but scream in surprise. Wang Ziyu's physical fitness was very good. After taking a hot bath, he felt refreshed. Liz Han was a woman after all, and her physical fitness was slightly inferior. After taking a bath, she had to wrap herself in a thick blanket and drink the hot medicine soup with tears and snot. She wanted to say that this medicine soup was really not tasty. But under the old lady's sharp eyes, she had to swallow it down in big gulps. The old lady looked at Liz Han, and then looked at the guest who had given her gifts countless times, but was coming for the first time, Wang Ziyu. He was indeed a beautiful boy, but why did he grow up in the feral royal family? The old lady sighed softly, and her voice was as deep as a broken thread. Did you touch the snake-headed staff? Wang Ziyu was startled. How do you know? The old lady shook her head. Look at your right hand. Wang Ziyu stretched out his right hand inexplicably, and on the palm of his right hand, he unexpectedly found a palm line that looked like a snake-headed staff, spanning the entire palm, as if cutting off all the palm lines. Even though he was usually well informed, he couldn't help but panic at this time. What's going on? The old lady seemed to be talking to herself and said, You are the demon lord. Wang Ziyu was startled, and asked as if to confirm her words, What did you just say? You are the demon lord, the invincible demon lord. The old lady said again. When Wang Ziyu heard this, he couldn't help but think of the magic wand he threw into the sea. How to explain? If he regarded the demon lord as a compliment, the old lady would never say the following words. But he was a very smart child and not proud. So the old lady said the following words. The reason why the demon lord is invincible is that he can burn his short life to create an immortal legend. The so-called demon lord, even if his magic is invincible in the world, is still destined to be a short-lived hero. If the other party was just an ordinary old lady, he might not take this sentence to heart. But the other party is the most powerful prophet in the magic world. What's more, he just saw the snake-headed staff from the fairy cave mountain. Therefore, her words were like a huge rock falling into his heart out of thin air. He jumped up almost reflexively and said word by word, Can fate still be changed? The shopkeeper said meaningfully, Everything that happens is inevitable, even if it seems to be accidental. Every little thing may lead to a butterfly effect, it depends on your luck. This sentence seems to be true. Wang Ziyu thought about it silently for a while, understood the connotation of what she said, and nodded slightly. The shopkeeper waved her hand and said, The small shop is not the place for you. I am tired. At this age, I have to deal with this stubborn Xiaoli. I don't have the energy to deal with you. Goodbye. Wang Ziyu felt a little frustrated. He turned his head to look at Liz Han, and saw that she was playing a very stupid game with the little lion. A warm feeling rose in his heart. He sighed and said to the old lady, Thank you. Happy Lost Saints Day. I hope I can still come tomorrow. Goodbye. After that, he quietly walked out of the door, jumped on the pterosaur, and flew to the castle. It was a smooth journey. Back to the castle, everyone was waiting for him to discuss the preparations for the Lost Saints Day. He finally dealt with everything and returned to the bedroom. Just as he was about to change his clothes, his face suddenly changed. On his desk, a glowing snake-headed staff lay quietly. The red eyes on the snake-headed staff were staring at him. After Wang Ziyu left, the shopkeeper sat back in front of the fireplace, holding a cup of bitter bamboo tea in her hand, and sighed, You are really a difficult child. I thought so when we first met, but I didn't expect you to make such a big fuss. You were really scared. But the incredible thing is that I really can't get angry with you, because you have a healthy temperament, and you still have a long way to go in life. Lizan was confused and reflected on the trouble she had caused. Was it because she went shopping with the Kalu, or because she accidentally destroyed the Xianong building? She said honestly, I am so sorry for being so willful and causing trouble. It was not my fault to destroy Xianong Mountain, but I would rather be punished. Well, as long as it is not too severe, you will forgive me, right? The shopkeeper sighed, his eyes showing his old age. It's not a question of forgiveness or not. I never thought that I would encounter the reappearance of the snake-headed staff in my lifetime. Perhaps it is because I have lived a long life. I dare not, and do not want to see this tragedy. The Falaire royal family may be exterminated in your generation. The magic world may encounter a catastrophe. What? Lizan shouted. Is everything in that book true? The old lady looked very tired and shook her head. The power that distorts fate is taking shape somewhere and is beginning to stir. It is extremely dangerous. If it is ignored, it will affect the entire magic world and may even cause large-scale destruction. I noticed this unstable existence a long time ago. The prophecy shows that this power is related to you, so I was very troubled and tried my best to find out the truth. Finally, the truth came out today. Sheely, it's all thanks to you. Lizan tilted his head and thought, did I do something? The shopkeeper looked at the girl with a dark look of accumulated overwork, and slowly uttered a few words. Shui you feral. Lizan panicked. Is it because he destroyed Xianong Mountain and took out the snake-headed staff? I was accidentally locked in there, and he had no choice but to save me, which led to this result. It is inevitable that the snake-headed staff will come out. Even if he doesn't go today, maybe someone else will take it out tomorrow. Once the staff is out, it will choose a master, and he happened to be a member of the feral royal family. Once you touch this staff, you can never throw it away. No matter what, the snowstorm is finally over, and there is still one day for the Saint of Law festival. Lizan silently suppressed the words of the shopkeeper's wife in her heart, smiled, and welcomed the last day. However, her proposal to go out for fun was rejected by her body. Because, the next day, she had a headache and cough, and the sequelae of being frozen, cold, and frightened in Xianong Mountain before all came out. The only thing she could do was to hide in the quilt to recuperate. The little lion hadn't seen her for a few days, and now he was hiding in her bed, sleeping with her. The little lion seemed to have a magical power. As long as she slept with it, she would not dream, and she would sleep very sweetly. After waking up, she was in a very good state of mind, and even mosquitoes would not bite her. Of course, all the mosquitoes were dead in this weather. The lively and happy laughter and cheers of the French Saint Festival came from the window. She lay on the bed dissatisfiedly, slapping the bed with her feet. She was so bored and lonely. Why did she have to be so pitiful and lonely on the last day of the French Saint Festival? Even the old lady said to her, Shaoli, I have something very important to do, and I have to leave here for half a month. You take good care of yourself this half month. After that, she rode away on the unicorn like flying, which made Li Zhan stunned. Because the shopkeeper old lady sitting on the unicorn was like a 20-year-old girl. Soon after the shopkeeper old lady left, Li Zhan felt even worse. It was a cold day, and the empty house could not withstand the cold wind. She huddled in bed alone, listening to the cheers and laughter outside, and was extremely depressed. She wanted to run outside and play with others. Why did she feel dizzy and weak? So depressed. At noon, Lizan ate something quickly and went back to sleep. In the afternoon, she felt better and warmed herself by the fire in front of the fireplace with a little lion in her arms. The shop was very quiet, without any sound. Lizan felt a little scared. It was so quiet that she could hear her own pulse beating. She wanted to talk to someone, but the little lion couldn't talk. In the end, she was the only one talking to herself. Sometimes, she really didn't understand how the old lady lived. In such a large place, there were only rows and rows of magic wands. Although most of the magic wands had magic waves, it seemed even more weird and gloomy. Various materials and metals, shining brightly, stood there one by one, silently. Some of them looked like people, and if you looked at them carelessly, you could still scare yourself. Lizan tried hard to ignore the magic wands, covered his head, and slept until the afternoon. Thinking of Akalu, he talked to him on the communicator for a while, and knew that he was fine, which relieved his worries. She wanted to chat with Akalu to kill time, but unfortunately, it was Akaro who answered the call. He was busy with the family banquet, and was obviously absent-minded. Lizan cut off the call tactfully, and lay down on the bed again, hugging the little lion and sighing. It's so pitiful to be alone. It's even more pitiful than spending the spring festival alone. The world is very lively, but I am very lonely. It seems that the liveliness belongs to others, and I am not even a spectator. Lizan buried her head in the quilt to prevent her tears from overflowing. Chapter 150. People are particularly vulnerable when they are sick, and she is particularly vulnerable now. I don't know who to contact. She played with the communicator in her hand, watching the names and portraits move across the screen, and finally stopped at Wang Ziyu's portrait. She wanted to send out the communication application several times, but then she thought that he was the owner of the castle, and must be very busy at the moment. She had caused him enough trouble in the past few days, and she couldn't cause him trouble again. After much hesitation, Lizan threw away the communicator and began to seriously think about drawing comics. What should she draw? Happy Los Saints Day? Lizan thought. Happy ass. She didn't even know how to celebrate Los Saints Day, and it was about to end, so she was determined not to draw. Then continue to draw the affair between Les and the housekeeper? I haven't seen them for a long time, and it's too abstract to think about the plot now. What else can I draw? Even otherworld cute beasts with a little lion as the protagonist. I was so annoyed that I didn't know how to continue. Back and forth, all rejected. Lizan scribbled on the paper resignedly. After scribbling for a while, she seemed to realize something. When she looked closely, it was a portrait of Wang Ziyu. Why did she think of him again? Lizan was angry. She crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it towards the fireplace. She would never allow herself to think of him again, making herself like a girl in love. It was disgusting. Seeing that the paper was about to be thrown into the fireplace, she felt reluctant and hurried to rescue it. She smoothed the portrait with heartache, staring at the handsome man on it with a smile for a long time, and when her hands and feet were frozen, she came to her senses, crumpled the paper into a ball again, and threw it into the waist-high vase. She decided to cheer up, so she took a good bath, washed away all her boredom, and started to dress up. She put on thick plush pants, red snow boots with fur inside, and then put on the pink and white rabbit ear hooded pocket scarf given by Wang Ziyu, and put on a warm fox fur cloak. She looked like a Lolita doll. She jumped out of the store, lit up the six-pointed star magic lamp hanging in front of the door, and put the spirit stone on the unicorn wood carving carved by the old lady of the shopkeeper, and lit it up. The warm yellow light immediately illuminated the entire store. She lit up the magic lamp hanging in the house, then squatted down and touched the little lion's head, and laughed. Even if we celebrate the Los Saints Day, we must be happy. Then, she closed the store door and walked towards the street. There is a custom of not turning off the lights at night on the Los Saints Day, and it happened to be a magic lamp, so it would not cause a fire or anything. Every door on the street was open, and the adults in the family put a table in front of the door, on which were placed many fruits such as holy fruit, pearl fruit, emerald peach, and various dried meats, to entertain every child passing by. Lizan deliberately dressed herself up to look young and younger than she actually was, just for this. This way, she could go door to door to send blessings and eat fruits among a group of children who were only in their teens without any pressure. Lizan peeled the shells and ate them, bending down from time to hand 2 fruits to the little lion. The warm breath came out of the little lion's mouth, like white smoke, and disappeared in the air in a moment. The children's laughter kept lingering in her ears, and she felt that her lonely heart was finally warmed up. Looking up at the clear night, I unexpectedly saw a meteor flash by, leaving a long and beautiful tail. Lizan didn't have time to think about what wish he wanted to make, but at that moment, he thought, no matter what, I have to live well. They played all the way to the end of the street. At the end of the street was a circular square. The square was very large, with stairs going up in circles, and each circle was hung with beautiful magic lights. From a distance, it looked like a round sphere with countless torches concentrated, and the light would never go out. Children and adults alike gathered in the square, singing and dancing. The little lion happily moved around in the crowd, attracting the giggles of the children, who chased its tail and played. Lizan couldn't dance, so she sat by and watched. She wanted to call the little lion back, but seeing how happy it was, she held back and stared at the happy crowd in silence. She wanted to blend in with the excitement, but she seemed to be independent of the crowd, and didn't know how to get in. Lizan was not a lonely child. She had a good relationship with every classmate in the class in China. But somehow, after coming here, she knew less than a handful of people. Only Ji Rongxi and a few others came and went. Just as she was in a daze, a hand reached out to her. "Why are you sitting there? Come and dance." Lizan looked up and saw that it was the ant next door. She had a loud voice and pulled her into the crowd without saying anything. She called her friends and laughed. "It's more fun when everyone plays together, don't you think?" Lizan felt warm in his heart and nodded yes. The old lady laughed again. Look, the little girl is so thin-skinned and speaks in a soft voice. Everyone laughed, and the square was once again filled with excitement. Lizon played until 11 p.m. and felt a little tired, so he ran out of the crowd, looked for the little lion, and prepared to go home to sleep. However, this time was still early for the neighbors, as there was a countdown to 12:59, and after the countdown, there was a dance party, so they would probably play until 2 or 3 before going home. This is the last day of the Law Saint Festival, and also the last day of the year. 1 hour later, it will be the new year. Prince, little lion? Lizon shouted as she walked, but she didn't hear the little lion's response, and she didn't know where it ran to have fun. Did it run into a lioness? Lizon guessed maliciously. In fact, she didn't even know whether her lion was male or female, but because it liked beautiful women so much, she took it for granted that it was a male. Walking to the right back of the square, she still didn't see the little lion. There were very few people in this place, and it seemed particularly cold. Lizon hugged her chest and was about to turn around and walk back, when suddenly a low and gentle voice came to her ear. Donut. Lizon froze as if she was electrocuted, and turned around suddenly. When she saw the person coming, her eyes widened instantly, her blood rushed up, and her heart beat like thunder, not for anything else but the person who called out her nickname, that appearance, that figure. Who else could it be except His Highness Joyu? He was dressed very formally tonight, and the black magician suit showed his natural aristocratic prince temperament. His slender neck was wrapped by a standing collar, and the black bow tie was inlaid with dazzling sapphires. In the front of his magician's hat, there was a decoration made of the same gemstone, which made him look more like a Prince Charming than the Prince Charming in fairy tales. Lizon stared at him blankly, forgetting to react for a moment. Wang Ziyu smiled slightly, and walked towards her gracefully. The warm light reflected his handsome features. His beautiful smile was like the beautiful scene in the oldest Western movie. Between light and shadow, it was not only gorgeous, but also deeply touched her heart. Lizon was in a trance for a moment, and His Highness Ryu had already walked in front of her, and rubbed her head lovingly. Donut, happy Law Saint's Day. Lizon came back to her senses. Ah! She jumped up and hugged his neck, rubbing it hard, and said coquettishly, Woo woo, why did you come now? It was not until this moment that she suddenly realized how much she wanted to have his company, and how much she relied on him. Wang Ziyu. Unconsciously, his name had been engraved in her heart. Even if she didn't think of it all the time, the excitement and joy of that moment could not be replaced by anything. Wang Ziyu gently touched her nose and whispered, Do you know, old lady Baisu once asked me a question. She asked me, if killing one person can save 10 people, would you do it? I said yes. She asked me again, if killing your lover can save 10 people, would you do it? I said no. I will kill all 10 people. Donut, if killing 100 people can be with you, I will make the choice without hesitation. Such a confession is not gorgeous at all, and there are no beautiful modifiers, but it goes straight into Lizon's heart. She raised the corners of her lips and smiled. For the second question, I also have an answer, but you may not be too happy to hear it. Wang Ziyu was slightly stunned. Was it her rejection that was about to come out? He looked at Lizon nervously. Lizon said calmly, if killing my lover can save 10 people, I will do it. Then I will die with him. Silence spread between the two of them like wings. Wang Ziyu suddenly laughed, and Lizon laughed too. The two laughed loudly until they cried. Wang Ziyu stepped forward, hugged Lizon tightly in his arms, and whispered, if that's really the case, I will accompany you to hell. In the dark night sky, fireworks bloomed one after another, decorating the night sky, the square, and the figures of the two people hugging each other, leading endless dreams. 1. After the Law Saint Festival, winter also went away. The days of heavy snow suddenly disappeared, and a spring breeze blew, the snowflakes began to melt, the fragrant land made the grass green, and the red new wood buds were ready to sprout, and it completely changed its appearance. In February, the phoenix flowers bloomed, and Lizon returned to school again. After experiencing the wind and snow, Lizon felt more refreshed in the spring air. The only flaw was that returning to school meant she had to take on the duties of a maid again. She had been a maid for money and medicine, but now that she had money she didn't need medicine anymore. But the contract was for 3 years, so she had to fulfill it. She thought about it again. Wang Ziyu was so good to her, and after 3 years, she would not have to worry about the tuition fees for 6 years, and she could be with Wang Ziyu legitimately. So why not? Chapter 151. The little lion exhaled innocently, and stood beside her, with a serious face hidden in his hair. The man and the lion went for a walk. As soon as the two walked out of the door of the apartment, A reporter came up and stopped her. Hello, Lizhan. I am a reporter from the Imperial Capital Daily. What do you think about this competition? Lizhan, who had never seen a reporter before, was suddenly stopped by a reporter. He was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, How do you know me? The reporter smiled slightly. Classmates all say that the white dog next to Lizhan is very majestic. Ah, Lizhan was completely mad and said unhappily, Sorry, it's a lion. The reporter couldn't hold on to his smile and said with a wry smile, Such a cute lion is rare. She used the word mighty for the dog and cute for the lion. From this, we can see how miserable her pet is. The reporter saw that her expression was wrong and quickly changed the subject and asked about the competition again. What do you think of this competition? Lizhan thought for a moment and answered in the style of the Celestial Empire, It is a good platform that allows people to make great progress in a short period of time. The reporter was very satisfied with her answer and nodded, Indeed. That is why the inter-school competition is getting more and more brilliant every year. Especially this year, various magic schools have produced many talents, such as the Magic Twins Lankadong and Langkuxi of the TIA's Magic School, Dyke's Magic Baby Fanny, Kate Xiaowen. Fanny? Is it the same name, or is it her former enemy Fanny? Lizhan was slightly surprised, and kept the name in mind, intending to go back and look at the player's information. It can be said that Kara was a big upset. There were 2 girls in the team competition, and they did not have a clear advantage. What do you think? Lizhan's expression remained unchanged, and he asked back, Magic ability is not related to gender or age, right? Then do you think Kara can still keep the first place this year? The reporter's questions were pressing step by step, implying, Do you think you can win? If you say yes, you will be regarded as arrogant, and if you say no, you will be ridiculed. Since it is a competition, no one knows the result until the last moment. However, as students of Kara, all of us students stick to our beliefs. After Lizhan finished speaking, he looked up at the big clock tower. Sorry, I have classes later. Ah, thank you Lizhan for accepting our interview. The reporter smiled again. This is the live report of the Imperial Capital Daily. Please lock on the first scene of the Imperial Capital Daily. Lizhan walked away quickly as the female reporter was talking. It was fun to watch the reporters watching the contestants, but it was not fun to be watched by others. She squatted down and patted the little lion's head. You idiot, I told you not to wag your tail, but you still wagged it. If I hadn't cleared your name, everyone would think you were a dog in the future. The little lion rubbed her hand flatteringly. She shook her head and sighed, and she didn't want to take a walk anymore, so she turned around and walked back. Ji Rongxi, who always paid attention to the situation in the school, rarely praised, I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out just now, but fortunately she reacted well, and was able to cope with it. Look, her expression is so well expressed, and her official words are so well spoken. If I had known, I would have asked her to join the student union as an image representative. In one semester, Lizhan went from a useless student despised by everyone to a magic rookie who attracted attention. What a big and wonderful transformation. Ji Rongxi felt very relieved. Senior Wenua was a little jealous of her relief of my daughter has grown up, but she couldn't bear such inexplicable jealousy, so she just said, You must tell her to play hard in the game, and don't give me a chance to play. This sentence is simply a sarcastic remark. Team competitions can have a substitute player in case one of them has problems and causes a forfeit. Senior Wenua is the substitute designated by the school. He hopes to stand on the same battlefield with Ji Rongxi, but if something really happens to Lizhan, Ji Rongxi will definitely be very sad. Moreover, as a substitute, the chance of playing is very slim, so he mentioned this. Ji Rongxi glanced at him, and was about to say something, but suddenly a lion roar that shook the earth came from a distance. She was slightly startled and swallowed the words that were about to come to her mouth. She was very familiar with the roar of the lion, which happened to be the silly lion raised by Lizhan. But the silly lion was usually lazy, and it was okay to roll around, but it would not make any noise easily. Did something happen to it? She wanted to go over to take a look, but then she thought, it was just a little lion, Lizhan could handle it herself, and she should give her some space to be independent, so she stopped. In fact, Lizhan didn't know what happened. She walked back all the way to the convenience store, and saw that there were still donuts for sale, so she walked in, but before she paid, she heard the little lion suddenly roared. She turned her head suddenly, and saw the little lion running towards the school gate quickly, as fast as an arrow, which was unprecedentedly fast. Lizhan was stunned, dropped the donut and ran away, shouting, Little lion, where are you going? Wait for me. The little lion is usually very lazy, let alone running, even walking is like an old man, When did he become so agile? The roar just now was full of attachment and sadness, which made her feel that the little lion must have encountered something. A man and a lion shuttled back and forth on the school road, and the pedestrians and trees beside the road seemed to retreat quickly. The students walking leisurely on the school road only felt that a man and a lion, whoosh, passed by them. If the strong wind had not blown up the hem of their clothes, they would not have believed that someone had passed by them. Looking up again, they could only see the hem of Lijon's uniform skirt fluttering in the wind. In a short while, they arrived at the school gate. Lijon ran out of breath and thought that the little lion had bitten out of the school. When she was about to use magic waves to run 1,000 meters, the little lion suddenly stopped and stared at the school gate with wide eyes without having time to catch his breath. At the school gate, students were coming and going, and there was nothing unusual. "Prince, what's wrong with you?" Lijon walked up to it and exhaled heavily. Fortunately, it was spring. If it was summer, she would have been sweating all over. The little lion ignored her and just stared at the school gate quietly. Its two front paws were irritably digging on the ground. Its expression was full of expectation, but also seemed a little nervous, as if it was waiting for something important. She simply didn't ask, and stood side by side with it, intending to see what was going on. After a while, the bell of a magic car rang outside, and a magic car pulled by a dragon horse slowly appeared in front of the school gate. Kate's school emblem was hung on the upper right side of the car. The staff member on the dragon horse jumped off and handed a document to the staff at the reception desk. "We are the competition team of Kate Magic School. Please take a look." The staff member took the document, flipped through it, stood up and saluted in a standard posture. "Welcome your school students to participate in the competition. Please come this way." As he said, a staff member sat in the magic car of the swift beast and led the way in front, leading the magic car of Kate Magic School into the school. For cars came to Kate Magic School. Lijon could see clearly that when the last car drove into the school gate, the little lion trembled all over and let out a low roar from his throat. The sound was extremely suppressed, as if he was enduring intense pain. Lijon looked at the magic car suspiciously. At this time, a boy just poked his head out of the magic car and looked around Kara's campus. It was a face full of confidence and pride. When the little lion saw him, it dug its claws into the ground tightly and let out a sad wail. The sound startled the boy, who turned his head and looked at it with an expression full of surprise. "White lion?" At the same time, the little lion was also looking at him with expectant eyes, expecting him to get off the car, but he was just curious for a moment, then turned his head away and went to the campus scenery and beautiful girls. The little lion watched the magic car go away from it until it disappeared, and then it was like a deflated ball, lying on the ground, burying its face in its paws, without saying a word. This expression is very similar to her when she is sad and in pain. Lijon guessed that the little lion might know the boy just now, and something happened between them, but the little lion couldn't speak, and it was impossible to know what happened at present, so he picked it up from the ground like a child. "Be good, we won't cry. Who dares to bully you? I will chop him." The little lion made a whining sound in its throat, put its paw on her shoulder, put one leg on her waist, and its wet eyes seemed to be sparkling with tears. Lijon turned her head slightly away. She absolutely did not believe that the little lion actually cried. Since then, the little lion has been sick. It did not eat or drink, lying on the carpet without any spirit, holding the pterosaur egg in its arms weakly, and looking at the snow-white wall with its eyes, as if a flower had grown on the wall, but its vision was out of focus, and it had no idea what it was looking at. In order to tease it, Lijon specially placed a flower on the wall, fully expecting it to react, but it closed its eyes and fell asleep. On the first day, Lijon thought it was tired and didn't take it seriously, but when it was still the same on the second and third days, she felt something was wrong, and teased it with its favorite crunchy fruit, but it still didn't move at all. If it was normal, it would definitely jump up to grab it. What was going on? "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lijon asked while smoothing its fur. The little lion slightly raised his eyelids, then drooped them again. Lijon was anxious, but helpless. At this moment, the difference between humans and animals was obvious. No matter how smart animals are, they cannot express their discomfort or pain in words. Even Ji Rongxi noticed something was wrong and asked, "Is the little lion sick? Why hasn't it made a sound recently?" Lijon sighed worriedly and said, "I take it to the school hospital." Then, he picked it up and ran to the school hospital. The school hospital was staffed by the same female expert again. When he heard Lijon's purpose, he threw Lijon out fiercely. Chapter 152. Leading only a short and sharp figure, and a word without emotion, this is the school hospital, not the veterinary hospital. Lizan touched her hurt but and sat up, looking at the little lion lying weakly at her feet, and hugged it in her arms with heartache. Light white clouds stayed in the blue sky above, and girls walked in groups of 3 or 5 on the road in front of the steps, and their laughter was as crisp as silver bells. Someone noticed her depressed look, and they had a rare chance to get acquainted with her, so they laughed and said, "Isn't that Lizan? How come you look like a stray dog after not seeing you for a few days?" Lizan glared at the man. The man not only didn't shut up, but laughed louder and louder. "Hey, that little dog is so majestic, how come it's almost dead?" This was definitely not a kind remark. Lizan was so angry that he raised his hand and threw out a lightning bolt, which struck the girl directly. At the same time, he picked up the little lion and walked towards the apartment. After walking about 10 steps, a scream came from behind. "Why did my skirt suddenly rip?" Lizan pretended not to hear it and walked back. She had no idea where to find a veterinarian or where to take the little lion to see a doctor. The only doctor she knew was Habby. Thinking of that dirty kid, she felt a little depressed. After she was hit by Hong Feifei's soft body fragrance last time, she deeply realized the importance of Habby. She specifically asked for Habby's contact number and kept in touch with him whenever she had something to do, in case of any accidents in the future. However, Habby didn't appreciate it at all. Every time she talked to him, he would throw a fart bug at her, eat it. She couldn't control herself and vomited. From then on, she was on Harpy's blacklist. But for the little lion, she risked her life. It takes 5 minutes to get from the school hospital to the apartment by the Swift Beast bus, or 20 minutes on foot. Lizan was depressed and forgot about taking the bus. It took half an hour to get back to the apartment. Just as he went upstairs, he saw a dirty little boy sitting on the railing, catching dragonflies flying in front of the corridor with his hands. So fast, so fast. Lizan's eyes lit up, and he ran forward excitedly, only to see him put the dragonfly he caught into his mouth. At this moment, Lizan only hated her sharp eyesight. She could see the thorns on the dragonfly's feet clearly. She felt nauseous and stopped walking. It was Habby who heard the footsteps, turned his head, and looked at her blankly with sleepy eyes. "Are you a patient?" "Not like it." Lizan lifted the pet in her arms forward. "The little lion is sick. Can you help take a look, okay?" Habby glanced at her with disdain. "I'm a doctor, not a veterinarian." "It's all the same, please." Lizan desperately pulled at his dirty clothes. For the little lion, no matter how dirty it was, she endured it. Habby then turned his attention to the little lion. He looked at the little lion's drooping eyelids and got angry again. "Damn it. Is there anyone healthier than it?" Lizan looked at the little lion's half-dead appearance and couldn't help asking, "Why did it become like this?" Habby poked the little lion's neck with his round white fingers and looked up at her. "Don't you believe me?" Lizan was choking for a moment. She believed in Habib, but Habib seemed to see through her thoughts and turned away. "Don't ask me to treat this kind of illness in the future. I'm not a psychiatrist." Lizan made a face at his back. "Why are you so arrogant, dirty kid?" She sighed, walked to the little lion, gently stroked its fur, and suddenly thought of Habib's last words. Psychiatrist, could the little lion be suffering from a mental illness? Thinking of the day when it started to become abnormal, she took it out for a walk, and then it suddenly ran to the school gate. During that time, it was not hurt at all, and it didn't eat anything unclean, so the only possibility was that arrogant boy. Is her little lion really very spiritual? It can even suffer from human-specific mental illnesses. Lizan jumped up from the ground, found the contestant information that Maggie gave her, and searched one by one. Before, she only studied the more powerful contestants and didn't pay much attention to the ordinary contestants. In her eyes, the contestants of Kate Magic School were ordinary and didn't need to be paid much attention. She flipped through the information and saw the photo of Showen above the information. It happened to be the arrogant boy. In the photo, he made a gesture of embracing the world with both hands, and his expression was even more arrogant than in the car. Lizan did not comment on this, smiled slightly, and looked at his information. He is a 4th-year student at Kate Magic School, in the summoning department, and is good at summoning magic beasts. Lizan looked at the little lion, and then at Showen's information. Could it be that the little lion was once Showen's summoned beast? Let us said that summoned beasts are very different from ordinary magic beasts. The biggest difference is that when a summoned beast signs a contract with a summoner, the summoned beast will unconditionally obey all the summoner's orders, while ordinary magic beasts have their own subjective initiative. Generally speaking, the relationship between summoned beasts and summoners is like that between slaves and masters, while ordinary magic beasts and magicians are equal. If the little lion is a summoned beast, then it will never be able to escape the summoning of the contract unless the summoner dies. But if the little lion is a summoned beast, why did it appear behind Kara's campus and become her pet? Lizhan couldn't figure out the reason. At this time, she had only one thought in her mind. The little lion was hers, and she would never give it to anyone. She took the little lion to the bathroom, carefully washed its body, dried its hair, patted its head and said, "Little prince, was your previous owner called Xiaowen?" Hearing the word Xiaowen, the little lion raised its head reflexively, with a trace of sadness in its eyes. It was indeed the guy. Lizhan clenched her fists and said angrily, "I will go to settle accounts with him. You wait for me to come back obediently." No matter if he is the former owner or a summoner, she must not let anyone who dares to make her little lion unhappy go. Seeing her walk out angrily, the little lion's body, which had been motionless, suddenly trembled violently and let out a hoarse lion roar. Lizhan looked back at it, her eyes suddenly reddened, and she turned around and picked it up. "Since you can't bear to let it go, let's go and ask for clarification together." Ji Rongxi looked at Lizhan's back thoughtfully, and shook her head. Ever since the little lion appeared in front of her for the first time, she felt that it came from a strange place, and didn't look like a wild monster at all. She thought it would be taken back by the owner, who found it in a few days, but she didn't expect it to stay here. She was not a person who liked cute pets very much, but she liked this very human little lion very much. If she rashly went to ask for accountability, it might cause trouble, so Ji Rongxi followed. Lizhan touched the little lion's head and asked sullenly, "Ji, why do you think the prince's owner abandoned it?" The little lion was too fat. Seeing that she was struggling to hold it, Ji Rongxi reached out and held the little lion over, sighing, "I guess the owner disliked its low level." This sentence was so sharp that the little lion's head drooped immediately. Ji Rongxi added, "A summoner can summon no more than 3 beasts in his lifetime. The summoner's ability directly determines the level of the summoned beast, so he dare not easily sign a contract. However, there are some special summoners, such as Xiaowen, who can sign contracts with countless summoned beasts. It is normal for him to abandon low-level summoned beasts." After the voice fell, the little lion lowered its head again helplessly. It was indeed an abandoned summoned beast. Xiaowen was nothing special. After hearing this, Lizhan was silent for a long time, and then said dissatisfiedly, "Is there nothing that can protect the magic beast from being harmed?" Ji Rongxi shook his head. Although there are monster protection clauses, the punishment is mild and the audience is small, which is almost equivalent to a piece of paper. Not everyone will treat summoned beasts as pets like you do. Lizhan smiled bitterly. "I used to fantasize that one day its owner would come to me and ask for a prince. It turns out that it was abandoned so thoroughly from the beginning." The little lion couldn't bear to listen anymore, so he buried his head in Ji Rongxi's arms and simply acted like an ostrich, unable to hear and not hurt. The 2 men and the lion went straight to the arena. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiaowen lived in 8403A of the arena. Lizhan had planned to go to his house to look for him, but she didn't expect to see him next to Qingshui Lake before she arrived at the arena. The xiafei flowers in Qingshui Lake had just sprouted green leaves, and a few dragonflies flew over, staying on the leaves with one leg, which was quite unique. Of course, if there were no aggressive people and beasts ready to fight. On one side was Xiaowen, and behind him stood 4 or 5 level 4 or 5 monsters, all of whom were arrogant, looking at the girl standing opposite them like they were looking at prey, ready to swallow her into their stomachs at any time. That's right, the girl standing in front of them, there was no magic beast behind her, but there were more than 10 soul-eating spirits floating above her head that were more flexible than hair tails. Seeing these soul-eating spirits, not only Lizhan's face changed, but Ji Rongxi's face also changed. One by one, Fanny, it was indeed Fanny. Although she was shaved by Ji Rongxi before, after 4 or 5 months, her hair grew back and her facial features became sharper, but the 2 still recognized her at a glance. When they saw the contestant information, the 2 still had a glimmer of fantasy. Fanny had been dealt with by the school, and it couldn't be her. Who knew that she would actually represent Dike Magic School in the school-level competition? Lizhan and Ji Rongxi looked at each other. Both of them showed an expression of disbelief. Fanny sneered and said, "So he is a second-generation rich kid with a brainless mind. Kate Magic School is a worthless person, and he came here just to seek death. Kara is not a place for you to show off. If you know what's good for you, just go back to Kate with your tail between your legs." Xiaowen was so angry that his face twisted. "If I didn't see that you were a girl, I would definitely not let you go today. You got the competition seat by hooking up with the school leaders, and you are qualified to stand in front of me and talk?" Chapter 153. Fanny's face turned pale and blue, and finally turned gray and black, but her eyes slowly turned cold. just like the Soul Devourer, cold, ruthless, and cruel. She raised her hand, and the Soul Devourer shot towards Xiaowen like an arrow. Xiaowen was not afraid of her, and did not dodge or avoid her. He whistled, and all the mountain wolves and cheetahs rushed up, and there was also a fire fox standing beside, and spewing fire at the Soul Devourer. However, the ground against the air, like a tank against an airplane, is ultimately inferior. Xiaowen's summoned beasts almost missed every move, while Fanny's Soul Devourer was very cunning, and from time to time bit those monsters, and made them bleed. The Soul Devourer is a very poisonous mutant beast. The wounds bitten by it will corrode, and turn black within 3 minutes. Blood will flow out of the wounds, dyeing the brown hair red. Ji Rongxi frowned, and notified the school's security department. Just as he was about to ask Lizhan to leave, he saw the little lion lying in his arms looking at Lizhan pitifully, slightly raising his forelimbs and head, and constantly bowing to Lizhan, howling in his mouth, as if begging Lizhan to help its former master. Lizhan was furious when he saw its appearance, and his dissatisfaction with the brainless second-generation ancestor doubled again. What was going on? Is it necessary for you to beg for mercy for a useless guy? It would be better to let Fanny bite him directly. However, no matter how depressed Lizhan was, he couldn't bear to see the little lion he had raised for so long begging. He took a deep breath, raised its head, and asked, "If I save him, will you go with him, or continue to follow me?" Hearing Lizhan's words, the little lion was stunned, and then thought for a whole minute, and finally rubbed her hand, and then snuggled into her arms flatteringly. Fortunately, at least he knew to choose her. Lizhan took it out of Ji Rongxi's arms, raised it to the same height as his face, looked at it directly, and said, "I can help him, but from now on you must." Before he finished speaking, the magic car of the school's security department arrived. 5 or 6 security guards jumped out of the car, and divided into 2 sides. One side restrained Xiaowen and his magic beast, and the other side stopped Fanny, and asked her soul-eating spirit to stop all attacks. Ji Rongxi saw this and pulled Lizhan back. "Don't look at it, that Xiaowen is a scumbag. Let's go back, and see which group he is assigned to, and see if there is a chance to fight him. If there is no chance, we will beat him up in private. If there is a chance, we will beat him up until he cries for his parents, and then let him go. I have never seen such a scumbag." The little lion watched Xiaowen being taken away, howling twice, and wanted to follow him. Lizhan held it back, and said bitterly, "If you want to go with him, you will never see me again." The little lion was shocked, and its 2 front paws dug into the ground for a long time, but it could not let go. The crowd dispersed quickly, and beside the clear water lake where the breeze blew, there was only 1 man and 1 lion, looking at each other in silence. In the afternoon, the competition draw was held. Ji Rongxi snorted coldly, and called Maggie's phone. He had only one request, that they be in one group with Xiaowen and one group with Fanny. Fanny's revenge must be avenged, but Xiaowen? Let him go back to Kate at the beginning. Kara is the organizer, and the Carlo Magic Association is one of the judges. It is not difficult to do some tricks, especially at the beginning of the game. This can fundamentally prevent Xiaowen from being defeated by other schools, and he will definitely be ruined by Kara. Therefore, the first PK at the beginning of the game happened to be against Xiaowen. In order to prevent the players from causing trouble and fighting in private, the PK list was announced on the day of the game. 1 hour before the game, when the names of both sides appeared gorgeously on the display screen, Lizhan was surprised on the spot. She had no idea that Ji Rongxi had done anything, so she felt strange about her fate with Xiaowen, but at the same time she was very excited. While the little lion was away, she must chop him up. Standing on the battlefield, Lizhan stared at Xiaowen. As long as the competition order was given, she would rush up and beat him until he could not take care of himself. However, when the competition order was actually issued, Lizhan was stunned. What the hell was going on with these unsummoned beasts pouring out? It was not allowed to bring magic beasts to the competition, but after the competition started, summoning as many magic beasts as possible was within the rules and allowed. She just didn't expect that both of the opponents were summoners. Summoning is the feature of Kate Magic School. It is not difficult to see their strategy at this time. There are 2 summoners, one of whom can only summon 3, while Xiaowen can summon in more. No matter how capable the opponent is, he will lose under the group fight of a group of summoned beasts. Lizhan pointed at the summoned beasts that were present. There were 2 level 5, 3 level 4, and 5 level 3, a total of 10. She and Ji Rongxi had to defeat these 10 summoned beasts and 2 people. Level 5 summoned beasts were not considered high, but they were extremely high among students. In many schools, Almost no students could have summoned beasts of level 6 or above, of course, except for people like Wang Ziyu who used level 7 or 8 magic beasts to pull carts. Liz Han felt a lot of pressure for a while. The huge arena seemed very small after 10 summoned beasts stood on it, and there was even a lack of space to dodge. She and Ji Rongqi looked at each other. In this situation, fighting alone was absolutely impossible. The only thing they could do was to use group attack skills. Ji Rongqi signaled Liz Han to step back a few steps, and the magic wand condensed water vapor, ready to use. Ice River World. As soon as her skill was used, the entire arena would turn into ice and snow, and no matter whether it was a monster or a human, they would all become popsicles. Roar! A loud roar suddenly sounded, shaking the arena lights on the ceiling. Everyone was slightly startled, and saw a snow-white lion appear on the arena at the speed of light, just blocking the two sides who were about to fight. Although Xiao has many summoned beasts, a lion is still a lion after all, with the aura of the king of beasts. As soon as it came up, it shocked all the summoned beasts. Liz Han opened her mouth in astonishment. Her eyes almost flew out. Little prince? Yes, that idiot. You obeyed the call of that second-generation ancestor and came to fight me? Liz Han asked with trembling fingers. She had raised it for nearly a year, and had experienced all kinds of hardships and happiness together. Now, it actually obeyed the call of its former owner? She had never thought it would appear on the battlefield, let alone summon it, so it must be Xiaowen's doing. The little lion's blatant betrayal instantly chilled her heart, and she was so angry that her face turned pale. What a bastard that could never be tamed. It was definitely a bastard too. The little lion's eyes were very firm. It deliberately didn't look at Liz Han, but turned around, facing Xiaowen with its back to Liz Han, and then howled softly. Xiaowen opened his eyes wide in surprise, pointed at it, and thought for a long time before remembering its name. He hesitated and said, "Little broken lion?" The little lion nodded, as if he understood what he said. Liz Han, who was listening from behind, wanted to step on this person's head. What kind of master was this? She actually gave her mighty little lion such a crappy name. Did this scum just remember its previous summoned beast now? Damn it! Xiaowen could hardly believe his eyes. It had been nearly 4 years since he threw it away. He didn't expect to see it in this place. It had grown a lot and became a lot fatter. If it wasn't for its natural white hair, which was rare among lions, he really wouldn't have recognized it. The level 0 monster was a bit weak in terms of combat power, but seeing that it took the initiative to come up, Xiaowen was still very satisfied. "It's great that you're back, rush up and kill them first," Xiaowen said in high spirits. Upon hearing this, the little lion turned around and rushed towards Li Zhan. Li Zhan was so angry that her face turned red. When she was about to curse, the little lion stopped in front of her, looking at Xiaowen steadily, with eyes full of pleading and determination to protect her master. Li Zhan finally softened her expression. Although this guy was a little stupid, he was not so stupid as to follow his former master in front of her. She looked at Xiaowen coldly and said, "Isn't it your summoned beast? I don't know how it ended up living in a dog hole behind the school, covered in lice and starving. I thought it was a wild cat. It's not even an adult yet. Tell me, who is the heartless person who wants to throw it away?" Hearing this, Xiaowen looked at the little lion in front of her again and said angrily, "Throw it away? When did I ever throw it away? You stole it when I was injured while taking the exam in Kara." Liz Han was stunned. Seeing that his words had taken effect, Xiaowen said, "You don't have to pretend anymore. This is the lion I have raised for 5 years. I will never admit my mistake. You stole it, but now you want me to bite you back? I even suspect that you used some magic potion on it, so that it would recognize you as its master. The lion is the most loyal monster, Z. What did you do to it?" These words were said with great righteousness, and grief, as if Liz Han was a bastard who had committed many evil deeds and deserved death. The little lion was a poor summoned beast, and it was miserable under her tyranny. As soon as these words came out, the arena, which was originally watching the show, was like a tsunami. Everyone was shocked, and then there was an uproar. Stealing a level 0 monster? Isn't that impossible? It's still the king of beasts, the lion. It's level 0 now, and it can be upgraded in the future, right? It's too much. You actually do such a despicable thing. For a while, all kinds of whispers were heard in the entire audience. At first, it was very small, but later it became bigger and bigger. Finally, like a snowball, it became so big that it could not be ignored. Xiaowen then realized that it was just a level 0 beast. He had said too much, so he added, "I understand that you just want a pet, but you can't just steal someone else's summoned beast. Even an ordinary person would be furious to hear such a twisted statement, let alone Lizhan, who loved the little lion like her own child. Her eyes were cold enough to freeze an Eskimo to death. Where is your evidence? How can you be sure that it is your summoned beast? Chapter 154. Xiaowen turned to the audience with a sad face, and said, there is a red mole on the second finger of my little lion's left front paw. Please check if there is one on its foot. 2 female students. He looked at the little lion with extremely gentle eyes, showing how much he valued, and was reluctant to part with the little lion. At the same time, there was a hint of condemnation in his eyes when he looked at Lizhan. The scene magnified 10 times on the display screen moved many viewers, especially the female viewers. Lizhan slowly walked to the little lion and stretched out her hand to it. The little lion obediently put its front paw into her hand. She slightly pinched its second finger, and the display screen above the ring immediately showed that there was a black mole on the second finger of its front paw. The audience was in an uproar. Lizhan bathed it every day, so she naturally knew about this mole. The audience reacted strongly at this time. If she didn't show it to them, she would definitely be seen as retreating. But if she showed it to them, it would prove that Xiaowen's words were true. In this way, she was caught in a dilemma. Lizhan gritted her teeth, walked to the little lion, stretched out her hand, and looked at the little lion quietly. The little lion seemed to understand her dilemma, and raised its paw, put it down, and raised it again, but it was unwilling to put it in her hand. Seeing its hesitation, Xiaowen added fuel to the fire and said aggressively, why don't you dare let us see it? Are you avoiding it? Doesn't this prove that what I said is right? Lizhan raised his head and glanced at him, then took the initiative to hold the little lion's paw and pinched the second finger. The video of the arena was very powerful, and it immediately zoomed in and focused on the second finger. As all the audience saw, there was really a red mole there. Amid the eardrum-piercing noise, Lizhan's face gradually returned to calm, and he said to Xiaowen, who had an excellent performance talent, since you have raised it for so many years, how do you usually live with it, and where have you been? Xiaowen smiled slightly, then a trace of melancholy appeared on his face, as if he was lost in memories. I was only 8 years old when I summoned the little lion. It loved to eat crunchy fruit the most. At that time, I didn't have much pocket money, so I had to work in a carpenter shop on the street to earn money to buy it. In the winter when I was 10 years old, I took a walk with it to the lake, but accidentally fell into the water. It bit my clothes and dragged me up. When I was 12 years old. As Xiaowen talked more and more, the people in the audience began to sigh at the affection they had cultivated since childhood, especially the girls in the audience, who were so moved that their eyes were almost red. Suddenly, a girl pointed at the display and shouted, "Ah, the lion is crying." This sentence was like a fuse, igniting everyone's emotions at once. For a moment, everyone looked at Lizhan with condemnation. This reaction was exactly what Xiaowen wanted to see. A trace of sadness appeared on his face, and he said, 3 years ago, I took the little lion to Kara to take the entrance examination. At that time, the opponent was very strong, and the little lion was injured. I put it in the garden and went to find a doctor to treat its injuries, but it suddenly disappeared. I have been looking for it all this time. Although it is a level 0 summoned beast, it is my companion, and I will never abandon it. Are you sure you didn't throw it away? Lizhan raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaowen. Are you slandering me? How could I do this to it? Xiaowen was almost angry. Lizhan didn't laugh or get angry and said, you said you have been looking for it? The summoned beast and the master have a contract. The master can easily summon the summoned beast based on the contract. Why was the little lion stolen? Even if it's stolen, won't it still come back to you once you call it? Lizhan was too lazy to talk to him, and wrote a sentence on the cardboard. Play the surveillance video. The screen immediately changed to the video of the little lion. Everything from Xiaowen taking the little lion to the entrance exam to the little lion's defeat, and then Xiaowen throwing the little lion to the back mountain was clearly and completely displayed in front of the audience. Even after Xiaowen left, the little lion lived a life like a mouse in the back mountain alone. There was originally a surveillance camera at the entrance to the back mountain of the school, but people usually don't pay much attention to it. Just now, when Xiaowen said that she stole the little lion, Lizhan secretly found Maggie on a card and asked her to help ask the staff in the monitoring room to find this video, edit it, and send it to the display screen of the arena. All this was done on the card, and it was done secretly, and no one knew it. Xiaowen stared at the display screen, and in addition to the annoyance and panic in his heart, he also brought a bit of embarrassment of being exposed, and said angrily, I threw it. So what? If it wasn't so low level, would it cause me to fail the entrance exam to Kara Magic School? Lizhan was about to say something, but Ji Rongqi sneered, Your level has determined the level of your summoned beast. Don't blame your summoned beast for your failure. If you were admitted to Kara, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here today. Xiaowen's face turned red and white, and he shouted in a face-saving way, I can now summon a level 5 magic beast. Even if you are a student of Kara, you will still be defeated by me. What a guy who refuses to repent. Lizhan frowned in disgust. The magic circle was already drawn. She would definitely kill him with one move. If such an excessive person could still shout on the stage, she would write his name backwards. At this moment, Xiaowen quickly made a summoning gesture. He could have countless summoned beasts. This gesture was to let all the summoned beasts that obeyed his summons come up. The first person to understand his meaning was not Lizhan or Ji Rongxi, but the little lion who had been crying silently. Ji Rongxi had been on the alert for Xiaowen's partner, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Although Lizhan looked at Xiaowen, he could not understand what this gesture meant for a while, but the little lion was different. The little lion grew up beside Xiaowen, and these 5 years were enough for it to understand its master's every move and even his thoughts. So when Xiaowen made a gesture, the little lion immediately understood what Xiaowen wanted to do. In an instant, its hair stood up all over its body, and its heart was frozen to the freezing point. It didn't want to believe that its former master was such a person. It still remembers everything Xiaowen said just now. In the place where they used to live, everyone on the street knew it and Xiaowen. Even though these things happened when Xiaowen was a child, no matter what, its owner once treated it very seriously and attentively. It even knows when Xiaowen started to change. After Xiaowen went to school, he felt that it was really incompetent, and later summoned many summoned beasts. From then on, he never paid much attention to it. When he failed the entrance examination, he took out all his anger on it, and finally abandoned it. The little lion roared wildly to the sky, and flew towards Xiaowen with a look of panic. It rushed towards Xiaowen like an arrow, and its speed was amazing. Ah! A mournful roar came out of the lion's mouth. It pressed Xiaowen to the ground with its claws, but raised its head, and refused to look at it again. At the same time, the hundreds of summoned beasts it summoned surrounded the ring, but without the master's next order, no one moved, which made the audience tremble with fear. Little broken lion. Why did you attack me? Xiaowen was so angry that his face twisted, but his head was pressed on the ring, so he couldn't get up. I have raised you for so many years. The little lion's movements suddenly stiffened because of this sentence. Xiaowen was about to open its claws and sit up, but a drop of crystal tears hit his face, and he couldn't help but be stunned. It was because it was raised by its owner for so many years, and felt the beauty of cherishing each other, so it was abandoned in the future, and lived a life worse than pigs and dogs. It was desperate, and hid in the cave every day. Ah, the little lion's body suddenly tilted, and the next second, Lizhan's face changed drastically. He rushed forward, swung a silver stick at Xiaowen, and at the same time took back the little lion, screaming, Prince! Blood poured down from the little lion's abdomen like water, and Ji Rongxi was so angry that she trembled all over. It doesn't hurt you, but you want to kill it. As she spoke, the air around her froze, and the summoned beasts, who had just received the master's message, rushed to the ring when they smelled the blood. They were just frozen by the glacier released by Ji Rongxi, and all turned into popsicles. Lizhan was furious, and used all his magic power to perform a dragon dance on Xiaowen. Xiaowen had no time to dodge and flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. He hit the railing in front of the audience, and his head was bleeding. Xiaowen's partner was left. Without his summoned beast, his ability to fight was almost zero. Ji Rongxi kicked him off the ring, and the game was over. Lizhan ran to the emergency room of the arena with the little lion in his arms without a word. The emergency room was right next to the passage, and was set up to prevent casualties during the game. The little lion opened its eyes in Lizhan's arms, and when it saw Xiaowen being carried away by the medical staff, it slowly shed tears again. Although the little lion's wound was deep, fortunately it did not hurt any vital parts. After bandaging it in the emergency room, Lizhan carried it towards the apartment. She looked tired, her eyes were red, and the front of her clothes was stained with blood. Next to her was Ji Rongxi's straight face, causing the students who did not watch the game to think that they had lost the game. They would take a detour when they saw them, for fear that they would be beaten by Ji Rongxi, who was in a bad mood. Lizhan was in no mood to care what others thought. She was worried about the little lion's injury, afraid that it would do something wrong. However, misfortunes never come alone. Just as she passed the Qinshui Lake, a knife of light suddenly came straight at her head. She was thinking about the little lion, and didn't notice it at all. Ji Rongxi saw that something was wrong, and pushed her in a hurry. She barely avoided it. The light hit the xiaofei flower that had just sprouted behind her, and caught fire immediately. In just a few minutes, the lake's surface was scorched, and the xiaofei flower branches that turned into ashes fell into the water, muddying the spring water. Lizan came to her senses, condensed a magic wave, and looked at the person in front of her with anger. It was Fanny! Chapter 155. Li Zhan was already in a bad mood. Seeing her provocative face, he was too lazy to say anything. He raised his hand and shot out a dozen silver light sticks. Ji Rongxi was furious. He turned ice into a sword, jumped forward, and chopped at Fanny's head. Fanny didn't expect Ji Rongxi to use such a desperate way of fighting. She quickly took a step back and summoned the Soul Devourer. Ji Rongxi hated her Soul Devourer so much that she chopped them into several pieces with a few swipes. It was unknown what the Soul Devourer ate to grow up. The blood flowing out of its body was as thick and transparent as the body fluid of a jellyfish. They fell to the ground with a clatter, like slugs. So disgusting. Ji Rongxi waved his sword, pointed at Fanny's throat, and said with a sullen face, I don't care how you escaped, and I don't care why you came back. If you dare to touch my people, I will chop off your claws one by one. Fanny was not afraid of her, and clapped her hands with a fake smile. The knight's swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. But what I want. She glanced from Lizhan to the arena, and then raised her head proudly. I will definitely get it. Ji Rongxi laughed when she heard this, laughing at Fanny for being ignorant of the world. Don't you know your own weight? Fanny glanced at her. You are the one who didn't see the situation clearly, right? This arena, this school, will be mine sooner or later. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting for the day when you kneel down and beg for mercy. After saying that, she walked away with a wild laugh. Ji Rongxi's eyebrows were bulging with blue veins, and the ice sword in her hand gradually melted into water and dripped onto the ground. After the sword was completely thawed, she calmed down and said to Lizhan, who had a slumped face, Are you okay? Lizhan glanced at Fanny, feeling very depressed, but she didn't want Ji Rongxi to worry, so she shook her head. I'm fine, let's go back. After returning to the apartment and settling the little lion, Lizhan pinched her painful forehead and prepared to get up to take a shower. But just as she was about to leave, the little lion bit the corner of her clothes and whimpered at her weakly. A hint of warmth appeared on Li Zhan's face, and she touched its head and said, Don't worry, it will be fine in half a month. I asked that stinky boy Happy to prescribe medicine for you. As for Xiaowen, he can do whatever he wants. It has nothing to do with me or you. You should be my pet from now on. The little lion was relieved and rubbed her hand flatteringly, holding the pterosaur egg and closing his eyes. Lizhan walked out of the room tiredly. After experiencing a series of troubles, he felt like he was covered with dust, and was in a bad mood. Tim, I really want to chop Xiaowen to death. If it weren't for the little lion, I really want to cut him into pieces, and that Fanny is really infuriating. Ji Rongxi said thoughtfully, Find some time to ask the prince what's going on with Fanny. With her previous personality, if she didn't have a backer, she would never dare to be so arrogant. I suspect someone wants to harm Kara, and use Fanny as a test. Lizhan thought about it, and felt that it made sense, so he sent a communication request to Wang Ziyu. Some time ago, his business in Lucy was attacked by a black spirit master, and the losses were heavy. He was busy putting out the fire, and even the usually lazy Lizzie was nowhere to be seen. If I bother him for such a small matter, will he be angry with me? Beep. Beep. The communicator rang again and again. Lizhan stared at the hand-drawn image on the screen, feeling a little irritated for no reason. Why didn't he accept her communication application? Some time ago, some of Lu Shi's properties that were managed by housekeeper Billy had serious problems, and were occupied by others. Wang Ziyu had no choice but to fly to Lu Shi and leave school life again. Is he so busy? Lizhan raised her head and saw Ji Rongxi looking at her from the corner of her eyes, so she pretended to get something and walked back to her room. Ji Rongxi probably understood her thoughts, poured a glass of water, drank it, and picked up the magazine on the table to read. After returning to the room, Lizhan saw that the communication was still being requested, and thought that he might not be convenient for the time being. When she was about to cut off, the status of the communicator changed, and Wang Ziyu's slightly tired voice came over Donut. The moment Lizhan heard his voice, she was so wrong that she almost burst into tears. In the days when she couldn't rely on him, she suddenly realized that she actually missed him and wanted to rely on him. Are you busy? She thought for a long time with red eyes, and finally asked a question. Wang Ziyu said absent-mindedly, and said nothing more. The sound of pages turning came from the communicator, as if he was reading documents. Li Zhan hoped that he would say more, but he didn't say a word, which made them look at each other in silence. Li Jian felt even more wronged and said with a flat mouth, "The little lion is sick, it doesn't eat or drink, it seems to have encountered the previous." The more he spoke, the more helpless his tone became, and he started to cry. The two hadn't seen each other for about 6 or 7 days. He was busy with work, and she was busy with competitions. They didn't even talk to each other. Wang Ziyu thought she was going to accuse him of not caring about her during this period. He was very happy to see her call request, but she was talking about the little lion. He felt hurt. "Is the little lion your boyfriend or am I your boyfriend?" Li Jian couldn't help laughing. "Wang Ziyu, are you kidding me?" Wang Ziyu was silent for a while, and his voice lowered a few points. "I'm serious. Is your lion more important or am I more important? This is totally unreasonable." Li Jian sighed and whispered, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have disturbed you." After that, he cut off the communication. While she was talking to Wang Ziyu, Ji Rongxi picked up the squeezed juice and poured himself a glass. When he saw her coming out, he also poured her a glass. He pretended not to see her depressed expression and calmly changed the subject. "That bastard Xiao Wen will definitely not be able to make it. Even if the prince is too lazy to attack him, the audience present will not let him go. You have to know the power of the audience. If they support a player, they will do everything for him. If they hate a player, they can also kill him." Li Jian picked up the juice, took a big sip, and said bitterly, "He deserves it." Ji Rongxi shook his head and sighed. In fact, Xiao Wen was once a very lucky summoner, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Li Jian was stunned. "What do you mean?" Ji Rongxi glanced at the little lion who was sleeping soundly and smiled slightly. "Do you know what a level 0 monster means?" Li Jian shook his head. Ji Rongxi held his chin and said, "Magic beasts are mainly from level 1 to 10. According to the level, the ability will not change much, but level 0 is an exception. Level 0 magical beasts can be transformed into any level from level 1 to 10 magical beasts." Li Jian was surprised and said, "In other words, the little lion still has a lot of room for improvement?" "Not improvement, but possibility. Level 0 means that the ability has not yet awakened." Ji Rongxi stretched out a slender index finger and shook it. "Level 0 magical beasts are rare and precious. Xiao Wen abandoned it and caused the situation today. It is also his own fault." Li Jian said dissatisfiedly, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Ji Rongxi shrugged and pointed to the magazine on the table. "The results of the research just now. The work of the Magic Guild Technology Development Bureau should not be fake." Li Jian picked up the magazine excitedly and flipped through it. What else did the research results say? Is it possible for the little lion to grow a pair of wings like the swift beast? Ji Rongxi wanted to despise her, but finally swallowed his words. "Let's wait and see. Ideals are full and reality is very skinny." Li Jian had a good dream all night, dreaming that the little lion could fly, but the next day, she was horrified to find that the little lion did not wake up. Of course, it did not die, it just kept sleeping, without any signs of waking up. In the morning, before Li Jian went to class, she took a look at it, and found that it was sleeping, so she did not disturb it. She just put the food aside and went to class. When she came back at noon, she found that the food was not touched at all, and it was not awake at all. She did not take it seriously. It was normal for the little lion to sleep a little longer occasionally, but when she came back in the afternoon, and it was still sleeping, she felt something was wrong. 1 day like this, 2 days like this, and the 3rd day is still like this. Li Jian was terrified every day, fearing that it would have stopped breathing when she went to see it one day. Worried, she asked Ji Rongxi, but Ji Rongxi didn't know either, so he waved his hand and guessed, hibernation, maybe. Li Jian almost burst into tears. "It's spring, why is it still hibernating?" When she asked Wang Ziyu casually replied, "I'm not a little lion, go ask it." "Ah. What is this?" She almost wanted to throw the communicator in anger, but after thinking carefully, he was very tired recently, so she had to bear it. She held back, and didn't get angry alone. She wiped away her bitter tears, and after thinking about it, she could only look for Habi. But Habi hated her to the core because of the little lion's hunger strike last time, and said that he would never help her again. What should she do? After thinking about it, she called Wang Ziyu again. After she cut off the communication last time, Wang Ziyu did not call her back, and she did not call back. The two seemed to be in a silent cold war, inexplicably, but it made Li Jian very heartbroken. This time, if it were not for the little lion, she really didn't want to look for him again. Wang Ziyu sighed, put down what he was doing, and comforted him. Okay, I ask Habi to go and have a look." Li Jian listened to his perfunctory tone, and her already bad mood became worse. She complained dissatisfiedly, What's your attitude? After all, the little lion has played with you for so long, you are really heartless. Are angry girls really irrational? Wang Ziyu was simply amused and cried, Be good, don't cry, I will see you as soon as I'm done with my work. Liz Han couldn't help it anymore, and roared at the communicator, What the hell, if anything happens to the little lion, I will never let you go. As he said that, he threw the communicator hard on the bed, still not satisfied, and burst out another sentence, Hack Wang Ziyu, I'm going to break up with you. Chapter 156. Wang Ziyu probably felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly ordered Habi to rush to Kara Magic School within half an hour, otherwise he would bear the consequences. Habi was so angry that his nose was crooked, but he had to obey Wang Ziyu's order. Under the gloating eyes of the desert team, he came to the apartment with a belly full of anger, but he didn't expect that the result of this medical consultation would make him even more crazy. He almost slammed the door and walked out. Isn't it just dormant? It's not dead. What are you worried about? Liz Han looked at him aggrievedly. Why would it go into dormancy when it's fine? She thought of all the possibilities, but she didn't think of this most basic reason. Habi wanted to strangle the medical idiot in front of him. Even humans want to have a good sleep when they are injured and in pain, let alone monsters. When will it wake up? Liz Han asked hurriedly. I'm not it. How do I know? It will wake up when it gets over this mental barrier. Habi said, as he walked out the door, Don't look for me again in the future. I'm not a veterinarian. He really didn't understand what Wang Ziyu was thinking. Could it be that he had become as ignorant as Liz Han after spending so much time with her? He would go back and tell his teammates in the desert to stay away from Liz Han. However, Liz Han believed in his ability very much. When he heard that the little lion was dormant, his heart immediately fell to the ground, and he burst into laughter in the blink of an eye. The only problem was that there would be many games to come, and she couldn't keep an eye on the little lion all the time. She thought about it, and decided to find someone to help. Apart from Ji Rongxi, the only people who were familiar with the little lion were Wang Ziyu, and the old lady who ran the shop. She had just made trouble for Wang Ziyu, and Wang Ziyu was far away from home at the moment, so he had no time to care about these trivial matters. So, she carried the little lion down the mountain to find the old lady. The old lady agreed readily because it was rare for her to have a companion. Liz Han was also very happy after solving her worries. But when she returned to the apartment empty-handed, she suddenly felt lonely for some reason. The lights were on in the apartment, and Ji Rongxi was in the room. She shouldn't feel lonely, but why did this feeling seem to penetrate her bones and hurt her? She wanted to find someone to accompany her, and that person wasn't Ji Rongxi? Liz Han shook her head, shook off these thoughts, and kicked off her shoes irritably. She spent the whole day in a daze, like a zombie, not knowing what she was doing. It was not until she was about to go to bed at night, and took out the cardboard in her pocket, and saw the smiling picture of Wang Ziyu on the cardboard, that she suddenly realized what the true feelings lurking deep in her heart were. Wang Ziyu, is it because I haven't thanked him yet, that I'm still thinking about him? Liz Han used this excuse to deceive herself. Habi came to the apartment again, definitely not because of her charm or pity for the little lion, but because of Wang Ziyu's order. She should have thanked him like he did. For some reason, my mentality has become weird recently, and I can quarrel with him with just a few words. I didn't have this situation before, and I don't know what happened to me. I even feel strange to myself. Liz Han patted her cheek and sighed. He was in danger outside, and it was impossible to expect him to be as gentle and considerate as in the castle. But she wore his earrings after all, so she had to show some concern. Liz Han was a man of action, and she took action immediately after thinking of it, and sent a communication request to Wang Ziyu. This time Wang Ziyu replied very quickly, and the call was connected after 2 rings. There was a breath in his voice, as if he was very sleepy, and there was some surprise, mixed with a little joy. Are you still asleep? Liz Han didn't know why, but she felt warm in her heart. The 2-day depression suddenly disappeared, and she couldn't help but smile. No. Are you still busy? I'm done, getting ready for bed. Wang Ziyu dragged out the last syllable, then turned and asked, Donut, did you miss me? Liz Han stood up suddenly, as if struck by lightning, and her face turned red like an apple. No, absolutely not. He emphasized it a bit to cover up the truth. Wang Ziyu said oh in disappointment, then smiled again. Okay. I find some Lolita to accompany me tomorrow. It's so lonely to be alone. You dare? Liz Han blurted out without thinking, if you really dare to do this, I will ignore you in the future. Wang Ziyu was silent. There was no sound in the communicator. Liz Han suddenly realized what he had said, and was very embarrassed. He immediately pretended to be an ostrich and avoided it. I didn't say anything. How about this first? I want to sleep. Tian, Wang Ziyu called Liz Han, who was about to cut off the call, and raised the corners of his lips gently, his voice lazy, like he was acting like a spoiled child. I really want to hold you for a while. So warm, so soft, so comfortable. Li Zhan's heart trembled, her hand shook suddenly, and the communicator could not be held steadily, and it fell to the ground with a pop. She hurriedly leaned over the bed, and picked up the communicator. It was not known whether it was due to vibration or Wang Ziyu's disconnection. Anyway, the communication was already cut off when she picked it up. Liz Han held the communicator, her heart beating violently thump. Plop. The heartbeat was beating, and the pair of vivid eyes of Wang Ziyu on the screen seemed to be still looking at her. Maybe this is the feeling of love. Because of the other party's unintentional words, the heartbeat accelerated, the face blushed, and because of the other party's unintentional words, it would also be sad and worried about gains and losses. She stroked the avatar on the screen and said softly, I like you. So you have to come back early. The inter-school competition is in progress. Liz Han and Ji Rongxi cooperated tacitly, and were full of momentum. They successfully passed the preliminary round and entered the top 32, then advanced to the top 16, and then sprinted to the top 8 until the top 4, and competed in the semifinals. Liz Han and Ji Rongxi's reputation spread throughout the capital. Every student of Kara would be proud of them when they mentioned them. Many people even believed that they would definitely make it to the end and win the championship this year. Liz Han finally developed a calm personality. Whether facing rumors or exaggerated reports from the media, she no longer took them to heart. She just focused on playing the game, fearing that a slight negligence would lead to failure. She already knew her opponent in the semifinals, and that was their acquaintance Fanny. Fanny has completely changed from the shy girl last semester to a queen-like figure, with a cold and arrogant look. Most importantly, her strength has increased a lot, and she is completely different from the weak girl before. Last semester, she learned to merge with the Soul Devourer. This time, her magic ability is stronger, more ruthless, and more aggressive than before. In order to deal with her, Ji Rongxi made an exception and called Liz Han to the monitoring room of the arena to retrieve the video for viewing. In the video, Fanny's partner is a strong man. Even with clothes, you can still see his bulging muscles, which is very spectacular. His hair stood up, and there was a scar on his face from the corner of his eye to his lips, which made him look extremely fierce. When he came on stage, Fanny sat on the shoulder of the strong man. From the top 16 to the top 8 to the top 4, Fanny's strategy was to fight quickly and decisively. As soon as she came on stage, she summoned a dozen soul-eating spirits, surrounded her opponents, spit out dense black spheres to wrap up her opponents, and then exploded. Among the top 8, there was a player who was famous for his speed, but he couldn't dodge the attack of the soul-eating spirit, let alone others. Basically, everyone who gets touched by the black sphere will have only one fate, seriously injured and unconscious, unable to compete anymore. When Ji Rongxi saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank in an instant, and he said in surprise, Fanny actually learned to devour. This is the basis of the devouring technique, and it is also the essence of the devouring technique. Although Fanny is not very skilled in using it, she can hurt the opponent to the point where he can't stand up in an instant, and the winner can be determined in a few minutes. When Liz Han heard her say this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He rewound the video back to the moment when the Soul Devourer spit out the black sphere, and watched it several times in a row, and then said, if we don't let her use the devouring technique, we will have to get rid of all her Soul Devourers at the beginning. In the previous matches, some players tried to trap the Soul Eater with fire or ice, but all failed. Liz Han knew how scary the thing was. It was extremely fast, flexible, and in a semi-virtual state, so it was difficult to capture it. She carefully counted the number of Soul Eaters summoned by Fanny. From the first time she saw the Soul Eater to the semifinals, the most Soul Eaters appeared was 14. It was quite difficult to deal with 14 Soul Eaters in the first moment of the game, and to prevent the attacks of Fanny and the strongman. Ji Rongxi shook her head and said, no, I can't do it. Freezing magic doesn't work well on soul-eating spirits, so my effect is reduced by half. Unless your magic trap is 3-dimensional, it can't trap them. 3-dimensional? Li Zhan's eyes lit up. You can try this. After saying that, he turned and ran out the door. I try it myself first and tell you later. Ji Rongxi looked at her back and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Since Liz Han was looking for a way to trap the soul-eating spirits, she couldn't just sit there. Although ice magic has no effect on the Soul Devourer, she still has Kara Magic Guard and Magic Binding, right? Liz Han ran out of the arena, and saw the Soul Devourer flash past the leaves of the Xia Fei flower opposite the Qingshui Lake. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be Fanny again? She paused, thought for a moment, and turned to run towards the opposite side of the Qingshui Lake. The soul devourer flew very fast and flashed into the garden Huang Zone and disappeared in an instant. Liz Han looked into the garden in surprise, and immediately the blood in her body flowed backwards. Fanny kicked Senior Coco to the ground. Senior Coco seemed injured and fell to the ground. A piece of flesh was bitten by the soul devourer on her right arm, and blood was flowing. Her left arm was bent unnaturally, and it was unknown whether it was broken or folded. Who did you say was the traitor? Fanny kicked while speaking, venting her anger like kicking a ball. Poor Senior Coco had no power to resist under her rampage. Liz Han was furious. Senior Coco had given her food when they were in the Kenyan forest. She always remembered Coco's kindness. After returning to school, the two occasionally met. Although they were not very warm, they were very friendly to each other. Liz Han never thought that Fanny would seek revenge on Senior Coco. Chapter 157. Liz Han was so angry that she stretched out her hand without thinking, and sent out a powerful dragon dance to hit Fanny. Fanny turned her head suddenly, and saw that it was her. She was not panicked, and also used dragon dance to fight back. The giant dragons formed by the airflow met in the air, and with a bang, like a gas explosion, the airflow burst out in all directions at the same time. Liz Han did not retreat to avoid it, but rushed towards Fanny against the airflow. Fanny was startled and floated a few meters away, staring at her in a defensive posture. She took advantage of the moment when Fanny retreated, accurately grasped the gap before the air shock wave, passed through the gap, stopped in front of Senior Sister Coco, turned to look at Fanny, and said angrily, "Fanny, what are you doing?" Fanny laughed instead of getting angry. Her body flew up lightly, sat back on the strong man's shoulders, and sneered condescendingly, "Oh, I didn't expect Kara's waist to have not been beaten to death yet. It's really rare." Liz Han hadn't heard the word waist for a long time, and when it was mentioned, it immediately reminded Liz Han of the word waste. The unpleasant memories of the past, and all the situations in which she bullied him came to mind again. No matter whether Fanny is still the same Fanny as before, Liz Han is no longer the Liz Han of last year. Liz Han clenched his fists, then loosened them, and smiled faintly. "Yes, it's really rare that you, a proud girl of heaven, have to stand on the same stage to PK with a useless person like me. It's really hard for you." Fanny was furious, jumped off the strong man's shoulders, and kicked Liz Han. Liz Han blocked her foot sideways, crossed his hands, and used two magics to pull in opposite directions at the same time. Fanny didn't expect her magic wave to be so powerful that she almost broke her legs. She had no support in the air, and fell to the ground. Liz Han stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and slapped her hard on the face. "Fanny, I don't care what you want to do, but don't act wild in our school, otherwise I will cut you into pieces and throw you into the lake to feed the fish." She had never been so angry. The left face that was hit quickly turned red, and then swollen, and the 4 fingerprints became more and more clear. Fanny raised her hand, and carefully touched her hot cheek, staring at Liz Han with unbelievable eyes. "How dare you hit me? Why don't I dare to hit you?" Liz Han slapped her right cheek and said angrily, "Is it wrong for the senior sister to say that you are rebellious? If you are not rebellious, how could you treat the person who once saved you from hunger like this?" Fanny looked at her like an idiot and suddenly laughed. "How dare you say that? Liz Han, don't forget whose candy you ate when you entered school." Liz Han was stunned when he heard this. Did he eat Fanny's food in his previous life? She thought carefully about the comics of her previous life. There was no portrait of Fanny in her previous life's cardboard, but she appeared once in the comic book. On Girls' Day, someone distributed candy and gave one to her previous life. After eating it, she vomited and had diarrhea. She felt uncomfortable for several days and never ate candy again. Could this matter be related to Fanny? "You think poisoning me once is not enough?" Liz Han said with a cold look. "You actually found out." Fanny's face showed a trace of surprise, but she admitted frankly, "This time, even if I don't use candy, I can make you not see the sun tomorrow." Fanny's voice was getting lower and lower. She just wanted to hear more clearly, but suddenly, she saw black spheres flying out of Fanny's mouth continuously, all shooting towards her. Although Liz Han was distracted, Maggie had trained her into a conditioned reflex, and she could react immediately without thinking. As soon as she saw the black sphere, she immediately understood that it was a devouring technique, and hurriedly used a magic circle to block it. The devouring body exploded in the air, and Liz Han felt that the place where the devouring body was close to was burning, and there was a strong gravitational force, as terrible as being bitten by a soul-eating spirit. She didn't dare to confront them head-on, so she pulled back. The devourer was chasing after her. She frowned, turned around, Coffin pendant. The heavy black coffin-like black body fell from the sky, wrapping all the devourers in it. Lijian only heard a puff, the black coffin disappeared, and the soul devourer also completely disappeared. Is this the so-called mutual destruction? The coffin pendant is a terrible forbidden technique, extremely vicious, and it is still unable to destroy the soul devourer at the moment of collision with it without any harm to itself. Which shows how difficult the soul devourer is. If she had no other choice, she would definitely not use the coffin pendant. And if the devourer could fight against it, was it also a forbidden technique? Although she was excited for a second to find the nemesis of the soul devourer, this excitement quickly disappeared after she calmed down. Because she knew that the coffin pendant must not be used in the competition in the arena, otherwise Kara would be judged as a problem student, and Kara would also face condemnation from the entire imperial capital, and even the entire magic world. She must find other ways to control and eliminate the soul devourer. Lijian looked thoughtfully at Fanny's somewhat horrified expression, thinking that the soul devourer was a mutant summoned beast, and it was said that it was fed with the blood of the black magician and the black spirit stone. It was extremely vicious, and the wounds bitten by it were difficult to recover, and it was easy to be infected with viruses. Could the phagosome it spewed out also be related to this? And this phagosome seemed to have been seen somewhere. Lijian suddenly had a flash of light in her mind, and she remembered that it was mentioned in the mutated magical beasts given to her by the old lady who owned the shop. When she thought of this, she immediately shifted her attention and stopped fighting with Fanny. Instead, she helped Coco up and ran away. Fanny was afraid of her coffin pendant move, so she just stared at her back with hatred, but did not chase her. Lijian ran for a while, called Ji Rongxi to take care of her, and turned around and ran down the mountain. The old lady in charge was very surprised at her rush. She didn't have time to explain, and ran to the bookshelf, took out mutated magic beasts, and read it page by page. Because she had seen it before, she had some impression in her mind. She found it after about 2 minutes of flipping through it. It introduced in detail the appearance, nature, and training of the Soul Eater, and most importantly, the magic of the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater actually does not devour people's souls, but devours people's magic waves. The devouring distance is 10 inches, so the Soul Eater cannot be allowed to get close to the body. Lijian suddenly realized that although Coco's magic was not as good as Ji Rongxi's, it was much higher than other students. At that time, she fell to the ground without any resistance and was abused by Fanny. It turned out that she was sucked by the magic wave. No wonder she felt Coco was so weak and powerless when she was supporting her. But the book did not mention how to prevent the Soul Eater from approaching the body, nor did it mention how to rescue after the magic wave was absorbed. The old lady in charge saw her miserable face and could not help asking, "What problem did you encounter?" Lijian sighed, put the book back on the shelf, and said with a flat mouth, "My opponent in the competition next week is a summoning magician who is good at summoning Soul Eaters. I want to find a way to deal with it." The shopkeeper's old lady said indifferently, "Isn't it just a soul-eating spirit? If it dares to bite you, just bite it back." Shopkeeper's grandmother. Lijian puffed up his face in dissatisfaction. "I am serious." "I am serious too," the old lady said seriously, and seeing Lijian stamping his feet in anxiety, she couldn't help laughing and gave the answer leisurely. "If the magic wave is swallowed by the soul-eating spirit, as long as the soul-eating spirit is killed, the magic wave will return to the magician." Lijian thought about it, and suddenly realized it. She hurriedly asked Ji Rongxi for communication. "Ji, chop up all of Fanny's Soul Eaters. Also, don't let the Soul Eaters get close to you. Soul Eaters are not easy to raise. The most that Fanny summoned was 14. Last time, Ji Rongxi chopped off 3, leaving 11. If they killed all of Fanny's Soul Eaters before the game, they would basically win the game." After living in the magic world for more than half a year, the first basic rule she learned was that people should not follow the rules too much. If they waited until the day of the game to kill them, they might be the loser. She had no intention of being a villain, but she didn't have to be a gentleman either. Ji Rongxi could kill as many as he could now, and if he couldn't kill them all, he would get them all back on the field. Lijian put down one worry, but it triggered another worry. He ran to the counter and asked flatteringly, "Granny, if I want to control something flying in the sky, is there any way to do it?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. "What method do you plan to use?" Lijian had thought about it many times before, and after hearing what she said, he summoned the butterfly and let it fly in the air, and said, "If I use the silver light stick, I can control it at most when I shoot it, but I can't make it follow it as it flies. I want that kind of follow-up effect." "Silly child." The shopkeeper old lady laughed, not politely at all. "Do you know how to make a 3-dimensional magic circle?" She had learned this. Li Jian nodded and immediately understood what she meant. The three-dimensional magic circle can indeed be controlled, but it is not easy to manipulate. I can't make the magic circle change with the change of the flying direction of the butterfly. The old lady smiled. Where is your cardboard? Can't you make a three-dimensional effect? What? Li Jian opened her mouth in surprise. Cardboard made into a 3D effect? She had indeed made cardboard into a 3D effect before, but she had never thought of using it to track flying objects. Without thinking, she took out the cardboard, and then drew a 3D map based on its position to determine the magic point where the butterfly flew. Surprisingly, it worked. Li Jian was just thinking about the magic, but she saw the butterfly flapping its wings and flying out of the 3D map where she was. If she wanted to catch up, she had to draw another one. The old lady sighed and shook her head. If the earth is a plane and the line between heaven and earth is the vertical axis, then what else can escape from heaven and earth? Chapter 158. Li Jian felt that this kind of thinking was so huge for a moment. She had read in a book that the magician's elements, magic waves, etc. all came from heaven and earth. It was natural to follow the heaven and earth and use the heaven and earth, but she had always been thinking about how to improve magic to win in the battle, but she had completely forgotten this essence. After being reminded by the old lady, she suddenly had an epiphany, and her whole vision was broadened. Seeing her shocked expression, the old lady understood that she had realized it, and continued, if you want to be bigger, you can let the magic line change with the change of the stars. Everything in the world is attracted by the sun, moon and stars, and moves along a specific trajectory. As long as you can change with them, nothing can escape your palm. Listening to her words is better than reading for 10 years. Li Jian suddenly realized, thanked the old lady, and was about to go back to school to practice, but his eyes accidentally swept across the little lion's nest, and his heart softened immediately. Its nest was placed next to the fireplace, and the fire in the fireplace was burning, which was very warm. Li Jian went forward and saw that the little lion's wounds had almost healed, but it was still sleeping, and its moist nose was opening and closing, looking very sweet. The pterosaur egg in its arms also did not move, and accompanied it silently as usual. Li Jian stretched out her hand to smooth the little lion's fur, and then touched the shell of the pterosaur egg, and said softly, you stay here obediently, I will take you back immediately after the game. Then she looked at them without blinking, expecting their reaction. If it were in the past, the little lion would definitely drop the pterosaur egg, jump up and drill into her arms, and the pterosaur egg would roll out along the pattern of the carpet, and the little lion would quickly jump out of her arms to pick it up. However, today all this was just her illusion, and for a long time, they did not move. Li Jian shook her head, shook off the fantasy in her heart, said goodbye to the old lady, and turned to walk out the door. The old lady stared at her back and suddenly called her. Shaoli, if your family is still there, would you still like to see them? Aren't her family only grandfather and uncle? If there is anyone else, it must be the old lady, the little lion, and the pterosaur egg. If it was grandfather and uncle, she would definitely want to see them, but the old lady didn't seem to mention them, if they are still there. These 4 words were so meaningful that she asked inexplicably, do I have other family members? The old lady didn't answer, but just nodded slightly. Really? Father or mother? She hasn't heard any news about her previous parents so far, and she doesn't think she can control it. So, she answered tactfully, in any case, blood is thicker than water, and this bond cannot be cut off just because I want to. The old lady's expression was not happy, nor was she sad, but she looked a little lost. In that case, you should grasp it well. Li Jian nodded. She didn't really care about the so-called family she mentioned. Instead, she was obsessed with the magic that the old lady said about following the stars day and night. This was the first time she heard this, but she could definitely give it a try. So she simply stayed away from home day and night, and hid in the exclusive training room. Maggie understood her thoughts, and simply said people to stay in the exclusive training room. At the same time, she added another barrier outside her original barrier to prevent anyone from getting close. Li Jian locked the target, drew a magic trap on the cardboard, and then projected it in 3 dimensions, trapping the entire target object completely. It was really able to achieve a 3-dimensional effect, making the flat trap effect like a barrier. After that, the magic trap arrays are stacked 1 by 1 to form a sphere. When the magic trap array loop of the sphere rotates and convex in an orderly manner, the effect achieved is 100 times that of an ordinary plane trap array. If you want to proceed to the next step, you can only practice in the wild. Li Jian saw that it was still early, so he immediately went to the valley through the magic teleportation array. For training, she has changed the connection location to the top of Kara Mountain. There, she can think about how to make the magic trap array into a three-dimensional form without any obstruction from the other three schools. At the same time, she can pay attention to the changes of the day and night stars and think about the true power of magic. I always thought that she regarded magic as a skill for survival and exams. She only wanted to be more powerful and climb to the top of the pyramid, but she never tried to explore the ability and essence of her magic wand, that is, the card. The essence of magic is that the magician relies on or uses the elements of nature to transform nature and the world. Her magic should not be limited to fighting with others, but should look further and higher. She raised her head and looked up at the starry sky. At this time, the night had just fallen and the light of the stars was not very bright, but the glass lamp could see the Big Dipper clearly. That was the power given to the magician by God. Before, she just thought her eyesight had improved, but now, as she watched the stars move, she suddenly understood. She took out the cardboard, condensed it into a drawing board, stretched out her palm, and quickly drew a few basic magic lines, and then the silver blue light on the drawing board surged. She used an ordinary triple formula, which should have been just a starting point, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. The magic line pulled her fingers slightly painfully. It doesn't seem too difficult. The glass lamp added 2 more functions, and used the magic lines to work again. On the top of the mountain, the wind was whistling. The spring snow had not yet melted, and she could hardly stand. Then she would be blown down the mountain by the wind. Liz Han was still inexperienced in this aspect. Halfway through the function calculation, she felt out of breath, as if she had run 1,000 meters. Sweat oozed from her forehead and soaked her bangs. The magic line seemed to have its own life, emerging endlessly from her pen, falling to the ground, and shining in the dim light of the evening. Her face seemed a little powerless under the shade of the light. The magic world has always adhered to the layered function, which means that the function must be layered, and one layer must be calculated before the next layer can be calculated. If one layer is added, the difficulty will increase by more than 10 times. Liz Han has an excellent talent in this area, and has learned various methods of solving functions in the Celestial Empire, so she can barely run it. The sky was completely dark at some point, and there was a faint sound of thunder coming from the black sky, as if it was right above her head. Liz Han is not a person who is entangled, but she is not used to giving up halfway. She calculated until the critical moment, completely ignoring the thunder that struck beside her, and instead wanted to make the magic wave keep up with the trajectory of the sky, the earth, and the stars. However, it was not easy to do this. Liz Han felt that there seemed to be a gully between the magic waves, separating the sky, earth, and stars. Every time she tried to cross it, she would be blocked. Her brows were getting tighter and tighter, and she was getting deeper and deeper in the continuous calculation of the function. The magic line jumped faster and faster, almost wrapping her whole body. Seeing that the thunder was getting louder and louder, a lightning bolt struck the boulder beside her, almost blowing it up. Liz Han felt that she could not stand and rolled to the side. Looking back, the boulder was split into 2 pieces by lightning, and the crack extended to her feet. The ground was shaking faintly. Liz Han stared blankly at the card she dropped on the ground, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. The power of the card was so strong. As soon as she thought about it, she suddenly turned her head and sneezed loudly. She touched her nose, and it started to rain. She rushed into the barrier, and wanted to use the teleportation method to return to school, but unexpectedly found that the barrier was completely destroyed by lightning. In desperation, she had to run to school in the rain. In the falling rain, she looked at the magic lights on the campus on the hillside, and for some reason, she felt a bit of happy melancholy. Back at the apartment, she took a shower, wrapped in a bathrobe, and sat in front of the window, looking at the roar of nature, and couldn't help but think of everything she had encountered in Xiandong Mountain. Where the snake-headed staff appeared, there used to be dense nebulae. That was not a real nebula, but the effect of magic. If she could also make such a shocking nebula, it would be possible without real stars, right? In an instant, Liz Han was enlightened. The semifinals means the strongest 4 groups that can compete for the championship. In order to allow all players to perform at their best level, the organizers let the students rest for 10 days. That is, the semifinals will start in 10 days. Finally, it was time for the semifinals. Liz Han stood on the field with full confidence. She didn't care why Fanny became a contestant of Dyke School of Magic, nor did she care what kind of person she had become now. She had only one belief in her heart: to defeat Fanny. Fanny sneered. After half a year of not seeing each other, their hatred for each other increased instead of decreasing. At the moment the game started, Liz Han drew a magic circle on the paper at a very fast speed, which was so dense that it was dazzling. she used the cardboard as a magic disc, and the magic lines surged out on the magic disc. The few lines that were quietly wrapped around her fingertips suddenly turned into a ball, all fell onto the ring, all drilled into the ground, and disappeared. At the moment when the Soul Devourer rushed over, it rose from the ground and tightly wrapped around the Soul Devourer. The Soul Devourer made a strange squeaking sound and spit out a bunch of black balls. "Be careful!" Ji Rongji shouted and quickly set up a barrier to cover herself. Seeing that Li Zhan was still drawing on the cardboard with her head down and showed no sign of avoiding it, she hurriedly helped her set up a barrier again. The black balls exploded in the air, and the magic lines wrapped around them were like on fire, making crackling sounds and breaking continuously. Ji Rongji knew that it wanted to hold back the Soul Devourer, so she quickly used magic waves to attack. Without the interference of the Soul Devourer, her attack became much smoother. Li Zhan kept drawing arrays on paper. In order to achieve a three-dimensional effect, she had to connect the sky and geography, but the bitter arena was indoors, and she could not see the sky, so she could only rely on functions to make calculations. Her math was not good in the Celestial Empire, and she had only practiced functions for a few months for the college entrance examination. A few days ago, she calculated for 5 or 6 days for the three-dimensional trap array, and finally grasped the essence. At this moment, she was nervous, and sweat beads appeared on her forehead halfway through the formula. Her hand hanging on the cardboard was also slightly trembling because of the magic line that came out from nowhere and fell to the ground endlessly. Chapter 159. Before the game, she had never thought that she could pull out so many magic lines, just like a spring, endless. She drew quickly on the paper, as if she had fallen into an endless sea of lines, and did not notice that Fanny's Soul Eater was almost dead because of the magic lines. Fanny was shocked and hurriedly dematerialized the Soul Eater, recalled all of them, and released them again. At this moment, a huge thunder came from the sky, enough to change the color of the sky and the earth, and it struck straight towards the arena. No one knew what was going on, but the thunder struck straight to the center of the arena, and all the magic lines of the glass lamp were lit up by lightning, turning into thousands of starlights, falling on the arena, and instantly burning the arena. This scene, not to mention the audience, even Lizzie, who was watching in the monitoring room, felt terrified. This was definitely not Li Zhan's usual power. Could it be that the power in her blood was triggered? Even if it was true, the power in her blood was too terrible and completely beyond their expectations. Lizzie suddenly felt that she had taught Li Zhan too much. If Li Zhan couldn't control herself, she would hurt herself. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lizzie's mind. Just as she was about to tell Wang Ziyu, the communicator suddenly rang, and then Info sent a message. A large number of black magicians entered the imperial capital and were approaching the direction of Kara Magic School. The Magic Guild organized the supervisory department to stop them. They are piking at Best Mountain in the northeast of the imperial city, but I don't think the supervisory department can stop them. What? Louise was shocked. This news was more frightening than when she discovered the power in Li Zhan's blood. She stood up suddenly, forwarded a copy of the news to Maggie, and hurried out of the arena. Why would a black magician suddenly visit? In fact, it is not surprising that a black magician appears in the imperial city. There are even many black magicians who work in the imperial city for a long time. But if a large number of black magicians came openly and needed the supervision department to stop them, it would definitely not be an ordinary incident. It happened that Li Zhan was competing inside. If the black magician discovered the ability in her blood, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. She made a prompt decision and called Wang Ziyu, saying urgently, "Kara is in danger. Stop the competition immediately." She was not from Kara Magic School, and had no authority to stop the competition. She could only let Wang Ziyu make the decision. Les took a few steps, and looked back at Li Zhan, who was still standing on the ring. Somehow, her heart suddenly started beating wildly. A bad premonition faintly broke through her heart. She took 2 steps forward and finally stopped, frowning and turning her head again. The surroundings in the audience seemed to become unreal. Suddenly, the crowd of people disappeared, leaving only the crisscrossing straight lines on the stage. This is Li Zhan's magic ability. When people stare at these lines, they can easily feel as if they are being sucked in, dizzy, and instantly lose their sense of direction. Les knew that this was a very powerful magic. Seeing it pouring out of Li Zhan's hands, he felt a sense of shock. The lines are like a chessboard, and her lines are surrounded by stars and follow the geography below. It is actually a combination of heaven and earth. No wonder there are lightning and thunder outside. Is it really earth-shaking? Even in the black magic, this kind of magic that can call the heavens and the earth is unimaginably terrifying. If Liz Han uses this kind of magic in the arena, I am afraid that the entire arena will not be able to withstand such a strong magic pressure, and will be shattered. Although Li Zhan's magic ability has been much stronger recently, it is obvious that she is barely holding on. If she stays for a few more minutes, she will definitely be backlashed. At that time, whether she dies or is injured, it will not be something she can control. At the same time, Fanny, who was standing opposite Liz Han, was even more panicked. She could not see Liz Han at all, and she didn't know where Ji Rongji had gone. The only thing that was shining was the magic line under the strongman's feet. The strongman was useless, just used to scare people. Now he was trapped, and she couldn't move. In a hurry, Fanny opened her hands and used light cutting to cut the magic line under her feet. She heard a hissing sound, and a small part of the magic circuit that bound her was cut off. She felt a lot more relaxed, and gathered the magic wave again, and with a bang, it hit the ring. The magic line rose up from where the strongman stood, expanding in all directions. The squares cut by the magic line suddenly broke, and the strongman jumped aside in a hurry. Seeing his clumsy movements, Fanny was unhappy, and was about to abandon him. But suddenly, she realized that she was hallucinating. The game was clearly held in the afternoon. Why did she feel that the starry sky was right above her head, as if she could reach out and touch it? Fanny suddenly opened her eyes wide, and couldn't help shouting, "This is impossible." Luiz also thought it was impossible. Classic. Luiz called out softly, and chanted a spell, and saw the magic book appear in the air, and flipped at a speed of 4 pages per second for Luiz to find information. Let's read 10 lines at a glance. After flipping through half of the book, he finally found the explanation of the magic circle used by Liz Han in the corner of the edge. Its name is Heaven and Earth Magic Cube, which connects heaven and earth together to form a three-dimensional space. No matter where the opponent is, it can be accurately found and trapped. Oops. Les closed the book with a snap, sighed deeply, and rushed out of the arena. At the same time, Fanny looked up and saw the end of the nebula. Liz Han stood there like a good student, holding a drawing board in his hand, drawing seriously. The whole person seemed to float in countless crisscrossing magic lines, and there was a distance of thousands of clouds and mountains between him and her. Liz Han seemed to be aware of her gaze, and looked up at the dazzling and terrifying starry sky. "Fanny, do you think you can escape from under the starry sky?" Fanny was shocked. Could it be a magic circle of 9 stars? A trace of fear appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but ask, "How did you do this?" "It's not difficult," Liz Han said lightly. "It's not a real star, but it uses magic lines to follow the trajectory of the stars, and uses the position of the Big Dipper to show it in front of you. If the function is used correctly, and in the fastest way, only 9,981 functions are enough." In the huge arena, it seemed that there was no third person, and although Liz Han was far away from her, her voice seemed to be right in front of her. Fanny sweated all over her back in an instant. She felt that she had always misjudged this person. She was not a human being, but a divine tool more sophisticated than a computer. She was actually going against such a person. Liz Han saw her hesitation, smiled slightly, and quickly calculated on the paper again. This formation was extremely complex, and it certainly wasn't completed in the blink of an eye. She had consciously set up the formation in the arena since the day she came back from the top of the mountain. The invisible magic lines seemed to have turned into ropes, binding Fanny, who was still in a daze, in place. Before she could make any resistance, she fell down. But the magic lines did not stop, and continued to wrap around Fanny's body. After touching her wound, the color suddenly changed, and the thin silver-blue magic line suddenly turned blood red. The entire ring was covered with a layer of blood mist, which made it hard to see clearly, but also strange and terrifying. The arena was as quiet as if no one was there. Everyone covered their mouths in shock, afraid that they would shout out. What a terrifying demonization! This was clearly the most awe-inspiring, terrifying and frightening magic in everyone's heart. The students of Kara Magic School actually learned such a powerful and terrifying thing. The magic thread was wrapped around Fanny's wound, constantly absorbing her blood. Warm liquid flowed out of Fanny's eyes. It was not tears, but ink-colored blood. Among them, Liz Han was the most terrified and shocked. When she was talking to Fanny before, she could still control the growth and winding of the magic line, but suddenly the magic line went out of control, and the thin and winding magic line actually entangled her. It was as if there was a third person controlling it outside the field, and she and Fanny were like moths in a spider web. This thought made Liz Han even more panicked, and she hurriedly used the magic waves all over her body to collect the magic line, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't collect it all. Instead, it grew longer and longer, and finally submerged her whole body. At this time, where did Ji Rongxi go? Fanny's partner, the strong man, also disappeared. There seemed to be a confusing blood-red mist floating above the ring, and all the spectators could not be seen, as scary as an empty tomb. She wanted to run away. Liz Han was terrified and took out the feather pen and drew it hard on the source of the drawing board. The feather pen was extremely thin, and when it was filled with magic waves, it was more effective than any knife. That stroke successfully cut off all the magic lines. The magic lines lost the support of the magic wave and fell to the ground, submerged in the floor, and soon disappeared. The bloody mist disappeared, and the ring returned to its normal appearance in just a few seconds, but the people on the field were more miserable than each other. Not far in front of Liz Han, Fanny lay on her side on the ring, with dark blood flowing all over the ground. The soul-eating spirits floating in the air also fell to the ground like dead fish, turning into empty shells. Liz Han could see clearly that the soul-eating spirits had been drained of their bodies. Could it be that her magic thread did this? How could her magic thread do such a terrible thing? She covered her mouth, and suddenly a chill rose in her chest that she couldn't suppress. Her stomach was churning, and she wanted to vomit immediately. As for how the strong man and Ji Rongxi were doing, she didn't have time to see. She turned sideways, covered her mouth, and retched. At this moment, the host's ups and downs voice suddenly rang through the audience. Due to special circumstances, the competition is temporarily suspended. All spectators are requested to leave the venue in an orderly manner under the guidance of security personnel. You can't play with people like this, right? Li Zhan suddenly raised her face. She suddenly felt an unusual breath. Chapter 160. However, the audience was not so rational. This match was thrilling enough. No one expected that the magic baby of Dyke Magic School was a black magician, and no one expected that the seed player of Kara Magic School had such terrible magic. Now there was another accident, and the host did not explain it. The audience shouted, "What's going on? Kara is about to win. Is she cheating? Host, are you biased?" The host was a little overwhelmed by the series of accusations. He coughed lightly and signaled everyone to calm down. "Everyone, please be patient. The temporary suspension of the competition is helpless because the black magician is coming in large numbers. For the safety of everyone present, please leave the arena as soon as possible." What? This time, the audience's dissatisfaction immediately changed. Among them, there are many members of the Magic Guild, the Imperial Capital, or various magic associations. Hearing this, they took out their magic wands and took defensive postures. As for some timid or junior students, because they have experienced the horror of the black magician in the history of magic, they are almost scared to the point of urinating and running towards the passage like headless flies. The scene was in chaos. At this moment, a faint, weak, lazy, and childish voice came in with a little bit of coquettishness. "I'm coming." The voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating, and it was accurately transmitted to the ears of everyone present, making people feel a chill in their hearts. But perhaps because there were many magicians in the arena, and the magic waves were relatively concentrated, no one felt that there was an abnormal magic wave approaching. Boom! A huge hole was suddenly blown out on the east side of the arena. The broken stones mixed with dust fell down one after another, and the security guards in the venue were shocked. The two security guards closest to the cave entrance flew forward and spread out their magician cloaks, turning them into a huge black cloth about 4 or 5 meters wide. The two of them held both ends and flew under the cave entrance, instantly catching all the fallen huge stone fragments. Not a single extra stone was left. The audience's hearts had not yet fallen to the ground when a big black bird glided in, opened its yellow beak, and it cried out loudly, and the sound was as if its throat was torn apart. It was extremely uncomfortable to hear. The big bird still didn't notice, and it kept crying until it flew to the top of the ring in the center of the arena. Then it stopped flying, spread its wings, and stopped in midair. It turned its head and faced the chairman and the audience. Only then did people see clearly that the black bird was a big crow. The big crow's wings were 4 or 5 meters wide, and there was a white-haired boy sitting on its back. According to visual estimation, the boy's height was no more than 1.3 meters. Whether it was his appearance or his body shape, he was less than 10 years old. The boy's skin was as white as his hair, showing a strange morbidity, almost to the point of being transparent, and even the blue blood vessels under the skin could be vaguely seen. He smiled brightly, as if he had just picked up a candy. This sudden appearance of the boy made everyone stunned. Then someone shouted in disbelief, "A young face with white hair, it's an elf magician." The elves in the magic world have long been extinct, but some of them have survived by combining with magicians. The descendants of half-elf and half-human are called elf magicians. Up to now, the number of elven magicians is less than 30. Some people predict that within 500 years, elven magicians will become extinct. Elven magicians have human appearance, but also have the characteristics of elves. Their skin is very white and transparent. Their bodies are short and fragile, but their magic is powerful. When they are angry, their whole body becomes transparent. The elven magic they use will be 10 times stronger than usual, and they can kill any opponent with their own hands. Therefore, they are coveted by magicians, which leads to their extinction. Generally speaking, elves are a kind of peaceful creatures, and will not actively attack magicians. Therefore, the people who thought it was the black magician who attacked calmed down and were glad that it was the elf magician instead of the black magician. Some even began to fantasize about catching the boy and selling him for money. Capturing elves and selling them for money was once very popular, especially angry elves. Even the specimens were sold for 10 million Dan coins, which was a treasure that human body collectors flocked to. Their eyes stayed on the boy, completely forgetting the crow under him. The crow is one of the favorites of the black magician. White and blue mages disliked crows because of their ugly appearance and bad voices, and were generally unwilling to use them. However, the black magician liked these black creatures and insisted that the trainer train them into level 7 magic beasts. No matter who they are, as long as they use their brains to think about it, they will understand that people who can use level 7 magic beasts as their vehicles, whether they are elves or magicians, are not ordinary people. The white-haired boy ignored their gazes, lowered his head and glanced at Fanny, who was about to die, stretched out his white and tender fingers and pointed at her and laughed. "Is this the black magician? You must be lying. Hate it. I have to make such a trip." Everyone looked at each other. Some of them had understood, but did not know his intention, so they did not take action immediately. Some of them just watched the situation develop with an attitude of watching the show. So, the arena became a show for the white-haired boy. Only the security guard of the arena had to bite the bullet and come up to persuade him in a gentle voice. "This is the competition time of the inter-school championship. Can you please go to the lounge to rest for a while, or go to the VIP seats to watch? As for whether the contestant is a black magician, it is still to be discussed." The boy didn't even look at them, but the black crow under him suddenly spurted out a ball of fire from its mouth, which suddenly swelled when it encountered the air, turning into flames all over the sky and shooting at the security guards. The security guards were all 3-star magicians or above, and they were not surprised to see this situation. They turned over in the air, chanted a spell, and separated the flames. "Well, your skills are really bad." The boy smiled and made a grimace, and with a flick of his finger, the security guard standing in the air staggered and fell to his feet uncontrollably. He reached out and grabbed the security guard's collar and threw him on the ring. The ring made a muffled sound and actually smashed a big hole. When everyone came to their senses, they saw all the security guards rushing up and surrounding the boy. The boy didn't care about everyone at all and reached down carelessly. Under his action, the dying Fanny was hung up like a piece of clothing, rising slowly until it rose in front of him. He didn't want to touch it, but just looked at Fanny's face that was almost mummified, frowned in disgust. "It's so smelly, so disgusting. How can a black magician be so smelly?" He manipulated the magic line to drag the person away, about 3 meters away, and then stopped, holding his chin and staring at the person in front of him without blinking. Fanny's feet began to rot as if she had been splashed with sulfuric acid. The rotten matter fell on the ring, burning black holes and hissing smoke. Everyone looked at Fanny in horror, and saw that the rot was spreading higher and higher. In just a few minutes, her legs, abdomen, chest, and head disappeared, and soon even her head disappeared, leaving only a complete skeleton. After being rotten, even the bones were gray and covered with teeth marks, as if they had been bitten by something. The boy bit his fingers and flicked the magic line that was hanging Fanny. The magic line shook, and the bones, crack. It broke apart with a sound, and fell to the ring, shattered into pieces, and some small bones even turned directly into dust. "Black magician? Don't be so deceiving." The young man spoke again, looking furious, angry that he was deceived. "Don't tell me that using one's own flesh and blood to feed the soul-eating spirit is also the specialty of the black magician. Wow, I must have been deceived." Everyone looked at each other. At first, they thought he was here to seek revenge on behalf of the black magician, but now they think it's not the case. They thought he was looking for revenge on the black magician, so someone bravely said, "My little friend, you are wrong. There is no black magician here. If you want to find a black magician, you have to go to the Southwest continent." "Who said you have to go to the Southwest continent?" The boy pointed at himself in dissatisfaction and pouted his mouth in anger. Don't I look like a black magician? I have been here for so long, and you can't see it. Everyone was in an uproar. Just then, a girl in a pink princess dress dragged her skirt and ran to the host. She took a breath, picked up the microphone and shouted, "Come on, go up and catch him." Everyone was stunned. Seeing that it was Bilyua May Xian who was speaking, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. May Xian saw that no one moved, and was anxious and almost cried. Just now, the deputy director of the supervision department told me that Brother Fiki was injured by the black magician. He is the black magician's man. Only by catching him can the black magician retreat. This was not appropriate to say in public, but Bilyua was anxious, and was confident that there were so many people present, so the white-haired boy could not escape, so he shouted it out in public. "Oh, that big fool!" The white-haired boy's eyes lit up, and he sat on the black crow and flew towards Bilyua. Bilyua was so scared that his face turned pale and shouted, "Come on, come and catch him." Seeing this, the security guards all gathered around and stood in front of Bilyua, staring at the white-haired boy. But they were afraid, and no one dared to step forward to capture him. Everyone present saw that he had killed Fanny with just a few moves, and they were worried that their fate would be as miserable as Fanny's. Bilyua had just heard the news that Fitch Brooks was injured, and wanted to bravely capture the white-haired boy to threaten the black magician. Now that no one dared to go up, she was timid, so she wanted to quietly leave the arena and go to the supervision department. "Wow, it's rare that someone wants to catch me, come on." The white-haired boy rolled on the crow's back while laughing, as if he had heard something funny. When he sat up, he saw Bilyua slipping towards the passage, standing out among the crowd of people standing still. He stretched out his hand and shot out a magic line, wrapping it around her, grinning, "Aren't you going to catch me? Why are you running away?" Chapter 161. Protect the young lady. Bilyua Myrickson's bodyguards shouted angrily, surrounded him, and jointly launched a strong magic wave, hitting the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy puffed up his face, and said angrily, "Woo, how come the Magic Guild is more annoying than the Black Spirit Master?" As he said that, he waved the magic line in his hand, and all the bodyguards fell to the ground, as if their necks were neatly cut by knives. Only a thin scar on their necks was left, and blood oozed out, just like the red line drawn by a feather pin. Bilyua stepped back in fear and accidentally bumped into a chair in the audience, hitting her right leg. She forgot the pain and just screamed, "Don't come over here, devil, don't come over here. Aren't you going to catch me?" The white-haired boy made an innocent face. "If you catch me, you can exchange hostages with that big fool. I just want to see if the Rain Man really values me, come and catch me." Someone from the Magic Guild in the audience finally couldn't help but stand up and block Bilyua, making a universal gesture of the Magic Guild, indicating that everyone should join forces to capture the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy was laughing as he flew over the crowd's heads. He didn't make any moves. Wherever he went, there were corpses everywhere. He flew all the way back to the center of the ring, his legs dangling, and he said boredly, "It's been so long, why hasn't the Rainman come yet?" He paused and looked at the audience. Seeing that all the audience were staring at him with a complex look of fear and disbelief, he felt even more bored and was too lazy to do anything. He just stayed in the air with the crow and dozed off. Seeing his reckless behavior, everyone was so angry that they were fuming, and they also hated themselves for not being as skilled as him. The timid ones fled, while the brave ones took their magic wands, condensed magic waves, and prepared to kill him in one strike. Otherwise, if he recovered, there would be another bloody battle. Maggie had been watching in the monitoring room, and she did not move when she saw the white-haired boy killing people. First, she thought there were a few people who could calm down the scene, and second, she did not understand the white-haired boy's intention. But no one in the arena was willing to take action. When she finally understood the white-haired boy's intention, the arena had already turned into a disaster. The other party's intention was obvious. They were here to cause trouble. A few years ago, Zhuo Zhuani, and some private armed forces, and even the Magic Guild, were secretly training black magicians as death soldiers, and they were active everywhere under the name of black magicians, seeking personal gain or doing some inhumane things, while discrediting the image of black magicians in the public, making it easier for the Magic Guild to crack down on black magicians. Recently, the Black Spirit Master has been active too frequently, and his methods are outrageous. She had long felt that things would get bad one day, but she didn't expect that day to come without warning. The black magician was angry this time. She knew that Fanny was a Black Spirit Master. But Wang Ziyu said that he was not in a hurry to take action against Fanny, because the mastermind behind the scenes was very cunning. He first stabilized them, and let Fanny participate in the competition. However, she didn't expect that the elf magician would also join the black magician clan. She couldn't help but cast her eyes towards Liz Han and Ji Rongxi, who were still standing in the arena. Ji Rongxi fell in a corner of the arena and couldn't recover for a while. Li Zhan's power was out of control just now, and he could subconsciously push her to the corner and isolate her. Although she was not seriously injured, she was suppressed by the magic wave and couldn't move. Liz Han fell in the shadow below the arena and vomited. Her face was very pale, and a few strands of hair were wet with sweat and stuck to her face. It was probably because the magic wave was out of control just now, and she was also very uncomfortable. Li Zhan's magic wave has an inexplicable connection with the black magician. If she doesn't leave now, more black magicians will come, and she might be in trouble. Thinking of this, she rushed to the ring to save Liz Han. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and she came silently. But no matter how fast she couldn't be as fast as the elf magician, who was above Liz Han. The boy also found Liz Han, and said in surprise, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, "Was the magic wave just now yours?" As he spoke, the magic line dropped, and the void lifted Liz Han up. Liz Han hadn't finished vomiting out the contents of her stomach, and now waves of it were rushing up her throat. Her mouth was full of sourness, and she didn't have time to wipe it off. She felt that her body was out of control, so she quickly used the magic trap to fix her feet and finish vomiting first. Otherwise, it would be like when you are carsick. As long as you haven't finished vomiting, you will still be rolling in your stomach and feel uncomfortable. The white-haired boy was just waiting for her to fly up out of boredom. Now that he saw her fall back to the ground, a hint of curiosity appeared in his clear eyes. He hooked his fingers again, and the magic trap circuit on the ground was broken instantly. Li Zhan's body was quickly lifted up. She looked up and saw a thin transparent magic line above her head. She immediately understood and took out the feather pen to cut the magic line neatly, and used gravity to press her body down. Maggie came over and caught her. Her hand touched her back, which was dripping with sweat. Liz Han wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. Seeing Maggie, she felt relieved and turned her head away to prevent Maggie from smelling the strange and unpleasant smells in her mouth. Maggie had no time to pay attention to her. She just glared at the white-haired boy. The security guards were more confident, looking at Maggie, and handed the initiative to her. A group of people lined up behind her, ready to escort or capture people. Maggie made a gesture to them. The gesture was simple, and the meaning was also simple: kill without mercy. As security guards, they can protect their own people before receiving orders, but they are not allowed to kill others unless they receive special orders. After seeing Maggie's gesture, they immediately became alert and were ready to kill the white-haired boy in one fell swoop. The boy glanced at Maggie and spat out 3 words: "Old woman." Maggie had a bad temper and hated being called an old woman. She raised her hand, and a lightning strike burst out, and shouted angrily, "Do you think Kara is alone? You dare to break in alone. You are looking for death." The security personnel rushed up collectively, and used the collective trick used by security personnel, lightning net. The lightning net, as the name suggests, is a net. People caught in it have no way to escape. The lightning strike of a 3-star magician is not something that ordinary people can bear. Just imagine how terrible it would be if dozens of 3-star magicians struck together. However, the boy still looked nonchalant, stretched out his index finger and shook it on his lips, and said mysteriously like a ghost, "I'm not alone." As soon as the voice fell, panicked voices came from all around the arena. "Who locked the passage door? Let me out. Ah, the door is locked." For a while, all kinds of crying and shouting were heard. Which school's audience has such poor quality? Don't you know that crying and shouting will affect other people's emotions? Maggie is used to the days of swords, and she can remain calm even if Mount Tai is pressing down on her. She doesn't understand why these students are crying. What made her vomit blood was that the collective lightning strikes of the security guards not only failed to cause any harm to the boy, but the entire group of security guards fell in all directions in the dazzling light. The boy may have more than one ability, but it definitely includes the mirror. The mirror can reflect anything back to the user, including magic waves. Maggie almost gnashed her teeth secretly. If this is the case, what magic can she use on the boy so that it will not be reflected back? The boy laughed again, looked at the hole in the arena, and jumped up and down. "Ha! My helper is here." As he spoke, a group of black crow-like people flew into the hole again. Liz Han suddenly opened her eyes wide. Yes, the unusual breath she felt just now was flying towards her at an unparalleled speed. For some reason, she felt that the breath had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There must be something wrong with the feeling. Liz Han shook her head desperately. The man flying in the front was wearing a black casual suit, with a high collar that covered most of his chin. His long black hair was scattered behind his head. His cheeks were deeply contoured, but his facial features were exquisite, which was unique to Oriental people. At first glance, he looked a bit like a mixed-race person. Although he looked quite handsome, his aura made people feel very dangerous, especially his blood-red eyes, which made him look even more weird. His movements were almost not flying, but he was strolling in the air, seemingly relaxed, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the boy. Liz Han stared at his face without blinking. Where had she seen this face before? Young master. The boy's words interrupted her thoughts, and he happily ran to the young master and rubbed against him, like a little brother acting coquettishly to his brother. Maggie watched all this, her pupils suddenly contracted. She knew that the black magicians were attacking in large numbers, but she didn't expect that among the black magicians who came, there was also the legendary black magic master. The young master glanced at the people in the audience, who were a little panicked but still calm, and said, "Ainong, don't play around, and make a quick decision." The voice was flat, neither high nor low, without any emotion, and it was obvious that he was a person with a strong heart. The white-haired boy called Ainong stuck out his tongue mischievously. "Yes, sir." With his hands open, he pushed his palms toward the audience seats, and white transparent spheres, like bubbles, appeared in the audience seats, and exploded one after another. Boom, boom, boom. After the violent explosion, there were shouts and screams around, and Liz Han felt that his heart suddenly shrank uncontrollably. Tick, tick. Blood kept falling from the bodies of the audience, which sounded particularly harsh in the quiet arena where no one seemed to be. Many people took out magic wands to resist, but it was useless. "Stop!" Liz Han shouted in surprise. "Are you crazy? There are so many people there." "That's right. I just picked the place with the most people to attack, otherwise how can it be called a quick battle?" Ainong laughed and bombarded, his hands continued, and soon the audience seats were bombarded all over. Chapter 162. People with high magic power usually sit in the VIP seats, which have a lower status, and Ainong attacks the ordinary audience seats at a higher level. Most of the ordinary seats are students. Although they can avoid them, they are still hurt. Liz Han looked at Maggie anxiously, but Maggie had no time to pay attention to her. She was staring at the so-called young master. In any case, Ainong was just a clerk, and the young master was the real boss, and she didn't know what his real ability was. The young master just stood still, watching with a calm and relaxed look, and smiled softly. His eyes were really pure red, which reminded people of blood crystals. Seeing that no one stopped him, Ainong became even more arrogant. After the bombing, he cast his eyes on Ji Rongxi on the ring. Although Ji Rongxi was panicked, he was very calm. He held the magic wand in his hand. Although he could not resist all his attacks, he could eliminate some of the damage. Ainong's eyes were shining, and he stretched out his hand towards Ji Rongxi, ready to capture her. Li Zhan was shocked when he saw this. "Ji, run away." But before he finished speaking, Ainong's magic line had already reached Ji Rongxi's head. Liz Han was anxious, and used all her strength to draw a galaxy between Ji Rongxi and Ainong. No, it was a red river, but she was anxious and didn't pay attention to the color of the magic wave. Her only hope was that it could stop Ainong's attack. Ainong said "huh" in surprise, and suddenly gave up Ji Rongxi and reached out to grab Li Zhan's neck. Liz Han had no time to save herself. She watched the pale and slender fingers touch her, but her whole body was stiff and unable to move. She could feel that it was an overwhelming force. Then, she felt heavy all over and fell heavily on the stage. Liz Han struggled to get up, but couldn't even take a step. However, due to gravity, even though the veins on his feet were bulging, he still couldn't stand up. Maggie, his ability is gravity, which can reduce and increase the gravity on a person. Liz Han fell to the ground and shouted loudly. Ainong. "Huh?" said, with a trace of admiration in his eyes, "You know too much." Li Zhan's cleverness made him feel even happier. To repay him, maybe he could let him die more easily? Liz Han panicked and tightly grasped the feather pen, chanting the spell again, using the same trick he had used against Fanny. Just now, she was very afraid of the uncontrollable power, but now she felt that as long as she could save Ji Rongxi, Maggie, and the audience from bleeding, it was worth it. The blood-colored magic line flew towards Ainong's feet like an arrow, and the magic nebula in the sky wrapped Ainong in it. At this moment, she only hoped that her magic could be of some use. At the same time, the young master slowly spoke. "I felt it." His words came out of nowhere, making people nervous. Many people didn't know what he was talking about, but Ainong immediately turned his attention to him, stretched out his hand, and casually pushed aside the nebula, nodding firmly, "It must be." Li Jian saw that her magic had no effect on him at all, and she couldn't help feeling fear and inexplicable uneasiness. Why could he pass through her magic nebula without any obstacles? It felt like she passed through Abu's barrier without any obstacles. Could it be that her magic is the same as Ainong's? This is impossible. "Is it you, girl?" The young master smiled at her, then laughed wildly. "That's great." As he spoke, he swooped down, grabbed the glass cup trapped by gravity, and flew out of the hole in the arena. The black magician behind him also followed behind him. Ainong covered his mouth and yawned, saying lazily, "No more fun, annoying." As he spoke, he left while bombing. Maggie was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. She flew out of the hole and shouted. Stones gathered in the sky and turned into a huge stone several feet long. It smashed at the black magician with the force of thunder. She didn't want to destroy the arena, so she held back. Now that she was out of the arena, she had no scruples and used a killer move. What a terrifying magic! Luckily it didn't get suppressed. Ainong smiled playfully, but her actions were not dissatisfied at all. A group of people cunningly dodged the attack of the huge stone and went in two directions. The young master summoned a blood-red pterosaur, which flew straight to the west. Ainong and 6 black magicians followed him, while the others flew to the east. Lizhan was held hostage by the young master and sat on the pterosaur's back. Seeing Kara getting farther and farther away, she had already reached the continuous mountains outside the imperial capital. She was anxious and chanted, "Dragonfish dance." As soon as the voice fell, the clouds in the sky gathered and turned into a huge dragonfish, comparable to Maggie's boulder. She had always been able to dance the dragonfish, and under Maggie's teaching, it became more powerful, with 7 claws and 6 horns, and was feared by all directions. Who? A wave of red air blew out of the fish dragon's mouth, sweeping the crows under the black magician's seat. The crows could not resist this momentum, and were trapped by the blood-like mist, and immediately lost their direction. Strange, why did the display form of the magic wave turn red? Lizhan looked at the red mist that covered the sky and the sun, and her heart skipped a beat. She always thought that her magic guardian color was silver blue. Her butterflies, her feather pins, and even the magic lamps she condensed were of this color. How could it turn red? It was so red, like blood that had been torn apart. Lizhan was stunned, and the young master grabbed her neck with his hand. "You are too active." After saying that, he pinched her, and she felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and then she lost consciousness. Just then, Lizzie arrived, and without saying a word, he fired 2 shots at the young master's head. The gun was Lizzie's magic wand. Her gun was not loaded with ordinary bullets, but bullets condensed by magic waves. Once hit, there was no chance of survival. She attacked without warning, and the 6 black magicians with weaker magic didn't even know when she came. Her bullet broke through the airflow and shot at the young master's face, but just when it was about to hit him, the young master turned his face, and then the bullet seemed to encounter an obstacle and was forced to change its trajectory and flew out close to his face. Les' heart trembled, and he turned his hand and turned the pistol into a rocket launcher, condensing a rocket as big as a stone and firing at the young master. She had a graceful figure and a charming body, but her attack was comparable to that of the devil in hell, with a series of explosive attacks, and the black magicians who were slightly late in dodging were hit by her and fell to the ground. There were only 6 black magicians around the young master. After being attacked by her, only one was left. Maggie rushed up from behind and summoned the boulder again. The mountain was full of rocks. She was naturally strong, and her magic was powerful. With a boom, the ground shook. She used magic to drive the snow on the top of the mountain again, and the snow collapsed. Large pieces of snow rolled in like thousands of troops. The young master had a calm expression. Seeing this, he snorted slightly, raised his palm, and slowly pushed it towards the avalanche. At the moment of pushing, a blood-red river appeared in front of him, looming and hazy, flowing slowly in the void, meeting the avalanche. After the rapidly sliding snow met it, it was immediately assimilated into water and poured down. People at the foot of the mountain didn't know and thought it was raining. Just above the river, an inky scroll was floating, emitting a bloody light. The symbol of the black magician was reflected in the light, but the symbol was only hazy and could not be seen clearly. Maggie's face changed. She was hit by the river. The avalanche could not continue. She groaned miserably and was knocked back several hundred meters. When she stabilized her body, blood kept gushing out of her mouth. She actually hurt her heart and lungs. Boom! Les fired another rocket launcher, directly hitting the black magic symbol that the young master had transformed. The black magic symbol shook, and the red blood mist disappeared. She fired several more shots in succession, covering while dragging Maggie back. The young master's strength was far beyond her expectations. If Maggie was fine and cooperated with her, she could barely deal with them, but it was almost impossible to get the glass back. Now Maggie was injured again, so she had no choice but to save her first. As for the glass, she could only wait for Wang Ziyu to come back. When she ran away, the young master did not send anyone to chase her, but disappeared in the sky in an instant. Back in Kara, Les threw Maggie to the Karo Magic Association for treatment, and he was irritably pinching the recording board, making a crackling sound. Black magicians never act out of the ordinary, and they don't need to be inspected and reviewed like the Magic Guild, nor do they have any plans that can be stolen. They come and go as the rain in June, which is very annoying. She just sat down for a while, and Info sent her a message. One is the loss caused by the black magicians to the imperial capital. The black magicians were divided into 3 groups. One group destroyed Zhuowen's secret training base for black spirits in seconds, and destroyed the entire base in one fell swoop. One group went to Zhuowen's base, and destroyed it completely. Another group went to the Magic Guild, humiliated the current president of the Magic Guild, and beat the supervision department to a pulp. According to Info's speculation, the black magician heard that there was a good show in Kara, so he came to watch. Compared with other disaster-stricken places, Kara suffered the least damage. The few who died were all from the Biluo family. Only more than 60 students were injured, and the only damaged building was the arena. The other one was the information of the young master of the black magic in Ainong. The name of the young master of the black magic is Anjia Yuren, the eldest son of Anjia Shino, the most powerful Anjia family among the black magic families. Anjia Shino is the current commander of the black magic, equivalent to the president of the Magic Guild. According to legend, the Anjia family has the blood of elves and can summon elves. They have the lightness of elves, and the most distinctive magic ability is Magic Line. Almost everyone can play a few tricks. The information says a lot, but it is not the key. At the end, Infu added, I have tried my best. If you see what is missing, I will find a way. When Les saw this, he wanted to ask him to look for it again, but he swallowed it back. With Infu's ability, if he can't find it, then there is really no way. Chapter 163. Luai smiled back at Inver and turned to look at Maggie on the bed. She was still such a fierce and domineering woman in the morning, but in the afternoon, she lay on the bed with a pale face. In addition to lamenting the impermanence of the world, Luai felt more sad and self-blame. She shouldn't have let Maggie fight alone. If she had shot Anjia Yuren one more time, Maggie wouldn't have been injured so badly. She could see that Maggie had used up all her magic, while Anjia Yuren was still in a leisurely state. Luai wiped her face and sighed softly. She and Maggie were the kind of friends who disliked each other when they met, but missed each other when they didn't. Although more than 20 years had passed, she still remembered playing together when they were young. She and Maggie grew up in the same town. When she was 9 years old, the Magic Guild had a dispute with the Black Magician and fought a big battle over the town. The residents of the town were either buried by the collapsed mudslide or hit by the magic wave and half dead. After that battle, the town became a deserted city. Faced with such a home, she and Maggie both chose to leave the town and look for a new life. In order to survive, she joined the assassin training group, while Maggie joined the Kirk mercenary group. Their paths diverged from then on. At the age of 21, her assassin path came to an end, but she was lucky enough to meet Wang Ziyu soon after, and became one of his generals. She thought Maggie would become the leader of the mercenary group, but unexpectedly Maggie handed over the position of leader to Kezia during the mercenary group's change of leadership, and entered the Carlo Magic Association. 2 years later, she became the president of the Carlo Magic Association. Unexpectedly, the Carlo Magic Association is also Wang Ziyu's masterpiece. At the celebration banquet, the two met again. Different choices when they were young, chose the same person 20 years later, Wang Ziyu. However, at this time, even under the same roof, the two took different ways. Maggie was responsible for the light, and she was responsible for the dark. Maggie's magic was bright and upright, and her domineering was natural, while her magic was very small and fine, specializing in personal attacks. Time is a butcher knife. In my memory, the 9-year-old super-powerful girl Maggie is now lying in bed like a patient. Her hair is still thick and hard, and there are no wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, but she suddenly feels old. Her heart was old. She felt that she could not bear to see the other person lying on the bed. She touched the cigarette on the table, took out one, lit it, and held it in her hand. In the curling smoke, the super-powerful woman of the year had not changed. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Ziyu finally rushed to Kara's school. A few days ago, he had been dealing with the disaster site after Zhuani's raid in the distance, but he didn't expect that Kara Magic School had another accident, forcing him to rush back. This boy was only 18 years old, but he was more mature and stable than a 28-year-old, and busier than a 38-year-old. There was fatigue in the corners of his eyes that could not be concealed. Lizzie broke the cigarette in his hand, walked to the reception room, and said to Wang Ziyu, who had just stepped into the door, "Maggie was injured and is still in a coma. Donut was captured by Anjie Yurin and his life or death is uncertain." She directly mentioned Anjie Yurin's name. She believed that Info also sent a copy to Wang Ziyu when he sent her the information. "Donut will not die, you can rest assured about this," Wang Ziyu said firmly, pulled a chair and sat down, pondered for a while, and said, "Things over there are almost handled. You and the desert team should help find more information about the Black Magician as soon as possible, especially the ability of the Anjia family. I will go directly to ask for help, and I should have a battle with him. As for Maggie, does Kezia know?" Luiz replied. "Kezia arranged for the mercenary group to find out. He is looking for medicine for Maggie now." Wang Ziyu nodded. "Let Kezia look after Maggie." He pulled the corner of his lips for a rare moment. It's just right for them to get in touch with each other. Luiz was relieved to see that he could still smile, which showed that he was still confident. She and Maggie have been in the industry for many years, and have never been suppressed so badly. She finally calmed down a little, and looked more respectful. "I go find some information. Butler Billy will be by your side soon to help you." Wang Ziyu was about to say yes, but changed his mind and said, "No need. Billy just needs to watch the castle to prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation. You can go and accompany him. I can handle the donuts by myself." Les looked at the young prince, and somehow, he suddenly felt touched. He had grown up a lot since he fell in love. If it were before, he would never let Kezia accompany Maggie, nor would he let her go back to accompany the butler. Lizhan was kidnapped, more or less. It was her fault, because she did not inform Lizhan in time, nor did she take her out of the arena. She had forgotten what she was thinking when she ran out of the arena alone. The only thing she understood was that she had made a big mistake, but Wang Ziyu did not ask about the situation at that time. She wanted to apologize, but the words came to her lips, opened and closed and opened again, and finally said nothing. She bowed and disappeared neatly into the night. When Wang Ziyu received the news from Les that the Black Magician is coming, he started to rush back and arrived only now. After sitting down, he felt tired and fell asleep on the sofa. He didn't know how long he slept, but the communicator in his pocket rang. He opened his sleepy eyes, touched the communicator, and saw that his mind was half awake. It was Akala who requested the communication. As soon as the call was connected, Akala's nervous voice rang, "Prince, Lizhan has been kidnapped." Wang Ziyu thought, "Isn't this nonsense?" At this time, he was not yet refreshed, so he didn't answer him. He stood up and poured himself a glass of water, drank it, moistened his throat, and then said, "Then what?" Akala said anxiously, "Of course we have to rescue her. I just want to ask you, are you willing to rescue her? I plan to go tonight." Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He originally planned to go alone, but he himself didn't know how dangerous it would be to face the Black Magician alone. He was not a person who advocated individualism, but at this moment, the castle had too many distractions, and he didn't want to let the donuts matter drag them down. For him, donuts were his exclusive. He thought about Akala's request for a while, and agreed, but not now. Go home and have a good sleep, get enough energy, and set off at Dragon Pass at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Dragon Pass is a traffic pass leading to the southwest. The gathering place of Black Magicians is in the southwest of the Magic Continent. It's just right to wait there from the Imperial capital. Akalu agreed without hesitation. Wang Ziyu was no longer sleepy at this time. He walked to the window, looked at the moon in the middle of the sky, and touched the earrings on his earlobes. The shiny earrings carried his body temperature, and were very warm. No matter whether it was the Black Magician or anyone else, no one could take the glass from him. The glass can only be his. At the same time, the shopkeeper who came with a stick did not sleep either. She sat quietly in front of the crystal ball all night, looking at the fate entangled in the crystal ball. The little lion was sleeping soundly beside her. She looked at him for a long time, and suddenly thought of something. She walked to the counter tremblingly, picked up the communicator that was too modern for her, and sent a communication request to Lijian's grandfather, Husai Bossman. It was midnight, but Husai Bossman answered the call very quickly, as if he had been waiting for this call. The old lady in charge said very straightforwardly, Husai, Xiaoli has gone home you. I will leave immediately. I have to go to that place after all. Husai didn't beat around the bush, paused, and said in a gentle voice, Sierra, thank you for your hard work. When the old lady heard this, tears welled up in her eyes. She raised her head and forced the tears back. She didn't say a word, for fear that he would hear her sobbing. Husai didn't ask, nor did he cut off the communication, as if he could feel her mood. Time seemed to stop at that moment. After an unknown amount of time, the old lady quietly wiped the corner of her eyes and whispered, It's okay, I'm willing. 1. The next morning, Wang Ziyu arrived at Lungwan on time at 6 o'clock. Ikala was already waiting there. He wore black framed glasses, a black uniform with a stand-up collar, and a bag on his right shoulder. He looked gentle and harmless. Beside him was a pterosaur with gray polka dots. He looked like a boy who had just finished school. He would not be easily remembered, but he would not be completely ignored. To some extent, Ikalu was better at disguise than Ikaro, or it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a chameleon. He could be cold to the end, harmless to people and animals, and of course, coquettish and charming. He was talking to the communicator, when Nua, you must keep a close eye on Ji Rongxi, yes, don't let her run away. The inter-school competition is up to you, you must win the championship. His words were gentle, but every word was irresistible. Wang Ziyu knew that people in the psychic department were good at disguise, especially at pretending to be harmless. Seeing Ikala's appearance, he still raised his eyebrows slightly and praised, It suits you very well. Ikala smiled indifferently, turned around and jumped onto the pterosaur. Let's go quickly, it's hard to get rid of Ji Rongxi, we can't let her catch up. Wang Ziyu nodded at him, and flew southeast on his pterosaur. He understood what Ikala meant. Ji Rongxi knew they were going to save Liz Han, and wanted to follow them, but the journey to the southwest continent was very difficult, and not suitable for her, not to mention that she was the main force in the inter-school competition. Thinking of this, Wang Ziyu suddenly had a question in his mind. If he hadn't brought Liz Han to the castle, and hadn't asked Les and Maggie to teach her magic, would she still be captured by the black magician? Both Les and Maggie were trying to explore her potential. Now that her potential had been tapped, she became a prisoner before she could use it. To some extent, he understood why Liz Han was captured by the black magician, but he did not allow himself to think in that direction, because it was a very dangerous idea. Chapter 164. Wang Ziyu took out the magic book from his pocket, and the magic book immediately floated in front of him. He silently recited Li Zhan's name in his heart, and the magic book immediately sensed his consciousness and automatically turned the pages. After a while, it stopped at the page where Li Zhan's portrait was, and lay flat in front of him. Looking at the lifelike person on the page, Wang Ziyu's heart finally fell to the ground. The magic book records Li Zhan's situation at any time. If she is sad, the portrait in the magic book will also be sad. If she is happy, the portrait will also be happy. In the portrait, although Li Zhan's face was puffed up in anger, he didn't look scared or panicked. Instead, he looked like he was when he was being naughty with him. God bless you. Wang Ziyu was not a person who believed in God or ghosts, but he couldn't help but sigh. God knew how afraid he was that Liz Han was in danger. He closed his eyes, and felt the direction of the magic wave of the person on the page. It was indeed heading southwest. The route was straight. He could tell it with almost no effort, but they were moving very fast, and it was difficult to catch up. Putting Li Zhan's blood and magic waves into his book was just a whim, but now it seems that this has become the most useful and practical thing. Even if she goes to the ends of the earth, he can find her, and he must find her. Wang Ziyu patted the pterosaur, signaling it to speed up. Seeing that he did things so without hesitation, as if he didn't need to think about it at all, Ikala couldn't help but worry. Prince, how do you know that the black magician is going in this direction? What if this is their trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Liz Han has been captured by them for so long, will there be any danger? In his eyes, the Black Spirit Master is an extremely evil and terrifying thing, not to mention the Black Magician, who is 10 times more terrifying than the Black Spirit Master. In every class, whether it is a history book or a cultural book, the instructor will describe the horror of the Black Magician. For example, they use newborn babies to make magic, they carry out terrorist attacks, and they are evil by nature. In a word, the world has become so ugly because of black magic. If there were no black magicians, the human world would be full of light. Ikala received orthodox education from childhood to adulthood, especially the education of the knights, which almost existed to protect humans and nobles from the harm of black magicians, and he kept the evil of black magicians in mind. Therefore, he was worried about the life and death of Liz Han. He saw that Wang Ziyu had returned to his usual calmness, and could not help but deeply question Wang Ziyu's true thoughts. Wang Ziyu smiled but said nothing. Just now, he felt the magic wave of Liz Han, which was long and thin. Although it fluctuated occasionally, it did not fluctuate greatly, and there was no interruption. Naturally, he knew that she was fine. However, he did not intend to tell Akalu about his magic, so he said, if they want to kill Donut, they will kill him in Kara, and will never kidnap him. Therefore, Donut is not in danger for the time being. Of course, this is only in the short term. No one can say for sure in the long run. Akala thought carefully and felt that what he said made sense, but he still couldn't let his mind go. Even so, who can guarantee that the black magician is a gentleman? He said this very implicitly, but the meaning was very clear. Wang Ziyu sighed and said, I am worried too. But as of now, she should be doing well. He used magic waves to connect to the magic book, and could feel the stable magic fluctuations from Liz Han. If she was in any danger, the magic waves would never be so natural. Moreover, she believed in Li Zhan's ability, and roughly understood the purpose of the black magician kidnapping her. He should not hurt her, so although he was anxious, he was not crazy yet. He didn't want to tell Akalu about these things, and he was too lazy to make up a lie, so he changed the subject and said, even if you are worried now, there is nothing you can do. It is better to calm down and think of a solution. However, how did you run away from Asinobi's house? Will old lady Asinobi let you wander around the southwest continent? Speaking of this, Akalu immediately drooped his shoulders in frustration. I was almost locked up by Grandma last night. If it weren't for Papa helping me, I'm afraid I would still have to comfort my crying mother now. Wang Ziyu pulled the corner of his lips and sighed. It's good to have a mother's child. Akalu was stunned. I don't think I've ever heard of your mother. Although there is a quiet and beautiful princess living in the Falaire Palace, she is not Wang Ziyu's biological mother. Wang Ziyu laughed at himself. She passed away. Akala knew that she said the wrong thing, lowered her head embarrassedly, and stopped asking. Wang Ziyu laughed again. I don't really understand why Pap is willing to help you do such a stupid thing. Akala pondered for a long time, and said softly, Papa said that he used to want to be like me, doing what he likes and chasing the girl he likes, but he is in poor health and has a heavy burden on his shoulders. He hopes that I can get rid of the shackles. For this, he is willing to devote his life to it. Pap is such a person. He looks flamboyant and even frivolous, but that is just a way for him to release pressure. He has always taken on the responsibilities of the knights, and the Asinobi family in his own way, supporting a free sky for him. Akala recalled the pale man in red, who always smiled brightly, and her heart was touched like a girl. In many ways, he is much happier than Prince Yu. He is Papu, he has a family that loves him. He has everything that Wang Ziyu lacks. He turned his head to look at Wang Ziyu's profile. Wang Ziyu's profile is handsome and resolute, but also has a sense of freedom and freedom. He dares to question everything just to stick to his own path. What kind of living environment cultivates what kind of person? In fact, he doesn't need to envy Wang Ziyu, but Wang Ziyu should envy him. Yikel finally solved the knot of not as good as Wang Ziyu that had been in his heart for many years. At the same time, Liz Han was flying rapidly in the southwest sky 2 kilometers away from them. There are 2 types of flying vehicles for black magicians. One is pterosaur, which is what Anjie used, and the others used black crows. Those crows are very powerful, and their flying speed can be comparable to that of pterosaurs. She originally wanted to try what it feels like to ride a black crow, but as a captive, she had no choice. Anjie threw her a small pterosaur, and she could only look at the crows of other black magicians with envy. I don't know if it's because they are unfamiliar or for some other reason, but the black magicians didn't speak much along the way. Of course, except for Ainong. At this moment, Ainong stroked his shriveled stomach and complained with a flat mouth, I'm hungry. Liz Han was also hungry and wanted to say +1, but when he thought that he didn't seem to have the final say, he shut up and secretly glanced at Anjie with expectant eyes. Anjie didn't seem to hear it, and the other magicians didn't make any movement. Liz Han sighed in disappointment. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Ainong complained depressedly, I'm so hungry, so hungry. His voice was not loud, a little coquettish, with a childish tone, but it was very penetrating and just penetrated everyone's ears. The black magician still did not respond. Ainong did not give up and repeated his complaints, louder and louder, more aggrieved, and choked up a little at the end, almost crying. Ainong's face was pale and almost transparent, his big eyes were tearful, and his expression was pitiful. Anyone who saw this situation could not help but comfort him, and even took out all his family property to comfort him. However, Anjia, Yuren still did not move. Lizhan did not know whether to admire Anjia, Yuren's heart of steel, or to accuse him of child abuse. Finally, when she could not help but speak up for Ai Nong, Anjia, Yuren finally spoke up. It's just a few steps to the door. Just bear with it. Ah, Yuren is so annoying. Ai Nong rolled on the crow's back in dissatisfaction. His vehicle was a little crow that had not yet reached adulthood. It was petite, black without a trace of other colors, and had a yellow beak, which looked very funny. Lizhan was stunned to see him rolling from the head of the crow to the tail of the crow. If he rolled too far, half of his body would be exposed, and only the other half would be supported by the soft crow tail feathers. If he was not careful, he would fall down. Ai Nong seemed to be unaware of the danger, and rolled out again, and his whole body flew out. Hey, danger! Lizhan blurted out, but halfway through the words, he suddenly remembered that he was a prisoner and hurriedly stopped talking. Ai Nong was hanging upside down at the tip of the crow's tail feathers at this time. Swoosh! He stood up straight and made a face at Lizhan. Ha ha ha, idiot, you've been fooled. Lizhan turned away in frustration. Ai Nong, however, became more interested and flew the crow to the front of the pterosaur she was riding and began to perform a rolling show. This time, he not only rolled from the crow's tail to the crow's head, but also rolled between the wings on both sides. Lizhan was a little worried at first, but this time he finally realized that he was completely worrying for nothing. Because Ai Nong's rolling skills are very superb. He grasped the distance just right, and every time he was about to fall, he was shaky in the strong wind of the fast flight, but he just couldn't fall. Even a 360-degree rotation is no problem. After Lizhan was relieved, he found that no one else reacted to Ai Nong's rolling for a long time. Their indifferent expressions showed that they were used to it. I'm an idiot again. Lizhan covered his face with a sigh. Ai Nong rolled a few times, and seeing that Lizhan didn't react, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He jumped lightly from his crow's back, jumped onto her pterosaur's back against the high wind, walked in front of her, and looked down at her. Hey, idiot, what's your name? He was less than 1.3 meters tall, and his exposed skin was almost transparent, so light that he even faced the wind, like a kite, as if he would fly away with the wind at any time. Lizhan almost had the urge to reach out and grab him, but her reason told her that this man was the black magician who challenged the Kara arena alone, and was also the devil who prevented her from continuing the game. Chapter 165. She didn't know how the game went, and she had no way of knowing. Thinking of this, Lizhan turned around, leaving him with only his back. Ai Nong didn't give up, and jumped in front of her again. Hey, tell me! Lizhan covered her face, not wanting to look at him, but he still didn't give up, and pried her hands apart. Hey, is it so difficult to tell me your name? Hey, my name is Ai Nong. What's your name? His hand was not strong, but he could feel the magic wave under his skin like a spring, not surging, but continuous, with strong vitality. Isn't it said that the magic of black magicians is very strange and contagious? How can it feel so smooth and natural? Could it be that she was deceived by the history of magic? Lizhan thought of the history of magic that she had almost full marks in, and suddenly felt that the history of magic was a rip-off, just like the political textbooks in China, all of which were misleading. If she had known, she would not have read it. Hey, talk! Ai Nong pushed her shoulder in dissatisfaction, and glared at her angrily. Ai Nong was stubborn, and Lizhan was also a stubborn person, so he refused to speak. Ai Nong was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he beat the pterosaur on his back with both hands. His magic wave was so strong that the pterosaur could not withstand his light beating. Its body trembled suddenly, and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Lizhan was startled and hurriedly grabbed the dragon saddle. My name is Lizhan. Ai Nong raised his head, pretended to stop his hand casually, and chuckled. The pterosaur seemed to have recovered and rose back into the air again. Lizhan? Lee of Glass? Jean of Lamp? He curled his lips in disdain. This name is so rustic, there is no momentum at all. The glass lamp broke when it was dropped. Your mother really doesn't know how to name things. My name is better after all. Bah! Lizhan said angrily. Lee is the glass of glazed glass, and Jean is the Jean of Jean. If you don't understand, don't say it. As soon as the words came out, Lizhan felt that he was being stupid. Knowing that Ai Nong was just looking for trouble, why did he bother to argue with him? Whether it was glazed glass, lamp, or Jean, they were all those two words, and they would not change. Ai Nong was stunned for a moment, pointed at her and laughed. He was about to say something, but Jiren, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. His voice was a little scary. Glass and Jean? Jean is the same as the marigold. Lizhan was stunned for a moment, and nodded subconsciously under his gaze. An Jieyuren's eyes were sharp, so sharp that she felt she was powerless and could not resist him. However, she could feel that An Jieyuren was still not hostile. This made her feel a little relieved. She always felt that Jin and Liuli did not make sense, but if Jinjiang was a word and referred to Marigold, then it made sense. Therefore, when he mentioned it, her mind became clearer. "What's your last name?" An Jieyuren spoke again. As soon as she spoke, a powerful magic wave once again annihilated her. She felt the blood boiling in her stomach. She clenched her fists tightly and adjusted her internal breath in time to prevent herself from falling backwards. Lizhan couldn't look away, nor could she think. She answered reflexively, "Bossman." "Huh?" Ainong pointed at Lizhan, showing an undisguised surprise. Bossman is the Elvish language. What? Elvish? This was the first time Lizhan had heard of this language. But An Jieyuren's expression was shocked. What does it mean? Ainong didn't answer, but danced with joy. "Ha ha ha. Beg me, I tell you if you beg me." Ainong. And Jieyuren lowered his voice impatiently. "I tell you if you treat me to food." Ainong bargained fearlessly. And Jieyuren sighed and compromised. "What do you want to eat?" Ainong pointed at Li Zhan. "I want to drink her blood." Li Zhan was startled and hurriedly hugged her neck. Seeing this, Ainong laughed again. "You idiot, you've been fooled again." Then he looked at An Jieyuren and made a gesture of asking for something. It was very simple, but Lizhan could not understand what he wanted. An Jieyuren fell silent, and Ainong stared at his face without blinking. At that moment, he felt a little nervous. After a while, An Jieyuren nodded with a sullen face. Ainong seemed to have let go of the big stone in his heart, and he jumped and laughed at once. Lizhan intuitively thought that they had made a deal in these short 2 seconds. Judging from Ainong's eyes, this deal should be very important, and it was not easy for An Jieyuren. Why would An Jieyuren agree? Well, it's definitely not because of her, but An Jieyuren is just looking for an excuse to help Ainong. Lizhan thought so in his heart. Ainong smiled and asked for a beating. "Ha ha, you idiots. Bossman means natives in Elvish, you little bumpkin." Lizhan didn't understand Elvish, but the geography textbook said that Bossman Island was a remote island, and most of the people on the island were primitive residents. If Bossman meant natives, it would not be surprising. But An Jieyuren was very dissatisfied with this answer. He stared at Lizhan with a gloomy face, and when Lizhan didn't know where to put his hands and feet, he retracted his gaze and looked forward. Ainong wanted to continue teasing Lizhan, but it was rare to reach an agreement with An Jieyuren. Now he quietly jumped back on his crow's back, half lying down, looking at the sky boredly. For a while, no one spoke. In the rapid flight, there was only the whistling sound of the wind. The spring wind was still very cold, especially when flying over the snow-capped peaks of 1,000 feet. The cold air suddenly poured into the body, and Lizhan shivered on the spot. Lizhan had just used magic waves to keep warm when her eyes suddenly went dark. A large magician's cloak fell from the sky and covered her body. She turned her head in confusion and saw that An Jieyuren's magician's cloak was gone, revealing a black stand-up collar coat, fully armed. Even the gloves were black. He was completely black inside and out. However, the black magician's cloak was unexpectedly warm. His aura remained on the cloak, not scorching nor cold. Compared to him, it was more friendly. She was not used to being too close to other people's auras, but she found that she was not repulsive to An Jieyuren. I wanted to thank him, but when the words came to my lips, I didn't know what to say. I felt that such a thank you was inexplicable, so I simply wrapped my body with a cloak, like a caterpillar, with only a small head exposed. The pterosaur flew all the way to the top of the mountain and slowly landed on a flat green land, looking up and whistling. With this sound, a row of neat and tall building doors next to the green land opened, and a group of men in uniform walked out quickly with various tools. When they saw An Jieyuren, they first saluted, then dispersed to several pterosaurs and crows, unsaddled, fed, and cleaned in a well-trained manner. This was the first time that Lizhan had seen such a situation. She couldn't help looking back even when being held hostage by the black magician. When she finally lost sight of him, she looked at the road ahead in a sullen manner. Ainong said disdainfully, "Have you never seen a pterosaur cleaner?" Lizhan thought he deserved a beating even more than a harpy. She turned her face away with a tsk and ignored him. Ainong was so angry at her appearance that she pushed the magician, who was holding her hostage, away. She condensed 2 magic threads with her fingertips and wrapped her up like a dumpling. Then she made faces at her with a smug expression. "If you have the guts, break free, idiot." Lizhan pretended to ignore him, but secretly probed his magic wave. She unexpectedly found that Ainong's magic line was very strange. The magic line was very elastic. She struggled hard, and the magic line expanded. If she didn't move her hand, the magic wave would shrink back to its original shape. Ainong saw her little action and sneered, and laughed even louder. Lizhan glared at him angrily, and turned her head away angrily. On the surface, she was angry, but in fact she was checking the surrounding terrain and conditions. On both sides were dense forests, with spring leaves, very green. The trees were large and dense, covering the sky above. They were currently walking on a red dirt road in the middle of the forest. Although the road was not paved with stone slabs or asphalt, it was very solid and almost dust-free. The road was very long, so long that the end was not visible. Anjia Yuren walked alone in front. Ainong stood on her left, and behind her were 4 black magicians. They walked very fast, and the trees on both sides retreated like flying. She could not see how Anjia Yuren flew at all, but only saw his flying clothes. There is definitely no escape now. Lizhan cast a magic spell secretly, and held the feather pen in her hand. The feather pen followed her footsteps, and left an invisible magic line in the forest path. At the end of the forest, there is a long tunnel. After walking for about 5 minutes, the view in front of us suddenly opened up after exiting the tunnel. The sky was dyed into an intoxicating color by the sun. The originally clean and simple sky suddenly became more undulating and deep. The ancient villa building has an elusive breadth and mystery in the light. Seeing her dazed look, Ainong reached out and pushed her from behind. She stumbled, turned around and glared at Ainong. Ainong ignored her anger, dragged her into the building, stuffed her into a room, and slammed the door shut. The room was spacious, with only a bed, a table and a chair. It was the simplest style, woven with the strongest dragon rattan, very sturdy and clean. There was a window at the back of the room. She opened the window, and outside was a spacious balcony. Looking out from the balcony, she could only see dense woods. So confident in her, Lizhan tried to reach out, but was blocked by something invisible. Boundary. She looked back at the closed door, and immediately understood that they had already set up the barrier and believed that she could not get out, so they trusted her alone. But she still couldn't figure out why they treated her like this. In theory, she was a prisoner, but they didn't treat her like an ordinary prisoner. Although Anjiren didn't talk to her much, she felt that Anjiren had no hostility towards her. What was going on? Chapter 166. Lizhan thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. She sat down on the rattan chair, closed her eyes, thought for a while, and decided not to think about his purpose, but to pave a way out for herself first. She drew a topographic map of the place where the magic line passed on the cardboard to track the whereabouts of Anjia Yuren. On the way here just now, she secretly used a feather pen to draw a mark on the hem of Anjia Yuren's clothes. From now on, no matter where Anjia Yuren goes, she can track him. Lizhan took a deep breath, picked up the pen and cast magic to track. The first step was still geographic positioning. The card immediately included all places within a radius of 5 miles into the tracking range. As long as it was within the range, the magic wave points could be seen, and then the exact location could be tracked. However, the card was all white, and there was no reaction to the magic waves. Could it be that Anjia Yuren was far away? Lizhan expanded the range of the card to a radius of 10 miles, but the result was the same, and no one could be found. Did Anjia Yuren hide the magic wave, or for some other reason? 10 miles is the maximum range she can search at present. If she expands it further, her body will not be able to support it. And if Anjia Yuren hides the magic wave, then her big movement will most likely be discovered by him. Or, long before she started tracking, Anjia Yuren discovered her small movement and dissolved her magic line. This is the most likely possibility. Otherwise, she should be able to track it. Lizhan took a deep breath, wiped away the cardboard, found Anjia Yuren and got the portrait, changed the way to cast magic, folded the magic paper into a butterfly, dematerialized it, and then let it fly out to find someone, while he checked the movement in the room. The portrait of Anjia Yuren was drawn by her on the way here, and Ainong's was also in it. Although there were no signatures of the two, she had recorded their magic wave characteristics, which were easy to find. After dematerialization, the butterfly can pass through any barrier and reach any place, but she is still a little worried. Anjia Yuren's ability is unfathomable. He can even detect the transparent and thin magic line that is less than an inch long, let alone such a big butterfly, but she didn't want to sit and wait for death, so she had to take a risk. Since she was at the Kara Magic School, she rarely used butterfly tracking. She didn't expect it to come in handy here. After the butterfly went out, She let the card automatically record the places the butterfly had been to, the roads and directions, and she walked to the balcony and carefully observed the terrain that could be seen. This mountain should be a dead volcano. In addition to the red soil left after the volcanic eruption, there are many natural volcanic rocks in the woods, scattered everywhere. Red soil trails lead deep into the woods with no end in sight. Those stones seem to imply some kind of formation. Lizhan thought blankly. She had never seen such a formation, but she had seen magic formations in the old lady's ancient books. Magic formations are not very magical things. Their essence is to enlarge the ordinary magic formation 1,000 times or 10,000 times, and then use stones and trees to replace the totems that should have been drawn by the magician in the formation. But after these things are materialized, they can burst out magic energy that is millions of times stronger than ordinary magic formations. If you want to escape from this place, you may have to study it carefully. Lizhan propped her hands on the balcony, recalling the knowledge taught by the old lady in her mind, and accidentally touched the barrier again. The barrier was smooth, but almost empty, making it difficult to understand. She came to her senses and suddenly realized something very puzzling. If it was not a similar magic barrier, it would definitely bounce her hand back. Why didn't this barrier? Of course, she and this barrier were not of the same origin. If they were of the same origin, she could get out without any obstacles. She slowly placed her hand on the barrier, closed her eyes, and used magic waves to extend along the barrier's layers. The barrier was in a cubic shape, covering her room. The energy distribution of the barrier was very even, but for some reason, it was not very strong. Could it be a mirror door? A mirror door, as the name suggests, is a barrier that looks like a mirror. It is almost impossible to enter this barrier from the outside, but it is very easy to destroy it from the inside. It's really weird. Why would they use this barrier for her? Is it deliberately letting her escape? Impossible, unless there is a trap waiting for her outside. Lizhan did not dare to act rashly. She ran back to the room quickly, thinking it would be safer to explore the way first, so she took out the card. Just then, the card shook violently, and she lost her grip, and the card fell to the ground. She picked it up, and was horrified to find that the card and the magic paper were disconnected. Once the connection between the two was cut off, the butterfly would not be controlled by the card. Oh no! No matter how careful you are still no match for the mysterious black magicians outside. Lizhan felt distressed and sad, and tears were about to overflow from her eyes. She was locked up in this place for no reason, without anyone, and she didn't know what the other party's purpose was. She didn't even know whether Wang Ziyu or Lizzie would come to find her. A strong sense of insecurity arose spontaneously. Lizhan slowly slid down to the ground, holding the cardboard, and her violent heartbeat frightened her. She was as sensitive as a frightened bird, and she would turn around suddenly as long as there was a sound of movement outside. I don't know how long I lay on the cold floor. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that it was scary. There was no sound, no wind, no birds, no sound at all. Lizhan gradually adapted to this silence. Her sensitive body calmed down. She was no longer frightened or scared. She gently touched the cardboard in her hand and came to her senses. Perhaps she should still consider the current situation. There were many magics outside, and her most practical and precious magic tools were gone. It was simply difficult to move forward. She had been riding the pterosaur for a whole day and was very sleepy. She thought that it would be better to take a nap. She did what she wanted to do and checked the quilt on the bed. Seeing that there was no hair left by others and no dirty things, she crawled into the quilt and lay down. Just think of it as a hotel. Lizhan thought with a smile in her misery. The confused mind began to gradually recover. The quilt was very soft and comfortable, different from the quilt she had covered in Kara and the prince's castle. Instead, it was a bit like the duck-down quilt she had covered at home in the Celestial Empire. She couldn't help but sit up, turned up a corner of the quilt, and found the washing label. The ingredients were written as, filling, crow down. She thought of the little crow that Ainong rode, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, closed her eyes, and said silently in her heart, just treat it as a duck-down quilt. No matter what happens in the future, it is worth it to be able to sleep in a duck-down quilt again. She slept until she woke up naturally. When she woke up, it was already dark. She condensed a ball of light with magic waves and threw it on the table, but unexpectedly saw her butterfly landed on the quilt. It was still the same size, the same crystal wings, and the same forbidden luster. The only difference was that the whole butterfly was glowing with a faint red light and flashing red phantoms. She felt surprised, but also a little stunned. Did it crawl back by itself? How come it even changed its clothes? Impossible. The butterfly is not a crow nor a little lion. It has no life and only recognizes magic waves. It was cut off from the connection, and it was not even a puppet. However, she knew that this was her butterfly. It had her magic symbols, her magic waves, and even her breath on it. This was impossible to fake. Did someone send it back? Lizanne thought carefully about the time when she was sleeping. She slept very soundly, and didn't even dream. She didn't know where her vigilance, which she was usually proud of, went. She didn't even know if anyone had been there. She picked up the paper butterfly with 2 fingers, and used magic waves to circulate inside the butterfly. She found nothing unusual, not even the magic waves and breath left by others. Maybe it really came back by itself. Lizanne took apart the butterfly casually, smoothed the paper, and put it on the cardboard, ready to repair it. At this moment, she saw 4 dim characters on the paper, looming in the dim light. After a closer look, it was 4 words. Never do this again. Lizanne immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Did someone come here? She let out a heavy breath, lay back on the bed, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. She had been in this place for less than half a day, and she was already depressed. This feeling was even more tragic than when she was captured in the Xianong Tower. At that time, she was either in a coma or could see a glimmer of hope. This time, she was clearly alone, able to think, run and jump, but she could do nothing. It felt like waiting for a slow death. It was night, and she couldn't sleep no matter what, but she couldn't go out either. She put the card and the magic paper together again, tightly holding them in her hands, looking at the dark woods outside, just like looking at the moon outside the iron window. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door. She opened her eyes slightly, but didn't get up. She laughed at herself in her heart, saying that the black magician was really polite to the captives. After about 15 seconds, the door opened and a girl in a black magic robe appeared at the door. She held a magic lamp in her left hand and a plate in her right hand. After the door opened, she did not enter immediately, but said softly, "Delivery." Then she stepped in. Lizanne had the urge to hold her hostage, but after seeing her walking posture, even the urge to take action was completely dispelled. The girl walked lightly, and her voice was as subtle as a rest. It was absolutely impossible for an expert to do this. She was not sure that she could stop the girl in an instant. The girl ignored her, put the meal and magic lamp on the table, and quietly retreated, closing the door again. Lizanne waited for her to leave, then jumped to the table in 2 steps. There were 2 meals, one of which was a nutrient. Since she came to this world and drank a nutrient in the examination room, she has been indifferent to this thing since then, so she decisively put it aside and ignored it. The other one was 3 dishes and 1 soup. The soup was clear soup, white dates, and mung beans boiled with tiger bones, and the 3 dishes were sweet and sour pearl fruit, seaweed red fruit slices, and marinated animal meat. People in the imperial capital are not used to drinking soup, and Lizanne almost has no chance to touch it. At this time, it was rare to encounter food that suits her taste, and her appetite was immediately aroused, and she swept away the 3 dishes and 1 soup. She told herself in her heart that she had to eat and drink enough to have the strength to go out. Chapter 167. No one came to disturb her that day. After dinner, she studied the building and its surrounding structures on cardboard. In order to avoid being discovered by others, she did not dare to release the butterfly again. She only used the information collected by the butterfly to sort it out and determined the surrounding location through cardboard. In view of the fact that Anjie Yuren was very powerful, Lizanne retreated to this and tracked Ainong with cardboard. Along the way, Ainong was the closest to her and had the strongest sense of magic waves. Even so, it took her half an hour to find where Ainong lived, and another 3 hours to find out the nearby terrain. Ainong lived in a valley on the other side of the mountain, 800 meters away from where she was. However, for her, finding out these things was not very useful for the time being, except to make her feel more at ease. She pondered for a while, and felt that the most important thing at the moment was to understand Anjie Yuren's purpose. Thinking of this, she wanted to break Anjie Yuren's handsome nose, and not apologize. The annoying Anjie Yuren arrested her casually without giving a reason, and left her here without saying anything. The prisoner at least had a good meal before dying, but she didn't even know when she would die. Lizanne felt more and more aggrieved, rolling on the crow-down quilt in frustration, rolling back and forth, and then falling off the bed with a thump. She touched her sore, but hugged her knees and sat up, muttering, "Wang Ziyu, you will come to find me, right? Right?" Just the day before, she was still fantasizing about herself standing on the champion's stage, and Wang Ziyu personally presenting her with the award. Now everything is gone, not to mention the championship. She can't even see Wang Ziyu. She sat up from her knees on the ground, buried her face in the quilt and rubbed it, whispering, Wang Ziyu, you must come, you must. She was full of random thoughts all night, and she didn't know how she fell asleep in the end. Soon after she fell asleep, two black figures quietly came to the door of the room. Sure enough, the girl who delivered the meal came again the next day, with the same tray, the same nutritional supplements, and still 3 dishes and 1 soup, but with different flavors and styles. Lizhan stared at the girl putting down the plate, and seeing that the girl had no intention of speaking, he started to talk. What's your name? The girl seemed not to hear, and did not even look at her, and continued to arrange the plate. Lizhan thought she did not hear clearly, so he raised his voice and asked again, Who asked you to deliver the food? The girl still did not answer, nor did she look at her, as if she did not notice her existence at all. Lizhan reached out to pull her sleeve in confusion, and the girl's hand paused, and pulled her hand away with her hand. Her hand was not strong, but the force was just right. Lizhan was embarrassed to use force, so he had to let go. The girl immediately withdrew her hand, picked up the tray, opened the door, and left. From beginning to end, she didn't say a word, nor did she look at her. Lizhan was completely angry. She turned her grief into strength, and used all her energy to eat. After eating, she continued her exploration. When she grabbed the girl's sleeve just now, she stole a little bit of her magic wave. With this little magic wave, she could track the girl without any obstacles. She spread out the cardboard, condensed it into the shape of a hand-painted board, cast a spell, and the cardboard immediately showed the magic wave points within a radius of 10 miles. Each dot is a magician. She clicked on the magic dots, including the delivery girl. There were about 16 or 17 of them. The closest to her was the girl, 100 meters away, and the distance was still increasing. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to go out and explore? Anyway, there was no one nearby, and even if she couldn't escape for a while, she wouldn't get hurt. Although the magic circle outside was powerful, she was a master of formation trained by Abu, and with the guidance of the old lady, she had already thought of a way to break the formation. Thinking of this, Lizhan gathered the magic wave at the tip of the feather pen and drew it hard towards the barrier. The barrier made a sound of mirror breaking and fell apart. A wave of rampant and chaotic magic waves came towards her. Lizhan stared at her hand blankly, unable to recover for a while. Although her pen drew the barrier, she was just testing the power of the barrier, and did not use a lot of magic waves at all. How could the barrier break? And the arc of the break happened to be where she drew. Who is helping her? What's going on with that crazy magic wave outside? Is there someone who has been watching her outside the door, and is taking this opportunity to help her? Such a magic wave definitely cannot come from Wang Ziyu, nor from anyone she knows. A stranger cannot help her. I have to say that person is really smart. The barrier of the mirror door seems to be impregnable from the outside, and it is definitely impossible to break it. However, the person attacked from both inside and outside the moment she took action inside, and directly broke the barrier. This shows that this person must be good at calculations, which is very scary. Lizhan made a prompt decision and immediately went out through the window without wasting any time. She felt scary just thinking about it. She didn't detect anyone just now, and in less than half a minute, someone came. Whether she detected it wrong or the person's speed was very fast, his ability must be better than hers. She landed on the ground and just stood firm. She saw the person floating in front of her like a white feather. It seemed random, but the falling speed was very fast. He came in front of her in the blink of an eye. It was a woman. If you don't look at her face, she was definitely a pure and beautiful woman. She wore a snow-white evening dress that covered her heels. The layers of white gauze were like clouds, reminding people of the icing on the cake. Each ruffle was as thin as a cloud, reminding people of cicada wings. She wore white gloves decorated with feathers on her hands, and a wide-brimmed lace hat with velvet on her head. At first glance, she looked like Snow White. However, Lizhan couldn't see the woman's face. Because, except for her eyes and chin, her face was wrapped in white bandages, covering her face layer by layer, and her eyes were covered by the wide-brimmed hat brim, and could not be seen. The only thing that could be seen was her small red lips and pointed chin. Such a woman must be very sharp and must be a pervert. Perverted women are the scariest, Lizhan thought as she retreated. Just as she was about to retreat to the edge of the woods, the woman flashed and stopped about 3 meters away from her. She gently pulled the hem of her skirt down with her gloved hands, and said softly, "I meet the distinguished guest." Lizhan was holding the feather pen and was ready to start at any time, but was stunned by her elegant posture and words, and said with a twitching mouth, "Aha, hello." The woman did not move, Her small red lips pressed into a straight line, and the frenzied magic waves attacked again. Lizan took 2 steps back in fear, and the woman spoke again, her voice as sharp as a knife. How could you go against the young master's order, and go out alone? Lizan knew that he could not escape, so he immediately gathered magic waves and prepared to fight. The woman also took precautions, and the magic waves around her body were like a group of demons dancing wildly, waving their fangs and claws in the air. The hem of her snow-white wedding dress was lifted up, and the magic waves were like a strong airflow coming towards her. Lizan suddenly understood something, and turned to run away. She could feel the woman's magic waves that she was trying to suppress, and she could also feel the typhoon-like frenzy of the woman's magic waves when they got out of control. She was so terrible when she was still under control, and she would definitely not be a match after losing control. Escape is the best. Lizan's speed was unprecedentedly fast, and the woman's speed was even faster than hers. When her figure flashed, the skirt inlaid with beautiful feathers was lifted by the wind, like the wings of an angel. But Lizan knew how terrifying this angel was. The next second, the angel blocked her again, with a twisted pointy chin, and said angrily, "Why are you running away? Why are you running away? You are so annoying." As he spoke, he slapped Lizan in the face. Lizan watched the slap coming in front of her, but she couldn't avoid it. With a slap sound, the slap hit Lizan's face. Lizan felt stars in front of her eyes, her mouth was sweet, and her head was dizzy. She took a few steps back before she could stand firm. She covered her burning cheeks, and looked up at the woman. After the woman slapped him, her breath calmed down a lot. Her chest rose, and fell a few times, and then she regained her composure. The look in her eyes gradually became gentler. She stroked Lizan's face and said, "Did I hit you? I'm so sorry, I hit you too hard." My God, this woman is not only neurotic but also perverted. Before her hand reached out, Lizan quickly covered her face and dodged. She evaluated the woman's strength in her heart and felt that she should be at the same level as Les, or even higher than Les. But because her magic waves could not be controlled, sometimes frantic and sometimes calm, she was 3 times more difficult to deal with than Les. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to be disfigured. At this moment, 2 beep sounds interrupted the 2 people's gaze. The woman was shocked as if she had received an imperial decree, and her body immediately stood up straight. At the same time, she touched the small communicator on her right ear with her index finger and said softly, "Yes, I know I was wrong. I didn't do anything to her, When she said these words, Lizan had already slipped away. She didn't know who the woman was, nor who was talking to the woman. She only knew that if she didn't run away now, she would have no chance to escape. Lizan thought about the formation in the woods all night, and thought she had figured it out, so she didn't take it seriously and rushed in. When she ran to the edge of the woods, Lizan was dumbfounded. The magic formation from the night before had been modified by someone at some point. The volcanic rocks and trees were shaded together, like a huge vortex. The totems, trees and magic lines all came alive. She only took a few glances, and it seemed that all her mind was sucked away. Even the sunlight falling in the forest seemed to have a mysterious irregular arc, making people almost doubt that it was not a magic formation, but a magical illusion. Lizan took a step, then stopped, and shook her head to prevent herself from feeling dizzy. She looked into the depths of the woods and immediately thought of a direct and brutal method: burn. Chapter 168. Lizan didn't even need a lighter. He snapped his fingers and used Kara's basic magic defense to condense a fireball in his hand, intending to burn the enemy camp. But when the fireball fell on the grass and trees, it not only did not catch fire, but was extinguished in an instant. A layer of light gray spells floated faintly on the ground, flashing like waves, and disappeared in an instant. This is the fireproof spell. It is estimated that it was not deliberately guarding against her, but it was afraid that someone would have this method. She looked at the blue sky with white clouds floating, and silently calculated for a while, and then she realized that the formation of the forest changed with the movement of the stars, just like the nebula magic formation she used. As long as she can calculate all the starry sky trajectories of the Big Dipper, she can find a way out. As long as the stars change, the formation will change accordingly. Every time the interstellar road changes a little, the magic formation in the woods may become unrecognizable. In other words, she must calculate the starry sky trajectory in less than a few minutes and successfully break out of the woods, otherwise, all her efforts will be wasted. This challenge is 1,000,000 times more difficult than her inter-school competition. Lizan used cardboard to form a hand-drawn board and immediately started to calculate, but when she started to calculate, she realized that this formation was unsolvable. If the master of the formation does not let him go, Who can calculate the trajectory of all the stars in the ever-changing blue sky? The star trajectory is always changing, and such a large formation is also changing all the time. The amount of calculation is so large that even the latest galactic computer developed by the Celestial Empire cannot accurately calculate it. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Liz Han looked at the woods and clenched his fists in frustration. What's more annoying is that the woman in the white evening dress caught up with him again. Her smooth figure was like a flying bird. Liz Han knew that he couldn't run away for the time being. When he saw her, he didn't feel very sad. He still had to deal with her for the time being, so he could only endure it. As soon as the woman came up, she whipped out a whip and whipped Liz Han all over her head. Liz Han was shocked by her again, dodged to the side, and flew back to the room and built 3 layers of protective barriers on the spot. Anyway, the mirror door was destroyed, so it didn't matter how many barriers she built. This protective barrier was one of Abu's most proud barriers, the Gate of 4 Beasts. There were 4 totems in the 4 directions, a unicorn, an elf, a crow, and a pterosaur. Within the barrier, you can get their protection, so there is no need to worry. After Liz Han set up the barrier, she still felt depressed. If she could understand what happened when she was caught and chopped the previous times, she didn't understand it at all this time. If it was the cruel black magician described in the textbook, she should have been dead by now. So, she should be grateful for the black magician's kindness, but she felt even more terrified about a woman who was imprisoned and appeared inexplicably like this. The girl who delivered the food still came on time to deliver the food and took away the tableware on time, and still didn't say a word, as if she was a robot, only responsible for delivering food and collecting tableware. In her eyes, Liz Han was as transparent as nothing. Anjie Yuren and Ai Nong had never seen each other again. Liz Han felt uneasy and challenged. She must find a way to get out of the magic circle in the woods. For several days, she felt someone was watching her, but she couldn't see where the person was. The only person she could see every day was the neurotic woman. As if to cooperate with her thoughts, the woman's attitude became more and more unpredictable. When she was respectful, she would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy from her, but when she was angry, she would chase her all over the ground. Liz Han suspected that Anjie Yuren had deliberately sent such a madman to play tricks on her. This life was really unbearable. Liz Han took out the cardboard and condensed it into a drawing board. He placed the slender snow-white feather pen on the drawing board and recited a difficult spell. Then, the place where the drawing board and the feather pen met showed a faint flashing light, looming, and then the drawing board seemed to be inflated and expanded outwards. In just a few seconds, it turned into a square body with a length and width of 2 meters. It slowly rose into the air, and the light covered Li Zhan's whole body. Then countless magic lines extended out, entwined around her fingertips and feather pen like vines. Liz Han looked back at where she lived. The delivery girl hadn't come yet, and the madman hadn't appeared yet. It would be no problem for her to get out safely. She concentrated and pointed with the feather pen, north 780.24, east 277.97, altitude 43.11. The square body hanging high in the air rose higher and higher, higher than all the trees and boulders, hanging in the air, revealing a blood crystal light. From a distance, it looked like a blood cloud, full of stars, shining with crystal light. Soon, the magic line also lit up. Seeing that everything was ready, Liz Han tried to take a step forward. The magic line on the feather pen pulled the blood cloud in the sky, indicating the direction of the stars. The stars slowly moved, and then the volcanic rocks in the magic circle moved with her footsteps, as if controlled by a machine. Liz Han had thought very clearly from the beginning. If she wanted to calculate the trajectory of the stars, and deduce its change rules, she would never be able to finish the calculation even if she calculated until she was old. She was a little stupid in her daily work, but her mind was clear, so she simply gave up the calculation and used the magic nebula she was familiar with to suspend it in the air to forge. A star appeared, deceiving the totems, trees and volcanic rocks in the magic circle. The result satisfied her. It really worked. North 781.24, east unchanged. Liz Han was delighted and became more courageous. As the magic line slowly moved, she forcibly cut a path in the woods. She walked straight all the way, not slowly, adjusting the position of the magic nebula from time to time, and did not encounter any obstacles. For some reason, such smoothness suddenly made her feel vaguely worried. Making such a large nebula was what she wanted, but a bloody nebula was not her original intention. However, she could not control the color, as if it was born to be bloody. What worried her even more was that such a large bloody nebula was in the sky. Why no one noticed it? Why no one came? Her steps quickened as she thought, and she was about to reach the end. At this time, the tremor of the earth from far to near reached her feet. In an instant, it was as if the sky collapsed and the earth split. Liz Han could not stand steadily and fell to the ground, wondering to herself, why is there an earthquake at this time? Although he didn't understand why, he reacted quickly. Seeing a large rock being shaken down and rushing towards her through the woods, she jumped onto a century-old tree next to her and hugged the trunk of the tree tightly. Then, with a few jumps, she rushed out of the magic circle in the woods. The place where she had just stood was actually hit by a huge rock, and a big hole was formed. Without thinking, Liz Han collected all the magic lines on the feather pen in his hand, chanted a spell, and sent down a blood-colored nebula, turning it back to its original cardboard appearance, kicked it into his pocket, and ran away. The earthquake lasted for about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, she had already run to a villa on the hillside. It was a villa that looked like an ancient imperial palace. It faced the mountain and had the sky above. Liz Han estimated and immediately realized that this was Anjie Yuren's residence. She gritted her teeth and ran in another direction. She didn't want to be caught by Anjie Yuren just after she ran out. No matter what his purpose was, she didn't want to be chased by a madman again. At this moment, a low voice came from behind. Liz Han, please stay. Liz Han froze, and her eyes widened instantly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After 8 seconds, Liz Han turned around stiffly and said with a dry laugh, "Haha, what a coincidence, haha." The one who called her was none other than the young master of the black magician, Anjie Yuren. Anjie Yuren was dressed casually, and no one knew when he appeared. He just stood there quietly, staring at her with a faint light in his eyes, as if he was hiding some emotion. Liz Han felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere before, but she searched her memory and found no clues. She once thought it was a residual image from her previous life, but now she saw the half of his face illuminated by the sun, and she couldn't help but jump. She finally understood who he looked like. After a while, Anjie opened his thin lips slightly. "Since you are here, why don't you come in and sit down?" Liz Han stared at him, with a flame of fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Sit down, who's afraid of who?" Although she was annoyed to death, she was unwilling to bow her head in front of him, but just thought bitterly that she would definitely be able to get out. Definitely. She walked towards Anjie Yuren step by step. Anjie Yuren stood there. Seeing her coming, he smiled slightly and reached out to touch her head. Be good, Nime," Liz Han almost yelled, but when the words came to her lips, she bit her tongue and refused to let herself make a sound. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Otherwise, Anjie Yuren would not touch her head, but twist her neck. "Aw, the little bumpkin is out?" A childish voice with excitement shouted, interrupting her thoughts. She turned her head and saw AI Gnome flying out of the woods. Although he jumped, his body was so light that he almost floated out. After he floated out, he immediately sat cross-legged in the air and looked at Anjie Yuren proudly. "I'm right. She really has this ability." Liz Han sighed helplessly. After finally escaping, she not only ran into Anjie Yuren, but also ran into this little devil. Seeing her depressed expression, the little devil couldn't help but poke her cheek with his white and tender fingers. "Hey, little bumpkin, cheer up. Otherwise, Yuren will be angry and won't take you out to play." Didn't you say to go in and sit?" Liz Han blurted out. "What's there to sit in there?" The little devil rubbed against Anjie Yuren in a flattering manner. "Brother Yuren, let's go shopping. I really want to eat Yunda's big cloud noodles." Anjie Yuren looked at Liz Han with an inquiring look. Liz Han was stunned, and the little devil immediately realized that the power of the matter was in Li Zhan's hands, and immediately jumped in front of Liz Han. "Let's go. Big cloud noodles are delicious. Considering that you are a guest, I will reluctantly treat you to it. Let's go." As he said, he dragged Liz Han forward. As Liz Han walked, he looked back at Anjie Yuren. It was uncomfortable to live in that room for several days, and they had no ill intentions, and he could find the way home by himself. So why not? Chapter 169. During this time, her grandfather Husei Bossman and Uncle Lori Bossman arrived at Yundu together. They came from Bowman Island, flying in a straight line day and night, passing through Yundu and reaching the west gate at the foot of Li Mountain. The west gate stood in the dense woods. It was made of ancient bronze, like a Russian nesting doll, with layers nested together. The outermost layer was 30 meters high, and the central layer was only 2 meters. Standing in front of the door, one could only feel the layers of bronze pressing down on one's head, which was frightening. This is one of the most proud masterpieces of the black magic world. So far, No one has been able to push open this door. People standing in front of the set of doors, looking up, are like ants looking at 100 trees. On the left side of the central door, there's a blooming marigold carved on it. The door is a copper door, and the marigold is carved 3 inches into the copper, with smooth lines and beautiful curves, which is simply not human. Husei looked at the marigold in the air for a long time, jumped off the back of the pterosaur, and strode towards the west gate. In his old age, he is still energetic and walks like the wind, comparable to an adult man of 30 years old. At this time, he is not as kind as Liz Han usually sees him. There is a chill hidden in his calm eyes. The wind lifted his hair, and he seemed to be murderous. Lori, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly and came down. He stood beside Husei without a smile or anger. His expression was similar to Husei's, but his face was less wrinkled. When the two stood in front of the door, their aura was pulled apart, and the surrounding air pressure suddenly dropped by 2 degrees. The birds that were chirping in the forest suddenly shut up and flapped their wings to fly away. On the left side of the gate, there was a small villa that was slightly lower than the gate. It was only about 20 meters high and had 3 doors in a row. At this time, the door on the right opened, and a tall and thin middle-aged man walked out with a smile. He came to 5 steps in front of the 2 people and stopped. When he saw the faces of the 2 people clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. He took a step back without leaving a trace and nodded slightly. "I am the gatekeeper of the west gate. Do you want to come in?" Husei stared at the marigold pattern on the door without even looking at him, but Lori beside him said calmly, "I am Luoli by Shaku." Lori, Bossman is his vest when he lives on Bossman Island as a hunter, and Luoli by Shaku is his real name. The gatekeeper has been working as a gatekeeper for a long time, and has seen at least 1,000 people of all kinds. When he heard the 5 words Luoli by Shaku, his scalp suddenly numbed. The younger one is Luoli by Shaku, and the older one must be Husei, must kill guest. These 2 father and son always go out at the same time, and never miss a target. The gatekeeper even remembered that the last time Husei came, Luoli was only 10 years old, and they also stood in front of this gate. Time is a butcher's knife, and everything that happened has been fated by time. If they hadn't come again, he couldn't even remember why there was a marigold on the door. The gatekeeper's expression quickly restrained, and he smiled again, according to the rules. According to the rules, to pay respect to the mountain, you have to push open the innermost door with your hands and walk in by yourself. Otherwise, even if the president of the Magic Guild came, he would still be rejected. Before he finished speaking, Husei and Luoli attacked the gate at the same time. As they moved, there was a loud bang, and a thunder struck the 30-meter-high heavy gate fiercely. With a bang, the upper right corner of the gate was hit, and the heavy copper broke, a hole was broken, and the green bronze fell down, clang. The impact sound was low and powerful, stirring up dust. The two stood still for a while, and the dust dissipated, and the broken end was as smooth as if it was cut by a machine, revealing the original color of the green bronze. Husei said calmly, "This door has been used for decades, and it is still as strong as ever." The 2 of them attacked at the same time, and they were always invincible. This door could withstand their simultaneous attack, and only 1 corner was broken, which was really good. The gatekeeper couldn't hold back his smile, but when he thought that the other party was the 2 most powerful people in the most terrifying killer family, it was normal for the door to be broken, so he smiled again. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Luoli didn't bother with him, and swung out another lightning strike. This time the lightning was not as swift as the last time, but it was like a machine needle, passing through the door panel, chi-chi. A huge sound came over, and the bronze door trembled violently. The gatekeeper opened his mouth in surprise, and stretched out his hand to help, but Tiger Thorn reacted quickly. Before the gatekeeper's magic wave could condense, Tiger Thorn glanced at him, his eyes full of warning, coldness, and ruthlessness. The gatekeeper was slightly startled, and quietly withdrew his hand. The lightning was very tough, without any taste of compromise. Bit by bit, some tiny pieces of bronze were flying. Luoli was wearing a sleeveless top. The muscles on his hand that shot out the lightning were bulging. His whole temperament became fierce, and his sharp eyes made people tremble. With the sound of chi-chi, a beautiful marigold gradually took shape, which was exactly the same as the marigold on the left side of the door. The only difference was that the marigold on the left door had been exposed to the sun, wind, and rain for many years, and the corners were very round, while the newly carved marigold revealed the brand new bronze inside, and the corners were sharp and cold. Husei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the marigold and said coldly, "The marigold from 15 years ago is still there, and I added another one today." Tell Angelino that I will come to take my granddaughter back tomorrow. The gatekeeper laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Husei and the other man ignored him and turned away. After they left, the gatekeeper wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to himself, "This old man is too scary." After so many years, his personality has not changed. He has been the gatekeeper for more than 20 years. Is the marigold on the left door Husei? The killer carved it with lightning, and now his son carved another one on the door. What does this mean? Let's settle the old and new grudges together. The gatekeeper turned back to the villa and directed everyone to repair the door and remove the garbage. He called the management office on the mountain and said respectfully, "Yes, the other party is Husei, Bishek and Luoli? Bishek, yes, they carved a marigold on the door." The trainee manager on the other end of the call heard the word marigold, and his face turned cold. He immediately reported the matter to the manager. The manager told Angelino without saying a word. Angelino was stunned on the spot. Marigold is the emblem of the Bishek family, representing despair, restraint and darkness. The people of this family kill for money and kill wherever they go. It is the most cruel and terrifying family in the legend. If the people of the Bishek family want to kill someone, it will definitely not take a day, nor do they need to carve a marigold on the door. Now, Husei? The killer did this just to tell him that he was here, marigold. Angelino looked at the huge photo frame on the wall opposite the room, and his thoughts were a little vague for a while. In the photo frame was a young and beautiful woman sitting by the window painting. Her phoenix eyes contained a lonely atmosphere, her skin was white, her lips were pale, and she held a slender white feather pen. He still remembered that when they met for the last time, she gave him a glass marigold. Husei and Luoli went down the mountain all the way to Yandu, and went to the reserved hotel. Husei was silent all the way. The marigold from 15 years ago was still there, and this time he carved another one. The pain in his heart was simply indescribable. He was not a person who showed his emotions, but in this matter, he was in eternal pain. Luoli saw that his expression was calm, but there were tears in his eyes. He just pretended not to see it and said softly, "Perhaps it's time to let Shaoli know about this." Husei was silent. At this moment, Husei suddenly felt the magic wave of Lizhan passing by. He suddenly raised his head, jumped up, and flew forward quickly. Seeing this, Luoli hurriedly followed him. The two used magic to fly in the downtown area, so fast that to the naked eye, it was like a shadow passing by. After about 2 streets, Husei stopped and looked at the 3 people in front of him. The cold young master and Jia Yuren in black clothes and black pants, the lively and cheerful Li Zhan, and the white-haired child Ai Nong. These 3 people, no matter where they go, will bring at least 80% of attention. Luo Li's magic is slightly inferior to Husei's, but he also felt it not long after flying. At this time, seeing the 3 people shopping together, his expression couldn't help but soften a lot and looked at Husei. The 2 of them looked at each other and conveyed the same message. After 15 years of not seeing each other, and Jiren had grown up so much, the last time they met, and Jiren was only 5 years old. She stood in front of him with a magic wand taller than her body in her hands, asking him to return her mother to her. The 2 of them hadn't seen Lizhan for nearly a year. She had a ruddy complexion and was in high spirits. It was obvious that she was doing well. The most important thing was her feet. She walked with different speeds, so that people could only see the afterimage of her body, and it was difficult to tell her exact location. "Lizhan, I haven't seen you for a year, and you have made such great progress." The 2 of them stared at Anjayurin and Lizhan, and their facial features were almost identical. At first glance, anyone would think they were siblings. Brothers and sisters. Husei felt like a needle piercing his heart, but he was used to hiding his emotions and aura, and he didn't show it at all. Both of them were killers, quietly following behind the 3 people, and the 3 people didn't notice them. All they heard was Anjayurin asking, "Lizhan, do you have brothers or sisters?" Lizhan was licking the most distinctive snack in Yandu, duoduotang, and answered casually, "No." Anjayurin's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked intentionally or unintentionally, "Then do you like having a brother?" Ainong heard this and interrupted, "I like having a brother, I want a brother." Lizhan glanced at the duoduotang in his hand. "Contempt, if you like brothers but not sisters, I will never buy you duoduotang in the future." As soon as the voice fell, Ainong immediately stuffed the duoduotang into his mouth and retorted in a vague voice. It was obviously paid by Brother Yurin. Lizhan glared at him dissatisfiedly. "Tsk, let him pay, anyway, I don't like brothers, I like sisters." Chapter 170. Why? And Jia Yurin and Ai Nong asked at the same time. Li Jian counted on his fingers and pointed at them one by one, saying, "As for the elder sister, we can share our favorite comics, wear the same clothes and pretend to be twins, squeeze on the same bed, and tell our secrets, and discuss which boy is the most handsome, and which boy is the most gentle. Of course, the elder sister is better." And Jia Yuren was choked for a moment. He thought for a while and said, "But the elder brother can protect the younger sister from being bullied, and can dress the younger sister up like a little princess. No matter whether the younger sister is hungry or tired, the elder brother is by her side. In short, he can support the younger sister." Li Jian looked disdainful. "Sister can do all the things you said, but brother can't do anything that sister can do." Jia Yuren looked at her sparkling eyes and blurted out, "That's possible." Li Jian saw that he was a little nervous and couldn't help but laugh. "There is one thing brother can't do." Jia Yuren was about to say something, but Ai Nong interrupted and said, "Impossible. Brother Yuren is the best. Nothing can ever be difficult for him." "Tisk, impossible." Li Jian squinted at him. "If my sister doesn't bring that when she comes to see Madame Hong, can you help me?" As soon as he said this, Jia Yuren and Ai Nong were stunned. The atmosphere stagnated for a moment. Li Jian looked at the confused expressions of the two and secretly raised the corners of his mouth. "You little brat." After a while, Ai Nong finally spoke hesitantly. Although he tried his best to cover it up, he was still very confused. "Who is Madame Hong? Which one is that?" He claimed to be a child prodigy, but he had never heard of the name Madame Hong, and he didn't even understand what Li Jian was referring to, so he felt very embarrassed. Li Jian rolled her eyes, but when she thought that Ai Nong was a child, it was normal for her not to understand. So she said, "You boys don't understand, so it's better for your sister." She turned her face away from the crowd, holding back the twitching corners of her mouth, and wanted to laugh wildly. These two people seem smart, but they are actually quite easy to fool. "Good sister, just tell me." Ai Nong threw away the candies, and pulled the corner of Li Jian's clothes and said, "What is it? Why must boys not understand?" Li Jian deliberately frowned and said, "Please, boys don't need to understand before they grow up." Ai Nong thought she was unwilling to tell him. Her face turned pale, tears welled up in her eyes. Li Jian saw something was wrong, and explained, "It's useless to know." As soon as the voice fell, Ai Nong's tears as big as beans slid down one by one, and her face became paler and paler. "Ah, the country bumpkin is a bad sister. The little country bumpkin bullied me." Li Jian didn't expect that he would cry as soon as he said it, and was immediately at a loss. He touched his head and said, "Child, don't cry." "Ah, I'm not a child anymore." Ai Nong cried louder and louder, causing everyone nearby to turn their heads and look at them. Li Jian was anxious, so he stretched out his hand and hugged him in his arms, coaxing him in a gentle voice, "Okay, don't cry, I tell you." "Woo woo." Ai Nong didn't buy it. Li Jian looked at Jia Yuren helplessly. And Jia Yuren kept a slight arc at the corner of his lips, seemingly leisurely, but somehow, in Li Jian's opinion, he felt a little hateful. "This guy is watching her show." Li Jian turned his face away in frustration and explained in the most euphemistic way, "Mrs. Hong likes girls very much. She visits once a month. When she comes, she feels depressed and doesn't want to move. But when she doesn't come, she feels even more depressed and panic. At this time, the company of the elder sister is very important." "Really?" Ai Nong asked with her tear-stained face. "It's true. But the elder brother can accompany you too?" Ai Nong retorted, "You are lying again. Mrs. Hong likes girls, not boys." Li Jian sighed, always feeling that lying to children is a very guilty thing. The elder brother can't be of any use at this time. It is actually useful. And Jia Yuren, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, "The elder brother can talk to you when you are depressed, and can carry you when you don't want to move." Li Jian suddenly turned around and glared at Jia Yuren. "If my boyfriend can't do it, how can my brother do it?" Jia Yuren waved his hand nonchalantly. "If my boyfriend can't even do this, what's the point of having him?" This was completely to the heart of Li Jian, and just as Li Jian was about to say something, Ai Nong suddenly started to make a fuss. "Woo, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? You are discriminating against me." "That's not true." Li Jian hurriedly tried to calm things down. "Woo, little bumpkin, I want you to be my sister." With tears in his eyes, he threw himself into her arms, grabbed her clothes with his little hands, and couldn't help shaking slightly. "It's not easy for this child to listen." Li Jian touched his head and sighed. "Woo woo, I let Yuren be your brother." Ai Nong was getting more and more demanding. Li Jian looked at Jia Yuren helplessly, and Jia Yuren looked up at the sky. "Okay. I be your brother." "Ka ka ka, you've been fooled, you two idiots. AI Nong poked his little head out of Li Zhan's arms, made a face, and ran forward hopping. Li Zhan was so angry that her nose was crooked. She chased him and shouted, "Asshole, stop right there." An Jieyuan shook his head quietly, and followed the two men. The streets were crowded with people in the afternoon, and he disappeared in the crowd in a moment. Hu Xi looked at their backs as they left and suddenly said, "Xiaoli has grown up." Luoli felt that he had something else in his words and said, Hu Xi said, "She has the right to choose her own life. Let her decide for herself. We don't have to come." Luoli nodded, "Yeah, okay." He understood that Hu Xi finally let go at this moment. Perhaps this is the best. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and there is no need to interfere with the choices and opinions of future generations. The two came aggressively and left without fighting. On the surface, they did nothing, but in fact, they not only changed their hearts, but also changed the future of Li Zhan. When Angelina went down the mountain to pick them up, he only got one result. Hu Xi and Luoli were missing. That day, when the three of them returned from shopping, it was just the moment when the night was about to cover the last ray of afterglow. Li Zhan walked quickly in the woods, asking as she walked, "Where should I stay tonight? I don't want to live in that ghost place anymore. That lunatic is so annoying." After playing for a day, she found that An Jieyuan was not as scary as she imagined. Although his eyes were red, they were pure and beautiful. So, she didn't hesitate at all, and said it directly. An Jieyuan paused slightly, then walked forward at a steady speed. "Live in my villa." "Eh?" Li Zhan opened his mouth in surprise. "Do you trust me?" Ainong sat on the back of the shrunken black crow and laughed. Xiaoli, Xiaoli, come to my house, I protect you." And Jieyuan heard this, without turning his head, and said lightly, "Did you call me Xiaoli?" Ainong immediately changed his words. "Wow, I was wrong, Sister Xiaoli. Sister Xiaoli, come to my house to accompany me tonight. I can hide in the bed with you to read comics, and you can also tell you who you think is the most handsome." Li Zhan twitched his eyes, and before he could say anything, Ainong was picked up by An Jieyuan, who patted his little crow on the butt. The little crow was startled, cried Jie, and stumbled away. Only An Jieyuan and Li Zhan were left on the path in the woods. "I'm sorry to bother you." Li Zhan scratched his head, thinking, should it be okay to live in his villa? "No problem. It's okay," An Jieyuan said lightly, and walked forward again. "Xiaoli, you have to be careful tonight." Ainong's little crow, whoosh, flew back and circled over Li Zhan's head. He lay on the crow's back, looked at An Jieyuan with twinkling eyes, and said with a sly smile, "He will have those inappropriate thoughts, such as entering a girl's room in the middle of the night, right?" This." And Jieyuan pinched his forehead helplessly, turned around and said carefully, "I don't do such a mean thing. If you are worried, go and stay somewhere else tonight." Facing his calm explanation, Li Zhan waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I believe you." Back in the villa, the lights were on. The villa was decorated in classic black and white, the floor was smooth terrazzo, the walls were all white, and the furniture was all black. At first glance, the visual effect was amazing. No matter what building you go up, the higher the level. As if to confirm this, the number of rooms became fewer and fewer with each floor, and the furniture and decoration became more and more expensive. When they were almost at the top floor, the servant slightly turned sideways and said, "Miss, please come this way." Li Zhan exhaled and ran forward with a hop. As long as she didn't live in a place with crazy people, she was happy. An Jieyuan and Ainong also accompanied her in a very good mood. At this moment, an object quickly crossed from the corner of her sight and flashed away. Li Zhan rubbed her eyes and looked again, but there was nothing. An Jieyuan looked at her worriedly. "Are you feeling unwell?" "Oh no, just now, the feeling of my eyes. It felt like I saw a faint shadow, not just now, but this also happened frequently when she lived in that single room before." After hearing what Li Zhan said, An Jieyuan asked with a smile, "Xiaoli, have you never left the imperial capital?" "Huh? Yes. Except in the prince's castle, I was in school." Since Li Zhan came to this world, her range of action has been limited to the imperial capital. Although she has great ideals, and wants to see various places, she has no money, and has not yet understood the world clearly, so she has to suppress the idea. So that's how it is. Seeing that An Jieyuan and Ainong looked like they knew everything, she felt a little uncomfortable, as if she was rejected. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my eyes?" "There's nothing wrong with my eyes. It should be said that my eyesight is really good. This is the territory of the black magicians. They don't act as hypocritically as the people in the imperial capital, and they don't clean as cleanly as your school. Chapter 171. Li Jian looked around the room after hearing this. Well, I've never lived in a fancy place, but your place is very clean, absolutely spotless. It's better than any place I've ever lived in. It's almost comparable to Wang Ziyu's bedroom. And Ji Yuren waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. I should say that your school is not clean naturally. That's right. Ainong nodded repeatedly. I've always felt that place is too clean, and I have to throw some garbage in it. I don't understand it at all. The conversation ended here. Lizan wanted to ask more, but the two refused to explain, which made her a little depressed. Ainong was young and curious. She happily walked around the room. She sat on the ground and rolled over. Woo, her room is so beautiful. You bad guy, Yuren is biased. Lizan looked at Anjia, Yuren unexpectedly. She didn't know if what Ainong said was true, but she felt it was possible. If she didn't let Ainong, she wouldn't react so strongly. Anjia Yuren rubbed his forehead. Ainong, what do you want? Ainong rolled to Li Jian's feet and hugged her legs. I want to live with her. Anjia Yuren said helplessly. No. Yuren, I hate you. Ainong jumped up from the ground, wiped away tears, and rushed out the door. Lizan saw that the situation was not good, and said nervously, Is it okay? Anjia Yuren shrugged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just when it was 5, Ainong poked his head out of the door, puffed his face, and said dissatisfiedly, You are all bad people. And Jia Yuren laughed and said to Li Jian, You have a good rest. Then he walked to the door, and touched Ainong's head. Let's go. Ainong laughed heartily, and walked forward holding his hand. And Jia Yuren took 2 steps, and suddenly thought of something. He turned back and said, If you are willing, I hope to take the Black Magician test tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Li Jian was puzzled and said, Black Magician test? Why do you want to test this? And Jia Yuren did not answer directly, but said lightly, It's just to test your talent for black magic. But I don't want to be a black magician. Lizan blurted out, Is this the reason you brought me here? Anjia Yuren wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. I have no ill intentions. I don't want to bring you here in this way, but I hope you can live happily here. As long as you take the test, I won't stop you from going anywhere or doing anything in the future. Can I go back to school too? Lizan asked in disbelief. And Jia Yuren stared at her sparkling eyes and nodded. Of course. It's a deal. However, Li Jian felt that things were not as simple as he thought. Before the test, can you tell me what the test is for? And Jia Yuren blinked and laughed involuntarily. Look how nervous you are. It's to test your dark magic talent. Ah? Do I need to draw blood? Li Jian asked reflexively. And Jia Yuren laughed and said, No need. You just need to fight from the first level to the last level. Li Jian patted her chest and realized that she had overreacted. In the past in China, whenever there was a physical test or a cold or headache, the first thing to do was to draw blood. Since it was just a level, she was not worried. After sending Jia Yuren away, she took a nice bath and slept peacefully, resting her energy to fight. At 8 o'clock the next morning, she went downstairs after a good sleep, and saw Jia Yuren and Ainong in the hall downstairs. And Jia Yuren was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, while Ainong was chasing a black-haired puppy around. Seeing this black-haired dog, Lizan couldn't help but think of her little lion, wondering if it had woken up. She sighed slightly, and walked down the stairs. Anjia Yuren heard the voice, looked up and smiled. Xiaoli is awake. Come and have breakfast. Lizan was flattered. How could she deserve the black magic master Anjia Yuren to wait for her for breakfast? Ainong ran over dissatisfied and bumped into her. Woo woo, it's all your fault. Yuren refused to let me eat. I'm starving. Lizan wiped a cold sweat. The 3 of them sat down, and Anjia Yuren immediately had someone bring a cup of black stuff. The cup was transparent, but the black liquid was very dark, like ink, and even light couldn't penetrate it. Lizan thought that she would be in trouble anyway, so she pinched her nose and gulped it down. The taste of the ink was as light as the taste of boiled water, but it was a little fishy and astringent in her mouth. After she finished drinking it, she drank another cup of boiled water before starting to eat breakfast. After breakfast, she ran to the bathroom, got dressed and stood in front of Anjia Yuren. Let's go. Go and pass the level. The level is on another peak of the same mountain. And Jia Yuren took her all the way up the mountain. When they reached the top, there was a stone room on the cliff at the top of the mountain. It was square, not big, and had no door. And Jia Yuren clapped his hands lightly, and a rumbling sound was heard. The wall of the stone room sank to the ground, revealing the appearance of the stone room. It was empty inside, except for 3 walls. And Jia Yuren took Li Zhan's hand, led her into the stone room, and said carefully, "Shao Li, I wait for your good news at the level entrance." Li Zhan gently pulled her hand away, but he held it so tightly that she simply stopped struggling and smiled. "I hope I can get out alive." The wall of the stone room slowly rose again, and Jia Yuren's feet were covered, and then his body was also covered, leaving only his face, and then the whole person could not be seen. Li Zhan was still staring at the door in a daze, looking at the pair of blood-red eyes that had just stared at her. Li Zhan didn't know why, but she felt a little lost. After the wall returned to its position, she collected her mind and looked around. There were no doors or windows around, but it was the first level. Could it be going underground? Li Zhan remembered that when she first stepped in, she felt a hollow feeling under her feet. She stamped her feet, and there was really nothing underneath. She took a step back and looked at where she was standing, but the stone slab suddenly flipped open, and she stepped on empty space and fell down. It was pitch dark inside. Li Zhan stretched out his hand and condensed a ball of light to illuminate himself. The condensed ball of light was also red, like a raging fire in the darkness. Li Zhan was slightly stunned. She still couldn't figure out why her magic color turned red. Now was not the time to think about this. Li Zhan walked forward. There was a small path in front of her that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. She immediately felt a strong airflow rushing towards her. She took 2 steps back, but unexpectedly found that the airflow did not cause any serious damage to her body. She once again found that her magic wave was in line with this airflow. This discovery made her feel happy and scared. She was happy that she would not stop here for the time being, but she was terrified as to why her magic wave matched the black magician's stuff. She walked forward step by step. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the front suddenly opened up, but the next moment, she opened her eyes wide and almost fainted. Snake. The snake crawled slowly, spitting out its tongue, and its soft and slippery body crawled on the black thing full of holes. The black thing was like a giant beehive, but when the snake slid into it, it could still hear a rustling sound. Li Zhan shuddered coldly. She was not afraid, but had an irresistible disgust. She believed that any girl would not react better than her when seeing such a scene. At this moment, she wanted to curse the person who set up this level. He must be a pervert. At this moment, a large screen appeared above the snake, and a row of blue fonts appeared on the screen. What is your choice? Option 1. Kill them. Option 2. Take another path. Is there another way to go? Li Zhan was delighted. She wanted to run when she saw these snakes, so she must choose the second way. She looked left and right, and saw a small path next to her, so she rushed over immediately. She rushed a little too fast and ran too fast. If she hadn't braked quickly, she would have almost fallen into another pool. This pool is full of earthworms. Which one is more terrifying, earthworms or snakes? In terms of aggressiveness, it is of course snakes. Not only are they poisonous, they can also attack people. But from the appearance, some people can't stand earthworms, which are more slippery than snakes and move more disgustingly. Especially after its body is broken into 2 pieces, it can still split into 2 and continue to move. The person who asked this question is not only perverted but also very perverted. The same blue font appeared in front of her. How do you choose? The 2 options are still the same. Li Zhan resisted the urge to vomit, use magic, and prepared to use a sleight of hand to pounce on the earthworm so that she could not see it and walk past it safely. However, the situation made her panic, and she found that her magic could not be used. This is a complete tragedy. Li Zhan did not give up, chanted a spell, and tried to fly over, but the flying spell did not work. Perhaps this place was cast with a magic deprivation spell in advance. Li Zhan gritted her teeth, tiptoed, and walked towards the earthworm. She would not kill it or change the road. She would just walk over. It would be okay. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at the earthworm under her feet, nor dare to step hard, but she would still step on something accidentally, and in the silence, she could hear the sound of liquid spraying out when the earthworm's body was stepped on and exploded. Some of them seemed to crawl slowly onto her feet. No, it was too disgusting. Li Zhan suppressed the chill that she could not help but walk faster. She didn't know how long she had walked. When she finally reached a place without earthworms, her clothes were soaked with sweat. This kind of test was more uncomfortable than forcing her to kill someone. Li Zhan clenched her fists. When she got out, she must find out who arranged it, and then beat that person up and throw him here to feed the earthworms. Just as she was thinking, a cold hand suddenly touched her neck. Chapter 172. She turned her head suddenly and waved her hand. Paw! With a slight sound, Liz Han was stunned. Why is it Ainong? Ainong covered her face with grief and anger. Why did you hit me? Woo-woo, I'm going to tell Brother Yurin. Liz Han was relieved to see that it was him, but she couldn't bring herself to apologize, so she grabbed his collar and asked, Why are you here? Are you here to take the test too? What test? Ainong stared at her with distrust. Aren't you here to steal the remains of my people? Boom. Li Zhan's head exploded all of a sudden. Finding corpses was more terrifying than looking for earthworms. Could it be that there were many graves and many zombies or mummies in this mountain? As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, Liz Han had heard too much about ghosts and gods, so she was a little insensitive to ghosts and other things. Moreover, corpses didn't sound very auspicious. If she accidentally found a pile of corpses, like the snake nest or the pile of earthworms just now, she felt that her heart would not be able to bear it. She touched her trembling heart and asked, How do you know that there are corpses of your people here? Why didn't I know? Ainong had tears in his eyes, and his voice was filled with grief and indignation. In order to practice elven magic, the Black Spirit Master slaughtered my people, dug out their hearts, and made specimens of the bodies, and sold them at the auction market. If I hadn't stolen their bodies back now. He became more and more uncomfortable as he spoke, and finally burst into tears. Liz Han also learned about the murder and extermination of the elven magician in the history of magic. The history of magic said that this was the biggest tragedy in the history of magic. Because of this incident, the number of elf magicians on the continent dropped sharply, leading to today's situation, but the textbook did not mention the reason at all. Be good, don't cry, I go with you to find it. Liz Han touched his head lovingly, feeling very heavy in her heart. In this empty mountain belly, she came here out of helplessness, and Ainong was more pitiful than her. Whether it was out of affection for the same journey or something else, she felt that she should help him. Earlier, when she read it in the textbook, she just read it as history and didn't feel much, just like studying the history of Hitler in Germany when she was in the Celestial Empire. But it's different now. From the Celestial Empire to the magic world, her mentality has changed a lot. She deeply realized the feeling of being alone, so she empathized with Ainong's situation. Although she had known Ainong for less than half a month, Ainong was a living person in front of her. He could cry, laugh, and cheat. If we didn't investigate history, who would know that he was a poor child whose family was exterminated? When she thought of this, she felt her heart aching. Ainong held her hand tightly, which was cold. Li Zhan looked down, and saw that his hand was crystal white, almost transparent, and tears fell on the back of his hand one by one. This child, it's very hard to endure. Liz Han sighed silently. Ainong led her out from the side of the passage, and Liz Han saw clearly that there was actually a dark door next to it, but she was in a hurry, and didn't notice it. After going out of the door, she looked far away, and saw the suburbs with rugged rocks and no roads. It was night, there was no moon or stars in the sky, and the thick black seemed to swallow everything between heaven and earth, with a terrifying indifference. Liz Han condensed a ball of light in his hand, but it could only illuminate a space of 1 meter in radius. The red light shone on Ainong's white clothes in the darkness, making him seem to glow red. If it was a fire-like light, it would be fine, but because the red light was slightly weak, it gave people a somewhat ominous feeling in the darkness. Don't scare yourself, Liz Han said to herself in her heart, ignoring the red light ball and looking around. She was going down all the way just now, and she should be in the belly of the mountain. Why is she in the wilderness now? It's really inexplicable. However, no matter what, since we are here, let's go and take a look first, maybe we can understand what's going on then. Liz Han shook his head again, followed Ainong, and flew forward. After flying for about 15 minutes, the two came to a cylindrical building with large, round walls, like a big pillar, like an ancient tomb in Jiangnan. Ainong sniffed and pointed at the big pillar building and said, They are here. Liz Han looked up and looked at the huge black pillar that was inserted into the darkness, and could not see the end, and said worriedly, Are they all buried here? Ainong nodded sadly. Liz Han didn't know how to comfort him, but was shocked by the huge pillar building. She said softly, Since we found it, just pay your respects. Let them rest in peace. No, it's not like that. Ainong rushed towards the cylindrical building, as if he didn't hear her words. Liz Han was stunned for a moment, and secretly used magic waves, and then he noticed that there was an unusual residual magic smell on the cylindrical building. The residual magic smell was scattered and fragmented. Was it because the barrier was broken? Liz Han followed behind Ainong and saw a hole in the lower right corner of the building, which seemed to be dug by a mouse, and sand was leaking out. She walked to the hole, touched it with her hand, and suddenly understood. This was not a mouse hole, but a hole dug by someone and then dug it. The other party might still be in the building. This thought made Lizan sweat all over, and she quickly made a gesture to Ainong. Ainong ignored it, and stood on tiptoe to draw pictures on the wall with magic waves. His magic waves were transparent, and difficult to see with the naked eye. Lizan was very sensitive to painting, and found that he was drawing an elf pattern, which was similar to what she saw in the book, but more delicate and pure. This was a sacrifice of the elves, representing the highest respect of the visitor. After Ainong finished painting, he chanted a spell, and the door of the cylindrical building slowly opened in front of the two. Lizan understood a little in his heart. Even if Ainong knew that the other party might still be in the cylinder, he was unwilling to destroy the respect for the ancestors and the tribe. This is Ainong. Even though he likes to make trouble and jump, and even kills others unscrupulously, his feelings for his tribe are sincere. She lowered her head slightly, and saluted the cylindrical building as a visitor, then spread out the magic card and drew a dot. The card spread out in a sphere with the dot as the center, detecting the magic wave points around. There was no magic wave from others. Lizan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the door was fully opened, and a dark and musty atmosphere came to her face. Ainong rushed in first. Seeing this, Lizan condensed several light balls hanging in the air and followed in. The hall at the front of the cylindrical building is the sacrificial hall. In the center of the sacrificial hall is the statue of the ancestor of the elves. His whole body is transparent, as if carved from crystal. Under the illumination of the red light ball, it shines with a bright and radiant light. In front of him is a wide sacrificial platform, which is empty. Without even looking at it, Ainong quickly ran to the corner of the hall. In the corner, there was a row of neatly arranged crystal coffins. It was like lying side by side and sleeping peacefully. Lizan was shocked by such a spectacular and heavy crystal coffin. He stopped and dared not move forward, for fear of waking up the predecessor. She felt like a child who had accidentally entered someone else's home. She felt uneasy, and was about to leave, when she suddenly heard Ainong burst into tears, unable to speak clearly. I knew. Someone must have stolen it. What? Lizan suddenly came to his senses, and rushed over, only to see that there was no one in a row of crystal coffins, nothing in them. I put their bodies in there with my own hands. How could they disappear? Ainong's face became paler and paler, and her whole body became crystal clear, like white jade. Ah, why is this happening? Ainong held his head, and ran wildly along the crystal coffins. Wherever he went, sand and rocks flew everywhere, but every crystal coffin was empty, without a body. Ah! Ainong screamed again, and the sharp sound shook the dust in the building. The color of Ainong's eyes began to turn black, getting darker and darker, and finally as dark as the night. Lizan understood that this was the critical point of the magic elf master. If he was not stopped, the consequences would be serious. Lizan thought of this, and hurriedly grabbed his hand. He was caught off guard and turned around, staring at her with eyes as dark as a bottomless hole. Lizan suspected that if she didn't comfort him, he would definitely throw her out first. Ainong was still a child. If he could be comforted at this time, it would be much better for his future physical and mental health. She firmly believed in this and said softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be nervous, everything will be fine." Bullshit! Ainong raised his hand, and Lizan felt a powerful magic wave coming towards her. She couldn't control herself and flew up, falling far to the side. Pain. Lizan got up with a grin, but saw Ainong running forward, going up in circles, and crystal tears kept falling backwards as he ran. It was obvious without looking that all the crystal coffins were empty, and all the bodies had been stolen. He didn't know how long he ran, and finally he couldn't run anymore, fell to the ground, and let out a wail like a beast. At this moment, an endless sorrow surged up. In fact, he was just a child. Lizan wanted to go over to comfort him, but she couldn't move her feet. After her breathing stabilized a little, Lizan sat up and checked her swollen ankle. She accidentally twisted it when she fell just now. It hurts when touched, but at least she can still move. She gently straightened her foot, stood up, and walked forward. Letting a child bear such a family history of blood and tears, in addition to helplessness, is more of an indescribable sadness. Since she came to this world, she understood that pitiful people must have hateful aspects, and she also understood that the strong prey on the weak, and she also understood that everyone carries their own destiny. She is not sympathetic, but she has received help from others when she encountered many uncontrollable things in life, and she hopes to pass this heart to Ainong. Chapter 173. Lizan reached out and wiped the wet sweat. There was no doubt that the wall was also a test. Such a test did not require a single soldier, nor did it have any test papers, but it was more thrilling than any test she had ever taken. Even the test where Maggie threw her into the iceberg and snow was not as exciting as this one. The disaster of the elves, the extinction of the elves. This was not only a test, but also a test, a witness to history. She felt her heart beating violently in her heart, and she looked at the polished wall again. There seemed to be elves playing and laughing in the wall, crying and laughing as they pleased, and she gradually seemed to blend in. Could she be an elf too? This thought shot into her mind like an arrow, and she shuddered and came to her senses. Mist began to gather around her, just a few wisps at first, but then more and more water vapor appeared in the air, forming a light mist. The polished wall became hazy, and Lizanne ran forward in fear of a more difficult test. Although she didn't use up any magic waves just now, psychological tactics are the most exhausting, and she is now extremely exhausted. During the run, her twisted ankle ached slightly. As she ran out of the passage, the scent of plants immediately hit her face. The dark forest, like a beast that would pounce on her and devour her at any time, seemed to be waiting for her to fall into the trap in the dark night. She stopped and condensed 2 balls of light. This time, the magic ball was brighter, more crimson, and the light was purer. In the translucent ball of light, the flames were dancing. She took a deep breath and walked into the woods with the help of the light ball. A terrifying whimpering sound came from the woods in the east. It was the sound of the wind blowing through the dense branches of the ancient oak trees. She felt like there was an invisible hand behind her pushing her forward. In the next hour, she successfully broke through the magic trap set by the black magician, passed through 3 barriers, crossed a river, killed a bear. On the way, there were all kinds of strange and beautiful scenery, all kinds of strange stones, but no people. With each level passed, Lizanne's admiration for the person who made the test increased. This is obviously a mountain, but it can integrate various elements into it, and even move mountains and rivers from other places to integrate them completely, leaving no loopholes. The whole is natural, and looks like a work of nature. However, with each test, Lizanne's uneasiness increased. She could see that every test here was not easy, but she could pass it easily, especially the magic barrier. It was obviously the most powerful black magic 4 beasts blocking the door, but when she walked in front of the 4 beasts, they obediently made way for her, allowing her to pass smoothly without any effort. Why is this happening? Lizanne looked up at the stone mountain ahead. The strange stones in the mountain were very shocking. Some were ferocious, some were kind, some were arrogant, and some were deep and strict. Together they created a kind of terrifying and strange beauty. A dazzling red flower bloomed in the dark cracks, looking extremely cold, arrogant, gorgeous, and lonely. Lizanne looked at the red flower, and felt that the shadow of uneasiness in his heart was getting deeper and deeper, almost escaping from his chest. Why is this happening? Thinking of the tenderness that Anjourin occasionally showed to her, thinking of how she could easily pass through Einon's barrier, thinking of the blood-red magic when she broke the magic circle, all of them came to her mind after seeing this red flower. What is the truth? She didn't even dare to think about it. The color of this mountain is very strange, gray and calm, and it is very dark and deep where the light can't reach. There is a very round hole on the top of the mountain, not too big or too small. The light just shines from the back of the hole, shining on the wandering clouds, like a sky eye. Lizanne walked to the bottom of the hole, looked up, and clenched her fists firmly. No matter what will happen, she must face it. Thinking of this, Lizanne chanted a spell, jumped lightly, and flew out of the hole. The lights were on, and the weather in late spring was peaceful and not cold. The wind blew gently, bringing the fragrance of flowers at night. The crescent moon hung obliquely on the treetops, illuminating the shadows of the leaves on the ground. In front of me was a small open space, with 2 huge magic lamps on each side, emitting bright light. Further away was a forest, dark and scary. 30 steps in front of the cave entrance, 2 rows of black magicians stood in a row, all wearing black magic robes, with the same height and solemn expressions. The moonlight also illuminated their shadows into 2 rows, and their faces could not be seen in the backlight. There were 3 men standing between the 2 rows of black magicians. One of them was a man in his 30s, with silver hair, tall and mighty, wearing a sleeveless casual suit, with the muscle texture on his arms clearly visible, and an oppressive aura in his bones, which made people feel awe. His eyes were red and sharp, and the lines on his face seemed to be cut by a knife. On his right was Anjourin. He stood there quietly, with a peaceful expression on his lips, and his eyes were warm and firm as he looked at her. On the left of the man was the elf magician, Einon. The child was wearing a children's version of an elf magic robe, the color of the water rippling in the shallow moon, and his expression was full of seriousness. Lizhan felt her body stiffen, and her feet were so heavy that she could no longer move forward. Could she not pass this level? At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Ziyu and Akala hurried to Yandu. They set off half a day later than Huxiai and Luoli, and because the distance was far, Huxiai and Luoli left them before they arrived. The journey was not difficult, because there were no black magicians who intercepted on the road, and it was so smooth that the two of them had doubts. The two looked at each other, and decided to go straight to Huanglong. Lishan, where the young master of the black magician Anjie Yuren was not far from Yandu. The two ran to the east gate of Lishan in one breath. Before they could jump off the terracer, they saw a group of rabble making trouble in front of the gate. The reason why Wang Ziyu knew it was a rabble at first sight was the clothes. Magicians attach great importance to clothing. They usually dress very decently. If there is a uniform, they will wear it. The clothes of this group of people are of different styles and qualities. Most of them are casual clothes. Their magic is also very different. When they act, they fight their own way without any rules. There was only one gatekeeper at the east gate, a chocolate woman with thick lips, big eyes, and a magic wand with ethnic accessories. She wore a black magic robe with a white shirt underneath, revealing her collar. The collar and the black magic hat were inlaid with beautiful rubies. Her hair was like a corn cob, tied up at the back of her head, with the ends all spread out, looking cold and fierce. She stood alone in front of the gate, waving her magic wand and killing all the mobs. No one was left alive. The attack was so clean and neat that it was shocking. Wang Ziyu saw clearly that this was a one-sided massacre by the gatekeeper. In the 5 minutes when she killed all the 16 rabble, she did not move a step. And during the massacre, it was obvious that the corners of her lips were raised, and she seemed very happy. There were 3 good magicians in the rabble, 1 4-star magician and 2 3-star magicians. The 2 3-star magicians attacked at the same time, but they only resisted less than 10 moves. This woman, even he couldn't win a one-on-one duel. The gatekeeper alone was so fierce, so you can imagine how terrible the people inside the gate were. Wang Ziyu looked at Akalu, and both of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Wang Ziyu was about to say something when a giant rhino walked out of the woods. It walked with heavy steps, and the ground was shaking when it walked. On its back sat a gray-haired old fat man, holding a pipe and smoking leisurely, with white smoke rising from the pipe. The innermost layer of the gate was 10 meters high. The gorilla stood in front of the gate, and Akala quickly calculated the data. The rhino was 4 meters tall. Is this a new round of attack? Oh, you've worked hard. The fat man who smoked a pipe took out his pipe and greeted the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper did not answer, but nodded slightly and disappeared. The fat man waved his pipe and sighed. You left so fast. I was just about to say that you killed too many, and it would be troublesome for me to clean up. The rhino under him lowered its head, approached, and began to eat the corpses piled up like a hill. The rhino was very big, and had a very fast mouth. In a short while, it had eaten all the corpses. It licked the remaining blood on the ground, raised its head and howled in satisfaction, then walked slowly into the woods. The fat man on his back seemed to have noticed Wang Ziyu and Akalu. He glanced at them intentionally or unintentionally, and said to himself, Nyo is very satisfied with his meal today. I wonder if he can eat more. Akala felt his stomach twitching. Even though he was used to seeing all kinds of strange snacks, he couldn't help but feel nauseous after seeing this way of eating people. He pressed his stomach and said, This place is unusual. Even the gatekeeper is so strong. If we force our way in, will we end up like those people? Wang Ziyu asked back, If we sneak in, will the consequences be worse? Akala's face straightened immediately. Although he thought the black magician was deliberately trying to intimidate them, he had to say that the intimidation was quite successful. At least it shocked them. He looked around and saw a small villa 100 meters away from the door. The curved roof was in the neoclassical architectural style of the castle, and there was a striking black magician logo above the gate. Maybe we should go ask? Akalu said. He urgently needed something to divert his attention. Prince Yu nodded, and the two jumped off the terracer and walked towards the villa. The door of the villa was open, and soft lights flowed out, which was extremely quiet and peaceful. Akalu walked to the door and knocked on it with knightly etiquette. Excuse me, is anyone there? Soon, there was a sound of light footsteps on the wooden floor. After a while, a short and fat man with gray hair walked to the door and said with a smile, Here, who are the guests? The fat man was the one who drove the rhino to eat the corpse. Chapter 174. Ikala felt that everything he had eaten in the morning was coming up all at once, and he almost vomited it out on the spot. Wang Ziyu saw that his face was pale, and he wanted to open his mouth but tried hard to hold it back, so he asked for help. "Where is the bathroom?" The fat man saw it, but didn't say anything. He smiled like Maitreya Buddha, and there was a hint of cunning in his smile. He pointed to the left corner of the room. "Come in. But you have to change your shoes first." Ikala changed his shoes, and went in without saying anything. Just as he was running to the bathroom, he found that he couldn't lift his feet. He changed into a pair of ordinary household slippers, which were new, but why were they so heavy? They almost broke his toes. He was unwilling to accept it, and used magic waves, trying to keep a perfect posture, and walked forward. At this time, he felt deeply that he must not lose his manners in front of the black magician. The fat man smiled at Ikala's embarrassed but calm appearance, turned to Wang Ziyu and said, "Do you need it too?" Wang Ziyu saw that the shoes on his feet were exactly the same as those worn by Ikalu, and when he walked out just now, his footsteps were as easy as usual, which showed his skill. Listen, even a gatekeeper is extraordinary. Wang Ziyu was worried in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface, and smiled faintly. "No, thank you. Excuse me, if I want to visit the owner of this mountain, where can I send a visiting card?" The fat man nodded and said, "I am just one of the cleaners of Lishan. Everyone is a guest. If you want to enter, push open the innermost door and walk in." Seeing Wang Ziyu's thoughtful expression, he added with a smile, "If you break in from other places, you will be killed without mercy." The words were light, and seemed like a joke, but in this case, they hit Wang Ziyu's heart like a boulder. The innermost door was 10 meters high. How could it be easy? He didn't show it, just nodded, "Thank you." At this time, Ikala came out with a dark face, which was a little darker than when he walked in just now, almost like a person with deep hatred and grievances. The fat man asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea?" Such concern seemed too artificial, and Ikalu even thought he was doing it on purpose, and he was definitely watching him make a fool of himself. He was about to walk away, but Wang Ziyu put his hand on his shoulder. "It's better to obey than to be respectful." After sitting down, Wang Ziyu and Ikala both discovered the special features of the building. It had nothing to do with the black wooden boards inlaid on the wall, nor the curved roof. What made them feel uneasy was the furniture. Whether it was slippers, teacups, teapots, or coffee tables, they were all black and heavy. I didn't know what material they were made of. A teacup alone weighed 5 pounds, and it was the lightest thing in the room. In addition to the fat man, there were 2 other people in the villa. They used these heavy tools without any pressure, as if they were holding paper. Even though he knew they were used to it, Ikalu still felt depressed by their relaxed expressions. He had never been so embarrassed before. He had to hold a cup of hot tea with both hands to pick it up. The fat man smiled and explained, "If you can push the door open, this weight is nothing, right?" Wang Ziyu calmly drank the tea. "That's right. Thank you for your reminder, sir. We come again tomorrow." Then he motioned for Ikala to go out and leave. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and the 2 of them checked into the hotel in Yundu. Ikala rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Before coming here, I really didn't expect Yundu to be like this, and I didn't expect the legendary Lishan to be so unexpected. I have learned a lot today." Wang Ziyu stood by the door with his arms crossed, looking calm and composed, like a man who would not change his expression even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. "What do you think Yundu looks like? Like what the magic history textbook says? Gloomy sky, desperate residents, ruthless killing. That is just a fabrication." Every time he had magic history class, he would tease Liz Han out of boredom, but Liz Han would listen to the class as if she were listening to a story, with great interest. I guess she is also secretly cursing the teacher for being irresponsible and misleading the students. Before, he never cared about what textbook to use. The course of history of magic has always been the textbook designated by the Magic Guild. In order to protect its ideology, the Magic Guild described the black magicians in a very bad light, and even described the most beautiful city in the legend, Yundu, as a magic city. Since the Magic Guild restricted people from going to the city of black magic, most people did not know that Yundu was so beautiful. It seems that the textbook of history of magic needs to be revised. However, this is not the most important thing at the moment. Wang Ziyu suppressed the matter in his heart, turned his head and glanced at Ikalu, smiled. "I say, don't you think you are useless? It's just a few corpses. Can you be scared like this? It seems that the knights are all greenhouse flowers?" Ikalu's body trembled slightly. Such a shameful thing was said so loudly, he blushed with embarrassment. "No way." Wang Ziyu stretched, then made a 180-degree turn, and returned to his usual indifferent tone. "It's almost time to go to bed. According to the fat man, there should be many opportunities to stretch our blunt muscles tomorrow. Akala frowned. Just barge in? Wang Ziyu shook his head. No, go through the main gate. We are here to visit, not to fight. Akala became more and more worried. But how can you be sure that the glass is on this mountain? Even if we break in, the glass is in their hands, and we are always afraid to use it. You are a single-celled animal. Don't you realize that the glass has a lot of connections with the black magician? Prince, you look contemptuous. Akala now looked like a prince who had been trampled by a wild bull, embarrassed but noble. Hey, you keep talking about single-celled animals. Don't you think it's rude to me? Akala responded reflexively, but suddenly realized that Liz Han and the black magician had a connection. In other words, their connection was so deep that they would not hurt her. Akala's heart skipped a beat. What did this sentence mean? If Liz Han was a black magician, then she. Thinking of Li Zhan's fighting spirit, he felt a little bitter in his heart. Even if Yundu was different from what he imagined, it still did not change the negative image of the black magician in his mind. How could Liz Han, such a lovely girl, be a black magician? He comforted himself in this way, but his heart was inexplicably irritated. If you weren't single-celled, I wouldn't have become so frank and straightforward recently, and more honest and upright. Wang Zi rarely joked. You really know how to flatter yourself. Akala couldn't help but smile. He turned around and unexpectedly saw the momentary worry in Wang Zi's eyes. 1. The next morning, the two of them came to the east gate lightly, facing the inner door tightly embedded in the door. Even if the word spirit was used, it could not be moved automatically, because it had nowhere to move. Akala studied the door for a while, feeling like a tiger biting a hedgehog, with no place to start, so he said, Prince, let's try to push it together. Wang Zi pondered and put his hand on the door, using the magic book to estimate the weight of the bronze door, and calculate the minimum magic wave required to push the door open. The gatekeeper, Fatty and Rhino were all staring at them in the woods, but he didn't care. After calculating the strength of the magic wave, the two stood on both sides of the door, pressed their hands on the door, and used magic waves at the same time. The door didn't move at all, and the two people seemed to be trying to shake a tree with an ant, without any impact on the door. The force is wrong. Akala immediately discovered the problem and said with concentration, Just now, we calculated only the load-bearing and interaction forces of the door, and forgot to calculate the force required to push it out of the place where it is embedded with the middle door. Akala let go of his hand, and exhaled heavily. Recalculated and pushed the door again. Still failed. The two retreated to the door, and calculated for the third time. Wang Ziyu was not very good at calculations. His usual calculations were all given to him by the Buddha, which led to him calculating 3 times in a row. Although he thought of it, he was always missing something, resulting in the final value being very good, but the door still could not be pushed open. In the final analysis, it's still because our magic wave is not strong enough. Akala smiled bitterly. You calculated correctly. As long as the strength is reached, it will definitely work with a little effort. 4 ounces can move 1,000 pounds, that's right. But the problem is that the combined power of the two people's magic waves cannot reach the requirement of 4 ounces. Because the 4 ounces of this door is 4 tons. The two tried for a whole morning and were exhausted. Even the gatekeeper was too lazy to look at them, and hid in the woods. The fat man took his rhino to find food elsewhere with regret. They were so tired that they sat on the ground, looking at the towering bronze door, and looking at each other in silence. At this moment, a lazy voice said, Oh, it's rare for the little prince to have this day. It's really rare. Wang Ziyu turned his head suddenly. Standing behind them was the leader of the Keziakirk mercenary group, whom he had not seen for a long time. He was wearing the hard leather military boots of the mercenary group, and his legs looked slender and strong. He only buttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his strong chest, and he looked full of strength. However, he had a gangster-like smile on his face, which ruined the handsome effect. Wang Ziyu never expected that he would appear at this time, and raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Wasn't he accompanying Maggie? Kezia saw through his thoughts at a glance, crossed her arms, and laughed. Well, although the girl is important, the prince is also important. As he spoke, he walked to the two of them leisurely, and at the same time glanced at Akalu. Huh? It's you? Akalu was surprised and said, Do you know me? Kezia didn't answer, smiled mysteriously at him, and then sat down next to Wang Ziyu. Prince, let's make a deal. I help you open the door, and you lend me IKA. Sure enough, there is no good news, and they come to snatch people. Chapter 175. This? Akalu was a little embarrassed. Snap! Kezia put his hand heavily on Akalu's shoulder, hitting Akalu's scapula almost displaced. He dodged slightly to relieve some of the force, but Kezia immediately came closer. Don't you want your delicate skin to become a six-pack like mine? Don't you want to experience the heroic spirit of a mercenary? Believe me, you won't regret it if you follow me. Wang Ziyu smiled and turned his face away, pretending not to hear or see. Among Kara's students, Clyro's talent is 1 in a million. Kezia has always been optimistic about her, and he thinks Clyro has been spoiled by the knights, so he came to him in disguise to ask for her. Unfortunately, he can't decide to give her to Kezia. Clyro has a strong sense of individuality, and if he forces her, it will definitely backfire. Most importantly, he doesn't want to be turned upside down by Papu and the old lady Asinobi. You know, Clyro is the darling of the Asinobi family. Kezia is lucky to meet Clyro instead of Carlo today. Icarus is a staunch supporter of the knights, and has no good feelings towards the mercenaries. If it was Icarus who stood in front of them today, Kezia would definitely not get any benefits. Icarus has more contacts with the lower and middle classes, is more friendly, and is not averse to the mercenaries. Icarus said happily, in this case, the 3 of us will push together. It shook when the 2 of us pushed just now. 3 people should be able to do it. Kezia laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed for a long time in the woods. No need, I can do it alone. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Ikalu opened his eyes wide in surprise, but seeing that Kezia was full of confidence and didn't seem to be bragging, he couldn't help but wonder, can you really do it alone? Kezia nodded and set a trap again. If I open this door by myself, how about you follow me? He paused and added, if I can't open it, I follow you. You can do whatever you want. This is simply a naked hookup. Wang Ziyu glanced at Kezia with contempt, and Kezia immediately glanced back with a look of contempt, and said with his eyes, you dare to ask for help from a woman? Be careful of being pried away. Wang Ziyu was speechless. Kezia retracted his gaze, and continued to fool Ikalu. Why? Little Ika doesn't dare to bet? Ikalu also felt that he was setting a trap for him, but he always believed in himself. He and Wang Ziyu couldn't open the door, so why could Kezia open it alone? After thinking it over and over again, he nodded. Okay, I bet. Wang Ziyu shook his head. Ikalu was indeed too young. Kezia probably couldn't do anything else, but this door happened to be his specialty. So he can be happy that no one is competing with him for his girlfriend. Entering the door is the first hurdle, and he doesn't know what dangers he will encounter inside. But Kezia is right, his girlfriend is his own, and asking others for help will only weaken his position. What's more, Lizhan has always had a good impression of Ikalu, and if he meets him at this time, maybe his feelings will deepen. If he wants to win back Lizhan's heart by then, it may be more than 100 times more troublesome. So, Wang Ziyu thought for a while, and chose to remain silent, neither interrupting nor joining in. Kezia rolled up his sleeves, strode to the inner door of the gate, turned around and looked at Ikalu with a sly smile. You can still regret it now. Do you want to regret it? Ikalu stared at him intently, and shook his head slowly. Kezia glanced at Wang Ziyu. A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and put his hand on the bronze gate. He didn't use any force at all. Ikalu thought he was deliberately showing off, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly found that there were elements flowing in his hands. Because the distance was not close, it looked like a swaying afterimage at first glance. He was startled and rushed to the door. He saw that Kezia had already condensed a lot of copper elements in his hand, and the green bronze on the door was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the door was getting thinner. Kezia is an elementalist. In the magic world, in addition to magicians and prophet, there is another special group of people, that is, elementalists. Elements have extremely terrifying instant killing power, and can destroy any enemy in the blink of an eye. But because elementalists are difficult to refine, and there are few of them, they are generally not taken into consideration. That's why Ikalu didn't think of going above this level. Who knew that Kezia was not only an elementalist but also a copper elementalist? Ikalu immediately knew that he had lost the bet. He turned his head and looked at Wang Ziyu, almost angry and embarrassed. Do you know he is an elementalist? Wang Ziyu nodded calmly. He clenched his fist and asked again, do you know he is a copper elementalist? Wang Ziyu shook his head. If I knew he was a copper elementalist, I would have called him long ago. Why wait until now? He looked at Ikalu's pure eyes, and somehow, he felt guilty, because what he said was a lie. In fact, he told Kezia about the structure and elements of this gate last night. Kezia happened to be not far from Yundu, so he ran over. But if Wang Ziyu said that he knew, Ikalu might go berserk immediately, so he chose to lie. Kezia kept pulling out the elements, but the gate was so heavy that he couldn't break a hole after pulling for a long time. Kezia had no patience, kicked the door and complained, what a broken door. the inner door alone used 30 tons of bronze. Wang Ziyu shook his head, walked to him, and comforted him. I heard that there are less than 10 copper element masters in the magic world, and 6 of them were defeated by this door. As long as you win, it means you have defeated all 6 of them. I told you not to talk nonsense, Kezia said angrily, without moving his right hand, and waved his left hand. The copper element condensed into a sharp knife at the speed of light, and shot towards Wang Ziyu's face. Wang Ziyu turned his head and dodged, and the sharp knife circled and suddenly flew towards Ikalu. Ikalu saw the blade flying towards him, and in a hurry, he stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the shining blade. The blade was shiny, as if it was polished with the best craftsmanship, and the light could reflect people. Any elementalist could condense a blade in such a short time. But the effect of polishing and grinding his blade in an instant was not something that a normal elementalist could do. Ikalu looked at Kezia with a little more respect. Pap once told him that there are always people who are better than you, and that most of the people in the Magic Guild are just people with empty reputations, while the real talents are introverted and unknown to others, and he told him not to be arrogant. Now it seems that this sentence is very correct. Do you like it? I give it to you. Uh-huh. Kezia smiled indifferently, and his hands continued to absorb the copper element. Don't you feel short of breath? Prince Yu laughed. Kezia seemed relaxed, but in fact, his hands were throbbing with veins. It was not easy to decompose the elements of this door, but he liked to swell his face and pretend to be rich, so Prince Yu started to criticize him. Damn it! Prince, will you die if you don't say a word? Kezia said with a grin. Prince Yu said nothing more. About 5 minutes later, the bronze in the center of the bronze gate gradually turned into a thin layer. Seeing that it was about to succeed, the bronze in other places rushed over and covered the thinned area in an instant. Kezia watched the door return to its original state, but a high pile of bronze elements piled up under his feet. He couldn't help but shout, "Who is slandering me?" He had already used up most of his strength. If he tried again, even if he succeeded in extracting all the bronze, he would still fall down and would not have the strength to move forward. If nothing unexpected happened, there was another gatekeeper inside. The gatekeepers of Yunshan were known throughout the magic continent for their ruthlessness, so far, the number of people who had managed to force their way through the door and were still alive could be counted on one hand. They underestimated this door. Wang Ziyu's face also became solemn, and he said word by word, "No, this door is set with magic." He walked to the door, put his hand on it, and carefully felt the magic waves flowing in the bronze. He turned to Ikalu and said, "Ika, can you see the magic waves in the door with your pupil technique?" "I can still hold on." Kezia said loudly that if Ikalu helped, it would mean that he lost. How could a man ask a student for help? Ikalu was a little happy to see Kezia lose, but he felt that he was immoral and was struggling. When he heard this, he immediately came to his senses. He pinched his nose bridge, walked forward, and when he was only 3 feet away from the door, he took off his black framed glasses and concentrated. Suddenly, his left eye was full of light, shining like fire. In his eyes, the bronze door was dissected layer by layer, and finally revealed the magic wave like water mist. It turned out that the door was set with magic waves. "You are a magic wave. Why do you have to be among the bronze? Don't you want to return to your master?" Ikalu showed a gentle look on her face, and her voice was soft and pleasant, like the melodious sound of a piano entering people's hearts. The magic waves in the bronze door were controlled by his pupil technique, all gathered together, condensed into a ball, and bumped around in the door. Ikalu smiled again. Come to me. Bronze is small, and not an ideal place to live. Your master has abandoned you, so there is no need to return to him." Kezia was slightly startled, and his eyes almost took away her autonomy. Fortunately, he had experienced many battles, and he immediately came back to his senses and worked harder to decompose the elements. During the decomposition of the copper element, the magic waves in the door also flowed out under the action of Ikalu's pupil technique. Wang Ziyu watched the two's every move, looking at the bronze door calmly. Soon, the center of the bronze door turned into a thin layer again, and the magic wave hidden inside was reversed under Ikalu's pupil technique, and the bronze door could not be healed temporarily. Wang Ziyu seized this opportunity, drew his sword, and swish, hit the sword, creating a crack in the weakest part of the bronze door, and then used a little force to move 1,000 pounds, holding the hilt of the sword and prying it gently, with a bang. The bronze broke, and the crack reached the corner of the door. Wang Ziyu kicked it with his foot, and the cracked bronze flew out. Chapter 176. 1/8 of the 10-meter-high bronze gate was destroyed, and a 2-meter-high hole appeared under the feet, just enough for 3 people to pass through. Wang Ziyu's movements seemed casual, but they were just right, without any extra effort. The height and width of the hole were just right, and the best effect was achieved with the least effort. The gatekeeper in the dark couldn't help but nod in approval. Kezia withdrew his hand, took a breath, and calmed the disordered breath in his body. Damn, this door is really cruel. It actually requires the three of us to work together. Wang Ziyu glanced at the door, and suddenly laughed. The gatekeeper asked us to push the door open, but we broke in. Is this a foul? After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something, turned around abruptly, and held up Ikalu, who was falling forward. Ikalu's glasses, puff, dropped to the ground. I saw that his eyes were closed tightly. A trace of red blood oozed from the corners of his eyes. His face was pale. Beads of sweat slid down from his eyebrows, and his chest rose and fell greatly, as if he was in great pain. Alas, this guy. Wang Ziyu sighed and supported him. If he hadn't suppressed the healing of the magic wave on the door, they might not have been able to break the door until now. But for this, he used all his life's magic power and injured his eyes. This surprised Wang Ziyu, and also had a little admiration. No matter whether his heart was for Liz Han, or for some other reason, this heart was priceless. Psychic magicians were no different from other magicians. Other magicians relied on the power of magic waves. The magician of the mind system relies on strong will, and the most important thing is the eyes, which are the most fragile. If the magic wave is overused and not retracted in time, the magic wave will hurt the eyes. Therefore, the magician of the mind system will never use pupil skills before they are sure. Because this kind of injury is fatal to the eyes, it will be difficult to make up for it in the future, and it may even affect the whole life. After Akala's personality split, the people of the Asinabi family were afraid that something would happen to him again, so they always held him in their hands. Wang Ziyu was not optimistic about the character of the pearl in the palm, but he did not expect that he would go to such lengths for his friend. At this time, he saw the door that could be entered, but he was no longer interested in looking at it. He put his hand under Akala's ribs, supported his body, and walked to the stone next to the door, put it down, and said to Kezia, "Help me watch it." Kezia stroked the hair hanging on his forehead with his hand in a cool manner. Okay. Although Kezia was the one who worked the longest, he was an elementalist, and magic could flow between the copper element and his body. He used magic waves to decompose the copper element, while recovering magic waves from the copper element. Therefore, although he was tired, the magic wave was not lost too much. At least, he could still pull the corners of his lips open. Prince Yu put Ikalu away, closed his eyes slightly, and chanted a spell. Kezia looked around at first, but after hearing Prince Yu's spell, he turned his head and stared at him, saying loudly, "Prince, you can't do this." Prince Yu didn't answer, but covered Akala's eyes with his hands and continued to chant. Kezia walked to him in surprise, wanting to stop him, but didn't know how to do it. The process of magic casting cannot be interfered with by the outside world, otherwise both the caster and the castee will be injured. If he tried to stop it now, both Wang Ziyu and Akala would be hurt. Damn it! Kezia punched the tree trunk next to him, causing the leaves to fall. He knew that the magic Wang Ziyu cast was called exchange. The so-called exchange was to swap the things on the two people. That is to say, Wang Ziyu transferred the injury on Akala's eye to his own eye, and transferred his intact part to Ikalu. Kezia stood in front of the tree angrily, not knowing whether he should be angry or distressed, or admire Wang Ziyu. To some extent, Ikalu is Wang Ziyu's rival in love. The two came to find Liz Han together, originally with the intention of competing with each other. But at this critical moment, Wang Ziyu was willing to exchange his eyes for the eyes of his rival. This is no longer just a rival in love. Wang Ziyu's actions even exceeded the scope of what his companions could do. This is Wang Ziyu, and this is also his general. He felt sorry for his general who sacrificed himself to save others, but he also felt that this behavior was very noble, because he knew that if he was injured one day, Wang Ziyu would also be willing to save him in this way. In life, bumps and bruises are inevitable. As the leader of a mercenary group, life has never been the first priority for him. He carries many important things such as team members, responsibilities, and friendship, which are also his foundation. Wang Ziyu perfectly interprets the meaning of these important things in front of him. In the past, he admired Wang Ziyu because he had enough talent and courage to build a kingdom of his own. Now he suddenly realized that Wang Ziyu relied not only on talent and courage, but also on personal charm. From this moment on, he felt that he would be willing to sacrifice his life for Wang Ziyu. Because Wang Ziyu was such a respectable person. The midday sun shone through the gaps in the leaves onto the stone and Wang Ziyu's body. He had a well-proportioned figure and beautiful features, and was more handsome than the carefully selected handsome men he knew. Not only his appearance, but also his intoxicating cold temperament and aristocratic elegance. Just walking on the street was enough to attract anyone's attention. As long as he wanted, he could make himself rich and famous in many simple ways. But he used this most difficult way to fight, and today he used the stupid method of self-destruction. Kezia showed his usual rogue smile and a cold smile, which was probably what he was pursuing. The spellcasting process lasted about 3 minutes. Kezia. After Wang Ziyu finished casting the spell, he called out softly, because his eyes suddenly lost their light, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart, and wanted to confirm whether Kezia was by his side. "I'm here." Kezia took 2 steps closer and put his hand on his shoulder. He said in a casual tone, "Come on, baby, I take you down the mountain to see a doctor." "No need." Prince Yu's eyes were temporarily blind, but his heart was not blind. He pointed his index finger and condensed a white bandage from the magic book and handed it to Kezia. Kezia took it neatly and helped him bandage his eyes. He gently stroked the bandage with his hand. "It's okay, we can go in." "Prince." Kezia's tone became stern. He admired him for destroying his eyes for his friends, but if he didn't treat his eyes when they were almost blind, he would be a fool. "It's okay, I understand. It's not that serious. If the door automatically repairs again, all our efforts will be wasted." Wang Ziyu held Kezia's arm and stood up firmly. "I tell you when I can't hold on any longer." "Alas, this idiot. You're really good at tossing." Kezia rubbed his forehead helplessly and retracted his accusing eyes. "I take the lead later, and we go in and find a black magician doctor to treat your eyes." As he said, he carried Ikalu on the stone and strode forward. Ikalu was still in a coma, but at least his eyes would be fine. Of course, they couldn't abandon Ikalu at this time, nor would they abandon him. When the 3 passed through the broken bronze gate, the gatekeeper sent a communication request to the management office on the mountain and reported the news. Kezia originally wanted to send Ikalu away and let Wang Ziyu be a hero, but it turned out that the 3 of them broke into the enemy camp together, and there were 2 wounded. It must be said that it was an accident. On the other hand, it must be said that the owner of Lishan is very calculating. No matter how many people come, one door can make most people retreat. Although a small number of people go in, some are injured and some are disabled. If a few strong gatekeepers are sent, they can be dealt with. Kezia was thinking about the intention of the black magician in his heart, and cursed in his heart. Because Wang Ziyu was not used to not being able to see, Kezia also took this into consideration and walked very slowly. After entering the door, looking up, all I could see were green bamboos. Because it was on the mountain, the bamboos had just sprouted green leaves. At first glance, they were crisp and tender, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The wind blew through the woods, and the green leaves swayed, like flowers blooming. Bamboo forest. What flowers and trees are planted in the yard is the owner's preference on the surface, but for those who have lived in the mercenary group for a long time, it is also a signal. If roses are planted, then the owner is likely to be a perfume magician, using the strong fragrance of roses to cover up the smell of perfume, making it impossible for people to detect its smell, making it a natural trap. Bamboo forests are the favorite of killers. When the wind blows through the dense leaves, it will make a solemn sound, which is convenient for the killer to hide. At the same time, the beautiful bamboo leaves will cover the killer's slight breath. So, when he saw the bamboo forest, he became alert like a leopard. Perhaps this alertness stimulated Ikalu, and the person on his shoulder suddenly trembled, as if he was suddenly afraid of falling off the bed, and woke up. He lost his glasses, and became Ikaru after waking up. "Put me down." Ikaru was ashamed and angry. He was carried on someone's shoulders. He was so frustrated that he suddenly wanted to get into the cave. He was not used to getting close to others, let alone such a rude mercenary group leader. Kezia did not argue with him, put him down, and put his hand on Wang Ziyu's shoulder instead. On the surface, they loved each other, but in fact, they were guiding and protecting him. Ikaru glared at Kezia, who had abandoned him, pouted, tidied up his messy clothes, saluted to Wang Ziyu, and stood beside him silently. He knew that Wang Ziyu had saved his eyes, so even if he had some negative thoughts about Wang Ziyu, they all disappeared at this time. But he didn't have a good impression of Kezia, so he also understood what the situation was at this time, and simply ignored Kezia's existence, treating him as transparent. Kezia also ignored him, turned his head and asked Wang Ziyu, "Prince, do you know where the donuts are?" Chapter 177. Ikaru didn't like people calling Lizhan so intimately, and couldn't help but glare at Kezia again. Wang Ziyu couldn't see or hear the interaction between the two, so he didn't care. He used the magic book to determine the direction and said, "Go straight, about 1,700 meters away." The intense pain in his eyes made him want to cry. He blinked, holding back the tears, forcing himself to adapt to the overwhelming darkness, and moving forward firmly. He never wanted to show weakness in front of his subordinates, even if he was really weak. The three of them walked forward. There was a bamboo road in the bamboo forest, straight and straight, with no end in sight. The deeper they walked, the more worried and alert Kaizia became, fearing that a killer might appear in the bamboo forest at any time. At this moment, Wang Ziyu suddenly stopped. Someone is coming. Having lost his eyesight, his hearing and senses were extremely sensitive, and he could sense an unusual breath almost a mile away. Kaizia kept walking, without even a slight fluctuation, and said in a casual tone, "And he is a master." Prince, you knew his character well. The calmer he was, the more frivolous he looked, and the more careless his tone was. Therefore, he just smiled and followed his steps, walking side by side with him. Even though it was said that no outsiders could enter the gathering place of black magicians, especially this mountain, the two of them, one was a prince, and the other was the leader of a mercenary group with great skills and courage, would never retreat even in the face of danger. Ikaro was slightly inferior to the two of them. After hearing what they said, he knew that the situation was serious and became alert, but he could not sense the breath of danger, so he could only secretly use magic waves to sweep around to prevent anyone from approaching. The three of them walked in a row on the road, without dodging or avoiding. After a while, a white shadow flew from the road ahead and arrived in front of the three of them in just 1 minute. When Kezia saw the strange outfit of an evening gown with a hat but with a bandage, she laughed. "Oh, I didn't expect that it was a pretty girl, but it's a pity that I can't see her face." The person who came was Wang Ziyu. He couldn't see the person, but he smelled the perfume on the other person, and then heard Kezia's words, and confirmed that she was a woman. Sometimes women are more difficult to deal with than men. Wang Ziyu's face became even uglier. "What did you do to Donut?" He could feel the weak magic wave of Lizhan on the woman. The woman gently lifted the hem of her skirt with her hands wearing white lace gloves and bowed. "I meet the three distinguished guests. But the Miss Donut you mentioned is in confinement. This is a very important moment. Please do not disturb her." "Confinement?" Kezia looked at Wang Ziyu with a puzzled look. "Did I hear it right? Isn't confinement used for runaway kids? How did your sister become her family member?" The woman's tone turned cold. "This is not something the distinguished guest needs to know." Wang Ziyu frowned slightly, turned his head, listened to the woman's movements with his ears, and asked, "Are you telling us this in the hope that we will retreat?" "Of course." The crazy woman's tone became fierce, and she spread her hands, and the magic waves suddenly surged like a turbulent airflow. "If you insist on going forward, I will definitely stop you." "What if I insist on moving forward?" "Prince, you did not retreat but moved forward," staring at her eyes under the brim of her white gauze hat. Even though he could not see her eyes, her aura was enough to overwhelm her. Ikaro was so shocked that he could not say a word. The madness hidden in those eyes frightened him. Lizhan was a simple child. It must be miserable to meet such a crazy woman. Thinking of this, he could hardly suppress the urge to use the pupil technique. But he understood more deeply than ever before that if he used the pupil technique, let alone his eyes, he might not even be able to save his heart. "How dare you!" The crazy woman was furious. She was like a magic wave pool. The magic waves that could not be hidden surged out. After a while, the air pressure nearby dropped to a suffocating level. Kezia raised the corners of her lips and smiled with a bit of ruffian spirit. "Are girls nowadays so fierce? I really want to see your face under the bandages." After saying that, she suddenly grabbed forward and attacked her with a magic circle. The crazy woman thought he was an ordinary magician. She jumped lightly, and the snow-white evening dress drew a perfect arc like a streamline. At this moment, 2 golden lights passed silently by the crazy woman's neck. The crazy woman only felt a chill on her neck. She screamed and covered her face, and rushed into the woods like a fly. Running so fast. Kezia was surprised and disappointed. She put 2 thin copper pieces in her hands, crushed them, and sighed. "I wanted to see what she looked like. What a pity. From her back, I felt that she must be a very beautiful girl. Prince, what do you think?" Wang Ziyu couldn't see, and smiled faintly. "I wait for you to reveal her true face." Kezia laughed, and suddenly felt a chill on her back. She floated away suddenly, and barely dodged the 7 or 8 white silks that attacked from behind. Before he could stop, he hurriedly jumped up from the ground and avoided the woman's white silk attack like snowflakes. The woman's magic wand was actually white silk. The bandage on her face. The crazy woman stretched out her hands, both of which were completely wrapped in bandages, and no skin could be seen. Kezia squeezed both hands and made a wolf-like smile. Do you really have to force your brother to take action? In fact, he knew that he was lucky just now, because the woman didn't know he was an elementalist. This time, it might not be so easy to get the benefit. He laughed and became more relaxed. Wang Ziyu could not see the situation around him, nor was he worried, so he just stood by and watched. Ikaro thought he was not in a position to help, so he said, "I go and help." Wang Ziyu asked back, "What help?" Ikaro said with concentration, "Quick fight, quick decision, your eyes can't be delayed for too long." Wang Ziyu laughed, "Ika, do you usually hit women?" Ikaro immediately realized what he wanted to say, and his face turned slightly red. If there was any place where men and women were different in this world of the survival of the fittest, it was the knights. The knights cannot and will not attack ladies. It is shameful for the people of the Acidabi family, the first family of the Icarus Knights, to say such a thing. Even if it is Papa, he will not be so rigid. Icarus said with a guilty conscience. He has always known these rules, but he knows even more that the injury on Wang Ziyu's eyes cannot be delayed and must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise it will be dangerous. No matter how much he envied, jealous and hated Wang Ziyu before, he did not want Wang Ziyu to lose a pair of eyes because of this. Wang Ziyu smiled and stopped dwelling on this topic. He asked, "Who is Kezia? Are you afraid that he can't beat that woman?" Ikaro shook his head. "He is very strong, stronger than I thought." "That's right." Wang Ziyu looked back at him. "You know, some people never need help when they fight. For some people, fighting is a pleasure. If you take action, it will not only deprive them of their pleasure, but also be an insult to them. They are brave and good at fighting. Friends only need to stand behind them." Wang Ziyu is about the same age as Ikaro, but he has lived in darkness since he was born, and he is many times stronger than Ikaro in dealing with people and things. "Ha ha, Ik is so cute." Kezia laughed while dealing with a crazy woman. "If you think waiting is too long, why don't you go ahead? I catch up later." Wang Ziyu nodded slightly. "Okay." After that, he strode forward. Ikaro thought about it, and followed Wang Ziyu's pace. As soon as the two left, a huge magic wave came like a tsunami. Ikaro knew that the crazy woman wanted to stop them, and was about to turn around to fight back, but saw a huge bronze magic wand like the sickle of the god of death appeared in Kezia's hand. Kezia waved his magic wand to block the crazy woman's magic wave, and said with a joking face, "Your opponent is this handsome guy." The crazy woman was so angry that her eyebrows were raised, and the battle was about to break out. At the same time, Wang Ziyu and Ikaro ran forward quickly. After leaving the bamboo forest, there were two roads in front of them, one to the east, leading to the eastern mountain, and the other to the west. The terrain became deeper and deeper, and it seemed to be a valley. Ikaro considerately described the general situation of both sides and asked, "Which way should we go?" For a long time, Wang Ziyu did not answer. He turned his head, and saw that Wang Ziyu's face was more solemn than ever before. A streak of blood oozed from the corner of his eye, staining the bandage red. "Prince, we must leave." Ikaro knew that something was wrong and dragged him back. "Your eyes must be treated. Lizhan can be saved later, but you can't." "No." Wang Ziyu did not move, and muttered in his place. The magic wave of the donut suddenly disappeared. "What? Let me see." Ikaro was shocked, let go of his hand, squatted down, and used the method of drawing a circle on the spot to search for magic waves. Drawing a circle on the spot is very useful for conveying information, but it is very weak for tracking. But he can't think of any other way except this method. Wang Ziyu stood beside him in a daze. His eyes hurt as if they were burned, and hot blood overflowed from the corners of his eyes. He didn't blink, but used the magic healing method to reduce the pain slightly, and used the magic book again to search for Lizhan's magic waves. The magic book tracks blood. As long as the person is still there, and the blood is not exhausted, it can be found even if it is thousands of miles away. What horrified Wang Ziyu was that the magic book could not track any clues at all. Instead, there were people with similar bloodlines hanging around nearby, constantly disrupting his tracking route. Whether it was Ikaro's circle drawing or his magic book, they could not track down Lizhan's whereabouts. Wang Ziyu remembered that when he broke into the door just now, he still felt Lizhan's magic wave. What happened? Did the black magician deliberately use Lizhan as a cover to lure him out, or did the black magician suddenly attack Lizhan? Chapter 178. No matter which one it is, it's not good news. Wang Ziyu pursed his lips, pressed his bloodshot eyes with his slender fingertips, and gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go up the mountain to where Donut first stayed. As long as we go there, we can find clues." Although this method is tortuous and time-consuming, for now, he can't think of a better way. At this moment, an old voice suddenly interrupted. "Young man, your eyes will go blind. Wang Ziyu and Ikaro were both startled, and turned around to see a gray-haired elder carrying a hoe and walking out of the bamboo forest. He was wearing a long earth-gray robe, and his gray hair and beard almost covered his entire face, revealing only a pair of bright red eyes. He was probably suffering from life, and his back was a little hunched. Are you talking about his eyes? Ikaro was surprised. He knew that the injury was not easy, but how did this old man know? He had always heard that many black magicians had pure red eyes, and he was still a little shocked when he saw it today. After all the black magicians in the imperial capital would wear color-changing invisible glasses to hide their identities. This was the first time he saw such a blood crystal-like pupil color. Come with me, the old man said lightly. I just happen to have a few medicines, you can try them. Ikaro tightly grasped Wang Ziyu's arm, silently warning him, and asked, what medicine is it? He wanted to ask more information from the elder. The elder didn't mind eye drops. Can you show me? Ikaro held out his hand to him. Before Wang Ziyu's eyes recovered, Ikaro took it upon himself to take care of him in case of any accidents. The elder pointed to the front, at home, not brought out. This is definitely a trap. Ikaro was about to refuse, but Wang Ziyu suddenly said, okay, I go with you. Ikaro looked at Wang Ziyu in shock, his fingers almost pinching his flesh. Wang Ziyu patted his hand, and signaled him to calm down. The old man who appeared in this place must have a plan. It just so happened that they had also lost the clue, so they might as well follow the clues from the old man. He was used to taking risks, and blindness was not something he considered at all. Ikaro had no choice but to imitate Kezia and put his hand on his shoulder, standing close to the elder. It was not until he made this move that he suddenly understood how much Kezia loved Wang Ziyu. This posture, in addition to blocking the attacks that could come at any time, could also push him away, and in case of greater danger, he could hold him and jump away. The elder walked unsteadily, very leisurely, just like stepping on an ant on the road. Ikaro was anxious, but he couldn't urge him, so he was very depressed. At this moment, Wang Ziyu's hand stroked his palm. It was light and shallow, but Ikaro understood instantly. The elders walked on small roads, which were winding and tortuous, with rocks and trees on both sides, and felt like a remote mountain village. After walking for about 5 minutes, Ikaro looked back at the road he had walked and found that the road behind him had disappeared, and the bamboo forest was no longer visible. His heart suddenly jumped and asked, is your home nearby? Yes. The elder laughed and pointed to the stone chamber hidden in the strange rocks. It's right there. The stone chamber is a row of neat stone houses, each with a door, on which are carved various strange patterns, intertwined together. At first glance, it looks like a rushing river or a sign without magic. Ikaro stopped, pulled Prince Yu, and whispered, this place. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill in his mouth, as if something had entered his mouth at an unexpected speed and rolled down his throat. He opened his mouth and cried awe, and was horrified to find that he couldn't say a word. It was like he was dumb. That old man is weird, Ikaro said loudly, but he couldn't hear any sound. He coughed hard, trying to cough out the contents of his stomach, but he couldn't even make a dry cough. In a hurry, he tried to grab Wang Ziyu's arm, but his arm was soft, and he lost control and couldn't lift it. He hurriedly used the pupil technique on the old man. At this time, he had lost the function of the word spirit, and could only use this. However, no matter how hard he tried, the old man did not respond. He still looked kind, and said to Wang Ziyu, come with me. Ikaro watched Wang Ziyu follow the elder to the stone chamber, and he almost wanted to bite off his tongue. The old man opened the door of the first stone chamber, and a strange smell of grass and trees hit him. What caught his eye was a row of shelves filled with various things, including animal bones and plant roots, but there were no tables and chairs, nor daily utensils. It was obviously not used to entertain people. The most important thing is that the room is deserted, as if no one has been here for a long time. Wang Ziyu actually knew that Ikaro had not caught up. When the elder handed Ikaro ammunition, he felt the direction of the airflow slightly, but he didn't know what the old man wanted to do. For now, he only understood two things. The first was that the old man's ability was better than the crazy woman's. If he hadn't been blind and had accumulated all the magic waves in his ears, he wouldn't have been able to detect the weak airflow, and it was hidden. He stood beside the old man for so long, but he couldn't feel his magic waves at all. The second thing is that the old man has a natural medicinal fragrance that matches the smell of this room. Young man, go forward. The old man spoke again. Icarus stood there, unable to speak or move. No matter how worried he was about Wang Ziyu, he couldn't solve the spell cast by the elder on him. The path he had just walked on had disappeared. The rocks and trees seemed to be native to the land, as if they had been there for a long time and had never changed. Icarus couldn't believe his eyes. How could the road disappear? He stared into the distance, and soon he felt dizzy. All the trees and stones were shaking, and dark clouds kept drifting in the sky, as if the whole world was swaying. The wind whistled from the valley, blowing on his face like a knife. Icaro looked at the distance inexplicably. It was spring, which was just green with bamboos, but it seemed to have suddenly fallen into winter. The sky darkened, and in a short moment, it went from light to dark. It was almost impossible to see the scenery within 100 feet. He felt dizzy and his stomach was cramping. He covered his stomach and squatted down, but suddenly realized that he could move. At this moment, a shadow seemed to fly past the corner of his eye, and he raised his head suddenly. Old man? Looking closely, he saw a figure streaking out of the house, like a meteor and disappearing in the rocks. Icaro chased into the rocks, but the old man was gone. Stay here for 2 days, the old man said grimly, and the tail sound echoed around. Icaro looked around the barren rocky land. There were only a few sparse pine and poplar trees around, and there was no trace of the stone chamber. The sky was gloomy, and snowflakes were blowing in the wind. He didn't understand why it was snowing at this time, but he didn't have time to figure it out. The most important thing at the moment was to find the intact Prince. He searched again and again in the snow, and felt so cold that he couldn't speak. In desperation, he bit his fingertips hard, dipped his fingertips in blood, and drew the unique magic circle belonging to the Asinami family on the white snow. Wang Ziyu woke up to the smell of barbecue. He sat up and saw that it was already dark outside, with white snow. There was a bonfire burning beside him, biting through the night, and bringing him a lot of brightness. There were dead trees and rotten branches all around, and Icaro was roasting meat by the bonfire. For some reason, Wang Ziyu suddenly remembered the scene of spending the night with Liz Han in the Kenyan forest a long time ago. At that time, Liz Han sliced the meat, wrapped it in leaves, buried it in the soil, and cooked it for dinner. He no longer remembered the taste of the meat, but he still remembered her shy but hard-working look at that time. "Donut, where are you? Are you awake? Have something to eat." Icaro greeted him when he saw him sitting up. He pointed at the barbecue in his hand and smiled awkwardly. When Wang Ziyu saw the half-burnt and half-bleeding barbecue, he couldn't help laughing. Icaro's barbecue skills were definitely much worse than Donut's. He could fully predict that tonight's dinner would be a tragedy. How long have I slept? Wang Ziyu slowly recalled everything that happened before going to bed, and then he remembered that his eyes were injured at that time, but now, he was like a normal person. He touched the corner of his eye. It didn't hurt. There was no wound. It was clean and refreshing. It should be the elder who helped him heal his wounds. He lost consciousness when he followed the elder into the room. Until now, there is still a bitter taste in his mouth, probably because he was fed with medicine. In any case, he has to thank the elder. It's been a whole day since yesterday. Icaro handed him a piece of meat in his hand. "It's snowing outside, just make do with it." Wang Ziyu noticed that Icaro's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He took the barbecue and said while roasting, "I thought I slept for a season. How could it snow?" Icarus did not answer but asked, "Prince, do you believe in the magician's power against the sky?" Wang Ziyu raised his eyebrows. "I do." "Are you saying that the situation outside is the masterpiece of the ice and snow magician?" Icarus smiled slightly. "No, it was a magician who moved us to the ice and snow." Wang Ziyu glanced around. They were in a stone cave. There was ice and snow outside. The wind was blowing in. It was all natural snow wind, bringing biting cold. Is it a magician like Abu? But what is the purpose of using the magic teleportation array to teleport them to this place? Is Donut here, or? Chapter 179. After walking for several hours, experiencing monster attacks, illusions, and trekking through mountains and rivers, when she finally reached the exit and saw the light of day again, she was speechless when she saw the 2 rows of black magicians. Helpless, and even a deep despair filled her heart. Will she die this time? Liz Han looked up at the pure moonlight. She had gone through life and death all the way through the levels. Facing these people again, she felt like she was overworked and didn't want to move anymore. "Kill him if you want, chop him up if you want, whatever you want. The only pity is that I didn't get to see Wang Ziyu for the last time." She wondered where he would be now. Would he suddenly appear in front of her and smile at her? If he didn't come and she died, would he be very sad? He was such a good person and cared about her so much. She really didn't want to see him collapse. He should always keep a decent and perfect smile, looking down on the world's heroes. I really want to see him again. If I die, I will never see him again. No, I have to live. Li Zhan's scattered eyes slowly gathered, and soon they were full of strength. For herself and Wang Ziyu, she should charge bravely. Li Zhan held the card in one hand, and the pen in the other, gathering the magic waves in her body. Just then, the silver-haired man standing in the center suddenly waved at her. Daughter, welcome home. Li Zhan's mind went blank for a moment. It was not shock, nor fear, nor joy, but a mixture of various strange feelings, a feeling that was even stranger than overturning a 5-flavor bottle. The 2 rows of black magicians bent down in unison as if they had heard a command. Welcome home, young lady. The voices were loud and deep, and the silent night seemed to be awakened by them, and suddenly became clear. Li Zhan was still standing there in a daze. Is that person calling her? Are these magicians saluting her? She wanted to turn around and look behind her to see if there was someone standing behind her. Those people were not talking to her, but to the people behind her. But she didn't turn her head after all, and her knees softened and she fell forward. In a flash, a figure rushed out and supported her. She looked up blankly at Jia Yuren, who looked like her, and whispered, This is not true, right? This is true, Xiaoli, my sister. And Jia Yuren picked her up and said softly, We will take you home. Such a gentle Jia Yuren, such a warm embrace, made Li Zhan suddenly feel at a loss. She let him hold her and walked forward. A distance of 30 steps. And Jia Yuren held her and walked towards the man in the center step by step. Under the gaze of the man, Li Zhan felt her heartbeat speed up and her blood flow backwards. The oppression of the man was too strong. The man had a natural kingly aura that emanated from his bones, which made her legs weak. She grabbed Jia Yuren's arm tightly, and her heart was trembling with nervousness. When she finally walked in front of him, Jia Yuren put her on the ground. She looked up and looked at the tall man who was 2 heads taller than her. His bright red eyes made her feel frightened, but also had an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Xiaoli. The man put his rough big hand on Li Zhan's head. Li Zhan trembled. The man said, You don't have to be afraid of me. I am Angelino, your father. Father? Li Zhan murmured, feeling a mixture of sadness and joy. When she left her parents in Tianshao, she felt like she had become an orphan overnight and lost everything. Her father in Tianshao was just an ordinary office worker with a beer belly. He was not tall, nor mighty, let alone handsome. He was far from the tall and mighty father image she had in mind. She had always hoped to have a tall and mighty father. However, when a tall and mighty father really stood in front of her, she felt that she could not hold it. Just a second ago, she was still terrified that she would be killed or treated in some other way by the black magician, and the next second, they became her relatives. This change was too fast, and she felt that it was more dramatic than a drama. The so-called life is like a play, maybe this is what it means. You don't believe it? Angelino lowered his head and asked. He never bowed his head, but he bent down to speak to his daughter, who was much shorter than him. Even though he lowered his voice, it still sounded cold and hard like an order to Li Zhan. It's not that I don't believe it. Li Zhan looked at him and asked weakly, If you are my father, then who is my grandfather? She was sure that her grandfather was definitely not the same as her father, otherwise, how could her grandfather never mention her father to her? What's more, her grandfather was thousands of miles away on the Portman Island and had nothing to do with the black magician. If I bring up my grandfather, I might be able to refute this person. He is not your grandfather. Anjia Shinua said confidently, He is your grandfather. I don't believe it. Li Zhan retorted, not knowing whether to refute the fact that she did not believe that her grandfather was her grandfather, or to refute the fact that he was her father. There is only one way to prove it. Anjia Yuren thoughtfully handed over the communicator. Li Zhan did not bring the communicator out for testing before, and when she saw it, she immediately snatched it and sent a communication request to her grandfather, beep. Beep. After 2 beeps, the call was connected. Grandpa's vicissitudes of life came over. Xiaoli, you are back to your father, right? Li Zhan had a lot of things to say, but was blocked by this sentence. She kept them all in her heart, forcing her to breathe. She only heard her trembling voice. What's going on? Grandpa pondered for a moment and replied, Child, I am your grandfather, and I am with your grandmother. Grandma Bai is your grandmother. Anjia Shinua is your father, and Anjia Yuren is your brother. Li Zhan's hand trembled, and she couldn't hold the communicator steadily. The communicator fell to the ground. Anjia Yuren caught it, and handed it to Li Zhan again. Li Zhan shook her head, tears bursting out of her eyes, and choked, Grandpa, why did you lie to me? Grandpa didn't lie to you. Grandpa's voice seemed to be 10 years older, and he whispered, Anjia Shinua, you must treat her well. The last sentence was said to Angiashino. Lizan squatted on the ground with her face covered, feeling dizzy and her heart sinking. Grandpa's few short words just now turned her world upside down again. The face she had built up with great difficulty collapsed again in just a few minutes. She covered her face, not knowing what to do. Angiashino snorted at the communicator, cut off the communication, took out something from his clothes, and handed it to Lizan. The thing was wrapped in fiery red velvet. Lizan immediately realized that this thing must be very valuable, otherwise it would not be made of such expensive fabric, otherwise Angiashino would not look so cautious. Angiashino said, "Open it." Lizan lifted the velvet in doubt, and a crystal ball was revealed. It was crystal clear and radiated dazzling brilliance under the magic light. Lizan couldn't help but exclaimed. Even though Lai Yizhang was used to seeing all kinds of gemstone crystal balls, this one was better than anything she had seen before. Angiashino explained calmly, "This is a gift made by Ron for me. He is the greatest magic craftsman, and the crystal balls he made have great effects. Child, look deep into the center of the crystal ball." Lizan stared at the crystal ball, trying to see the faint firelight inside. Just as she wanted to see every part of the crystal ball clearly, she found that the crystal ball showed the reflections of thousands of buildings. These images sometimes merged, sometimes jumped, and gradually became more and more blurred and erratic. The red light in the center of the crystal ball disappeared, replaced by a group of white light. All the reflections of the buildings reappeared, from the building where she was imprisoned to the woods, to the belly of the mountain where she was tested, whether she was passing through the magic circle or fighting the giant bear, they were all shown one by one like a movie. At the end, the crystal ball seemed to be dripped with blood, and it was stained and turned into a beautiful blood crystal, which made people unable to take their eyes away. Lizan suddenly felt very tired. She raised her eyes and said, "It records all my actions? Tell you that I am your daughter?" Angiashino wrapped the crystal ball with velvet again. "No, I always believed that you were my child. It just told me that my intuition is correct." Since she was locked up in a building alone, it was to check whether she was a black magician. Because the magic circle may be an insurmountable mountain for outsiders, but for black magicians, it is not difficult to pass it smoothly. Therefore, when Lizan successfully broke out of the magic circle alone, everyone confirmed her black magician bloodline. It is not difficult to have the bloodline of a black magician, but the difficulty is that they are not sure whether she belongs to the Angia family. The test in the belly of the mountain is to test the bloodline of the Angia family. The Angia family itself has 5% of elf bloodline, so the elf test is also included in the test. The crystal ball analyzed all her actions and proved that she was the child of Angiashino. She had 10% of elf blood, 45% of the blood of the Bishake family, and 45% of the blood of the Angel family. She was the product of the Bishake family and the Black Magician. She was the daughter of the Black Magician Emperor Angiashino. This was an ironclad fact. Lizan gradually woke up from the shock. She looked at the concerned faces in front of her. Angela Yurin was giving her a gentle smile, and Einon was rarely arguing or making a fuss, looking at her with beautiful eyes. Even the crazy woman stood aside and nodded slightly. In addition, there were 2 rows of concerned eyes of the Black Magicians. Angiashino was staring at her intently. Although there was no expression on his face, his eyes showed his expectation. In an instant, Lizan decided. Chapter 180. Perhaps this is not the family she wanted, nor is it her former parents, but it is better to have it than not to have it, not to mention that this is everything her body has inherited. Lizan stood up calmly, but she was so nervous that she almost stepped on her heels and fell forward. This fall broke the tense atmosphere, and Angiashino couldn't help laughing and reached out to hold her. She stood in front of Angiashino with a red face and an embarrassed look. Angiashino stretched out his hand holding the crystal ball. "Child, this is my gift to you." Lizan was embarrassed by his cherishing tone, and her cheeks flushed. "I can't take it back." Angiashino held her little hand. His hand was very large, rough, and strong. Most importantly, he was very majestic, and would never allow anyone to disobey. He put the crystal ball into her palm and closed her fingers. "You are my daughter, Angiashino. You deserve everything." As he said that, he picked her up. He was very strong and could let her sit on her little arm without any difficulty. Lizan was so frightened that she didn't know what to do. The last time her father held her like this, she was only 7 years old. Now she was 16 years old. She felt a lot of pressure from such actions, especially with so many people watching. She wanted to get down in a hurry. Angiashino refused and said, "Wipe your tears." "I, Angiashino, don't have children who cry." Lizan wiped away the tears that had just overflowed and timidly put her hand on his shoulder. Sitting on his arm made her feel a little uneasy, but there was no doubt that she was the one who sat the highest and saw the farthest among the group of people. Looking at the outline of Lishan in the dark night ahead, it was a very unfamiliar place. From now on, should she learn to recognize this place, she felt that fate had played a joke on her. After she finally adapted to the imperial capital and the life of a magic student, she had a big reversal and became a member of the Black Magician. All her previous efforts became a joke. Where should she go in the future? She didn't know. Lizan lowered her head and looked at the man holding her. The lines on his face were as clear as a knife. This man is her father. She put her thumb to her mouth and bit it hard. It was not a dream. How can you be my father? Lizan murmured. She spoke softly, but Anjie, who was standing next to her, heard it, and his eyes suddenly became more intense. Angelino would not be defeated by such a small sentence. He said in an extremely firm tone, "Whether you admit it or not, the blood flowing in your body is my Angelino's blood. Angelino's residence is on the top of Lishan Mountain and is called the Jewel of Lishan Mountain." As soon as Lizan saw it, he immediately felt that it deserved it. Unlike the rough villa style of Ainong and Anjie, this residence has spiritual spire towers, elegant arch bridges, winding roads, and scattered distribution. Standing in front of the residence, you can also have a panoramic view of the entire Lishan. Standing inside, you can see the floor-to-ceiling windows connected to the ceiling occupying the entire south wall, through which you could overlook the entire city. Anjie put her down, turned around, pointed to the huge picture frame on the north wall, and said, "This is your mother, Yuling Bishok, the 9th-ranked assassin in the world." Lizan couldn't help but tremble. The person in the frame had light black eyes, and seemed a little melancholy, but her jaw was very firm, showing a very determined character. She wore a golden ribbon with a blooming marigold at the end of the ribbon, and a red earring on her right ear, exactly the same as the one on Angelino's ear. Lizan stared at her, and knew that he could no longer avoid this question. Because the person in the frame looked at her 60% to 70% more similar than she is to Anjie. This is undoubtedly her mother. Her father is the Dark Mage Emperor, which is enough to shock her. She never thought that her mother is one of the top 10 killers in the world. Then who are her grandfather and uncle? The blood in her body surged again, as if cheering for her life experience. She only felt her hands trembling. She had imagined the life experience of the previous owner of her body. Maybe she was a princess, maybe someone's precious daughter, but all of this was wiped out after she learned about her pitiful assets. She accepted the fact that she was poor and tried every way to improve her life and adapt to it. However, she never thought that her identity would be so complicated. She didn't want to be a bad person at all. In the huge hall, besides a huge sofa, there was only a small low table under the picture frame. On the low table was a glass marigold with cracks. It can be seen that it had been repaired after it fell. The repairing technique was very clumsy, like a novice. There was nothing else. She wondered, Mom, where did Mom go? She passed away. Angelino turned around from the south French window, his tone a little bitter. When she was pregnant with you, she gave me a glass marigold and left me. I broke that flower. However, he couldn't give up this feeling after all, and found tools to paste the marigold pieces together piece by piece. After she left me, she gave birth to you and gave you to your family, and then ended her life. Lijan's hands trembled, and he asked like an idiot, "Why?" She had no idea whether Angelino answered this question or what he answered. She didn't even know how she left Angelino's house, how she got to Angelin's villa, or who came to see her. She could feel that there were many people around her, but no one made a sound to disturb her. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she couldn't open them. Everything that happened before passed by her like a passing scene, and finally stopped on Wang Ziyu. "Prince," she shouted in her dream, turned over and fell asleep. Anjie Yuren took the blanket from the servant, gently covered her, and carried her back to the room. The woods were peaceful and quiet. The breeze in the morning blew through the tall oak forest, the leaves rustled, and brought a burst of coolness. Ainong playfully stomped on the floor, and when he arrived at the door of Lijan's room, he slammed the door again. Shaoli, Shaoli, the sun is shining on your butt." Shoo! The servant passing by motioned to Ainong to speak softly. "Ai Shao, speak softly, as a gentleman, you can't knock on the door." "I don't care." Ainong pounded on the door even harder, even kicking it with his feet, shouting, "Come out, come out, come out." The servant had no choice but to draw a barrier on the wall to isolate him from making noises. He immediately stopped and glared at the servant. "You want to stop me?" The servant hurriedly saluted. "I dare not." Ainong pushed him away. Get out of the way, don't stop me. The two of them were making a fuss outside, but Lizhan was sleeping like a dead pig inside, and didn't wake up from his dream until the sun was high in the sky. A very long dream. She seemed to see everything, including the past world, parents, teachers, and exams, papers, paintings, and the bird on the door that opened its eyes when she was in the prince's castle, the paintings that disappeared in the garden, and Wang Ziyu's coquettish expression. When she opened her eyes, she could not remember anything. Maybe it was just a dream. Lizhan heard a knock on the door outside, and opened it with his slippers on. Ainong didn't pay attention for a moment, and almost fell down. He got up from the ground, and saw Lizhan's messy hair, and the wrong buttons because of sleepiness. It was like seeing a ghost. You are definitely not Xiaoli, definitely not. As she said this, she burst into tears. Lizhan made an innocent face in front of the mirror. From a prisoner to a lady of black magic, Lizhan's identity changed 180 degrees overnight. In other people's words, stomping on her feet can change other people's fate. However, in Anjie home, Lizhan could not feel this change at all, because she was pestered by Ainong as soon as she got up. Ainong kept urging her to eat breakfast and change clothes. Hurry up, or it will be too late. Lizhan looked at his eldest brother Anjie in confusion. Where are you going? Anjie nodded, fulfilling the promise. It was Ainong who discovered the same kind of aura on you and told me. You also know that time. I promised him to help him find the remains of his people. So you must go too? Ainong insisted, otherwise I will never forgive you. Okay, I go. Lizhan thought that he would definitely go back to the capital to study in a while, so it would be okay to accompany them for a while. Just treat it as a trip and give himself a vacation. Eugene, get ready and leave in 10 minutes. Anjie gave the order. Lizhan didn't have much to take care of, just change her clothes. The servants here were not as perverted as those in the prince's castle, nor were the uniforms required by the Kara Magic School as strict. They prepared several sets of casual clothes for her. Lizhan picked one and put it on. It was a very clean black sleeveless long dress, with crazy and meticulous details. Just looking at it made people feel shocked by every stitch. She wore a black magician's cloak and black wolfskin gloves, which was very neat. Lizhan thought he was dressed quite normally, but when he saw Anjie, his eyes almost popped out. Anjie was like a completely different person, from a serious young master of black magic to a street ruffian. His clothes were matched with shiny accessories, gorgeous rivet embroidery, and torn tailoring. In addition, his slightly messy short hair and the sly smile on his lips made it clear how fearless he was, full of the vitality and energy of a young man. Even Ainong wore a different style than usual. A navy blue children's suit with white trim, a long-sleeve top and shorts, with long-sleeve boots in the same color, showing off her slender legs, cute and neat. Lizhan turned back to her room silently, took off her long skirt, changed into shorts and boots, put on a tight t-shirt, a hollow pattern short-sleeve top, tied her hair into a ponytail, and walked out of the room again. In this way, even if she walked in the crowd, she would not have a very unique feature that would cause people to remember her. Chapter 181. Besides Anjie and Ainong, there were 6 or 7 people standing outside the door. Some were silent, some were chattering non-stop, everyone was dressed differently, some were passionate and unrestrained, some were fashionable and mixed, some were sexy and wild. No matter which one, they all had one common feature, ruffian and neat. All the people stood together, like some kind of gang. Anjie saw that everyone was there, clapped his hands and smiled. Okay, Black Magic Bandit Group, let's go! Eugene City is several thousand meters away from Yun, in a triangle area that is not under the jurisdiction of the Magic Guild, the Black Magician and the Black Spirit Master, known as the Iron Triangle, and is ruled by a fourth party, the gang. Because it is a special area, the development is very abnormal, mainly relying on auctions, casinos, etc. to drive the economy. Anyone you pick on the street is a local tycoon or a gambler, and of course, they may also be collectors of certain things. Because of this city is a concentration camp for gangs all over the world, and the 2 large underground auctions every year are jointly organized by gangs. One in April in the first half of the year, and one in September in the second half of the year. I heard that someone would auction the remains of the elves at the auction in April, so Anjie planned to start from this aspect, follow the clues, and help Ainong find the things that belong to his people. Lizhan looked at the general situation, and felt that the road was still long, so he dozed off on the back of the little crow. Dozing off was one of her favorite things. Even if she was walking in a bustling crowd, she could still pretend to be awake without being disturbed. And Jie Yuan glanced at her, and the corners of his lips slowly rose, turning into a treacherous smile. She still didn't know that Wang Ziyu was in the castle at this time, and she didn't know that Wang Ziyu was trapped by his trick. She was probably still working out the way out. This was a perfect plan. He didn't want to stop the relationship between Liz Han and Wang Ziyu. He just wanted to see if Wang Ziyu was qualified to be her brother-in-law. Of course, there was also some malicious teasing, to see if he could track down Li Zhan's whereabouts, and to see to what extent he could do for Liz Han. The group quickly entered Eugene City. The prosperity of Eugene City was beyond people's expectations, especially the streets full of shops. Because of the collective discounts by merchants, there were crowds of enthusiastic people. This place was not as high and mighty as the Imperial City, nor was it as naked as the law of the jungle in Yundu. It was almost a mixture of good and bad people. Therefore, it was the best time for the robber group to show off in the city. At this moment, a figure came into Li Zhan's eyes. A figure that she could never imagine appearing in such a place came from the opposite side, with lips pursed into a straight line, as if thinking about something. Liz Han quietly moved her body and moved behind Jie Yuan, wanting Jie Yuan to cover her. The man didn't seem to see her either, but at the moment of passing by, he flicked his fingers lightly. Before Liz Han could avoid it, she felt a wave of magic attacking her wrist. 2 words came to her ears: Liz Han. Liz Han was shocked, and the man had passed by. She looked down and saw a scarlet on her wrist. Liz Han touched her wrist and turned back. Coincidentally, he turned his head and looked at her. Liz Han saw the warning look in his eyes. What is he warning her about? She didn't understand. When he disappeared, Liz Han came to her senses. Seeing Jie Yuan stopped and looked at her, she curled her lips and said, "Why are people from the Magic Guild here?" Jie Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "Gamblers, adventurers, robbers, anyone can come to Eugene City. Here, you must not be careless, and you must not underestimate everyone, because they may have extraordinary backgrounds." Liz Han nodded. It was always right to listen to her elder brother. Anyway, he would not harm her. The only thing that made her depressed was that everyone around her liked to lecture her. Was it because she had a face that was not sensible? She patted her face and said, "Let's be patient." And Jie Yuan said, "We need to work together. Someone must be responsible for the auction, and someone must be responsible for the auction. What do you want to do?" He built an auditory barrier before he spoke. He walked and spoke at the same time, without worrying about outsiders hearing him. "I'm responsible for transportation." Gu Zhan spoke first. "I'm responsible for disguise. Information." In less than a few seconds, several black magicians with clear specialties settled down. And Jie Yuan nodded and looked at the few people who had not spoken yet, including Liz Han. "Then, Ulung, you go to the auction and be the seller. Shioli, you and Ainong will be the buyers. I be in charge of the backstage." Ulung has a frivolous and slick personality, looks like a cream boy, and has a sense of perversion when he smiles. He is male and likes men, so it is normal for him to be the buyer of the body, and no one comes out to question it. But Arusha, who was in charge of information communication, was a little hesitant about letting Ainong and Liz Han be the buyers. Both children have no experience. What if there is danger? Jie Yuan smiled like a cunning fox. It's better to have no experience. If there is an accident in the venue and transportation, they can hold people back. People are always more patient with children. When everyone heard it, no one refuted. At this moment, the troops were divided into several groups. First, Ulung and Gu Zong went to get the seller quota of the auction. Arusha helped Liz Han, and Ainong get the admission tickets. The others continued to move forward and met at the hotel. The underground auction ticket alone cost 30,000 Dan coins, which is comparable to the tuition fee of Kara Magic School for 1 year. In addition, the background requirements are extremely high, and the net worth must be more than 100 million Dan coins. Arusha's family is a famous family among the black magician families, second only to the Anjia family. It can be said that sending him to get the ticket is a piece of cake. In order to wait for their news, Jie Yuan was not in a hurry to return to the hotel, and walked slowly on the street. After walking about 3 streets, the 3 people came back with what they needed. Liz Han touched the simple and neat symbols on the black hard-bottom magic ticket, and suddenly bent the ticket, concentrating and saying, "There is a tracking magic wave in the ticket." She wanted to break it to see what was inside, but it bent into a circle and couldn't be broken. Arusha was startled, snatched the ticket and said, "There is a magic wave on it. It is used to record the guest information. How can there be tracking?" Jie Yuan also stopped and raised his eyebrows to look at Liz Han. Liz Han shrugged and said, "This is my specialty." She took the ticket back, pasted it on the card, put it in her palm and closed her eyes, traced the information attached to the ticket, circled it with a feather pen, isolated it, injected her own magic wave to merge it, and turned it into her own magic wave. After finishing, she opened her eyes, threw the ticket to Arusha, and said proudly, "Take another look." As soon as she got it, Arusha felt the difference and could not help but respect the newly appointed black magic princess. Lizhan stuck out his tongue and made a face. Anjayuran nodded approvingly and said, "There are still 5 days before the auction." Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by Ainong, who said vigilantly, "Brother Urin, I smell the scent of elf spices." Elf spices are developed by elves and placed in corpses to prevent corpses from decaying. Because the formula for making this spice is not public, ordinary people will not smell it. Anjayuran made a prompt decision. Chase. A group of people ran wildly on the street. Because there were so many people on the street, they simply gave up walking on the ground and whizzed past the walls of the buildings on both sides. Lizhan had learned to fly well, but he was far inferior to them. In less than 2 seconds, he fell behind and barely followed. Even so, the pedestrians on the road thought they were dazzled and accidentally saw the projected shadow. After flying for about 2 streets, Ainong slowed down and pointed to the right, saying, 500 meters ahead. Everyone slowed down and surrounded the crowd 500 meters ahead. After a while, they saw a girl protected by a group of bodyguards. She was wearing a pink princess dress and holding a small golden bag in her hand. She walked gracefully on the road, attracting many people's attention. "It's her." Ainong pointed at the girl and said, magic waves gathered all over her body, and her face began to become transparent, which was a sign of the elf magician's anger. Lizhan reached out and grabbed Ainong, signaling him not to act rashly. Just then, the girl turned her face to the side, and Lizhan saw clearly that the girl was Biluo Mirkson. The world is so small. Just now I passed by Fitch Brooks, and now I'm at Biluo Melkson. Does this mean that the two came to Eugene together? She looked down at her wrist that was reddened by Fitch just now. It didn't hurt anymore. But she couldn't figure out what Fitch's action meant. "Boss, we really got it for free. That girl is one of the people we are looking for. Biluo Melkson, a world-renowned human body collector, one of the sellers of this auction, and the auction item is a 300-year-old well-preserved pure-blooded elf body." Arusha, the technical expert of the robber group, used magic to verify Biluo's identity and immediately reported it to everyone. Lizhan was a little surprised when she heard this. She had known Biluo for quite some time and knew that she liked puppets and dolls, but she didn't expect that she also liked the remains of elves. So strong. Biluo actually likes Zongzi. Lizhan looked at the doll in her arms and suddenly felt something in his heart. She was a manipulator. Could it be that she wanted to control the elves? If that was true, it would be terrible. While she was not paying attention, Ainong shook off her hand and was about to rush over. Lizhan hugged him. "Ainong, be more rational. You see she is empty-handed, and it is obvious that the body is not on her. It is useless even if you kill her. We have to play the long game and catch the big fish." And Jiren nodded follow her, signaling everyone to disperse. The more people gathered together, the bigger the target. But Ainong stood still with his feet, his eyes blazing, and he refused to move. Chapter 182. Lizhan sighed, injected magic waves into her hands, hugged his upper body, and dragged him away. She walked to the corner, wiped open the card paper, pulled out 7 or 8 sheets from the center, and handed them to the black magician's present. Anjayuran understood what she meant, touched her head and smiled. So, Anjayuran took the lead and walked in front. Next was Arusha, who was scanning the information of Biluo. Lizhan held Ainong's little hand and pretended to go shopping, followed Arusha 10 steps away, and then the others dispersed. After a while, Arusha sent a message about Biluo on the card. Arusha said that Fitch and Biluo went to Eugene City together to auction the elf's remains in order to attract more fans of the same kind. However, Fitch brought a lot of people with him, and it is not ruled out that it was a secret operation of the Magic Guild, using Biluo as a cover. Lizhan automatically forwarded the message to other cards, and told everyone about Biluo's magic. Tracking Biluo is a very depressing thing, because Biluo especially likes to go shopping and buy things. In a short while, all the bodyguards had their hands full of clothes and jewelry bags. She was still not satisfied, so she went to the next store to continue shopping. Anjayuran was getting impatient and frowned. "Ainong, do you feel where the elf's body is?" Ainong shook his head in frustration. "The smell here is too noisy and too far away, I can't smell it." Lizhan thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "I have a way." Since she had a fight with Biluo in the prince's castle, she has recorded Billio's magic waves, and she also has a record of the elf's body. Combining the two, she should be able to find out the whereabouts of the body. Lizhan unwrapped the cardboard negative and folded it into a bird to help find it. What upset her was that the bird turned into a red crow when it flew up. Damn! It was too much. It was fine that her eyes betrayed her, but even the cardboard betrayed her and turned the bird into a crow. Anjia Yurin couldn't help laughing. So my little sister likes crows too. Lizhan glared at him fiercely, clenched her fist, and endured it. The group followed the crow and turned a few more streets until the afternoon, when the crow stopped at the door of the most high-end Kington Hotel in Eugene and stopped flying away. Lizhan looked up at the magnificent Jinan Hotel and took a deep breath. Anjia Yurin checked in without saying anything, leaving 2 people to watch in the hotel lobby, and the rest followed the crow to the 88th floor of the hotel. Billio lived on the 88th floor of the hotel. In addition to booking a room for himself and the bodyguard, he also booked a room specifically for the elf's remains. Anjia Yurin found the room, left 2 people on the 88th floor to watch, and used a barrier to block all surveillance, allowing Ainong, Tongyi and Gu Zong to go in and steal the remains. Tongyi's magic ability is very special. It can copy all non-living things. Gu Zong is just as his name suggests. Magic is a pocket. No matter what it is, it can be put into the pocket and taken away. Both of them have abilities that are very suitable for being thieves. They are also well-known robbers in the black magic world. They were subdued by Anjia Yurin and brought to Eugene City. There are 2 bodyguards in the room where the elf's body is. As soon as Ainong entered, he used a visual barrier on the 2. Gu Zong also used magic to open the long box containing the body, allowing Tongyi to copy an identical body and put it back into the long box. He then put the real body into his pocket, and the 3 walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. Stealing a body is effortless. Because Lizhan is good at tracking and knows Billio Machine, she will be responsible for monitoring Billio Machine in the following time. Therefore, before the underground auction begins, she only needs to sit in the room and check the image of Billio on the card. Billio is not the main target of this auction, but she happens to be a human body collector and has a certain connection with the elf's body. Lizhan understands that Anjia Yurin deliberately arranged this easy and effective job for her, so she didn't say it out loud, and kept monitoring while teasing Ainong. After Billio came back, he did not check whether the body was intact, but directly handed it over to the auctioneer to be transported away. Lizhan had already placed a magic line on the replica, so it was easy to track it. 5 days later, the underground auction began. Although he had a comprehensive understanding of the auction, Lizhan was still deeply shocked when he got on the car sent by the auctioneer to greet him. The auction was on the landmark building in the center of Eugene City. The streets within a radius of 10 miles were all decorated. Magic lights of various colors were dotted in the sky like flowers, dotted on the trees beside the road, and dotted on the tall buildings. The light shot to the center of the road. Driving in it was like walking in a delicate fantasy, which made people unable to help but sink into it. The official magic car is like an elf in a fantasy world, so light that it can fly at any time, but in reality it is very stable, so stable that a cup full of water will not shake a drop if placed on the seat. Every 10 steps on both sides of the road, there is a bodyguard magician carrying a standard magic wand, with the same height and uniform strength. At first glance, it is as neat as the standard magic lamps hanging in the air. The pterosaurs and winged tigers circle back and forth in the air, overlooking and monitoring the entire city. This city is really impregnable. Lizhan sighed. As expected, Ainong rolled his eyes and mouthed, "Tofu dregs." Ainong grabbed her hand and sat beside her, his eyes wide open, never blinking, and his face was serious when he mouthed, with no sign of joking at all. His skin color was different from that of ordinary people, and Lizhan specially put makeup on him before going out, so that even if he was angry or furious, people would not be able to see his unusual skin color. Lizhan was very satisfied with his first work. She always thought that makeup and painting were the same thing, both of which involved using different colors of paint to create the desired effect on a blank background. The only difference was that makeup was applied to the face, while painting was done on paper. She applied makeup according to the male protagonist in her comics, and the effect was very eye-catching. Now it seemed that Ainong was the most perfect protagonist. At the same time, Lizhan also wore contact lenses for fear that her blood-like pupils would be exposed if she was not careful. She had not yet figured out how to change the color of her eyes. In front of the underground auction, the guard of honor was 100 meters long, and they all saluted the guests. Lizhan was quite nervous in the car, but now she relaxed. She got out of the car under the gaze of everyone, took Ainong's hand and strode towards the gate. The sister here is beautiful, Ainong suddenly said, smiling brightly, as if she had just picked up candy. These sudden words made Lizhan stunned, and she couldn't help but think of the situation when she saw Ainong in the Kara arena. Ainong killed so many people in this situation. Is he going to do something again? Lizhan tightened her grip on his hand and pretended to be angry. Isn't my sister pretty? Ainong didn't seem to notice and smiled. My sister is not as pretty as them. Lizhan's face immediately darkened. The guard of honor was all girls. When they heard this, they all wanted to laugh, but were too embarrassed to do so. The rare solemn atmosphere was swept away. Finally entering the door, Lizhan didn't dare to relax. When she glanced inside the lobby, a figure bumped into her sight. It's Biluo Mirkson again. Lizhan pulled Ainong away. She didn't want to see this person. Although she was not afraid of what Biluo would say, if she accidentally made a scene, it would not be good for anyone. Unexpectedly, before she looked away, Biluo turned around and recognized her at a glance. Lizhan thought about it, and did not walk away. Biluo walked up to her leisurely, and looked down at her. It was not an exaggeration to say that he looked down on her. Biluo was originally about 4 or 5 centimeters taller than her, and happened to be wearing a pair of high heels, like stilts, almost a head taller than her. Bitch, you dare to show up here? Biluo sneered and looked down on her. He looked at her, as if he was looking at an irreconcilable enemy. If you want to fool around with a black magician, go ahead. Don't drag my prince down. Don't you feel ashamed to treat him like this? Biluo always liked to take the initiative. Her voice was bright and sharp, completely disregarding the occasion. But Lizhan didn't want to make trouble. When she opened her mouth, he immediately established an auditory barrier and said coldly, "It's not up to you to decide who the prince belongs to. If you love him, just snatch him away. Why are you whining here? What a joke. Do I need to snatch him away? He would never look down on you, a loser who ran away halfway, and didn't even dare to go to the finals." Biluo ridiculed again. Lizhan's heart moved. Which school won the championship? Biluo was originally invited to be the host of the finals, and she should know the result of the competition. She stayed outside for so long and didn't say a word to Ji Rongxi, which was really a sin. With Ji Rongxi's temper, if she was dragged back, she would definitely be beaten up. Biluo became more and more proud. You can still win even without Kara. Hearing that it was Kara who won the inter-school competition, Lizhan was relieved. Ji Rongxi is a strong woman. Even without her, she can still achieve her goals. Lizhan looked at her red mouth opening and closing, and somehow, it was as if his hearing was blocked, and he couldn't hear a word of the following words. But he was filled with infinite emotion in his heart. At this moment, Jieyu's gentle voice came to her ears. Shaoli, hurry to the -3rd floor. The auction is about to start. Lizhan suddenly came to her senses, pulled Ainong, and turned to leave. People walked by from time to time. All of them were local overlords. Such a life was a dream in the past, but it is real now. The past is over. Even if she did something wrong in the past, even if she was sorry for Ji Rongxi and Wang Ziyu, that was her business, and she did not need to be responsible for Biluo. Meeting old friends and enemies in a foreign land. Lizhan pulled the corners of her lips and smiled. Shaoli, what are you thinking about? Ainong saw that she was in a trance, and asked in a coquettish tone. Nothing. Lizhan shook her head, and came to her senses. Let's go down. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, like a sudden earthquake, and the magic lights on the ceiling swayed neatly. Chapter 183. Lizhan was startled and immediately went up. If it was an earthquake, everything would be buried underground. No matter how important the things inside were, they were not as important as life. Get out of the way. Someone is going to attack the auction. As soon as Jieyu's warning fell in his ear, there was another violent tremor, and only a rumble could be heard coming from the ground, like an explosion. Lizhan was sharp-eyed, and saw an aisle next to the stairs. He flashed over without thinking. Just as he stood still, all the magic lights suddenly went out. In an instant, everyone became blind. A scream came from somewhere, followed by shouts and curses, and it was a mess. Some bodyguards collectively lit up the magic lamp, but no matter who lit it, they all fell down the moment they lit up. No one knew who killed them, and the smell of blood filled the air. The shouts of the crowd stopped abruptly, as if their throats were strangled. This is also normal. Whether it is a local overlord or an ordinary citizen, they will lose their minds when their lives are threatened. But no one dared to condense a ball of light, for fear that they would become a target. Lizhan leaned against the wall with her back, holding Ainong in her arms, her heart pounding. They had made many plans, and prepared many plans in case of any accidents. But no one expected that someone would be so bold as to attack the auction blatantly when it was about to start. Compared to her timidity, Ai Nong seemed much calmer, lying in her arms and whispering, "Xiaoli, let's go backstage. There are bodies there." Lizhan immediately understood, taking advantage of the fire to rob. Thinking of this, she immediately understood that perhaps the earthquake and explosion were a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and someone actually wanted to steal the auction items backstage. For this auction, Ai Nong contributed 9 real and fake elf remains, and spread the word to attract black spirit masters from all over the world to come and catch them all. If the remains were stolen, all their efforts would be in vain. This time, Ai Nong relied on his familiar smell of the remained spices to quietly move forward in the dark. Li Zhan's eyes were very useful. Now that he had adapted to the darkness, he could see everything clearly. The two of them walked to the second floor below ground, one in front and one behind. The backstage was on the second floor below ground. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and another scream rang out from the underground first floor. A wretched and sharp laugh croaked. "Everyone raise your hands and turn your back to the wall." Lizhan felt a chill on his back, and couldn't help but feel lucky that he had reached the underground second floor. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of others. The layout of the underground second floor was completely different from the underground first floor. Walking into the underground second floor was like walking into a maze, with passages everywhere and magic circles in front of each passage. If Lizhan hadn't been careful, he would have stepped into the magic circle before he even went down the stairs. But she didn't care what magic circle it was. She just injected her own magic wave to cover the original magic circle, and then walked on her own magic circle. The two followed the breath and walked to the backstage. Before they finished walking through the passage, they smelled a strong smell of blood. The alarm rang, as if someone was not only injured inside, but also injured. What was more troublesome was that there were messy footsteps coming from behind. The footsteps were light and well-trained, and they should be regular troops. Lizhan only felt sweat. There was someone in front of her, and she didn't know if it was an enemy or a friend. There were pursuers behind her. She looked up at the 10-meter-high ceiling and came up with a plan. She signaled Ai Nong to fly to the ceiling and stick to the ceiling. At the same time, she performed a sleight of hand to surround the two. Just as it was done, a magician in a bodyguard uniform came out from the backstage with a huge magic sword on his shoulder. He wore his hat askew, had a cigarette in his mouth, and put one hand in his pocket, looking nonchalant. Li Zhan's eyes widened instantly, and he almost fell from the ceiling. Wang Ziyu. That's right, the bodyguard is Wang Ziyu. Why did he come here? Li Zhan's thousands of thoughts were all stuck in his mouth, and tears were rolling in his eyes. Wang Ziyu, he's here. Not only did he come, he was standing in front of her. Just as she was about to jump down to talk to him, Ai Nong suddenly stretched out his hand to hold her down, and mouthed, "Don't worry." Seeing that he was about to leave, Li Zhan was so angry that she slapped Ai Nong's hand away. At this moment, Wang Ziyu suddenly turned around, winked at her on the ceiling mischievously, and smiled. As soon as he turned his back, the pursuers all caught up with him. The leader was the security captain of the auction, with a look of extreme urgency on his face. After seeing Wang Ziyu, his face instantly turned cold. "What are you doing here?" Wang Ziyu pointed his thumb behind him. "I destroyed the robber group that came to steal the treasure, and the bodies are still inside." The security captain looked at him with disbelief and strode to the backstage. Wang Ziyu obediently stepped aside and made room for them to enter. Lizhan was terrified when she heard it on the ceiling. Robber group? Will Rusha and the others be inside too? She turned her head to look at Ai Nong, who shook her head and said she didn't know. When the incident happened on the negative first floor just now, their contact with Anjierin was cut off, and now they don't know what happened to them. About a minute later, the security magicians came out carrying corpses in pairs. Lizhan could see clearly on the ceiling, but they didn't recognize the corpses. After everyone left, the security captain locked the door and said to Wang Ziyu, who was still standing there, "You did a good job. You will be rewarded when you go back." Wang Ziyu held the cigarette between his hands, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled. "Thank you for your praise, big brother." As they said that, the two of them left together. Before leaving, he gave her a mouth shape. "Leave here." After they left, Lizhan and Ai Nong came down from the ceiling and returned along the same route. Ai Nong asked thoughtfully, "Xiaoli, did the security guard know you?" Lizhan glanced at him, impolite. "He is your brother-in-law." After leaving the second floor, an old voice came from the radio. "Hello, guests. I am the president of the Iron Triangle Gang Federation. There was a small accident just now. I apologize on behalf of all the gang members. Please forgive me, guests. The auction will start in half an hour. The two looked at each other, patted their clothes, and turned to walk to the third floor below ground. The third floor below ground was the auction site. Lizan found a seat and sat down, waiting for the auction to start. Anja Yurin contacted her again and asked, Xiaoli, are you okay? Lizan shook her head and wanted to ask him where he had just gone, and why he suddenly lost contact, but after thinking about it, she didn't ask, but just lowered her head to look at the information sent by Arusha. Anja Yurin paused and said, I just saw Wang Ziyu. Lizan was shocked, raised her head suddenly, and whispered, where is he? You look so anxious, are you kidding? Anja Yurin's voice smirked in her ear, it's ready to start, contact later. The auction went surprisingly smoothly, and the auction items were all kinds of strange, including magic wands from thousands of years ago, a crown of a certain emperor, and the masterpiece of a super magic craftsman. These things had nothing to do with Lizan, and Lizan didn't spend the time to look at them, but instead paid attention to the silent people intentionally or unintentionally. Some people, like her, didn't care about these things at all, as if they were just here to watch. Lizan guessed that they were also here for the elf remains. The elf remains were the last auction item, there were 10 in total, and it was the finale of the auction. Lizan casually wiped away the card paper, and located the magic waves of several silent people. As she expected, their magic waves were faintly dark, and they were actually black spirit masters. She looked up at the time, and saw that it was still early, so she drew their portraits again. Just as she looked up inadvertently, she suddenly saw a security magician standing in the corner. He stood straight with his magic wand on his shoulder, no different from other security magicians. However, Lizan recognized him as Wang Ziyu at first sight. His beautiful eyes were filled with orange light, and looked so warm. Lizan smiled at him, with the corners of her lips curved. With him around, all the uneasiness disappeared instantly. Lizan casually drew a picture of him wearing a security uniform on a cardboard, wrote the date, saved it, and then drew the picture of the Black Spirit Master. When the fourth elf was drawn, the auction of the elves' remains began. The host said in an excited voice on the stage, since the elves were exterminated, the price of elf remains has increased several times, and now it is even more difficult to find. Fortunately, the generous seller donated 10 bodies at one time. The starting price is 50 million Dan coins per body, and the price of 10 bodies together is 500 million Dan coins. Lizan sat up straight immediately. 10 bodies are bound for auction. What a cruel and decisive method. Almost no scattered buyers are willing to pay such a high price to buy 10 elf bodies, so there is only one type of buyer, the Black Spirit Master. The Black Spirit Master needed the heart of the elf as a magic weapon for cultivation, and he would not hesitate to spend any more money. So, Lizan knew immediately that this was the work of Njiren. She kept her composure and did not bid immediately, but listened carefully to other people's bids. 550 million, 600 million, 800 million. The price was quickly raised to 1 billion. At this time, Ainong raised his hand, 1.3 billion. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Lizan looked calm, 1.3 billion was nothing. These remains originally belonged to Ainong. The higher the bid, the more he earned. Who could compete with him? On the contrary, the higher the bid of these black spiritual masters, the more they lost. Li Zhan felt a sense of satisfaction after revenge. Come on, it's better to bid higher. Seeing that 1.8 billion appeared twice, Li Zhan seized the opportunity and raised his hand. 2.3 billion. As soon as the voice fell, envious and jealous eyes were cast from all directions. Li Zhan showed a determined smile and looked down on everyone. In fact, many people saw that the two of them were so young and doubted whether they could come up with 2.3 billion, but the identity and background of those who could enter the auction had been investigated, and they could definitely afford the money. Therefore, many people thought that Lizhan and Biluo were the same kind of people, spoiled daughters, who would spend as much money as possible on a small toy. The Black Spirit Masters present were even more gritting their teeth. One of them used Black Spirit magic to condense a piece of paper, and quietly threw it in front of her. There was only one sentence on it, let us buy it, and I will give you one. Lizhan looked at the Black Spirit Master and nodded slightly. The Black Spirit Master succeeded, and immediately raised his hand. 2.4 billion. Lizhan smiled and said nothing, and then Ainong's crisp childish voice rang out in the vast auction hall. 3 billion. Chapter 184. The Black Spirit Master who had just contacted Lizhan stood up suddenly, and stared at Lizhan, his eyes almost spitting fire. Lizhan just pretended not to see it, and lowered his head to continue painting. She did agree, but she didn't say she wouldn't continue bidding. Even if she agreed not to continue bidding, she couldn't represent Ainung's opinion. She lowered her head and suppressed her smile. Black Spirit Master, I make you lose everything. The Black Spirit Master sat back in his original position with hatred, and the whole person seemed to be exhausted. He said in a weak voice, 3.1 billion. This time, neither Lizan nor Ainung bid again. In the end, the Black Spirit Master bought the 10 elf bodies at a high price of 3.1 billion. As soon as the auction ended, Lizan immediately dragged Ainung to the side passage. She firmly believed that the Black Spirit Master would not let them go, so it was better to find a backer first. As she expected, 2 Black Spirit Masters kept staring at her. As soon as she stood up, they surrounded her. Lizan flashed quickly, weaving in and out of the crowd, confusing their sight, and then ran towards Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu was standing a little far from her, and wanted to come to pick her up during the chaos, but there were too many people, and Lizan lost her direction for a moment. Seeing this, Jiayu reached out from the side, grabbed Ainung, and signaled her to leave. In terms of tracking and anti-tracking, Jiayu was an expert, and the 2 Black Spirit Masters were quickly thrown off by him. Lizan looked back frequently, but could not see Wang Ziyu, and could not help but feel a little discouraged. However, she believed that Wang Ziyu would find her. At this time, Arusha and Gu Zong were still watching in the venue, and Ulung was in the seller's lounge, waiting for the handover of the auction items. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the handover was still not completed. The reason was that the elf body that Biluo brought had no heart. To the Black Spirit Master, a body without a heart was worthless, so there was a commotion in the venue. Biluo had never expected that things would turn out like this. This place was the Iron Triangle, not the Imperial Capital, and even Fitch Brooks could do nothing about it. A body was worth 310 million. If she could not hand over a complete body, she would have to pay 10 times the amount, which was 3.1 billion, equal to the price of 10 bodies. Seeing that there were 9 complete bodies, the Black Spirit Master did not care much about whether there was a 10th one. Instead, he was determined to ask for compensation. As long as he could get 3.1 billion in compensation, the 9 bodies would be worth it. The 2 sides failed to reach an agreement and almost fought. Biluo had no choice but to ask for help from Ulung. Ulung said he was happy to do it, and said with a joking smile, "As long as the girl is willing to accompany me for 3 nights, I am willing to give it even if it is 10 bodies." Biluo's face suddenly darkened. Although her family could give out 3.1 billion Dan coins, they would become paupers after giving it out. Besides, her father would probably never let her out again. She looked at Fitch Brooks for help. Fitch was also very embarrassed about this question and said to Alan, "Can we use other methods? We won't let you suffer any loss." Alan stared at Biluo's chest with lustful eyes. "I'm only interested in pretty girls." He was dressed in an exaggerated and fancy way, like a scoundrel. In fact, he really was a scoundrel. Fitch was threatened by him, and wanted to break his nose with a punch, but he had to bow his head, and gritted his teeth, and said, "It's okay to like pretty girls, as long as it's not her." "Oh my, so easy to agree? Then I have to think about it carefully. See you tomorrow." As he said that, he put the card that had just been injected with 2.79 billion Danbi to his lips, and kissed it, then left with a big laugh. "A big harvest, isn't it?" Ulung hummed a song all the way back to the hotel, threw the card into Anjie arms, and said happily, "It's so easy to make money from those idiots of the Black Spirit Master. Ai Xiao, you can make a fortune with this." Ainung glanced at him coldly, and said nothing. Ulung touched his nose, unhappy, "Then give me all." And Jia Yuren did not show any unhappy expression on his face. He picked up the card with 2 fingers and handed it back to him. "You transfer the money to Ainung, and he can decide for himself. You have worked hard, and I will not pay you less than a penny." "Oh! Young master is so generous." Ulung patted his shoulder exaggeratedly, with such force that it seemed that he wanted to seriously injure him. "For the sake of our kindness, give me the biggest share." And Jia Yuren smiled slightly. Although Ulung asked him for money, he told him clearly that he was not helping him because of the money, but because of their friendship. "Is someone following you?" Arusha, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "There are 2 groups of idiots. I thought we were going fishing, so I let them follow us." One group was Fitch's men, probably following him because they were afraid he would leave suddenly, and the other group was the Black Spirit Masters, who probably thought he had more than just these remains and wanted more. Ulung yawned loudly, looking listless, and said, "You can do whatever you want. I'm sleepy and I'm going to sleep." And Jiren glanced at him. "Okay. No need to deal with the Magic Guild. You can make an appointment with the Black Spirit Master tomorrow. The Black Spirit Master can't wait and must transport the body back. We will follow him all the way and then..." He didn't say the last word, just made a kill gesture. Because the replica has a certain time limit, if it exceeds the time limit, the replica will disappear. If we track the Black Spirit Master's secret base at that time, it will be troublesome. Alung nodded, got it. Went back to the room. Lizhan heard it clearly and asked, "Are you not going to help Bilyo Mirkson?" Anjia Yurin turned his head and looked at Lizhan. "Do you want to help?" Lizhan smiled bitterly, looked at Anjia Yurin, and whispered, "Bilyo and I knew each other before. Although we are not friends, it is just a small effort for us to help her solve such a big problem. Why are you not willing to help?" Anjia Yurin slightly restrained his expression, leaned back in his chair, shook his head and said, "Shelly, your heart is too soft, it is easy to get hurt like this. Think about it, what reason do black magicians have to help the Magic Guild? Aren't we bullied by the Magic Guild badly enough?" The gentle tone, but unquestionable firmness. Lizhan suddenly remembered her identity as a black magician princess, and couldn't help but smile again, nodded and said, "I understand, thank you brother." As she said, she also walked out the door. Anjia Yurin looked at her slightly lonely back, and couldn't help but call out, "Wait." Lizhan turned around in surprise, and Anjia Yurin's eyes turned sharp. Shui Yu Pharaoh can help her. With Anjia Yurin's words, the matter was solved very smoothly. First, Tongi copied another elf body and handed it over to Lizhan, who gave the body to Wang Ziyu, who gave it to Fitch Brooks as a personal favor, and then everything was solved. This matter was a piece of cake for everyone, but Wang Ziyu received the highest respect from Fitch Brooks. Fitch even told him that he could ask for help at any time in the future. For Anjia Yurin, it was a good thing to help his sister solve the problem without dealing with the Magic Guild, and to be loved by his sister. The only one who was depressed was Lizhan. This was the first time she gave Wang Ziyu a gift, but it was a body. This made her unhappy no matter what. What was even more unpleasant was that she didn't even meet Wang Ziyu in person, and the body was transported by Gu Zong. I really want to draw a circle. 2 days later, the Magic Guild launched a massive attack on the Mafia Federation, and Eugene City became a battlefield again. Many buyers and sellers at the auction were not spared. Lizhan was shocked to find that the leader of the team was Fitch Brooks. Perhaps, Fitch just wanted to warn her about this matter that day. The Magic Guild is determined to take over Eugene City. But Anjia Yurin just laughed. A small Magic Guild wants to defeat the gangs and occupy Eugene City? It's a joke. The reason why the gang union can survive in Eugene City, in addition to its own ability, is more because of the Magic Guild, the restriction and balance of power between the Black Spirit Masters and the Black Magicians. If the Magic Guild breaks the balance, it will definitely become a target. He doesn't even have to do it himself. And Anjia Yurin shrugged and gathered everyone together and said, "The Black Spirit Master has set off. Let's pack up and follow him immediately." The crow flew up to the sky with a whoosh and left Eugene City neatly without any delay. Lizhan looked back at the city that was gradually getting smaller and sighed silently in her heart. What she wanted to do most was to see Wang Ziyu and rub against his arms. She knew that her attitude was just like the infatuated women in the Celestial Empire, who kept someone in their heart all the time, but could not stop missing him. Really depraved, Lizhan retracted his gaze and drove Xiaowu forward. Among the 10 bodies taken away by the Black Spirit Master, only 2 were real bodies, and the others were fake. Regardless of whether they were real or fake, Lizhan left magic lines on them, so he could follow them without any pressure, even if they flew to the horizon. What's more, the secret base of the Black Spirit Master was not in the mountains, but on a deserted island. The Black Spirit Master transported the bodies to the island for cultivation, and after the cultivation was completed, they returned to the gathering place of the Black Spirit Master or went to other parts of the world. Anjia Yurin used a large area of sleight of hand to successfully land on the island, let the crows go, and took an independent flight. Looking around, the island was full of naturally grown towering trees, and the ground was full of poisonous insects. They had black sharp hooks on their backs, which were fleshy and trembling slightly, and were full of green liquid, which was very disgusting. Don't touch these insects. They are compatible with the Black Spirit Master and contain highly toxic substances. Ordinary animals will die within half an hour if they touch them. Arusha warned. The group did not dare to be careless, flew over the trees, and went straight to the Black Spirit Master's nest. It's right there. Lizhan pointed to the cave in front and said, the bodies were separated, 3 of them went in there, and 2 of them were real. Chapter 185. Jiren nodded and made a gesture, signaling everyone to attack by surprise. Tony and Gu Zong were running in the front. Ai Nong wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Liz Han. Why would a little kid join in the fun when adults are fighting? In her eyes, Ai Nong was suitable for teasing all kinds of pretentious humans in elegant places, rather than fighting a group of inhumane black spirit masters in such a barbaric place. When Gu Zong and the others ran to the cave entrance, a tall strange animal suddenly jumped out. They have human body size, but are much taller than humans, about 2.5 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and protruding foreheads, and seaweed-like hair on the top of their heads. Their skin is blue-green, their faces are hideous, and their long canine teeth are exposed. Although Tony and E are well informed, they can't help but feel scared when they see these things that look like humans but are not. Arusha hurriedly said, "They are the works of failed black spirit masters. They have insect venom and cannot be approached, but their IQ is very low and can be led away." Tony received the message, so he retracted the magic wave, picked up a stone from the ground, smashed it on the head, and ran away. The monster really followed him out. There were quite a few monsters inside, and Tony and Gu Zong ran several times before they were all led away. Lung was about to go inside with a smile, and Liz Han had already collected a lot of dry firewood, and whispered, "Let's light a fire, blow the smoke in, and force them out." Jie Yuren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, surprised by her wisdom and decisiveness. "Xiao Li, you can do it." A group of people quickly gathered the dry firewood. Liz Han struck a song fire on the dry firewood, and the dry firewood immediately burned. Liz Han put the half-dry and half-wet firewood on it. In a short while, thick smoke came out of the firewood. Jie Yuren then circled a magic passage to trap the thick smoke, so that it could not float to other places, and could only float into the cave along the passage. The sky gradually darkened. It was evening, there was no sunlight, and the sky was not dark yet. The cave was hidden between tall trees, and the thick smoke could not rise to the sky, so it did not attract the special attention of the Black Spirit Master. However, the scary insects crawling on the road seemed to sense the presence of outsiders, and crawled over one after another. Seeing their ugly appearance, Ai Nong turned away with disgust and drew a magic circle on the spot to stop their progress. The smoke rose for a long time, but no Black Spirit Master came out. Liz Han felt something was wrong and asked, "Do they have a tunnel or a back door?" Logically speaking, if the monster ran out, the people in the cave should have noticed it. Why didn't they react? Want to lure them in? Jie Yuren concentrated for a while, signaled everyone to stay calm, and walked into the smoke-filled cave, as quietly as a cat disappearing in the night. Then, there was a slight noise, and Jie Yuren appeared again. The one struggling in front of him was a Black Spirit Master. Jie Yuren held the Black Spirit Master's neck tightly with one hand, and covered his mouth tightly with the other hand. Because he couldn't breathe, the Black Spirit Master's eyes bulged out, looking extremely scary. Jie Yuren stood still, lifting the struggling Black Spirit Master off the ground. The Black Spirit Master's red face gradually turned purple, and Jie Yuren squeezed the last breath out of his body. Blood flowed out of the Black Spirit Master's mouth, a red liquid that fell to the ground drop by drop. Soon, the Black Spirit Master collapsed, and Jie Yuren gave him the last blow, crushing the Black Spirit Master's throat with force, and the Black Spirit Master slid to the ground silently. Jie Yuren wiped his hands with a silk scarf and threw it on the dry firewood. Sparks ignited and burned out in a moment. His face was indifferent, and his tone was as cold as ice and snow. "All the black magicians on the island will be killed without mercy." The remote island immediately became a battlefield of slaughter. For the first time, Liz Han deeply felt the bloody meaning of the word massacre. The black magicians on the island, whether they were practicing or resisting with weapons, were in great danger. This was also the first time that Liz Han truly felt the power of the black magician, deeply felt the difference between the black magician and all the people she had met before, and could feel the pleasure of the black magician in battle and their different attitudes towards battle. Jie Yuren's ability, as the young master of black magic, was also fully demonstrated in this battle. The blood of the black magician flowed in Li Zhan's body. Although the number of black magicians was small, they were much stronger and better than black spiritualists. After just half an hour, the battle was almost over. The red and black liquid stained the beach of the island. Some remaining hands, feet, and heads floated on the water like broken dolls, looking extremely scary. She just felt her stomach rolling and wanted to vomit. She looked away and squatted down with her mouth covered. Just then, a heroic dragon roar resounded through the sky, like a call from someone far away. This voice was so familiar. Liz Han suddenly raised her head, and saw a silver dragon approaching from afar, swooping towards her with its huge bone wings spread out, so majestic and so cool. It was Prince Yu. Liz Han jumped up from the ground, waving her hands excitedly and said, "Prince, I'm here, Prince." "Be careful." Anjie Yuren, who was not far away, shouted loudly, and Liz Han felt a huge magic wave coming from behind her, so fast that she had almost no time to escape. Too careless. Li Zhan's regret hadn't yet shown on her face, when she heard a puff sound, and the warm liquid sprayed all over her back. She turned her head hard, and saw Ikaro calmly retracting the knight's sword. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Why are you here?" Ikaro tried hard to force a smile. "You only have eyes for him, so you naturally can't see me." The words were full of bitterness and helplessness, so obvious that even Anjie Yuren, who had just walked over, realized that something was wrong with him. Anjie Yuren raised his eyebrows, and looked at Liz Han thoughtfully. Liz Han scratched his head embarrassedly. "Thank you for saving me just now. It's just a piece of cake." Ikaro quickly regained his composure, turned his back to her and said, "I'm going to get revenge." Liz Han was a little surprised. "You have a grudge against them too?" Ikaro pulled the corner of his lips, and said without turning his head, "Well, they once threw us into the ice and snow and almost froze us into popsicles." His back was a little thin. He was obviously a very young boy, but for some reason, at this moment, he looked full of vicissitudes and loneliness. Liz Han sighed softly. It would be a lie to say that she didn't know his feelings. But when she saw Wang Ziyu just now, she really didn't notice his existence, because her heart was full of someone, and that person's name was Zhuyu Farrell. Donut, are you unhappy?" A voice sounded gently beside her ear. Liz Han suddenly raised her head. Wang Ziyu was standing in front of her. His pupils were clear, shining with a little ice blue, and he looked at her quietly. His white shirt was slightly open, and his tight and strong body exuded heat. Liz Han had the urge to throw herself into his arms and cry. But many people were watching, so she suppressed the urge and looked at him with a wronged and happy look. He seemed to have lost some weight. I don't know if it was because she had been running around for him these days, or because he was tired from putting out fires a while ago. "Donut, don't you recognize me?" Wang Zi walked up to her, patted her face, then opened his arms and held her in his arms. The moment the skin wanted to touch, that bit of tenderness made Li Zhan's heart soften. He lowered his head and stared at Li Zhan's face. Her big black and white eyes were also looking at him. At this moment, all the grievances and unhappiness disappeared. "Prince." Liz Han rubbed against his arms and said coquettishly with satisfaction, "Why did you come now?" Wang Ziyu gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Some things delayed me, I'm sorry." In fact, since the day she was captured, he has never slept well. He chased her from Kara to Lishan, from Lishan to Eugene City, and from Eugene City to this remote island. He was trapped, cheated, and even injured on the way, which was simply horrible. But the moment he saw Liz Han again, he realized that everything he had done was worth it, and it was better not to mention those unpleasant things. Anjie Yuren looked at the two people who were hugging each other and could never be separated, and silently dealt with the things on hand with other black magicians, collected all the remains of the elves, put them into the storage pocket, summoned water to wash his hands, and then walked towards Wang Ziyu. As soon as the young master of the black magician appeared, his aura was extraordinary. Prince Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the aura of the little prince also emanated. To some extent, it was a king meeting a king. The little prince of the Feral Palace vs the young master of the black magician. The little prince of Feral had handsome features and a slender figure. He was very handsome. Even though he was dusty, it did not affect his noble temperament at all. The young master of the black magician had a ruffian temperament, but it could not cover up his natural indifference and cold determination. He walked out of the battlefield like a Shura in the dark night. Perhaps, only in front of Liz Han, and Jiren would be so gentle. Wang Ziyu has been at the top of the pyramid for a long time, so he is naturally not afraid of a young master of black magic, but the problem is that this person is inextricably linked to the person in his arms. He hugged Liz Han in his arms tighter, and his tone was full of determination. "I will not let Donut go with you again. No matter what method, even if it means a duel, it doesn't matter." Hearing this, Liz Han poked her head out of his arms, and looked at Jiren with puzzled eyes. "Why do we need a duel?" Wang Ziyu pressed her head into his arms, and continued to stare at Jiren. This is a problem between men, and he doesn't need Liz Han to speak at all. If a man can't even protect his woman, what kind of man is he? Chapter 186. Anjie Yuren. Sigh. Laughed, a street kid's laughter. "Prince Zhuyu Farrell, have you asked her? Is she willing to go with you? Ziyu did not ask this question. He did not have time to ask. After such a long time, he was not even sure about Li Zhan's feelings. How could he be sure? No matter if they are princes or commoners, they are always prone to become unconfident in front of love. And Jia Yuren's words hit the nail on the head, directly picking out the thing he was most reluctant to think about in his heart and forcing him to face it. Wang Ziyu looked into Jia Yuren's eyes, and it was no surprise that he saw provocation in his eyes. But at this time, he didn't want to ask Li Zhan in front of Jia Yuren. If Li Zhan accidentally shook his head, he would never have another chance. It wasn't that he was worrying too much. Some time ago, she hardly stayed in any place for a long time, and was always in a hurry. Unexpectedly, Wang Ziyu could find her, and stand in front of her. Since the quarterfinals of the inter-school competition, Wang Ziyu left the imperial capital, and he hasn't seen Li Zhan for a month. He should have found her earlier, but he didn't. In this month, Li Zhan may have hated him thousands of times. He knew Li Zhan's temper. She dared to love and hate. When she got angry, no one could stop her. If she got angry, and said she didn't want to go back with him, please don't doubt it. There is a very high possibility. Brother. Li Zhan couldn't help but stick her head out and protested to Jia Yuren. Her voice was soft, with a bit of innocence and a bit of coquettishness, trying to ask Jia Yuren not to pursue the matter. As soon as he said this, Wang Ziyu trembled all over. He had always known that Jia Yuren and Li Zhan were somewhat related, but he had never thought that the other party was Li Zhan's brother. If this brother hit him, then he would only be beaten. His tense body immediately relaxed, and he looked at Jia Yuren with a smile. Please give me more advice. Jia Yuren snorted coldly. Let me talk for a moment. Wang Ziyu nodded, and kissed Li Zhan on the forehead. Be good, wait for me for a while. Under Li Zhan's gaze, the two men walked away side by side, until they were 100 steps away, and the figures of other people became blurred in the night. Wang Ziyu stopped and said sincerely, Thank you for taking care of Dona during this period. And Jia Yu sneered, I am his brother, and it is my duty to take care of her. What qualifications do you have to say this? Li Zhan had never even mentioned Wang Ziyu in front of him, let alone liked him. If he hadn't seen the affection in Li Zhan's eyes just now, he wouldn't even know that she was still thinking about Wang Ziyu. I don't have any status. Wang Ziyu was silent for a while, and said, I love her, I am worried that she is not doing well, but you make her live well, so I am grateful to you. After I fell in love with donuts, I finally understood one thing, that I was very happy. It is enough to have a loved one to accompany me. There is someone who will smile at me, someone who will be angry with me, someone who will get into my arms, someone who will make tea for me, and every time I think of it, I feel happy. She is my happiness, and I can also give her happiness. Don't say such cheesy things all the time. And Jia Yuren said disdainfully, this may work for her, but not for me. She can bring you happiness, so what can you bring to her? I can give her everything. Wang Ziyu's tone was full of determination. Really? Arrogant boy, let's see the truth. And Jia Yuren raised his hand, and condensed a blood mist like magic wave. The gas was round, and circulated in his palm. Wang Ziyu looked at him steadily, raised his hand, and condensed a magic wave. His magic wave was silver white, and very beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Both sides turned their backs at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When they counted to 50, they turned around at the same time, and sent out the magic waves in their hands. Wang Ziyu turned around, but did not send out the magic wave. Instead, he took his hand back. And Jia Yuren's magic wave hit Wang Ziyu's heart at lightning speed. Wang Ziyu looked at the blood mist like magic wave calmly, without dodging or avoiding it. When Jia Yuren realized this problem, he could no longer change the situation. The magic wave hit Wang Ziyu's heart heavily. Wang Ziyu gritted his teeth, and took the blow without even frowning, let alone retreating. This guy, his attitude is not bad. And Jia Yuren raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, and walked towards Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu had already recovered by then, and nodded slightly. Thank you for showing mercy. Yes, and Jia Yuren did show mercy. Although the attack just now was fierce, it actually did not cause much damage to Wang Ziyu. The magic attack passed through his body directly like transparent air. And Jia Yuren sneered. Don't be so proud, this magic wave has entered your body. If you betray Shili one day, it will make you die. Wang Ziyu was dignified, but not afraid of him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. No one can stop emotional problems. I love her, you have no doubt about that. As they were talking, Li Zhan ran towards them quickly. She was very worried about the flash of red magic light she just saw. And Jia Yuren attacked Wang Ziyu. In her heart, Wang Ziyu was the first, but Jia Yuren was her brother. No matter who was hurt, she would be very sad. Her greatest hope was that the two of them could live in harmony and shake hands. Xiao Li. And Jia Yuren first turned around and looked at Li Zhan, and then he resumed his gentle brotherly look, blocking Wang Ziyu behind him, and pretended to be puzzled. Why are you here? Li Zhan looked left and right, but was blocked by his body. She pouted and said, Brother, what did you do to Wang Ziyu? And Jia Yuren lowered his head and smiled. Are you afraid that I will hurt him? You mean I am better than him? Li Zhan rolled his eyes to the sky and said unhappily, You are all-powerful, but he will definitely let you go. So you have nothing to be proud of. And Jia Yuren touched her head lovingly. You know him well. He shook his head helplessly and made way. Li Zhan then saw Wang Ziyu behind her. He stood there quietly, smiling at her. She couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Wang Ziyu stretched out his hands to hug her tightly, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear, You are willing to go back with me, right? He used a question, but the tone was affirmative. And Jia Yuren wanted to leave, but he stopped when he heard this. He stood there with his arms around his chest, and laughed even louder when he saw the worry flashing in Wang Ziyu's eyes. If she doesn't want to go with you, no one can force her. Perhaps influenced by his words, Wang Ziyu tightened his arms again and whispered, Donut. Li Zhan was hesitating. For now, she hadn't figured out where to go. The days of being a bandit with Jia Yuren were free and easy, but she didn't like the way of killing everyone, nor was she used to two bloody scenes. If she returns to Kara Magic School, she will have to go back to the same old routine. She doesn't like classes, but she doesn't reject them either. She feels that being a student is a bit of a muddle-headed approach. She has been taking classes in China for more than a decade, and it is not difficult for her to attend classes. This is something that any child who grew up under the red flag of China can do. However, if she lives again, and is still a muddle-headed student, it would be a tragedy. She likes Wang Ziyu, and the biggest gain in Kara is that she can be with Wang Ziyu. After much hesitation, Li Zhan finally made up her mind, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Wang Ziyu on the lips. I go with you. Alas, my sister has grown up, I can't keep her. Jia Yuren sighed with a smile, then frowned and said coldly, I limit you to leave my sight before I count to 5. 1, 1, 1. 1. As soon as the word came out, Wang Ziyu hugged Li Zhan and jumped up from the ground, and at the same time whistled to summon the pterosaur, which flew over the horizon, caught them accurately, spread its wings, and flew to the distant horizon. Ai Nung waited for them to come over, but they didn't come. He ran to Jia Yuren, and saw that Li Zhan was nowhere to be seen. He rolled over in grievance and said, You just let her go? What if she never comes back? Woo! Jia Yuren's smile slowly faded. After a long time, he said, She will come back, because she has the blood of the Jia family. Wang Ziyu held Li Zhan on the back of the pterosaur and rose into the sky. The next morning, the two of them drove the pterosaur together and flew to the imperial capital. He didn't know when they had reached a place far above where they could see the sea. The two of them were at a very high altitude, and the air was as thin as ice. When they descended, their bodies seemed to be cut. Li Zhan didn't know where she was. She subconsciously hugged Wang Ziyu's waist tightly with both hands, and didn't dare to relax. She only heard him chuckle in her ear, The scenery you want to see is below. If you faint, I won't be responsible, baby. From the gaps in the clouds below, the earth was like a green carpet, with tall and short buildings on the carpet. Li Zhan poked her head out of his arms, and finally saw the scene in front of her. She couldn't help but exclaimed, Oh my God! It was even more breathtaking than what you see from the plane. The two of them passed through the sea of clouds, and the boundless land and boundless scenery were in full view. Li Zhan also saw the scenery that only pterosaurs could see until now. The magic continent was like a coastline carved by insects. The sea where the Black Spirit Master Island was located was like a silver belt, winding from the outer sea to the inner beach, with a long history. The river above passed through the wide plains, crossed the swamp and stretched straight into the northern and western hills, shining in the sun. The forest was dotted with scattered buildings, looming, so real that it seemed that you could reach out and pick them up at will. Li Zhan held his breath and looked from the height of the fog. People really became insignificant, and even felt how insignificant it was to kill elves crazily, and take their hearts to practice black spirit magic. Chapter 187. A person's mind needs to be open to achieve great things, otherwise he can only go to another extreme. Li Zhan suddenly became too quiet, which made Wang Ziyu a little worried. He thought she was really scared and fainted, but he found that she was just staring at the bottom with her eyes wide open, which surprised Wang Ziyu. I've seen enough, go down. Lizan turned around and snuggled into his arms again. Before she knew it, she had already fallen in love with his arms, and wished she could always drown in his arms. Wang Ziyu let the pterosaur slowly descend to the normal flying height, and move forward at a constant speed. Neither of them was in a hurry to travel, but took their time to enjoy the time together. After an unknown amount of time, Lizan suddenly realized that she had been forgetting someone, and she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on the spot. Didn't Icarus come with you that day? Where is he? She only remembered that Wang Ziyu took her away, and didn't pay any attention to where Icarus was at that time. Wang Ziyu was very satisfied that she remembered Icarus after such a long time, and put his chin on top of her head, and said softly, "He left before we left that day." Li Zhan's heart skipped a beat. Why? Wang Ziyu looked into the distance, and shook his head slowly. It's okay. He didn't let Lizan see his emotions. On Mount Li, he sacrificed his eyes for Icarus, and Icarus had been taking care of him during his coma while he was treating his eyes. It had nothing to do with who owed whom. He treated Icarus as a friend. In love, he was selfish. He hoped that Lizan would only love him. Of course, he did not use any improper means, but was in an equal competition, but he won and Icarus lost. Now, Akalu, is on his way to the mercenary group to fulfill his original promise. Kezia did not open the east gate of Lishan independently, and it was finally completed by the three of them. Because of this, Akalu admired him and decided to go to the mercenary group. And Kezia went back first when they walked out of Lishan. So, he finally had the opportunity to be alone with Lizan. Such a day is very beautiful. Lizan has not been in such a good mood for a long time. He can be with Wang Ziyu without any pressure. He doesn't need to worry about the crazy woman suddenly running out in the middle of the night, nor does he need to worry about whether he will fail the exam. There is no pressure at all. She felt so relaxed that she felt like she was floating. Of course, all this would be better if there wasn't that magical celebration banquet. As the name suggests, the celebration banquet is to celebrate the smooth progress of the event or to commend someone. If it was anyone else who contributed to Kara, Kirk or Carlo, it would be natural. But if the object was her, it would be weird. Especially before the celebration banquet, Maggie found her privately and asked a question. Donut, are you ready to stand beside the prince? Asking herself, Lizan has not considered this step yet. But obviously the situation in front of her forced her to consider it. How Wang Ziyu treated her was seen by everyone, including herself, so she didn't need to consider it at all. She would definitely stand by the prince. Maggie saw her thoughtful expression, patted her shoulder, and said, Tomorrow, come to the celebration party. The celebration venue was the private reception hall on the east side of the castle, and the organizer was Kirk Mercenary Group. There was only one theme for the celebration party, that was drinking. Lizan had heard of the Kirk mercenaries, and knew that they were the most powerful mercenaries in the magic world, but he knew nothing else. The reception hall for the dead can be said to be a simple building. The solid design contrasts with the gorgeous surroundings, giving people a feeling of trying to avoid luxury and waste. Having said that, the building itself is quite magnificent, and has a very heroic spirit. When Lizan went to the banquet that day and saw a group of mercenaries, who were tall and strong, spoke like thunder, and drank like water, he was dumbfounded on the spot. For a moment, she almost ran out of the door, thinking that she had accidentally worn it. Lates, who was sitting inside and shaking the red wine elegantly, smiled and raised the goblet, shouting, Donuts! Lizan finally saw an acquaintance. As soon as the voice fell, the man present suddenly stood up, and immediately pressured the whole scene, and scared Lizan to run away. Mom, can she stop playing? You want to run away without even drinking the wine? Maggie grabbed her at the door and dragged her inside, saying with great enthusiasm, Brothers, bring the wine. Lizan took a breath quietly and looked up at them. These were a group of mighty men who could endure hardships and work hard. There was nothing to be afraid of. Lizan said this to herself and smiled. Hello, brothers. You are such a good girl. A man standing in the front picked up a large wine pot and stuffed it into her arms. Come on, drink this pot. That's right, the mercenary group never used wine glasses. The so-called wine glasses were just props for Les to show off. Everyone drank wine by the pot, so at today's banquet, only Les had a wine glass in his hand. Lizan held a heavy wine jug with both hands. Her hands were shaking. She was not mistaken. The wine jug had a striking alcohol content of 32%, which meant that drinking this jug of wine would be a disaster. Maggie saw her hesitation and said with a sly smile, Tion, if you want to see the prince, you can't miss a drop of wine. Moreover, you have to compete in drinking. Only if you win, you have a chance. This is a threat. Les stood up leisurely, walked to the dining table, half leaned on the table, and laughed. Billy said that as someone around the prince, you must know everything about the prince, and even know more about all aspects of knowledge than the prince, even the most uncommon etiquette, the most subtle differences between wines of different years. So today you have to compete to win in drinking. She paused, then pointed at the men in the room, then at herself. We. Maggie clapped her hands, and then a line of waiters came up with neat trays, which were full of crystal glasses, each crystal clear and dazzling. They placed the glasses in a neat row on the table, bowed and left. Here are the glasses. Maggie put one hand on her waist, and held a glass in the other hand. Only in this way can you see the prince. Lizhan gritted his teeth and fought. The men present laughed, and picked up various bottles of wine to pour the mellow wine into the crystal glasses, and then a group of people sat down and watched. Lizhan glanced away, picked up the first glass of wine, and raised his head. Unexpectedly mellow. This was what Lizhan thought when he took the first sip of wine. The wonderful touch lingered on the tip of his tongue, and Lizhan reached out to pick up the second glass. Then as time passed, wow, the girl drank it all again. After hearing about the drinking contest, all the men in the room gathered one after another. At first, they just came to watch the fun with a half-joking and half-joking mood, but as they watched Lizhan drink one glass after another, their eyes became more and more admiring. These two women are too powerful. The crystal glasses on the 2-meter-long and 1-meter-wide table are all empty. They are simply unimaginable. I'm done. Li Zhan threw the wine to the crystal glass in a drunken state, and someone beside him quickly caught it, fearing that the glass would be broken. Hey Tian, you have some tricks. Maggie took another crystal glass filled with wine, her face calm and composed, and she didn't even blush. I have more than 2 tricks. I have 3 tricks. Lizhan glanced at Maggie with a serious look. The transparent red liquid remained on her lips and dripped down her chin. The men poured wine into the empty cups fairly, and admired her from the bottom of their hearts. This is not just a few shots. It is doubtful whether the guys who can compete with Maggie to this extent can put together a hand. The most amazing thing is that you can stay sober after drinking to this extent. Les came over, took out the record board, and turned a few pages. I turned to the record. Maggie ranked second in alcohol consumption in the mercenary group. None of the men present can match her. Lizhan burped and turned to ask, who is the first? Lai's red fingers gently pressed the recording board and uttered 3 words. Kezia. Lizhan blinked. I must challenge him. Maggie was laughing. Wait until you beat me. A new mountain of wine glasses piled up again. Because of the need to count the number, all the wine glasses were not reused. Looking at the crystal glasses that were continuously delivered, it really made people wonder how many wine glasses there were in the prince's castle. The whole place was shrouded in silence. This was a fatal amount. Li Zhan's petite figure looked small and delicate among the men. In their eyes, she was also a fragile woman. This amount, which was so large that it would make the men fall down, was particularly dangerous for her. This was no longer a question of pure drinking capacity. For Maggie, who was used to drinking and drank wine as water, it was fine. Lizhan was obviously only relying on her mental strength to support herself. No matter who saw it, it was obvious. Now everyone understood that Lizhan had stepped into a dangerous area, but no one could stop him. Something prevented them from speaking words of obstruction. Was it perseverance? Was it spirit? Was it courage? No one knew. Hi, girl. Soon after, Maggie tilted her glass and looked at Lizhan, who was desperately trying to put the wine into her mouth. Her hands began to tremble, and her face not only did not blush, but became paler and paler. For Maggie, who had just recovered from a serious injury, wasn't this a kind of courage? She shook the glass and drank it all. Girl, why did you choose to come here? Choose to be with the prince? What's wrong with finding a similar man, having children, and then living a leisurely life? That kind of life should be very good. Loise glanced at Maggie unexpectedly, but said nothing. He just recorded the amount she drank and the time she confided on the record board, calculating the impact of alcohol on Maggie and Lizhan. In this regard, Loise is simply a record freak. Chapter 188. Lizhan put the empty wine glass on the table and looked at Maggie with unfocused eyes. So, Maggie, why did you come here? Why are you willing to stay with the prince? Maggie didn't expect to be asked so directly, and raised her eyebrows slightly. If it's Maggie, she can definitely marry a very powerful man. Marry a powerful and wealthy nobleman, give birth to a few cute children, and become a prestigious lady, drink as much wine as you want. Isn't this a very leisurely and happy life? Although Lizhan felt dizzy, his head was still clear, and he spoke clearly. Why do you want to abandon this kind of life, to risk your life and become a coach and president, and you have to fight with Les and work without even drinking? If you didn't choose to stand by the prince, you could have lived a pretty good life. And you don't have to drink with a little girl in a place like this. Maggie narrowed her somewhat shaking eyes, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp without admitting defeat. While listening to the two people's words, Lizzie silently recorded their true words after drinking. None of the men present spoke. They were all shocked by the shocking way the two women spoke. To some extent, when women get serious, they will burst out with more powerful power than men. Maggie smiled bitterly, and said with her chin in her hand, I originally thought that as long as I was with the prince, I could drink as much as I wanted. That's all. Ha ha ha. Lizhan laughed unceremoniously. It was probably because there was too much water in his stomach. He felt short of breath halfway through laughing, and gradually stopped laughing. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to marry the owner of a winery? Is it necessary to work so hard? I like the prince, and I know very well how difficult it is to stand by his side, and how much effort it takes. If I just want to drink, it is impossible to give up everything completely. Isn't it? Lizhan picked up the wine glass, and poured it into her mouth almost in self-abandonment. If she was just the prince's maid, not his girlfriend, there would be no difficulty. But she wanted to stand by the prince, and she must do it. After returning from Eugene City, she completely understood her feelings, and the difficulty of standing by Wang Ziyu's side. Maggie also picked it up without giving up, and swallowed the strong liquor generously. The two of them actually finished the wine in the cup at the same time. I just want to stay with the prince, is it not possible? Lizhan glared at Maggie. Maggie stared back with a stronger attitude, me too, what's wrong with that? After glaring at each other like a fighting cock, Maggie laughed evilly, what? So arrogant. You are still young girl, want to be like me? Humph. Lizhan said unconvincedly, it's the same. What's the difference? Tell me, what's the difference between us? Can't I drink wine just as well? Although his tongue was not working very well, Lizhan was still very clear-headed. Maggie slapped the table and laughed, I admit that. At least you can drink more than those stinky men. As soon as these words came out, all the men in the room turned pale. The entire mercenary group, except for Maggie, a woman, were all stinky men, and they were all shot. Lizhan didn't care what those people thought. She patted Lizzie's shoulder and said, I don't want you to admit that. Lizzie, bring me some more wine. Maggie narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you want me to admit who you are? She was the kind of person who got more and more blurry the more she drank. She hid her sharpness, but couldn't cover up her nature. I'm not that self-indulgent yet. You too. I'm far from being as good as you now. Lizhan sat on the soft coat, and shook her head. She was obviously drunk, but her eyes were getting brighter and brighter, so dark that you couldn't see the bottom. Probably stimulated by Maggie's words, she sighed in frustration. I know that liking someone doesn't mean anything, and I also understand that you think we have no future. But, I really want you to recognize me, and I want to stand beside the prince with confidence. So I will win this drinking contest even if I die, and I will never regret it. As Lizhan reached out to the crystal glass filled with wine, Maggie grabbed her arm. Wait a minute. Lisa, pour that, and the wine over there into the jade glass respectively. What? Your wrists are really thin. I'm so jealous. Hey, don't touch each other. Lizhan blurted out words that even she herself felt confused. Girl, you really make me want to ravage you. Maggie showed a hint of a sly smile, and signaled the men to put out the jade cups. Each cup was the size that could be finished in a few sips. Each cup only had a little bit of wine. Lizhan had drunk 300 milliliters of wine before. She was already full of water. When she saw that there was only 10 milliliters, she suddenly felt bright. What is this cute cup? Maggie smiled slyly. I prepared it so that you can finish the game as quickly as possible. You start drinking from the top, and if you think it tastes good, tell me. The same wine was also placed in a row in front of Maggie. Li Zhan looked at hers, then at the one in front of her. I don't know the name of the wine. Maggie said it didn't matter, just tell me if it tastes good or bad. Okay, drink the top one on the right, and the second one first. Although Li Zhan was a little confused, he still drank it as she said. Then she pointed at the one she thought tasted good. Number 2 tastes better. Maggie continued to laugh. What? Then the next ones are this and this. Lizhan, whose thinking circuits had been invaded by alcohol, always felt that something was different. But she didn't quite understand what the difference was. When she thought about it carefully, her head was all a mess. She drank a little bit as instructed and pointed one by one. When she finished drinking all the answers, Les couldn't help but applaud, and Maggie burst into laughter. This is really amazing. Lizhan was unable to react for a moment. "Aw? Hey, Les. Take that thing out and pour it into this crystal glass." Les raised his eyebrows, then showed a slightly worried expression. But in the end, he said nothing, reached out to pick up the bottle that had been placed next to him, opened it, and poured the amber liquid into 2 empty crystal glasses. Maggie had a teasing expression on her face. "Hey, girl. This is the last one. If you can drink it, try it." Lizhan reached out to grab the crystal cup, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, he asked, "If I drink it, will you admit defeat?" Maggie shrugged. "I will admit defeat." She made a gesture of invitation. "So drink it." Lizhan picked up the wine and drank it in one gulp. Her throat immediately felt a burning heat that was not on the same level as before. She tried her best to endure the feeling of choking, and used magic waves to suppress the dizziness that quickly appeared. Still, just a little bit. Just when she finished the last drop of wine that felt particularly long, the crystal cup in her hand had already fallen to the ground involuntarily, making a crisp sound of breaking. She squeezed out her last bit of strength and looked at Maggie. "How is it?" "I drank it." The last thing Lizhan was aware of was Maggie's satisfied smirk after she had also finished drinking. In the silent celebration party, a group of men were stunned. She drank it, which means that girl beat Maggie. Awesome. Lizhan fell down amid cheers, and Maggie held her up with one hand and then put her on her knees. "This is the second person after you who can finish this stuff in front of me. Washin liquor, if you drink it, you will never wake up." She looked up at Wang Ziyu, who came in and said, "This is not something that can be drunk just by having a high alcohol tolerance. Washin liquor. The name of this kind of liquor is Washin liquor. As long as you drink it in one gulp, no matter how tall a man is, he will lose consciousness." The men present all cast admiring eyes at Lizhan. Most of the people in the mercenary group are people who can drink and like to drink, and anyone who drinks will have heard of the name Washin liquor. Anyone who drinks will try it once out of curiosity, but almost no one will drink it a second time. Because this is the wine with the highest alcohol content in the magic world, and the most proud work of the world-famous magic winemaker. Wang Ziyu pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. At the beginning, they sent him away and said they wanted to celebrate Lizhan's success. He knew it was this, and thought it would be okay to let Lizhan play for a while. But he didn't expect Lizhan to fight to the end. Maggie said sadly, "I almost fell down when I drank it for the first time. I never thought that besides you, the third person who could drink this would be this girl. How is it? Is there any abnormality in your body?" The last sentence was said to Lizhan. Lizhan barely opened her eyes and looked at Wang Ziyu. Her pupils gradually became lighter and redder, and finally turned into a blood crystal. She watched Wang Ziyu change into 3-9 and end pitifully. "Hug," she murmured, and broke away from Maggie's support, threw herself into Wang Ziyu's arms, and after feeling his warm embrace, she lost consciousness with satisfaction. Maggie laughed, then stopped laughing and said seriously, "I admit it. At least you have the perseverance to stand beside the prince." She turned to the men present. "And you guys, you should have at least this level of perseverance when you work. If such a skinny girl can do it, don't say you can't do it. If you are careless, you will all be despised. If you can't do it like her, throw it into the desert and be beaten by Shirzilong." Kezia crossed her arms and leaned against the door to answer. When the men heard this, they scattered like birds and beasts. Chapter 189. Is she fast asleep or in a coma? Lizhan didn't know. She just knew that she woke up in a magical state. That magical state was itching. Itching won't kill you, but it can make you want to die. The stimulation on the surface of the skin made her want to scratch it constantly. After scratching it, she woke up. She felt hot and itchy all over, like being bitten by mosquitoes. What's more terrifying is that this itches all over the body, and it's like scratching in her heart, driving her crazy. She had no choice but to sit up from the bed and turn on the light to see what was wrong with her. The first thing she saw was her hands. At first glance, her hands were no different except that they were a little redder than usual. But what was the faint itching feeling? Lizhan rubbed her eyes and took a closer look, and was stunned. Her arms, wrists, and backs of her hands were all covered with fine and dense red rashes. When she applied them, she felt uneven and not smooth at all. The denser the rashes were, the more itchy they were. Especially her wrists, which were so itchy that she kept scratching them. Oh my god, what are these? Infected with a virus. This thought frightened her, and she quickly tore open her clothes to look at her chest. Apart from her back, her chest was the most itchy. Needless to say, there were more rashes on her chest than on her hands. Li Zhan kept scratching with her hands, and the more she scratched, the more itchy it became. In a short while, many red marks appeared, as if all the rashes on her body had a clear itchy feeling, and they were all on her body, making her feel uneasy. Wow, Li Zhan couldn't help rolling on the bed. She rolled from the left to the right, and then from the right to the left, rolling back and forth. The more she rolled, the more it itched, and the more it itched, the more she rolled. She almost wanted to cry. What on earth was going on? Poor her. She didn't know who to turn to in the middle of the night. A nameless panic arose from her heart. She hadn't eaten anything wrong in the past few days, and she hadn't touched anything unclean, so how could she have a rash? It couldn't be chickenpox. She had heard people say before that a person would have chickenpox once in his life, but this rash clearly didn't look like chickenpox. People are the same. They always have a certain fear of things they don't understand or know. The body should be the thing that one is most familiar with. When one day it is found that it is out of one's control or abnormal, this fear becomes more and more obvious. Various terrible thoughts flashed through Li Zhan's mind. Will the rash grow bigger and bigger and then rot? She couldn't help but think of the situation in the Celestial Empire when she saw some patients with certain diseases whose skin rotted all over their bodies. That was too terrible. She would rather die. So uncomfortable, so itchy. She clutched the quilt tightly, tears quietly overflowing from her eyes. God is so good at playing tricks on people. The magic lamp emitted a faint light, covering the whole room with a dark red. She was in the guest room of the castle. When she returned to the prince's castle again, Prince Yu did not let her go back to the maid's residence, but picked the most beautiful and comfortable room in the guest room as her residence. It was still a 2-bedroom and 1 living room. The 200 square meters of the place was not big, but at this time it was so quiet that she was terrified. Just then, she heard a faint knock on the door, so she slowly stood up, but almost fell down. She was still itchy and of course a little drunk. She had forgotten how much she had drunk at that time. As Les described, she had caused the castle's beer reserves to be seriously threatened with shortage. The night wind blew in, a little cold. Li Zhan touched a nightgown, wrapped it around her, and staggered towards the door. Her eyes seemed to be filled with sand, and her mouth seemed to be stuffed with cotton. After finally opening the door, she looked at the person in front of her with a dizzy head. Wang Ziyu was standing in front of her. The gauze curtain hanging in front of the curved window danced lightly in the night wind. Wang Ziyu's eyes seemed to contain a deep pool of water, black as ink, pure white, and radiant with moist light. Li Zhan blinked, but the person in front of her dispersed like a phantom. 1, 2, how did it become 3? She reached out to touch, but touched nothing. She stared blankly at her empty hand, looking at him without knowing what was going on. Little thing, you're not awake yet. Wang Ziyu shook his head, closed the door, and condensed 2 light balls on the table. The room was immediately filled with jumping light. Li Zhan sat back on the messy bed in a daze, and then got into his arms, but she suddenly remembered that she was covered in rashes, and she didn't know if it would be contagious. What if it was contagious to him? Thinking of this, she immediately stepped back 3 feet, and said with a gloomy face, "Why are you here in the middle of the night? Go back to sleep." Wang Ziyu was a little surprised by her sudden change of attitude. He smiled and touched her messy hair. "I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable after waking up from a hangover, so I came to see you." I'm fine. Li Zhan took another step back and said with her back to him, "Go back to bed. It's almost dawn." Such an obvious order to leave. Even if Wang Ziyu was too stupid, he felt something was wrong. He frowned and hugged her in his arms. "Donuts? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Li Zhan covered her face in grievance, not knowing how to start. Her hand just happened to face the magic lamp. When Wang Ziyu saw the rash on her hand, his face changed drastically. He grabbed her hand and said, "What's wrong with you?" Li Zhan quickly pulled her hand back and covered it up, saying, "I don't know what's going on. It may be contagious. You go back first. I don't want to infect you." Wang Ziyu remembered that she drank so much wine today. Why did she have problems? But Maggie was fine. He dialed the number and asked someone to check. It was a pity that a group of people were caught in the middle of the night to monitor the problem of the wine they drank. At the celebration banquet, Li Zhan drank no less than 10 kinds of wine, and he couldn't finish testing them all until dawn. In addition, he hurriedly called Habi over. Poor Habi was sleeping soundly, and was forcibly awakened and dragged to Li Zhan's bedroom by the servants. He was still confused and didn't know what happened. Facing people with low spirits, Wang Ziyu had a set of methods. He stretched out his hand, bent his fingers, and hit Habi's forehead hard. Habi wailed and covered his forehead, rubbed his eyes, and woke up. Looking at his forehead again, there was a red mark on it. Habby glanced at Lisan's arm covered with red rashes, and said uninterestedly, "Breathe." Lisan blew a breath obediently. Habby immediately frowned in disdain. "How much did you drink?" Lisan carefully recalled the empty crystal glasses on the table, and tried to calculate how many glasses she had drunk. But her head was like a paste, and she couldn't remember it. She could only shake her head. "I don't remember." Habby poked her wrist with his 2 fingers that were better maintained than those of a lady, and suddenly his face became serious. "Is this your first time drinking?" Lisan nodded agreeably. Habib fiddled with his fingers slowly, and made a gesture. "You're done. There is a kind of people in this world who cannot drink alcohol, because the magic waves in their bodies conflict with alcohol. Drinking alcohol will cause the magic waves in the body to be disordered, and then the body will suffer unbearable disasters." "What?" Lisan's face changed drastically. "The more you drink, the faster you die." Habib continued to add fuel to the fire. "If you drink more than 3,000 milliliters of 30-degree alcohol, the rash is just a precursor. Next, your magic waves will be completely chaotic and rampage in your body. You will be finished within 10 days. After hearing this, the grievance on Lisan's face immediately disappeared, and she turned pale, waiting for the final verdict. She knew she shouldn't drink, but the expert's words, "You will be finished within 10 days, naturally had a different impact. What will she face next, his death? That's not the point. A sharp light flashed in Habib's eyes. "Before you die, your skin will rot all over your body, and no one will recognize you by then." Lisan finally couldn't hold on any longer, and beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to die ugly. So what should she do? Woohoo, is God going to kill her? She had endured so much hardship and difficulty before, but she couldn't even handle a few glasses of wine. How sad. Wang Ziyu folded his arms and watched. "Is there no way to save her?" Habby shook his head. "This is the first time I've encountered such a patient. It's very difficult. I can only try." "It's hard to say." Wang Ziyu's breathing was unstable for a moment. He sighed deeply, turned around and sat on the bed, touching Lisan's hair, and said in a very gentle tone, "Be good, I will find a way, don't worry." Lisan grabbed the quilt with both hands, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Wang Ziyu. How did it come to this? She was alive and well, and she didn't want to die. She didn't want to be thrown away by Wang Ziyu like garbage. Ha ha ha. A muffled laugh suddenly came from the door, and then the window was opened, revealing 3 heads, Maggie, Les, and Kezia. Behind them was the butler Billy's straight body, standing in the darkness, with a serious face. Ha ha, it's rare that the prince will show a difficult look one day. Les continued to laugh, and the world was shaking. Maggie followed suit and clapped, with an expression that she was afraid of chaos in the world, and echoed, "Donut, you can rest assured. Even if you are left with a handful of ashes, the prince will not give up on you." The energy that Wang Ziyu invested in Liz Han was like a huge investment. Not to mention Wang Ziyu, no one would like to see their debtor die before paying off. Maggie used the reputation of the president of the Carlo Magic Association to guarantee that this bad relationship would not be easily cut off. Wang Ziyu frowned and was about to say something, but he saw Habby pointing at the window in anger. Can you come back to reality? I hate it when irrelevant people interrupt me when I'm working. I haven't confirmed the diagnosis yet. How do you know that she will be burned to ashes? Oh, Mr. Habby Berlinger, the erudite, professional, noble, and awe-inspiring, just pretend. Does a little alcohol allergy to donuts need to be confirmed? Maggie slapped the window and laughed, and the gauze curtains were shaking. Habby's face turned red in an instant, and he was furious. You actually exposed me. If it weren't for your advice, I wouldn't betray the doctor's belief and instill wrong information into the patient. Chapter 190. Li Zhan was really beautiful under the magic lamp. Her face was ruddy and lively. Her black hair hung loosely beside her face, and her thin pajamas were tightly attached to her body. Wang Ziyu felt dry in the mouth, but he still looked so careless on the surface. Seeing his expression, Li Zhan bit her lip and sobbed. Woo-woo, Wang Ziyu is a bad guy. Wang Ziyu is a bad guy. Be good, don't cry. Wang Ziyu lifted her face with his hands and kissed her affectionately. Through her thin nightgown, he could feel the fire rising in her body, hear her soft breathing lingering in his ears, and feel himself falling into irrational passion, his body reacting honestly. However, Wang Ziyu was determined, and gently pushed her away, his voice full of apology. I think I should go back, Donna. Liz Han looked up at Wang Ziyu. Her cheeks flushed beautifully. Wang Ziyu struggled to suppress his desire, and said more firmly, I have to go now. Liz Han lost the warm embrace, and glared at him, saying, Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Wang Ziyu stretched out his hand to hug her, but hesitated for a moment, and finally took his hand back and walked out silently. Lizan looked at his back disappearing at the door, pouting in frustration and pounding the bed to vent. The night passed quietly as Lizan kept rolling around. Lizan was finally very tired and fell into a deep sleep. She slept until noon, and no one called her, probably because they knew she was too tired. Lizan changed her clothes and decisively went into the desert with a large bottle of water. It is easiest to sweat in the desert. In order to get rid of the alcohol in her body as quickly as possible, Lizan trained almost like she was dying. She reviewed all the magic courses she had learned in school, practiced the methods taught by Lizmaji again, and reviewed the black magician's stuff. The more she practiced, the more energetic she felt. However, she didn't know that Abu had been quietly standing on the sand 100 meters away, watching her silently, until she collapsed in the desert due to exhaustion, and then he slowly walked in front of her. Lizan looked up at the slightly plump figure who blocked her sunlight, and asked puzzledly, "Why are you here? This is the heart of the desert." Usually, the desert team rarely comes to the heart of the desert unless there is a major training. The sand baked hot by the sun soothes her itch on her back. Abu smiled honestly, sat down beside her, and asked, "You have the blood of a black magician, right?" Although it was a question, the tone was affirmative. At the celebration banquet, many people had seen Lijan's red eyes, so there was no need for her to hide it. She sat up, nodded, and then took a big gulp of water from the bottle, saying, "I want to ask you too. Here, only your magic waves and mine can be compatible." Abu turned his head and looked at her, and suddenly said, "Do you know, in fact, I always hope you die." Say such cruel words in such a calm tone without any joking elements. Lizan was a little stunned for a moment, and said with a stammer, "Why?" "Because I hate black magic." Abu's eyes showed a trace of cruelty, and he said word by word, "If a person learns green magic and then learns black magic, these two different magic waves will conflict in the body and force the person to explode." Lizan couldn't help but shudder. Was it because he wanted her to die that he taught her the barrier so readily? Looking at the uncle in front of him, who always smiled so honestly and gently, Lizan shook his head in disbelief. "No, this is impossible. The truth is so hurtful." Abu calmed down inside. "My original purpose was not pure, but the two kinds of magic merged unexpectedly well in your body. It's really unbelievable." "Then why do you hate the black magician?" Lizan said in an almost idiotic tone, "When I was in Lishan, I thought you were also a black magician." "I'm not a black magician." Abu smiled bitterly, "But 10 years ago, I was imprisoned in Zuhishan prison by a black magician. To escape from the prison, you must pass through the black magician's barrier. In order to pass through the barrier, I destroyed all my magic and started practicing black magic from scratch." Lizan was shocked when he heard this. Zuhishan prison is the largest and most solid prison for black magic. It is said that no one has ever come out alive from it, but Abu came out. What's even more terrifying is that Abu was so cruel that he destroyed his magic to learn the enemy's magic. Destroying magic will not only damage the human body structure and hurt the body and mind, but the biggest difficulty is that it is not destroyed cleanly enough. The more it remains, the more difficult it is to learn another kind of magic. Lizan finally understood that what Abu said just now was true. He really wanted her to die. The reason why she didn't die under Abu's sinister calculations was because of her bloodline. She was of the bloodline of both the Black Magician and the Killer family, which meant that she combined black magic and blue magic. What's more, she has elven blood. Elven blood can accommodate all other blood. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Abu deeply. If he hadn't said it himself, she really couldn't believe that Abu, such an honest and simple person, could have such a deep mind and be so cruel to herself. The so-called appearance is not to be judged by appearance, which is the truth. I practiced for 5 years before I finally escaped through the barrier. From then on, I hated it and couldn't sleep when I felt the black magic. But I can't take revenge, because I only have black magic left. No matter how powerful the barrier is, it can't trap them. So I came here. One is to avoid the black magician, and the other is to hope that the prince can avenge me." Abu thought of the past and laughed bitterly. "But since yesterday, I feel that I was wrong. You are you, and the enemy is the enemy, and you can't generalize. Even if the person I hate is the black magician, I can't hate all black magicians." Lizan heard him say this, and knew that he had figured it out. Then he touched his wet back. He was scared by him just now, and broke into a cold sweat. "I'm glad I didn't kill you, otherwise I would never be able to face the prince." After saying that, Abu stood up and bowed to Lizan. "Perhaps it was you who brought me out of the predicament. You taught me with your actions that I should strive for my own life instead of living in the pain of the past. Lizhan stared at Abu's receding back in a daze, not knowing what to say, or even what she felt in her heart. Perhaps it was best to say this, because when she knew it, it was already over. Abu came to tell her after he had untied his knot. She was actually very lucky. Not everyone has such a broad mind to accommodate the black magician. From another perspective, she was upright and upright. Even if she was not accepted, she had no regrets. The sun was gradually setting in the west, and Lizhan was still sitting still in the desert. After an unknown period of time, Wang Ziyu came, and saw her sitting alone in the vast world. He couldn't help but be a little surprised, Donut. What a nice weather. Lizhan came back to his senses, and pretended to be cheerful. I sweated a lot, now I feel refreshed. I'm sorry. Wang Ziyu rubbed his forehead. If it itches, I will ask Habi to make an antidote no matter what. Why apologize? I was just willful, and now everything is fine, isn't it good? Lizhan made a face at him. I want to apologize for not stopping him in time with Abu. Wang Ziyu looked at Lizhan with a depressed look, sat down in front of her and said, I just found out that he wanted to kill you. Before you went to Lishan, I even tried to stop myself from thinking that you were a black magician. Lizhan whispered, Isn't it all right now? I'll always be here. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Wang Ziyu's eyes were full of determination. I feel uneasy whenever I think that you might be in danger. Lizhan frowned. Did something happen to you? If it was normal, this little thing that had already passed would definitely not make him frown so tightly. It's okay. I just want to rest for a while. As she said this, she laid down on the desert with her body, rested her head on her thighs, and whispered, It will be fine in a while, just a while. Lizhan sighed softly. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ziyu's voice, which was almost inaudible, was heard. Donut, it will be really dangerous to be around me, are you afraid? Lizhan's eyes suddenly widened. Do you want to drive me away? Seeing that she misunderstood, Wang Ziyu hurriedly sat up and said, Donut, you know that's not what I meant. That's what you mean. Lizhan's eyes turned red with anger. That's what you mean. I'm not stupid enough to be so ignorant. If you want me to leave, just tell me directly, why do you have to chase me away in this way? Tion. Wang Ziyu pinched his forehead helplessly, really didn't understand what kind of logic women have. Why did they talk about leaving when things were fine? I don't expect to stay with you, big idiot. Lizhan shouted even more furiously. Everyone knows that it's dangerous around you. Either this or that will happen. I spent several nights thinking before I made up my mind to sacrifice for you. And you still look down on me? That's not what I meant. Wang Ziyu didn't expect her to be so fierce, and hurriedly hugged her, coaxing her in a gentle voice. I'm just afraid that you are not prepared. If there is any danger, I'm worried. You are so nagging. Lizhan glanced at him sideways with a growing anger in her eyes. I have made up my mind. No matter how great the danger is, I will never leave. Besides, I can protect myself. I don't need you to protect me. The two of them looked at each other. The atmosphere was tense. Alas, if you really don't want me to stay with you, then forget it. Lizhan's tone became lonely. What was the point of her giving up her identity as a black magician princess and following him back? After a slight hesitation, Wang Ziyu said, I love you, but I don't think I can give you a happy and peaceful life, because my world is always full of anxiety.